Chapter 1. The Breakup, Xia Feng. Let me make this clear. Marrying our daughter Zhao is not out of the question, but first, you must present a bride price of 68,000. Furthermore, you must also transfer the ownership of the house you currently reside in to Zhiruo. Otherwise, the idea of marrying her is utterly futile. Inside a CAF in Jiangning City, Xia Feng sat across from his girlfriend Ma Zhiruo and her mother Li Fengxia. Gazing at the voluptuous figure of Li Fengxia and the flamboyantly dressed Ma Zhiruo, the duo radiated an enchanting allure. Xia Feng's gaze momentarily wandered over Li Fengxia's ample bosom, then glanced beneath the glass table at her long, fair legs. Akati must be said, Li Fengxia exuded a mature charm with every gesture, her body both curvaceous and inviting, stirring desire in any man who beheld her. Ultimately, Xia Feng's eyes fell upon the calendar on the table, July 8, 1998. In that instant, Xia Feng finally realized he had been reborn. Reborn to a time before he had wed the venomous Ma Zhiruo. He had achieved the top score in the national examination, securing a position at the supply and marketing cooperative in Yunlai Town, Jiangning Province, starting from the grassroots level. With his exemplary results, a promising future was all but guaranteed, and ascending to the municipal committee was merely a matter of time. After years of relentless pursuit, the university belle Ma Zhiruo finally fell into Xia Feng's embrace, that he believed he had finally won the heart of his beloved, unaware that this marked the beginning of his nightmare. From the outset, Ma Zhiruo regarded Xia Feng merely as her financial support and a means to ascend the social ladder. At a staff gathering at the supply and marketing cooperative, she met the affluent Wang Yunbua and clandestinely embarked on an affair with him, despite his pre-existing family commitments. Before long, Ma Zhiruo found herself pregnant with Wang Yunbua's child, evade scandal. She accepted the 68,000 bride price from Xia Feng's family and proceeded to marry him out of necessity. Little did she know, on the very next day after their wedding, she conspired with Wang Yunbua to bribe a colleague named Wang Li, falsely accusing Xia Feng of rape. After Xia Feng was incarcerated, Ma Zhiruo manipulated the situation, deceiving his parents and seizing their fruit orchard, even fabricating a traffic accident. Xia Feng languished in prison for 2 to 3 decades, only to learn of his parents' tragic demise in a car accident upon his release. As he grappled with despair, Ma Zhiruo filed for divorce, and in the end, Xia Feng was left with nothing, having lost the 3 million his parents had painstakingly amassed over the years at IT. Was only when he returned home in a daze to pack his belongings that he stumbled upon a yellow diary tucked away at the bottom of the wardrobe. Within its pages, it chronicled how Ma Zhiruo had orchestrated the demise of his parents, the deceit that led to their hurried marriage, and the unspeakable deeds she and Wang Yunbua had committed during his incarceration. Fueled by rage, he clutched the diary in a hefty iron hammer, seeking an explanation from Ma Zhiruo. Under the weight of 7 hammers, a true man emerged. Afterward, Summer Wind sat atop the rooftop, smoking a cigarette, before leaping into the void. Fengxia noticed Summer Wind's gaze drifting over her smooth thigh, and her charming face instantly turned cold. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Summer Wind, are you even listening to me? If it weren't for the fact that you and Zhiruo have been together for 3 years, not even if you brought a mountain of gold would I agree to marry off my daughter." Summer Wind regarded the trembling Li Fengxia with a smirk of disdain. Having been granted a second chance at life, did she truly believe she could manipulate him? Summer Wind, you must understand that marriage is a serious matter, one that requires a matching social standing. Our family consists of civil servants. Before Li Fengxia could finish, Summer Wind interrupted nonchalantly. Almost 50 and still just a small clerk in the finance bureau, merely a minor civil servant. Upon hearing this, both Li Fengxia and Ma Zhiruo's expressions froze. What did you say? A minor civil servant? Li Fengxia's anger flared instantly. She pointed a finger at Summer Wind's nose, declaring, "If we are minor civil servants, then what about you? Your parents are nothing but mud-covered peasants. My daughter holds an urban household registration. For her to marry a country bumpkin like you is already a stroke of good fortune for your family. Country folk are uneducated and can't even speak properly." Summer Wind scoffed. "And what's wrong with being from the countryside? Our family has always been upright and honorable." Li Fengxia snorted derisively, her face filled with contempt. "What's wrong? Country folk are the lowest of the social strata. Do you have any idea how much it costs to obtain an urban household registration nowadays? Marrying my daughter would grant you an urban residency, freeing you from your lowly rural status. Is a bride price of 66,000 too much to ask? Summer Wind narrowed his eyes, scoffing coldly. Without the so-called lowly rural folk, you'd be eating dirt with no one to offer you assistance. Summer Wind, how can you speak to my mother like that? Ma Zhuo, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up in alarm. With a disdainful glance at Ma Zhuo, Summer Wind coldly replied, "If you cannot articulate your thoughts properly, then let this be the end. Gather your belongings, and we shall part ways." As he turned to leave, Li Fengxia sprang to her feet, simultaneously reaching to strike Summer Wind while cursing, "You uncultured brat! Who are you insulting?" Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the CF. A bright red handprint appeared prominently on Li Fengxia's face. You dare hit me?" Li Fengxia could scarcely believe it. Just 2 days prior, Summer Wind had been submissive, yet here he was, suddenly transformed, daring to strike her? "It was you who initiated the altercation. This is merely poetic justice," he retorted. Turning his attention to Ma Zhuo, he continued, "Haven't you always had a cleanliness obsession? You have 1 hour to pack your things and vacate my home." Summer Wind. Upon hearing his ultimatum, Ma Zhuo felt a genuine sense of panic. It wasn't that she cared for Summer Wind that much, but rather she had been feeling inexplicably nauseous in recent days, likely a sign of pregnancy. She now had to secure Xia Feng as her benefactor. In a moment of desperation, Ma Zhuo grasped Xia Feng's arm and exclaimed, "If you dare to expel me, I will. I will create a scene at your workplace. I would like to see if the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative will still accommodate you." Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xia Feng's eyes. In his past life, it was his impulsiveness that led to his own ruin. However, in this life, he would never repeat those mistakes. Not only would he seek retribution, but he also aimed to bring Wang Yunbo and Ma Zhuo, this despicable couple, to justice. With this thought, Xia Feng regained his composure, scrutinizing Ma Zhuo's loathsome face, and inwardly sneered, "Ma Zhuo, since you refuse to walk the path to heaven, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." After all, Xia Feng only remembered where that diary and some photographs were hidden. He did not possess any incriminating evidence against Ma Zhuo and Wang Yunbo. Even if he exposed this matter, they would merely face issues related to their personal conduct, at worst resulting in a suspension. Yet with Wang Guokai's connections, Wang Yunbo could easily make a comeback. Therefore, it was essential to obtain solid evidence to ensure this treacherous couple's downfall. With this in mind, Xia Feng coldly declared, "If you wish to reside in my home, you shall pay rent on a monthly basis from now on." With that, Xia Feng turned on his heel and exited the CF. Outside, torrential rain poured down, the sky resembling a gaping wound. Xia Feng exhaled, gazing at the murky heavens. He understood profoundly that even with his rebirth, he was left with no Thingnyo family background and no support. Competing against Wang Yunbo would not be a simple endeavor. Wang Yunbo's background was formidable. His father, Wang Guokai, was the head of the Jiangning City Committee office. Moreover, he would later become a key figure in the Jiangning faction, renowned in the Jiangnan provincial government. To defeat Wang Yunbo, one must first bring down Wang Guokai. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. July 8, 1998, July 8th. This was. Xia Feng suddenly recalled that this evening, Yunlai Town would experience one of the heaviest rainfalls of the 1990s. To the north of Yunlai Town, in a mountain village named Zhaokai, a young village secretary would tragically be swept away by a mudslide while rescuing trapped villagers meeting. An untimely demise. Xia Feng remembered this incident vividly. Due to the young secretary's distinguished background, she was the only daughter of a prominent figure in the Jiangnan provincial leadership. Her death laid the groundwork for the subsequent comprehensive renovation of rural dilapidated houses in Nanjing province. Coincidentally, she had also been Xia Feng's classmate at Nanjing University, a campus belle. Glancing at his watch, he realized that there were less than 2 hours left before the mudslide would occur in his past life. With no time to spare, Xia Feng retrieved the keys to his Honda motorcycle, kicked it to life, and sped away. Braving the downpour, Xia Feng's motorcycle raced like the wind, reaching Zhaokai village in just 1 hour. In the 1990s, urbanization in Nanjing was not yet comprehensive aside from the national highways. Most township roads were riddled with potholes, turning into a quagmire after the rain. The rain mixed with yellow sand and gravel, creating a murky expanse that could reach knee height, rendering small cars completely unable to navigate the terrain. Moreover, the roads are still largely devoid of streetlights, and during the torrential downpour, darkness envelopes everything. Only 5 minutes left. This is bad. I'm running out of time. Summer Wind shouted desperately in his mind as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Lo Yinyan, you must not die. You have to wait for me. Please wait. The second-hand Honda raced through the rain, swiftly arriving at the scene of the incident from years ago, the threshing ground of Zhaokai village. The headlights pierced through the curtain of rain, illuminating a figure. Miao was directing the villagers to evacuate. Lo Yinyan raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring light. As she followed the beam, her gaze fell upon Summer Wind's sharply defined features, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Summer Wind? What are you doing here?" Summer Wind replied in a grave tone, "There's no time to explain. I'll take you on my motorcycle and help evacuate the villagers." Lo Yinyan felt a chill in her heart, but disregarded the objections from the village leaders, swiftly mounting the motorcycle behind Summer Wind. A wave of warmth pressed against her back. Hiss! What an attractive figure. Summer Wind paused momentarily before revving the engine. Chapter 2. The Secretary of the Municipal Committee, enraged. In the darkness of a torrential downpour, the mountain surrounding Yunlai town, known as Wandong Mountain, is destined to become a renowned tourist attraction in South Jiang 20 years hence. However, it remains undeveloped at present, and the villages at the foot of the mountain have yet to be relocated. Amidst the curtain of rain, Wandong Mountain looms ominously in the night, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour the unwary. In a previous life, Xia Feng learned through news reports that Luo Yunyan had been consumed by Wandong Mountain. He ventured along a narrow path, intent on guiding the villagers from the threshing ground to safety. Yet, after successfully leading them out, his figure remained absent for an unsettling duration. Subsequent autopsy reports suggested that she may have succumbed to exhaustion, only to be swept away by the torrential rain, slipping into the river and meeting her untimely demise. This time, Xia Feng chose to ride a motorcycle to assist, not solely to seek favor and extricate himself from the troubles caused by the despicable Wang Yunbua, but also because he lamented the loss of Luo Yunyan. They had shared a brief acquaintance in university. Though their connection was shallow, they both harbored a sincere dedication to their country and its people. Regrettably, one had perished in the bloom of youth, while the other languished behind bars. Now, with a second chance at life, Xia Feng could not bear to witness Luo Yunyan retracing the same tragic path. The mountain roads were treacherous in the dark, especially under the deluge. Yet Xia Feng's Honda proved resilient, its powerful headlights slicing through the night and illuminating the way ahead. His familiarity with these winding paths allowed him to maintain a steady pace, albeit slow, as the motorcycle jolted sporadically, the soft weight behind him pressing against him intermittently. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, his mind might have wandered. How vast it is! Why didn't I notice before? He mused aloud. Luo Yunyan, unable to hear him clearly, shouted back, "Xia Feng, is this motorcycle too dangerous? The night and the rain make it slippery. Fear not, my skills are exceptional, and this mountain road is best suited for a motorcycle." He reassured her. The motorcycle can ascend the mountain, and its headlights will guide the villagers. Her apprehension eased somewhat, yet her eyes still brimmed with urgency, as if she yearned to soar to the threshing ground at that very moment. Xia Feng sensed her anxious heart and couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between them, both scions of officials. How could the disparity between Luo Yunyan and Wang Yunbua be so pronounced? One, bolstered by ancestral privilege, was arrogant and domineering. The other, willing to start from the grassroots as a village secretary, diligent and selfless. Lost in thought, Luo Yunyan suddenly cried out, "Be careful." Xia Feng's pupils dilated in alarm as, beneath the motorcycle's headlights, he noticed the mountainside tremble violently, a massive boulder poised to tumble down. "Brake!" Luo Yunyan shouted in terror. Yet, Xia Feng abruptly twisted the throttle, using one hand to steady Luo Yunyan. The motorcycle's tires sprayed water as the boulder cracked apart, allowing them to narrowly escape death. surging forward just before the stone crashed down. After a tense few moments, they approached the threshing ground, gradually slowing their pace. They clung tightly together, their hearts beating in synchrony. As the summer breeze sighed in relief, Xia Feng couldn't help but explain the harrowing moment they just experienced. I couldn't break earlier. Otherwise, we would have skidded. Luo Yunyun's charming face flushed, still acutely aware of Xia Feng's firm grip on her during the most perilous instance. Understanding it was an act of protection. If anything had truly gone awry, he would have instinctively pushed her away to ensure her safety. I understand. Thank you, Xia Feng, she said, a flicker of inexplicable emotion illuminating her eyes. It was you who saved me. Xia Feng chose not to elaborate further. His gaze fixed ahead where the threshing ground lay, bustling with people. Luo Yunyun lifted her head to look forward, and indeed, in the corner of the threshing area, more than 20 villagers were trembling, too frightened to advance or retreat. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyun dismounted and rushed forward, calling out, "Everyone, please remain calm. I am Luo Yunyun." The villagers, who had been engulfed in fear moments earlier, erupted with excitement. "It's the village secretary. She really came back for us," one exclaimed. "Oh, I thought we were doomed. Village secretary, are there others coming to rescue us?" Luo Yunyun intended to provide reassurance, but faced with so many eager eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Xia Feng did not stop, but continued to drive forward, saying, "Everyone is behind. The village secretary and I arrived first. Organize yourselves. We cannot linger here. If the river rises, this area will be completely submerged. I will lead you ahead to reunite with the others." Realizing the urgency, Luo Yunyun nodded in agreement. "That's right, everyone. Let's get organized and leave in an orderly fashion." The able-bodied villagers formed two groups, one leading the way while the other followed closely behind, with women and the elderly placed in the center for safety. Thankfully, no additional complications arose, and the villagers gradually retreated as per Luo Yunyun's instructions. Xia Feng illuminated the path ahead with his motorcycle's light, assisting in moving any obstructing stones. The journey of over a kilometer progressed at a steady pace. Committed to her responsibility towards the villagers, Luo Yunyun refrained from taking a ride on Xia Feng's motorcycle, opting instead to remain beside and guard the villagers. Occasionally, her gaze would drift towards Xia Feng, accompanied by an indescribable sentiment. He seemed different now compared to their university days. Outside, several Santanas roared into the scene, halting at the shed of Zhaokai village. Their headlights pierced the darkness, capturing the attention of those within. A group of middle-aged men clad in austere black jackets disembarked, while a young driver approached the shed, inquiring, "Is this the shed of Zhaokai village?" The village chief approached, feeling somewhat apprehensive at the sight of their imposing presence, and asked, "Are you comrades from the town come to assist us? Please, hurry into the mountains. Secretary Luo just entered the mountains with a young man to guide the villagers, and we have yet to hear any news. The torrential rain makes the mountain paths treacherous. I am worried for their safety." Upon hearing this, one of the middle-aged men in a black jacket rushed forward, fervently asking, "Is the Secretary Luo you mentioned Luo Yunyun?" The village chief nodded. "Yes. Secretary Luo has been exceptionally kind to us." However, the middle-aged man was too agitated to listen further, his face darkening as he shouted towards the mountain. "Where are they? Where are they? Hurry up and organize yourselves. We must venture into the mountains to find Secretary Luo. She absolutely cannot encounter any trouble, regardless of age or attire." The surrounding individuals, stirred by his fervent roar, began to spring into action. It was evident that this middle-aged man was the leader of these officials. His name was Shao Guoqiang, the party secretary of Yunlai town, wielding enough influence to make the entire Jiangning city tremble with a single utterance. Yet at this moment, he fixated intensely on the path leading up the mountain, striving to keep his trembling hands concealed from prying eyes. Shao Guoqiang was acutely aware of Luo Yunyun's background. Should anything befall her here, it would be a matter of grave concern, and if pursued, the consequences would be dire. "Move swiftly. Why are you still standing there? Get into the mountains now," Shao Guoqiang bellowed once more. Some donned raincoats, while others grasped powerful flashlights, all stepping into the darkened trail. However, just a few paces in, individuals began to slip and fall. A rotund young man approached, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Secretary Xiao, you're asking us to search the mountains. But we are not professionals. It is quite a daunting task. Perhaps we should wait for the experts to arrive? Xiao Guoqiang shot him a glare that could slice through steel, gritting his teeth as he retorted, you are not professionals, yet you expect Luo Yunyan to be one? Wang Yunbua, regarding the dilapidated housing renovation project in Zhaokai village. I entrusted you with that a year ago when you had just been promoted to the city. How did you assure me, then, that you could accomplish it within 6 months? That you would eliminate every single hazardous house in Zhaokai village? The young man was indeed Wang Yunbua, who had been poised to take action with Ma Jiruo, the situation ready to unfold. Yet, an unexpected call had summoned everyone in the vicinity of Yunlai town. Xiao Guoqiang had emphasized the urgent need to ensure that nothing happened to Luo Yunyan. Inquiring about the current status of Wang Yunbua, who was responsible for the relocation and renovation in Zhaokai village. Wang Yunbua had intended to gloss over the issue, but Xiao Guoqiang's keen perception quickly uncovered the truth. Over the past year, Wang Yunbua had completely neglected Zhaokai village, preoccupied with flaunting the authority of the municipal party. Now being chastised like a wayward child, Wang Yunbua dared not utter a word in his defense. What have you accomplished in this past year? Wang Yunbua, you better pray that nothing happens to Luo Yunyan. Otherwise, regardless of who your father is, I will see to it that you are brought down. Wang Yunbua shuddered, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes. He secretly wished for that Luo Yunyan to perish. After all, if real trouble arose, he would not bear the brunt of the blame. The first to face repercussions would undoubtedly be Xiao Guoqiang. As for himself, with connections in his family, he would only face a temporary setback, ultimately rising again. Yes, Secretary Xiao, please do not be angered. Let's first locate Miss Luo. Wang Yunbua mustered the courage to say. Xiao Guoqiang shot him a piercing glance before turning his anxious gaze back to the mountain path, pacing back and forth. Refusing an umbrella amidst the torrential rain, his demeanor revealing a degree of disarray. His agitation intensified as he wondered, where are the rescue teams from Yunlai town? Why have they not yet arrived? Call the person in charge and say it's me, Xiao Guoqiang. Just then, a delightful voice suddenly rang out. Who could it be? Is it Secretary Luo? Everyone turned their gaze towards the indicated direction and saw a small group emerging slowly from the mountain path, led by a motorcycle. Despite their shivering from the cold, their presence brought a sigh of relief to the crowd. A hint of regret flickered in Wang Yunbua's eyes. Yet he smiled at Xiao Guoqiang, saying, Secretary Xiao, look, Secretary Luo is indeed returning. I told you, great individuals possess great fortune. Secretary Luo would never encounter any mishap. However, as his gaze swept over the leading motorcycle, his smile abruptly froze. Xia Feng, what are you doing here? Chapter 3. Trying to claim credit? Not a chance. Wang Yunbua instantly recognized Xia Feng's face, his first reaction being disbelief. Hadn't Ma Jiruo said that Xia Feng was at home? How could he suddenly appear here? Meanwhile, the others hurried towards the mountain path, searching for Luo Yunyan, completely disregarding Xia Feng. Their hearts were in their throats until they finally spotted Luo Yunyan emerging from the trail, at which point they could finally breathe easy. Xiao Guoqiang's visible anger diminished significantly, and his emotions stabilized as he approached with concern. Yunyan, are you all right? Luo Yunyan looked at Xiao Guoqiang in surprise. Uncle Xiao, what brings you here? I'm fine, but please have someone check on the villagers. It seems that some are running fevers. Uncle Xiao, please ensure that the villagers are safe. Xiao Guoqiang hesitated. I should first have a doctor examine you. Your complexion doesn't look well. Oh no, please don't, Luo Yunyan insisted. Her face pale from the cold and her body trembling. Yet she resolutely shook her head. I'm young and healthy. I'll recover quickly. But there are elderly and infirm villagers. They should be prioritized. Sighing, Xiao Guoqiang regarded her with admiration. You are just like your father, my old class leader. Truly possessing the same spirit. You could shine in the provincial capital, yet you choose to take risks here. I can shine here in Zhaokai village as well. Luo Yunyan replied calmly. Moreover, I believe there is little difference between the provincial capital and the countryside. It is all for the benefit of the people. Xiao Guoqiang clicked his tongue and shook his head, choosing not to say more. He instructed the doctors he brought along to first examine the villagers and swiftly relocate and settle them. It wasn't until the villagers were confirmed to be in good health that Luo Yunyin finally relaxed. Then, as if remembering something, she looked around anxiously. Xiao Guoqiang immediately stepped forward, asking with concern, "Yunyin, is there still something amiss?" Luo Yunyin hesitated before inquiring, "Uncle Xiao, did you see the young man on the motorcycle earlier? If it weren't for him today, I would have truly been in danger." At this point, a complex expression flickered in Luo Yunyin's eyes. It was more than just danger. Xia Feng had essentially saved her life. Out of both emotion and reason, she felt compelled to repay him. Moreover, it seemed he had been led away by that fellow Wang Yunbua. Upon hearing Luo Yunyin's account, Xiao Guoqiang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Given that this young man had rendered such a significant service, it was only proper for him to express his gratitude personally. The recent torrential rain could be deemed the most substantial downpour Yungai town had experienced in years, with dilapidated buildings collapsing and calamities striking the mountain villages. Fortunately, the residents of Zhaokai village suffered no casualties, thanks to you and this young man. I hear he is also a public servant? I wonder from which department he hails. He possesses both courage and strategy, coupled with a strong sense of justice. A promising talent indeed. Listening to Xiao Guoqiang's praises, a faint smile involuntarily graced Luo Yunyin's delicate features. The two soon spotted Xia Feng's figure. At that moment, he had dismounted his motorcycle and was being pulled into a corner by Wang Yunbua. Xia Feng squinted, gazing at Wang Yunbua's loathsome visage, his heart ablaze with anger, wishing nothing more than to slap that pig-headed fool. Yet, he understood the necessity of restraint. Impulsiveness would only lead to further complications. "Xia Feng, what brings you here?" Wang Yunbua inquired with a furrowed brow, then shook his head dismissively, muttering that it was of little consequence. "Nevertheless, I must remind you, if you wish to advance in your career, when questioned about this matter later, you should say I sent you." Xia Feng raised his eyes to meet Wang Yunbua's gaze, a cold smile forming within. Did this fool intend to usurp his merits? He was acutely aware that after Wang Yunbua's ascent to the city, he had directly entered the construction bureau, ostensibly overseeing the renovation of dilapidated homes in the vicinity of Yungai town, with the recent deluge causing numerous hazardous structures to collapse. Wang Yunbua could not escape responsibility. Now, he sought to appropriate Xia Feng's accomplishments to absolve himself. Xia Feng scoffed, "I risk my life while you merely reap the benefits? By what right? Just because your face is more prominent than mine?" Wang Yunbua, incensed by Xia Feng's refusal, was barely able to contain his fury. However, recalling Xiao Guoqiang's earlier remarks, he inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and feigned a smile as he addressed Xia Feng. "Xia Feng, I remember you topped both the written and interview assessments back in the day, correct? You clearly had a bright future ahead, yet you chose to provoke the wrong people. Nearly 3 years have passed, and you remain merely a lowly clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. Don't you feel it's a pity? I can assure you, your current situation rests upon my words. With a mere utterance, I could cast you into obscurity or elevate you to great heights. I hope you do not disregard my counsel." Upon hearing these words, Xia Feng was nearly rendered speechless with indignation. Wang Yunbua's shamelessness was astounding, cloaking his abuse of power in such grandiloquent terms. Xia Feng regarded him coldly. "But what if I choose otherwise? Consider your parents' expectations, your girlfriend, and your own aspirations." Wang Yunbua retorted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding self-satisfaction. "Xia Feng, you have been at the grassroots level for nearly 3 years. This is your opportunity, and I hope you cherish it." Xia Feng fell silent, while Wang Yunbua patiently awaited his response. After a moment, Xia Feng quietly spoke. "What you mean is that if I do not agree to cede tonight's achievements to you, you will ensure that I am forever unable to rise again." Wang Yunbua nodded, and a cold smile crept across his lips. "Precisely. I will even have your superior reassign you to a remote mountain village. Don't you enjoy honing your skills at the grassroots level? I shall ensure you have a few more years of that experience. By then, your girlfriend might even leave you. I recall your girlfriend is quite attractive. You wouldn't want her to fall into someone else's hands, would you?" Xia Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes reddening. Wang Yunbo chuckled mockingly. So what will it be? You should know what to choose. Yet, in his heart, he contemplated that even if Xia Feng granted him the accolades, he would not let him off easily. Not only would he tightly control Xia Feng, but he would also manipulate Ma Zhiruo to maintain that grip. Xia Feng opened his mouth, enunciating clearly, I choose your uncle. Wang Yunbo's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Xia Feng fixed his gaze on him. I said, I choose your uncle. You are finished. Wang Yunbo was instantly enraged, trembling with fury, pointing a short, stout finger at Xia Feng, and growled, Let me tell you, Xia Feng, you are doomed. As long as I am here, you will never be promoted. You can only remain a grassroots civil servant forever. Even in death, you will die at the grassroots level. Before he could finish, a steady voice emerged from behind. Oh, Wang Yunbo, you truly possess great power, able to determine cadre promotions? Xiao Guqiang approached. His face darkened with displeasure. Is there anything you cannot decide? In Jiangning City, you truly believe you can control everything? Chapter 4. For the people awaken. Xia Feng's heart sank upon hearing Xiao Guqiang's voice. By the time the latter finished speaking, Wang Yunbo's face had turned ashen. He turned to see Xiao Guqiang accompanied by a remarkably beautiful woman standing behind him. In that instant, a grim smile crossed Wang Yunbo's face. Secretary Xiao. I was merely joking with Comrade Xia Feng. Xiao Guqiang glanced at Xia Feng, assessing him. Despite being drenched in rain and somewhat disheveled in his raincoat, Xia Feng's eyes remained resolute, carrying a hint of dignity that stirred a sense of goodwill in Xiao Guqiang. Is that so? Comrade Xia Feng. Is Director Wang jesting with you? Is he making light of your future? Wang Yunbo repeatedly signaled to Xia Feng with his eyes, laced with veiled threats. Xia Feng, however, recognized Xiao Guqiang at once, feeling a surge of excitement, knowing that his opportunity for a turnaround had arrived. Xia Feng smiled softly and replied pointedly, Secretary Xiao, I wish you were joking, but it is evident that he is not. If even matters as serious as organizational promotions and transfers can be treated as jest, then I have nothing more to say. Wang Yunbo immediately shot a glare at Xia Feng, his voice laced with anger. Xia, you haven't even let him speak. However, a slightly hoarse voice interrupted, belonging to Luo Yunya. Uncle Xiao, I believe that whether this is a jest or a serious matter, as Xia Feng has pointed out, it is not something to be trifled with. In every respect, Director Wang should extend an apology to Xia Feng. This evening, it was Xia Feng who accomplished a significant feat, had he not promptly guided the villagers of Zhaokai village away from the grain-drying field. The consequences of any casualties would have been unimaginable. Such a hero should be commended by our organization, rather than having his confidence undermined by Director Wang, who seeks to usurp his merit. Xiao Guqiang nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, I concur. Director Wang, you must apologize to Comrade Xia Feng. Wang Yunbo's face was a tumult of pale hues, reflecting his extreme discomfort. Apologizing to Xiao Guqiang or Luo Yunya held no weight for him, but to extend an apology to Xia Feng felt utterly humiliating. To him, Xia Feng was akin to a mere pest, easily crushed, yet today this pest had bitten back. Not fatal, but decidedly repulsive. Director Wang, do you harbor any dissent regarding Secretary Zhao's opinion? Luo Yunya's gentle eyes belied a hint of aggression in her words. Or do you suggest that the sanctity of our organization is non-existent? That everything is fair game for jest? With the stakes raised, Wang Yunbo, despite his reluctance, found himself compelled to apologize. He turned to Xia Feng and muttered, Comrade Xia Feng, I am sorry. Xia Feng, puzzled, glanced at Luo Yunya and shrugged. Secretary Luo, do you hear a mosquito buzzing? Luo Yunya stifled a laugh and replied earnestly, On rainy days, there tend to be more mosquitoes. Wang Yunbo, seething with fury, could only grit his teeth and declare loudly, I apologize. Comrade Xia Feng, it was inappropriate of me to jest about organizational matters. I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize to you. His words drew the attention of those around him, who looked on in astonishment at Wang Yunbo's rare display of contrition towards an apparently unremarkable young man, accustomed to wielding power and influence. Wang Yunbo was notorious for his unyielding demeanor, and witnessing his apology was a shocking spectacle for all present. The gazes directed at him only intensified his discomfort. And with a resentful glare at Xia Feng, he addressed Xiao Guoqiang. Secretary Xiao, I must attend to some trifling matters regarding the villagers' arrangements. Without waiting for further instruction, he made a hasty exit. Luo Yunya frowned and remarked, Wang Yunbua truly lacks organization and discipline. His behavior is utterly excessive. Uncle Xiao, you must keep a close watch on such individuals, lest they tarnish the reputation of our organization. Xiao Guoqiang sighed, a flicker of helplessness crossing his brow. Yet he nodded in agreement. Summer Breeze chuckled, Comrade Luo, where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. It is quite commendable that Secretary Xiao could personally come here tonight and bring them along. It is difficult for Secretary Xiao to address every matter. The management of cadres ultimately depends on one's own consciousness. Xiao Guoqiang looked at Summer Feng in surprise, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You possess a remarkable awareness, young comrade. Which unit are you from? You have achieved significant merit this time. I must report your commendation to the organization. Summer Feng replied solemnly, It is all for the people. Secretary Luo risked danger to relocate the villagers, and as a man, I certainly cannot fall behind. Secretary Xiao, I am for the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and my name is Summer Feng. Summer Feng? Xiao Guoqiang pondered for a moment upon hearing the name. Luo Yunyan added from the side, Uncle Xiao. He is the Summer Feng who topped the written examination in 1990 in Nanjiang and later went on to hone his skills at the grassroots level. However, it is rather peculiar, Summer Feng. With your abilities, why have you remained at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for 3 years? Her inquiry was not intended to belittle the cooperative, which had been a prestigious unit for decades. Yet times have changed, especially in the context of Nanjiang's focused economic development in the new era, where the cooperative has gradually begun to be marginalized. It has mostly become a stepping stone for civil servants seeking advancement or a retreat for retired personnel. Given this backdrop, Summer Feng's 3-year tenure at the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative raised suspicions in Luo Yunyan's mind. By highlighting the situation, she aimed to draw Xiao Guoqiang's attention to it. Summer Feng, however, merely smiled wryly, saying nothing more, though he was somewhat puzzled. Despite being university classmates, he hadn't seen her for several years, yet she seemed well acquainted with his circumstances. Xiao Guoqiang glanced at Luo Yunyan and then at Summer Feng, nodding, I understand now. Comrade Summer Feng, rest assured, after all the time you have spent, and with this recent achievement, the organization will not neglect you. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Summer, you should be aware that Wang Yunbua is not a significant threat, but he is entangled with considerable influences. Summer Feng nodded, understanding the implications. Although he had established a connection with Luo Yunyan and garnered Xiao Guoqiang's attention, it was a far cry from the previous life he led. However, he could not afford to be overly excited. Wang Yunbua's connections were not easily intimidated by Xiao Guoqiang. Provoking Wang Yunbua could lead to unfavorable consequences for him. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously. This, however, did not imply that Summer Feng would continue to endure the humiliations brought upon him by Wang Yunbua. Just as on this day, when Wang Yunbua attempted to usurp credit, Summer Feng ensured he publicly apologized, bringing disgrace upon him. Upon hearing Xiao Guoqiang's words, Luo Yunyan frowned. Hesitating to speak, Xiao Guoqiang smiled. Yunyan, do not worry. Summer Feng is your friend, and Uncle Xiao will certainly not allow him to suffer further grievances. With that, he turned to leave, leaving only Luo Yunyan and Summer Feng in the room. Observing the drenched sportswear on Luo Yunyan, Xia Feng swiftly located a dry raincoat to drape over her shoulders. His voice tinged with concern as he inquired, Luo Branch Secretary, are you feeling all right? Feeling the warmth of Xia Feng's large hand through the raincoat, Luo Yunyan slightly lowered her head and replied, I'm fine, really. Xia Feng, please don't call me Luo Branch Secretary. It feels rather awkward. Just like Uncle Xiao, you can call me Yunyan. Chapter 5. Taking her to the Hotel Yunyan? Xia Feng hesitated for a moment, then broke into a smile. All right. The smile on Luo Yunyan's face widened as she gently remarked, I truly owe you for tonight. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Even without me, you would certainly have managed to rescue the villagers, Xia Feng praised, giving a thumbs up to Luo Yunyan. I never expected that after graduation, you would take on the role of the village secretary here. It's truly commendable. What is there to commend? Serving the people is the same whether in the provincial capital or in a village. Luo Yunyan smiled, adding, moreover, the villagers here need me even more. The admiration in Xia Feng's eyes was sincere. With Luo Yunyan's capabilities and qualifications, she need not endure such hardships. A rapid ascent in her career was entirely feasible. At that moment, Luo Yunyan suddenly sneezed several times. Xia Feng became anxious, asking, Yunyan, are you all right? She shook her head, instinctively wrapping her coat tighter around herself, and replied with a smile, I'm fine. It's probably just the wind I encountered earlier. I didn't feel a while tense, but now that I'm relaxed, I feel a bit cold. A cup of hot water will suffice. That one tea do. You could easily fall ill like this, Xia Feng remarked, glancing around before approaching Xiao Guoqiang for the keys to his Santana. He then said to Luo Yunyan, there's a lodging nearby. Let me take you there to change your clothes. Luo Yunyan initially intended to decline, but Xia Feng had already taken hold of her wrist and led her toward the car, insisting, please don't refuse. Even if you wish to care for the villagers, you must first ensure your own well-being. If you don't take care of yourself, how can you look after the villagers affected by the disaster? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyan ceased her hesitation and got into the Santana. As she observed Xia Feng at the driver's seat, she felt the lingering warmth of a man's touch on her wrist, pondering why his hands remained so warm despite the heavy rain. A faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks as she recalled certain memories from university. Halfway through the journey, Xia Feng suddenly halted the car. Luo Yunyan jolted back to reality and asked, what are you doing? Xia Feng did not respond, but moments later, he returned to the car and drove to the nearest hotel. Are you two here to book a room? A double bedroom, perhaps? The front desk clerk inquired with a smile, noting their damp appearance. Xia Feng glanced at Luo Yunyan, who was looking down, and responded, yes, we'd like a room. 2 rooms, please. Luo Yunyan lowered her head, her lips unconsciously pressing together. The front desk clerk's expression turned apologetic as he said, I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left. Would it be acceptable for you to share? Only 1 room left? Xia Feng frowned, but before he could speak, Luo Yunyan lifted her head and said, then we'll take 1 room. We just need to change clothes after all. It's sufficient for 2 people. Though spoken lightly, Luo Yunyan dared not meet Xia Feng's gaze. The girl had expressed her thoughts, and naturally, Xia Feng refrained from further comment. After retrieving the keys, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon opening a room at the end of the corridor, he was greeted by an overwhelming wave of pink decor. Aesthetics reminiscent of the 1990s. Xia Feng remarked with a peculiar expression, this appears to be a room designed specifically for couples. While he found it rather outdated, Luo Yunyan's cheeks flushed as she hurried past him, exclaiming, I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. With that, she swiftly entered the bathroom. Xia Feng entered the room as well, sinking into the sofa for a moment of rest. The events of the evening had left him quite exhausted. As he settled into stillness, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. However, the instant his gaze fell upon the frosted glass door of the bathroom, he was instantly alert. The glass was indeed frosted, allowing a vague silhouette of Luo Yunyan's graceful figure to be discerned. She moved delicately, her curves accentuated in a most striking manner. It was astonishing to witness how, despite her usual attire of sportswear, her figure was so remarkably alluring. The sound of water cascading added to the allure, igniting his imagination. Xia Feng could not suppress a gulp, struggling to quell the rising heat within him, yet his eyes remained transfixed. Having been single for over 30 years in his previous life, now reborn into the vigor of his 20s, witnessing such a scene was nearly unbearable. Xia Feng, are you still there? At that moment, from a bathroom, Luo Yunyan's soft voice broke through, tinged with shyness and stammering eye. I didn't bring any change of clothes. Xia Feng snapped back to reality, quickly responding, I prepared some for you. It then dawned on Luo Yunyan that Xia Feng had suddenly exited the car to procure clothing for her. However, her haste in entering the bathroom had caused her to forget to take them. Now faced with a dilemma, she bit her lip and whispered, You could bring the clothes over, but you mustn't peek. Xia Feng feigned irritation. What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who would sneak a glance? I prefer to look openly, if you will. Just hurry and bring the clothes, Luo Yunyan urged once more, prompting Xia Feng to grasp the bag and carry it toward her. As he approached the bathroom door, his foot unexpectedly slipped and his hands instinctively pushed forward. The bathroom door swung open, and in an instant, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him, causing Xia Feng to tumble uncontrollably towards Luo Yunyan. She was so taken aback that she forgot to scream, watching Xia Feng fall toward her, landing squarely on top. Their eyes met, and both faces flushed with embarrassment. "Why you?" Luo Yunyan breathed, her breath slightly ragged, filled with shyness. She wished for Xia Feng to rise quickly, yet an inexplicable sensation surged within her, leaving her speechless. Xia Feng, feeling parched, swallowed hard and uttered, "Yunyan, you are truly stunning." The ambience, akin to the pink hues of the room, seemed to envelop them in a soft glow. Luo Yunyan was momentarily stunned, her face aflame with embarrassment as she slowly closed her eyes. Just then, the small phone in Xia Feng's pocket rang, breaking the enchanting moment. The two individuals swiftly regained their composure. Xia Feng immediately propped himself up, turned, and walked outside. His voice stammering, I apologize, the floor is too slippery. I'll just leave your clothes here. I didn't see anything just now." After saying this, he took the initiative to close the bathroom door. Luo Yunyan sat dazed on the floor, staring at the bag of clothes, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. A warmth enveloped her entire being, and upon glancing at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushed crimson. Strangely, she felt no sense of rejection. After a moment, she unexpectedly burst into laughter. How absurd, she thought, having touched, yet claiming to have seen nothing. Being a person of decisive and straightforward nature, she recognized that since the deed had been done, there was no point in lamenting it. However, a fleeting shadow passed across her eyes as she muttered to herself, "He seems to have a girlfriend." Meanwhile, Xia Feng, who had staggered out of the bathroom, had already answered a phone call. On the other end, Ma Zhiruo was livid. "Xia Feng, where have you been? Didn't Wang Yunbo give you a chance? Why did you refuse? Do you want to break up with me?" Chapter 6. Arranging to join the inspection team? Hearing her voice, Xia Feng's expression darkened instantly. It appeared that Wang Yunbo, having been thwarted once, was not yet disheartened and sought to manipulate him further through Ma Zhiruo. Had he not known of their collusion, he might have genuinely panicked. "Ma Zhiruo, where I go is of no concern to you. You handle your work, and I have my own matters to attend to," Xia Feng replied in a low voice. "And who is Wang Yunbo to me? Do I need his opportunity?" Ma Zhiruo seemed taken aback by Xia Feng's bold retort, momentarily speechless, before becoming even more exasperated. "Xia Feng, have you lost your mind? I have invested so much effort for our future, and you dare to speak to me like this? I must have been blind to choose you, you useless wretch. There were so many suitors, but I chose you for your kindness. And now you speak to me this way? Aren't you afraid I'll end this? And this?" Xia Feng would welcome such a turn of events. However, he understood that Ma Zhiruo, with her temperament, would not easily sever ties. After all, though she had shared a bed with Wang Yunbo, he was not a free man. He was married. Even if Ma Zhiruo and Xia Feng broke up, she could not openly pursue a relationship with Wang Yunbo. Moreover, during their relationship, she had certainly benefited from his support. Xia Feng's monthly salary was over 1,000 yuan, and more than 80% of it had been spent on her. Thus, Ma Zhiruo would never casually end their relationship. Xia Feng had no intention of letting this unscrupulous pair off lightly. Having been reborn, he resolved to make Ma Zhiruo and Wang Yunbo pay a grievous price. A direct breakup would be too lenient for Ma Zhiruo. Only a slow, torturous unraveling would suffice. "Xia Feng, I warn you, go apologize to Wang Yunbo right now, or I will never speak to you again." Ma Zhiruo uttered a remark that she felt was quite threatening, only to elicit a derisive laugh from Xia Feng. "What is Wang Yunbo, anyway? Does he expect me to apologize? Dream on, and you do whatever you please. I am no sycophant. Get lost." Following this, Xia Feng promptly hung up the phone. In this new life, did he really think I would play the sycophant? The pure-hearted warrior, in the end, could only watch as his girlfriend and the blonde-haired man came and went from the hotel, likely unable even to touch her hand. Ma Zhiruo stared wide-eyed at the small phone in her hand, trembling with rage. What did Xia Feng mean by that? A shiver ran through her as she furrowed her brow. Could it be that he discovered my relationship with Wang Yunbo? Impossible. She immediately shook her head, firmly convinced it could not be true. He lacked the intelligence for that. Moreover, knowing Xia Feng's character, even if he did find out, he would probably pretend to be oblivious, acting like a turtle retreating into its shell. Inside the hotel room, Luo Yunyan had changed her clothes and stepped out, surprised to see Xia Feng seething with anger. What happened? Why are you so furious? Noticing a hint of bitterness in her tone, she asked, "Was it a call from your girlfriend?" A cold smile flickered across Xia Feng's face as he replied, "Girlfriend? Huh, I considered her my girlfriend, but she never regarded me as a person." Luo Yunyan exclaimed in astonishment, "But I heard that you and your girlfriend were very affectionate. As soon as you got back, you confessed your feelings to her." Xia Feng cast a curious glance at Luo Yunyan, sensing that her understanding of him extended beyond their university days into his current life. However, as his gaze lingered on her, images of pristine white filled his mind, causing him to swallow hard. Diverting his eyes, he displayed a bitter smile and said, "Affectionate? In the past, I believed that my relationship with her was indeed affectionate. But I never anticipated she would turn out to be such a woman, materialistic and power-hungry, while simultaneously betraying me." Luo Yunyan was genuinely shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? She betrayed you?" "As old classmates, I share this without fear of mockery. I've been dating Ma Jiyue for nearly 3 years. And had it not been for a fortuitous encounter, I would not have believed my own eyes." With a heavy sigh, Xia Feng appeared utterly heartbroken. "I treated her so well, with sincerity and devotion, giving her everything, yet she ended up entangled with Wang Yunbo." "Wang Yunbo? The very one from earlier?" Luo Yunyan inhaled deeply, a look of pity dawning in her eyes. She had not anticipated that her once illustrious classmate would lead such a dismal life post-graduation. His girlfriend cheating with a married man, and the lover bullying Xia Feng. What a tragic turn of events. Observing Xia Feng's tightly clenched fists, Luo Yunyan inquired, "Then why don't you break up with Ma Jiyue? Are you unable to let her go?" "Unable to let her go? How could that be?" Xia Feng scoffed. "A woman like her, in my eyes, became worthless the moment she abandoned me. Nevertheless, since she enjoys her time with Wang Yunbo, I shall naturally grant her that freedom." Upon hearing those words, Luo Yunyan comprehended Xia Feng's intentions. Xia Feng glanced at Luo Yunyan and confessed, "I desire for everyone to be aware of her relationship with Wang Yunbo, to see them utterly disgraced." At this, Luo Yunyan regarded Xia Feng with a penetrating gaze. Xia Feng chuckled bitterly. "What? Do you find me quite intimidating?" "No, I believe your approach is rather commendable," Luo Yunyan replied with a smile. "Back in university, I sensed your inherent kindness, making you susceptible to bullying. It appears that after being suppressed by Wang Yunbo for the past 2 to 3 years, you have matured significantly." Xia Feng laughed in response. "Haha, your words carry a sense of maturity. I shall take a shower and change my clothes now. This time, it is your turn not to peek," he added playfully. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyan's previously calm face flushed crimson, and she glared at Xia Feng, exclaiming, "Who would want to peek at you?" As Xia Feng entered the bathroom, his eyes sparkled with unprecedented clarity. On the first day of his rebirth, he had already made all the preparations he could. With the support of Xiao Guoqiang, he should no longer need to remain at the supply and marketing cooperative. Although he was uncertain to which unit Xiao Guoqiang would transfer him, Wang Yunbo would undoubtedly seek to trouble him again, but this time, Xia Feng had no intention of enduring his antics. Any schemes Wang Yunbo concocted would be repaid 100-fold. Inside the room, Luo Yunyan gazed out at the night sky. Still shrouded in rain, her thoughts swirling. Moments later, she could no longer resist pulling out her phone to dial a number. The person on the other end seemed somewhat taken aback. "Yunyan? What prompted you to call me?" "Teacher Chi, it's like this." Luo Yunyan hesitated, lowering her voice as she divulged her thoughts. The person on the line seemed utterly astonished, asking, "Yunyan, are you certain? Is that Xia Feng truly as exceptional as you claim? Even if he has been suppressed by Wang Yunbo for a while, with Xiao Guoqiang's backing, he will eventually rise. Are you sure you want to arrange for him to join the provincial inspection team?" Chapter 7. The best is yet to come, let us go. After showering and changing into dry clothes, Xia Feng turned to Luo Yunyan, saying, "Allow me to drive you home. I shall return this car tomorrow." Luo Yunyan had already ended the call, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. The inspection team resembles the imperial envoys of ancient times, seemingly wielding great power, yet forced to tread carefully, easily offending others and inadvertently stepping into peril. Of course, if managed well, it could lead to soaring success. Luo Yunyan genuinely wished to assist Xia Feng, yet she feared that her help might inadvertently harm him. Noticing her daze, Xia Feng could not help but tease. "What? Are you reluctant to leave? Do you wish to spend the night here with me?" Luo Yunyan snapped back to reality, glaring at him. "Why have you turned so insufferable in your speech?" Xia Feng refrained from further teasing. There is a fine line between playful banter and offense. After vacating the room, the two returned to the Santana. Finally, Luo Yunyan could no longer contain her curiosity, asking Xia Feng if given a choice. "Would you prefer a stable life in the provincial city, or would you, like me, start from the grassroots in a mountain village?" The summer breeze had not yet returned, but with a casual remark, Xia Feng said, "Initially, I joined the supply and marketing cooperative voluntarily." This statement momentarily stunned Luo Yunyan, who soon grasped the underlying truth. Both he and she were fundamentally alike, sharing the same aspirations. After being suppressed by Wang Yunbo for 3 years, do you harbor resentment towards the organization? Luo Yunyan could not help but inquire. The organization is sacred. I will never hold any grievances against it. Wang Yunbo's actions are a personal matter. Xia Feng contemplated briefly before responding earnestly. I am not a magnanimous person. If given the chance, I would choose to retaliate against Wang Yunbo. However, I will never utter a word of complaint against the organization. A smile graced Luo Yunyan's lips, allowing her to finally feel at ease. After escorting her back to her residence in Yunlai town, Xia Feng drove home. The house was brightly lit. Upon unlocking the door, he found Ma Zhuo seated at the dining table, coldly regarding him. "Xia Feng, have you lost your mind?" she questioned. Xia Feng cast a glance at her and walked toward his room. "Don't create trouble where there is none. If you're too idle, feel free to continue with your work. I'm going to sleep. You can take the guest room tonight." Hearing this, Ma Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with anger. "What is your attitude? Xia Feng, what do you really want?" I must have been blind. She hurried after him, intent on continuing her tirade, only to discover that Xia Feng had locked the door behind him. Such a markedly different demeanor left her in shock, prompting her to rush to the balcony and call Wang Yunbo on her mobile phone. "Yunbo, I sense something is off with Xia Feng. He hasn't discovered our affair, has he?" she asked anxiously. Wang Yunbo, however, remained unperturbed, chuckling coldly. "He hasn't uncovered our secret. He is just getting ahead of himself. He accomplished something significant tonight, and Xiao Guoqiang has taken note of him. He thinks he can soar now. It's merely a dream. Rest assured, he has offended me, and I am not so kind as to let him off easily. It won't be long before he comes crawling back to beg for my forgiveness. And what of Xiao Guoqiang? In front of my father, he too must bow his head." Ma Zhuo sighed in relief upon hearing Wang Yunbo's assurances. Once inside his room, however, Xia Feng did not immediately succumb to sleep. Although he and Ma Zhuo shared a living space, they had always slept separately, as she claimed to be a conservative woman who could not accept premarital intimacy. Xia Feng, deeply infatuated with her, had naively believed her fabrications. Little did he know, Ma Zhuo's conservatism had led her into Wang Yunbo's embrace. The two had not only become entangled, but had indulged extravagantly. Wang Yunbo had developed a penchant for Western habits, often taking photographs during their intimate encounters. In pursuit of thrill, he frequently sent the developed photos to the residences of Xia Feng and Ma Zhuo. Moreover, he had even arranged for the leaders of the supply and marketing cooperative to assign Xia Feng overtime, seizing the opportunity to visit him. This man was truly despicable. Yet, Wang Yunbo never considered that his reckless pursuit of excitement might one day leave Xia Feng with incriminating evidence against him. Beneath the bed, in an inconspicuous little box, Xia Feng finally unearthed those photographs. Within them, Ma Zhuo and Wang Yunbo were exposed in their nakedness, indulging in unabashed revelries. The seemingly demure Ma Zhiruo posed provocatively, her audacity surpassing even that of cinematic characters. In a previous life, upon discovering these images, Xia Feng had been consumed by rage. Yet in this lifetime, upon seeing them again, he remained remarkably composed, his mind intricately weaving a tapestry of revenge against the treacherous pair. He selected several photographs of Wang Yunbo's features and placed them into an envelope. Wang Yunbo, do not rush. The real performance is yet to unfold. The following morning, as Xia Feng arose, he found steamed buns and soy milk awaiting him on the table. This peculiar sight rendered him momentarily bewildered. He glanced at Ma Zhiruo, who approached in a delicate nightgown, her smile enchanting. Xia Feng, I believe I may have overstepped last night. I owe you an apology. This breakfast is my offering to you. Xia Feng could not help but chuckle at her words. Knowing this woman as he did, he was certain she would not extend an apology without ulterior motives. But do not be too upset. My intentions are for your benefit, for our future, and your career, she asserted earnestly. You have been at the supply and marketing cooperative for nearly 3 years now. In this time, while others have moved on, you have remained here solely because you have offended Wang Yunbo. I have held no ill will towards you. I simply wish for you to seize the opportunities that come your way. Seize opportunities? Xia Feng scoffed. What opportunities? The chance to be Wang Yunbo's lackey? Matsiruo. If you enjoy being a dog, then go ahead. I have no such inclinations. With that, he ignored the breakfast entirely and made a leave. Ma Zhiruo's eyes widened in fury. Xia Feng, do not go too far. Without looking back, he retorted coldly, I am not being unreasonable after 3 years of acquaintance. Did I forget to mention that I am allergic to shrimp? Ma Zhiruo was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly darkening as she realized the implications. On the table lay shrimp-filled buns. Xia Feng, let me explain, she implored urgently. Yet, the only response was the resounding slam of the door, heavy, unyielding. Outside, Xia Feng deposited the envelope containing the photographs into a mailbox at the street corner, addressing it directly to Wang Yunbo's wife. Known for her fierce temperament, one could only speculate how she would react upon seeing these images. Wang Yunbo, do you not revel in excitement? Xia Feng mused with a wry smile. I wonder if this will suffice as a thrill. Chapter 8. The movements of Xiao Guoqiang after mailing the letter. Xia Feng purchased breakfast and hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative, arriving before 8. In those days, the cooperative was neither overwhelmingly busy nor entirely relaxed. At this early hour, only a handful of individuals gathered, engaged in idle chatter about trivial gossip and domestic affairs. Have you heard? Last night, Xia Feng managed to offend Wang Yunbo, who is utterly unyielding. Such obstinacy comes at a price. It has been 3 years, and Xia Feng has not left the supply and marketing cooperative. Does he not learn from experience? TSK. This time he is likely to be reassigned to guard the pond. What good are high exam scores if one cannot ingratiate oneself with others? I have heard that a certain leader in the city seems to hold him in high regard, but what does that matter? Wang Yunbo's father is the Secretary General of the Jiangning Municipal Office, with connections to provincial leaders. Offending Wang Yunbo means there is no way out. Upon Xia Feng's entrance, the previously fervent discussions abruptly ceased. The group cast scornful glances at him, promptly silencing themselves and returning to their own tasks, subtly isolating him. Xia Feng raised an eyebrow, not expecting the events of last night to spread so quickly. He merely refused to grant Wang Yunbo credit, and yet Wang Yunbo sought to retaliate against him overnight. Nonetheless, he believed that, come what may, a mere Wang Yunbo posed no real threat. With a dismissive attitude, Xia Feng proceeded to his workstation, diligently completing his tasks without allowing the matter to weigh on his mind. Due to Wang Yunbo's influence, he was constantly targeted within the cooperative, inundated with trivial tasks that drained his energy without enhancing his skills. After laboring for over 3 hours, Xia Feng finally finished his primary responsibilities. However, before he could take a moment's respite, a woman emerged from the director's office, bearing a mountain of documents destined for him. Xia Feng, sort these documents and deliver them to the materials department, she commanded. Xia Feng rubbed his sore wrists, furrowing his brow as he replied, Sister Wang. This task could easily be assigned to an intern. I have my own work to attend to. The woman, Wang Li, in her 40s with a sharp demeanor, immediately placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Xia Feng, what kind of attitude is that? This is a task entrusted to you by Director Huang. Do you have something more important than his directives? Director Huang specifically requested you to deliver this today. Xia Feng noticed the sidelong glances from his colleagues, who were clearly enjoying the spectacle. Sorting documents? Delivering items? This was a task unworthy of even an intern, yet Wang Li insisted he undertake it, evidently targeting him. In the past, Xia Feng might have tolerated such trivialities, but this time was different. Having been granted a second chance at life, he would no longer allow others to walk all over him. Taking a deep breath, he remained composed in his chair, coolly regarding Wang Li. What if I refuse? He asked. Refuse? Then you are being insubordinate. Wang Li, with a smirk of confidence, replied, Xia Feng, Director Huang even mentioned promoting you. If you do not value this opportunity, you might as well resign yourself to a lifetime at the supply and marketing cooperative. Xia Feng glanced at Wang Li, bemused by her underestimation of his intelligence. Well, I must sincerely thank him for that, he said coldly, a smirk creeping onto his face. Huang Haitao was promoted by Wang Yunbo, establishing a relationship akin to being cut from the same cloth. Would he elevate himself? That would be as improbable as the sun rising in the west. Wang Li narrowed her eyes, threateningly inquired, Xia Feng, will you deliver or not? As a young cadre, how can you neglect even a modicum of hardship? What do you truly consider the organization? Xia Feng was nearly amused by her audacity. Wang Li, who had entered the supply and marketing cooperative through backdoor channels, now preached about the organization and discipline as if reciting a manifesto. Truly, she was skilled at placing heavy hats on others. Simultaneously, Xia Feng became wary, sensing an ulterior motive behind her words. As Wang Yunbo appeared to be preemptively seeking to gather incriminating evidence against him in anticipation of Secretary Zhao's potential promotion of Xia Feng. The longer this dragged on, the more precarious his situation would become. Xia Feng understood well that in the realm of officialdom, nothing is ever assured. Even with Secretary Zhao's assistance in his promotion, delays could still yield unforeseen complications. Xia Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Seeing Xia Feng deep in thought, Wang Li slammed the table. Did you hear what I said? Hurry and deliver the documents. Is this your work ethic? I won't deliver. Xia Feng snapped back, returning from his contemplation with a cold glare at Wang Li, retorting with a barrage of words. Stop leveraging the organization and discipline against me. This is your affair. Assisting you is a matter of goodwill. Refusing is merely my obligation. How does this involve the organization or discipline? Do you lack limbs? Or do you presume to represent the organization? Xia Feng was unwilling to provide Wang Yunbo with any leverage to hinder his transfer, yet he would not tolerate Wang Li's petty harassment, especially her unfounded accusations. Such actions could jeopardize his record. Wang Li's expression shifted, glaring at Xia Feng. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Feng, you're increasingly unrecognizable. Director Wang offered you an opportunity yesterday, and you failed to seize it. It seems you genuinely intend to guard the reservoir. Xia Feng scoffed. Wang Li, mind your language. Can you be held accountable for your words? What do you mean by implying that Director Wang's opportunity is something I should cherish, or that I am destined to guard the reservoir? Are you suggesting that Wang Yunbo wields complete control over our system in Yunlai Town? That his word is law? Realizing she had misspoken, Wang Li's face drained of color. She stamped her foot in anger. Regardless, you know in your heart what I mean. I will ask you once more, are you going or not? Not going. Xia Feng firmly rejected. Wang Li huffed coldly. Very well, you are the one saying it. With that, she swayed her hips and entered the director's office, leaving those around her wide-eyed. Was Xia Feng truly becoming audacious? In the past, he had been a taciturn individual, rarely responding even when provoked. Today, he openly challenged Wang Li. Did he not fear that he might miss all opportunities for advancement and languish in the cooperative? Just then, Xia Feng's phone buzzed, signaling an incoming message. Comrade Xia Feng, I am Xiao Guiqiang. After thorough evaluation by the organization, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of your capabilities and can confirm your suitability for the work in the organization department. I have dispatched personnel to the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative to retrieve your records. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xia Feng's eyes. Wang Yunbua had instructed Huang Haitao to deliberately create difficulties for him, aiming to seize upon his vulnerabilities in order to delay his transfer. However, Wang Yunbua did not anticipate that Xiao Guoqiang was inherently decisive, and, with his connection to Luo Yunyan, his actions would be swifter than one could imagine. Wang Yunbua, if you wish to impede my progress, let us see who can act more swiftly. A cold smile graced Xia Feng's lips. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the City Organization Department. Turnaround. Before long, the corpulent Huang Haitao emerged from the office. Wang Li followed closely behind, casting a furtive glare at Xia Feng, exuding a sense of triumph. Huang Haitao, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses, emanated an aura of cunning and deceit, often wearing a smile tinged with coldness. This man was nothing more than a smiling tiger. He imposed stringent demands on his subordinates while being obsequious to those in higher positions. Upon exiting the office, he cast a scornful glance at Xia Feng, his smirk imbued with disdain, even adopting a sarcastic tone as he spoke. Oh, our supply and marketing cooperative has indeed produced a dragon from the depths, an officer of a mere secondary level, and yet I find myself unable to command you. What is your intention? At this, he suddenly widened his eyes, slamming his hand on Xia Feng's desk, raising his voice. Are you planning a rebellion? Or do you intend to overturn the heavens? Xia Feng, do you comprehend the consequences of delaying this project? Do you realize how many citizens will be affected by your disobedience? His words echoed with the weight of authority, reminiscent of Wang Li's grandiloquence. Huang Haitao had a penchant for grandstanding, yet when it came to action, he accomplished naught. Despite Huang Haitao's loud reprimand, Xia Feng maintained an air of tranquility. After regarding him for a moment, he retorted with mockery. Ah, Director Huang, your concern for the populace is truly heartwarming. Were it not for you, I would hardly have realized my own significance. For 3 years, I have run around for you at the cooperative, performing menial tasks, even those your accountant's sister-in-law would not undertake, and the duties your warehouse clerk neglected, all at your behest. Now, with a mere utterance, you wish to connect me with the common people? How novel! Upon hearing this, fury flashed across Huang Haitao's brow. Xia Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you insinuating that I engage in nepotism? Xia Feng shook his head, smirking. No, I am making it abundantly clear. Director Huang, how many individuals from your family have you placed within the organization over the years? Shall I enumerate them for you? Your accountant's sister-in-law, your warehouse clerk's relative, and... At this, Huang Haitao's face turned crimson, bellowing, silence. The surrounding crowd stood agape, astonished at Xia Feng's audacity. While these matters were not entirely secret, they were certainly not meant for public discourse. If such revelations were to circulate, Huang Haitao would face disciplinary investigation from the party. The summer breeze has utterly torn the facade, signaling a direct confrontation with Huang Haitao. The flesh on Huang Haitao's face quivered with palpable rage at Summer Feng's words as he solemnly declared, You truly possess no sense of decorum whatsoever. Go to the village and do not let me lay eyes on you. Immediately, at once. A village assignment? What difference does it make from guarding the reservoir? The pretense has been cast aside, and it is glaringly evident that the intention is to target Summer Feng. Huang Haitao's gaze turned frigid. He had received a message from Wang Yunbua the previous night, instructing him to employ any means necessary to detain Summer Feng. It was imperative to delay him until Wang could leverage his connections to resolve issues with Xiao Guoqiang. Huang Haitao had initially hesitated to send Summer Feng to the village directly, as it would be too overt and would provide fodder for gossip within the organization. Yet, how could he tolerate Summer Feng's audacity? Did he truly believe Huang Haitao to be a mere plaything? Furrowing his brow, Summer Feng questioned, by what right? Internally, he mused. This is a strategy aimed at cutting off the firewood. These days are not like those of 30 years past. Transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. To be sent to the village means that any notifications would take several days to arrive. In those days, Wang Yunhua would have ample opportunity to maneuver. Huh? By what right? Solely because of your habitual lack of discipline and inadequate capabilities, which necessitate training, Huang Haitao retorted, jabbing a finger at Summer Feng's nose. By virtue of my position as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, I command you to go to the village, and you shall comply. Suddenly, the door of the cooperative creaked open, and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses entered. Excuse me, which one of you is Comrade Summer Feng? The man, holding a file, surveyed the crowd and continued, I am Zhang Dongliang from the Municipal Organization Department, sent by Secretary Xiao to inform Comrade Summer Feng about his transfer. The Municipal Organization Department. Secretary Xiao. Upon hearing this, every individual in the cooperative turned their gaze, and Huang Haitao's voice was abruptly silenced. Eyes widened in disbelief, as the assembled witnessed the unexpected turn of events. Hadn't Summer Feng offended Wang Yunhua? How had he managed to establish a connection with the secretary of the Jiangning City Committee? Most importantly, he was to be transferred. After 3 years of suppression by Wang Yunhua, Summer Feng was on the verge of being dispatched to a village, only to now receive a transfer. Moreover, the fact that a representative from the Municipal Organization Department had personally come forth indicated that Summer Feng was likely to be assigned directly to the city. In an instant, he was poised to ascend to an unattainable status among them. In that moment, the expressions of all present transformed dramatically. As Zhang Dongliang approached, Huang Haitao felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it truly be happening so soon? Hadn't Wang Yunhua stated it would take at least a few days? How could it be that Summer Feng had just met Xiao Guoqiang last night, and now he was being arranged for a transfer? Comrade Zhang Dongliang, hello. I am Summer Feng. Summer Feng promptly rose and advanced towards the middle-aged man, a colleague pulling aside a chair to clear his path. This scene elicited a broad smile from Summer Feng, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After enduring 3 years of suppression at the cooperative, he was finally on the brink of redemption, and this was merely the beginning. However, before Xia Feng could approach the middle-aged man, Huang Haitao had already stepped in front of him and said, Comrade Zhang Dongliang, I believe there may be some unresolved issues here. Xia Feng is one of our supply and marketing cooperative's personnel. He is being reassigned, yet we have not received any notification from our unit. Zhang Dongliang, maintaining a calm demeanor, adjusted his glasses and replied, This is a special transfer authorized by Secretary Xiao. I have come to escort him away. I will notify you once I arrive. If you have any questions, I can call Secretary Xiao and have him explain. To have Secretary Xiao explain himself? Huang Haitao dare not. At that moment, his face turned pale, and he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No need, no need. Why not? Xia Feng was not inclined to let him off easily, smiling as he said, Didn't Director Huang just mention that I need to gain experience and suggested I go to the village? Now that Secretary Xiao intends to transfer me away, it is only reasonable that he provides you with an explanation. Otherwise, according to Director Huang's words, my absence would surely affect the entire Yunlai town. Hearing Xia Feng's sarcastic remarks, Huang Haitao felt his teeth grind in frustration. In front of so many people, Xia Feng's deliberate mention of village work was nothing short of a slap in his face. However, before Zhang Dongliang, Huang Haitao could not express his anger and could only force a smile while gritting his teeth, saying, Xia Feng, it seems I have truly underestimated you. Since Secretary Xiao has intervened on your behalf, I can only wish you a bright future. When he uttered the words bright future, he almost felt his teeth shatter. Xia Feng, with a serious demeanor, thanked him. Thank you, Director Huang. I will certainly not let you down. Also, please convey today's events to Director Huang for me. Such a fortunate occurrence deserves to be shared. Chapter 10. Ascending to new heights, transferred to the organization department, Xia Feng led Zhang Dongliang to the conference room, leaving Huang Haitao, whose complexion had turned ashen, standing in place, his eyebrows twitching in anger. Ever since Huang Haitao had assumed the role of director of the supply and marketing cooperative, no one had dared to humiliate him in such a manner. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was no wonder Xia Feng had been so audacious today. He had indeed found a powerful backing and ascended directly to the city's organization department. In terms of hierarchical advancement, Xia Feng's promotion might not seem substantial. However, the difference between a county supply and marketing cooperative and the city organization department was indeed vast. More importantly, it signified the complete failure of Wang Yunhua's previous attempts to suppress Xia Feng. It was entirely possible that Xia Feng would eventually seek revenge against Wang Yunhua. What are you all staring at? What is there to see? Huang Haitao, watching their expressions, felt a surge of anger rising within him and bellowed, "Get back to work. Look at yourselves. Where is your sense of discipline? Do you all wish to go to the village as well?" The crowd shrank back, each retreating to their respective posts, aware that Huang Haitao was in a foul mood and dared not provoke him. The more Huang Haitao thought about it after returning to his office, the angrier he became. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he promptly dialed Wang Yunhua's number. However, when Wang Yunhua answered the call, the somber expression on his face immediately dissipated, transforming into a sycophantic smile. "Yunhua, it's me, your senior Huang." On the other end of the line, Wang Yunhua, believing that Huang Haitao was calling to congratulate him, instantly laughed. "Director Huang, did you call to inform me that the pest has been expelled?" "Oh, Yunhua, I feel quite guilty towards you," Huang Haitao lamented, not shirking responsibility. "I had your concerns in mind, and when that rascal Xia Feng arrived today, I intended to have a serious talk with him. But guess what? Xia Feng truly had the audacity to verbally assault the female colleagues in our unit and even slammed the table in front of me, his direct superior. Such a lack of discipline and organization. I had originally intended it for his own good, thinking of sending him to the countryside to bolster his resolve. Yet, emboldened by his connection to Secretary Xiao, he had Zhang Dongliang from Municipal Organization Department come to the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative and humiliate me in front of so many people. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunhua's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by surprise. "So soon? Zhang Dongliang has come from the city?" Huang Haitao feigned helplessness. "Indeed. They say it was Secretary Xiao who specially approved the transfer, bringing him along first and reporting afterward. What kind of situation is this? If everyone were as reckless as Xia Feng, how could I possibly carry out my work?" Huang Haitao, a seasoned tactician, spoke with an air of invulnerability. Even if someone recorded the conversation, they would find no incriminating evidence, only accusations against Xia Feng regarding his lack of organizational conduct. Yet, Wang Yunhua discerned the underlying message. Huang Haitao was urging him to leverage his connections swiftly, ensuring that Xia Feng did not escape the supply and marketing cooperative unscathed. "Director Huang, rest assured, I will convey your concerns to the municipal committee thoroughly," Wang Yunhua assured him. However, once he hung up the phone, his expression quickly turned grim, with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Was Xiao Guoqiang's action truly that swift? It appeared he genuinely harbored ambitions for the position of the province's political office secretary, seeking to curry favor with Luo Yunyan and secure her father's support. Xia Feng, it seemed, had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Pondering for a moment, Wang Yunhua dialed his father's number. "Dad, it's me, Yunhua. Yes, there are movements from Xiao Guoqiang. He intends to ingratiate himself with Secretary Luo's daughter, Luo Yunyan, by assisting Xia Feng's transfer from the supply and marketing cooperative." "Understood, Dad. I will absolutely not allow Xiao Guoqiang to succeed. Xia Feng will not leave the supply and marketing cooperative in Yunlai Town." In the conference room of the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhang Dongliang placed the file he held on the table, then retrieved another document from his briefcase and handed it to Xia Feng with a slight smile. "Comrade Xia Feng, this pertains to your transfer from the Municipal Organization Department. Please take a look, and if you have any objections, feel free to discuss them with me directly." Xia Feng glanced over the document, finding no issues. After all, it was Xiao Guoqiang himself who had personally designated him for the Municipal Organization Department, with Zhang Dongliang making a special trip for this matter. If any problems were to arise, it would be tantamount to slapping Xiao Guoqiang in the face. Merely gazing at the transfer order, Xia Feng hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Is Secretary Xiao directing me to assume a position in the Municipal Organization Department? Is this leap not rather excessive? Will it provide fodder for gossip?" "Comrade Xia Feng," Zhang Dongliang reassured him, "you need not concern yourself with this matter. Although this situation has been specially authorized by Secretary Xiao for our handling, your capabilities have been duly recognized by the organization, and all procedures are being followed appropriately. With a gentle push of his glasses, he added, "At most, we have merely expedited the timeline." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded appreciatively. "That is good to know. Thank you, Comrade Dongliang." His primary concern had been the potential complications in the process, which could have provided Wang Yunbo with an opportunity to create trouble for him. Once everything was confirmed, Zhang Dongliang put away the documents, stood up, and extended his hand to Xia Feng. "Comrade Xia Feng, having grounded yourself in the grassroots for 3 years, you possess both the capability and enthusiasm. The Municipal Organization Department is in dire need of young cadres like you. On behalf of the Jiangning Municipal Organization Department, I warmly welcome you." Xia Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shook hands with Zhang Dongliang and declared, "All for the service of the people. All for the service of the people." After Zhang Dongliang departed, Xia Feng stepped out of the conference room, feeling invigorated. The colleagues who had intended to isolate him that morning approached him with congratulations upon seeing him emerge. "Xia Feng, I knew from the start that your youth would be an asset. You would not remain in the supply and marketing cooperative forever. Once you enter the Municipal Organization Department, do keep an eye on us. Haha, I could see it long ago. You're like a pearl covered in dust. Once the sedimentation is complete, you will shine brilliantly. Do you remember, Xia Feng? 3 years ago, when you first joined the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I was the one who guided you. Even then, I recognized your potential." Observing the insincere flattery on their faces, Xia Feng chuckled softly and waved his hand, choosing not to say much. Such is human nature. When one is in the spotlight, they are showered with praise. In times of hardship, they are left unattended. However, as he approached Wang Li's workstation, he paused, glancing over. Wang Li appeared somewhat pale. Upon seeing Xia Feng, she trembled slightly and forced a sycophantic smile. Yes, Xia Feng. About this morning's incident, it was all a misunderstanding." Wang Li, with a strained smile, hesitated briefly before retrieving an envelope from her drawer and thrusting it into Xia Feng's hands. "Please do not take it to heart." Xia Feng squeezed the envelope, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 11. A Formal Counterattack. Reporting to the Provincial Inspection Team. "Ah, Sister Wang, you are quite generous. Aren't you? This must be worth 1,000 yuan." Xia Feng remarked with a feigned admiration, observing Wang Li's obsequious demeanor. 1,000 yuan just given away. That's equivalent to 3 months' salary for me. It seems Sister Wang has had quite a prosperous time lately. While the Supply and Marketing Cooperative may not be a government institution, it holds enough significance in Yunlai town for the common folk to curry favor. As Huang Haitao's secretary, Wang Li was no stranger to receiving benefits. "Xia Feng, this is merely a token of my sincerity. Please do not refuse it," she said, her forced smile still plastered on her face. "All past grievances are forgotten. Let's start anew." A fleeting shadow of pain crossed her eyes as she spoke. She sought to benefit the common folk, yet they were merely farmers, bereft of substantial wealth. This sum of 1,000 yuan required her to collect red envelopes from 3 or 4 individuals. Having now given it to Xia Feng, she felt the sting of loss. Suddenly, Xia Feng's demeanor shifted. He hurled a red envelope directly at her face, declaring with conviction, "Wang Li, how do you perceive me? I have only just been reassigned, and you present me with a bribe. Are you attempting to insult me or the organization?" Wang Li was left bewildered, her eyes wide in disbelief as the pain from the envelope striking her cheek was painfully vivid. "Why you?" she stammered, pointing at Xia Feng, her body trembling with anger. Not only did Xia Feng refuse the bribe, but he also had the audacity to throw it back at her, raising his voice for all to hear. Onlookers turned their heads, whispering and pointing. Just moments ago, Wang Li had been making things difficult for Xia Feng, and now she was offering him a bribe. Wasn't that self-deprecating? Xia Feng was not an easy opponent. No mere red envelope could sway him. Xia Feng fixed his gaze upon Wang Li and coldly stated, "What do you mean by that? Comrade Wang Li, given your attempt to offer me a gift, I have grounds to suspect your integrity. I intend to report this matter to the organization for inspection." "No, please," Wang Li nearly shouted. She had initially secured her position at the supply and marketing cooperative through dubious means. If her attempt to bribe were reported, it could be labeled as corruption, potentially jeopardizing her political future. Desperation clawed at her as she grasped Xia Feng's sleeve, her smile more akin to a grimace. Xia Feng, I acknowledge my mistake. I truly understand my error. I beg you to spare me this once, just this once. I will kneel before you. Would that suffice? As she spoke, before the gathered crowd, Wang Li bent her knees, preparing to kneel before Xia Feng. Her husband was a compulsive gambler, and although her children were in school, they were known troublemakers. This job was the lifeblood of her family. With Xia Feng threatening her livelihood, panic set in. Xia Feng waved his hand dismissively, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Spare me the theatrics. Initially, he had been taken aback by Wang Li's foolishness. How could she so brazenly offer a bribe in public? Essentially handing him leverage? Xia Feng, I have elderly dependents and young children. I truly cannot afford to lose this job. Wang Li's tears began to flow. Xia Feng regarded her with a frosty glare, his lips curling in derision. Now you recognize your responsibilities? Yet when you were accepting bribes and engaging in misconduct, how come that didn't cross your mind? Wang Li, this red envelope was delivered straight into my hands. With a pale countenance, Wang Li gritted her teeth and, against all odds, knelt before him. The crowd's expressions shifted. The same woman who had once been so arrogant towards Xia Feng now appeared utterly pitiable. Truly, it was a testament to the adage that those who invoke pity often harbor their own faults. Xia Feng, I bow to you. Please let me off this time. Yet, Xia Feng paid her no mind, choosing instead to gather his belongings and depart. Whether or not he would show her mercy was a matter for the inspectors to deliberate. In their previous encounters, Wang Li had not hesitated to make life difficult for Xia Feng. Even when Xia Feng was wrongfully imprisoned, Wang Li stood up to testify against him, claiming that he had harassed her at work. Now, as he begins anew, how could Xia Feng simply let her off the hook? He demands that those who have humiliated him in his past pay a bloody price. Wang Li is merely the beginning. After Xia Feng departed, Wang Li unsteadily rose to her feet, glancing around with an expression of utter helplessness. She realized that her fate was sealed. In her current state, Wang Li felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Why did she send Xia Feng a red envelope? This man operates outside the bounds of convention. Huang Haitao emerged, observing her disheveled demeanor, and furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Wang Li, in a panic, replied. Isn't Xia Feng just being reassigned to the municipal organization department? Why are you so anxious? Rest assured, he won't stir up any trouble. Wang Li hesitated, but Director Huang Haitao, exuding an air of calm confidence, scoffed. I know he's feeling a bit too elevated right now, but don't worry. He won't be reckless for long. The municipal organization department? So what if Xiao Guoqiang has given him a special favor? We are not without our own influences. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Huang Haitao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt as if she had been invigorated by some magical elixir. Director, are you suggesting that there may still be variables regarding Xia Feng's reassignment? Huang Haitao's lips curved into a slight smile. I wouldn't know about that. But judging by his expression, it is clear that Huang Haitao and Wang Yunbo, who stands behind him, must have devised another plan. As long as Xia Feng does not enter the municipal organization department, even if my sending and receiving red envelopes is reported, it can be easily suppressed. Cursing Xia Feng for making her lose face in front of so many people, Wang Li gritted her teeth. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Xia Feng intended to head straight to the municipal organization department to report in. However, just as the Santana roared to life, his pager buzzed with an incoming call. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Xia Feng asked, puzzled. A melodious female voice replied, though it seemed to be suppressing something. My name is Yi Shuqin. Xia Feng searched his memory. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't immediately place it. I am Xia Feng. May I ask what business you have with me? After a brief silence, Yi Shuqin said, Qingyin Tea House, 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will be waiting for you. Xia Feng was even more perplexed. Who exactly are you? This is so random. Why would I seek you out? Xia Feng, weren't you the one who sent me a letter this morning? Yi Shuqin's voice sounded somewhat heavy. Aren't you looking to take revenge on Wang Yunbua and Ma Zhiruo? If you come, I can assist you. With that, she hung up, leaving Xia Feng momentarily stunned. This woman was, in fact, Wang Yunbua's wife. Chapter 12. Wang Yunbua's enchanting wife Xia Feng never expected that the letter he sent in the morning would reach Yi Shuqin before noon, and that she would already know it was from him. However, considering the distinguished background of the other party, it is conceivable that there may be acquaintances within the postal system, which brings a sense of relief. Nevertheless, Yi Shuqin's reaction left Xia Feng utterly astonished. He had initially assumed that upon seeing those photographs, Yi Shuqin would certainly confront Wang Yunbua, especially since it was common knowledge that Wang Yunbua had a formidable mother-in-law. To his surprise, Yi Shuqin did not seek out Wang Yunbua, but instead came straight to Xia Feng. What was the meaning of this? After pondering for a moment, Xia Feng decided to visit the tea house mentioned by Yi Shuqin, as it was located in the city. He registered at the city organization department and then proceeded to the tea house. Theoretically, after a transfer, there would be a few days of leave. But Xia Feng chose not to rest, wanting to avoid giving Wang Yunbua any opportunity. Thus, he commenced his duties that very day. Seated at a window-side table on the second floor of the tea house, Xia Feng gazed at the cityscape reminiscent of the 1990s. Over 3 decades later, Jiangning City had transformed into a metropolis, adorned with towering skyscrapers and vibrant projections, with light pollution rendering the night sky a hazy blue. Presently, while Jiangning was somewhat better off compared to other domestic cities, it still bore a sense of dilapidation. Buildings from decades past dotted the landscape, and remnants of architecture from the last century lingered, shrouded in a grayish haze, with litter scattered across the ground. It was often said that the 20th century was characterized by simple folk customs and clean streets. Yet Xia Feng knew such sentiments were misguided. Why had Jiangning become a metropolis over 30 years later? How had Nanjing evolved into an economic powerhouse? How had Huawu risen to lead the world? Such progress was the result of the relentless efforts of the present generation. Contemplating this, Xia Feng felt a flicker of excitement. And as he swept his gaze across the room, he noticed a voluptuous woman in white ascending the stairs, instantly captivating his attention. Her lightly made-up features exuded an exquisite allure, particularly accentuated by her gold-rimmed glasses, which enhanced her graceful demeanor. Her curvaceous figure was barely concealed by her loose-fitting attire, the top seemingly on the verge of bursting. The woman scanned her surroundings before approaching Xia Feng, pulling out the chair opposite him and taking a seat. "Are you Xia Feng?" she inquired, her gaze appraising him. Coming to his senses, Xia Feng responded with a perplexed expression. "You are Yi Shuqin, Wang Yunbua's wife?" Observing Yi Shuqin nod slowly, Xia Feng struggled to contain his astonishment. Was Wang Yunbua truly out of his mind? With a beautiful wife at home, he still sought affairs elsewhere. Judging solely by appearance, Yi Shuqin eclipsed Ma Zhiruo by at least 2 tiers, and in terms of demeanor, she could easily overshadow Ma Zhiruo. Yet, Wang Yunbua, in such circumstances, chose infidelity. Xia Feng's expression grew increasingly strange. Meanwhile, Yi Shuqin disregarded the surprise in his gaze, producing a document and stating directly, "Xia Feng, this morning, Secretary Xiao authorized your transfer from the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative to the City Organization Department, correct?" Xia Feng, regaining his composure, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, prior to this, you had incurred the wrath of Wang Yunbua, who suppressed you for 3 years. Despite your exceptional performance in both the written and interview assessments upon your ascent, which should have promised a bright future, you found yourself languishing in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Was this unjust?" Xia Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ms. Yi, what are you trying to convey?" Yi Shuqin passed the document to Xia Feng and replied coolly, "Once you are reassigned, your first instinct will undoubtedly be to seek revenge, whether against Wang Yunbua or those who once aided him in tormenting you. However, do you truly believe that your reassignment is secure?" Upon hearing this, Xia Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Could there be further complications regarding this reassignment? His file had already been taken by Zhang Dongliang and entered into the archives of the Municipal Organization Department. Yet, as he opened the document in his hands, his expression shifted dramatically. The document explicitly stated that Xia Feng's reassignment needed to be halted and subjected to an investigation by the supervisory team regarding the entire process, with particular emphasis on probing any potential financial misconduct between him and Xiao Guoqiang. Absurd. Xia Feng closed the document, unable to restrain his outburst. I only met Secretary Xiao for the first time last night. How could there be any financial dealings? He was about to elaborate on his significant contributions during the torrential rain rescue efforts when he suddenly grasped the implications, his voice trailing off and his demeanor changing. Yi Shuqin lowered her gaze, her voice still melodious. Financial misconduct does not require tangible evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. Whether or not you and Secretary Xiao have any issues is irrelevant. What matters is that once this document is issued, you will be subjected to an investigation. Secretary Xiao certainly has his means to clear his name, and you likely won't encounter much trouble. However, the question remains, how long can this reassignment be delayed? 3 days? 5 days? 3 months? 5 months? Pausing, Yi Shuqin raised her head to meet Xia Feng's gaze, her tone resolute. Do you believe it will take that long? It could all be orchestrated in just 1 day by Wang Yunbo. He can transfer you directly out of Jiangning City, perhaps even prevent your return to Yunlai Town. Xia Feng, do you intend to remain in some remote village for 20 years? Will you watch your ambitions crumble to dust? Xia Feng's expression turned grim as he contemplated the document. He keenly realized that this situation was not merely directed at him. It was primarily aimed at Xiao Guoqiang. This was a power struggle, and he was merely a pawn in the game between two factions. After a lengthy silence, Xia Feng set aside the document and calmly asked Yi Shuqin, "What is your purpose in seeking me out?" Yi Shuqin smiled faintly. "You sent me the photographs. Presumably to exact revenge on Wang Yunbo and Ma Zhiruo, correct? Ma Zhiruo is merely your girlfriend, and you harbor such resentment for her infidelity. Wang Yunbo, however, is my husband, and I despise him even more than you do. Thus, I wish to aid you in escaping the supply and marketing cooperative and help you establish yourself within the municipal organization department." In Yi Shuqin's tranquil gaze, a glimmer of madness surfaced as she declared, "I want all his schemes to come to naught. I aim to destroy everything he has built." Taking a deep breath, she suddenly reached out and grasped Xia Feng's hand. "Furthermore, he has been involved with your woman." Yi Shuqin's gaze was fixed intently on Xia Feng, her glasses slightly askew, when suddenly she broke into a smile. "Do you not wish to take a chance with his woman?" Gulp. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng's heartbeat quickened in an instant. Despite Yi Shuqin's calm demeanor and strategic composure while speaking, the moment she grasped Xia Feng's hand, the contrast of her allure became overwhelmingly palpable. An irresistible charm enveloped him. Xia Feng struggled to maintain his composure. "Ms. Yi, please remain calm." Chapter 13. The inspection team I was merely jesting. In the next moment, Yi Shuqin withdrew her hand, her expression returning to normal as if the previous exchange had been nothing more than a playful banter. Xia Feng regained his senses, feeling as if the warmth of her touch lingered on his skin. Yi Shuqin adjusted her glasses and glanced out the window. "In any case, I have conveyed what needed to be said. Xia Feng, now it is your turn to make a decision." After a brief silence, he replied slowly, "What is it that you require of me?" "Very simple, just obey." Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Shuqin declared, "As long as you comply, I can assist you, not merely within the municipal organization, but even in the municipal office, the party committee. If you are willing to heed my words, I can facilitate your ascent to the point where you may one day stand atop Wang Yunbo. However, you must obey. There must be no defiance." At this point, Xia Feng finally comprehended why Wang Yunbo preferred to indulge in extramarital affairs rather than harmonize with Yi Shuqin at home. She was simply too domineering. Though Yi Shuqin spoke in a calm tone, seemingly devoid of aggression, her inherent authority was unyielding. In ancient times, she would not merely be a Wuzetian, but perhaps an esteemed Shangwanwaner. Xia Feng grasped the document, murmuring, "I need to contemplate this carefully." Yi Shuqin nodded. "That is acceptable, but I require your response by tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be unable to prevent this document from being enacted." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng couldn't help but steal another glance at Yi Shuqin. This was a directive issued by the municipal office. What manner of person was Yi Shuqin to assert such control? Nevertheless, he dismissed further contemplation and left the tea house. Yi Shuqin remained, quietly observing the bustling crowd outside until she saw Xia Feng exit the tea house and enter a nearby Santana. Yi Shuqin looked at the hand that had just grasped Xia Feng's wrist, her gaze slightly lowered. Is that truly what captivates men? After departing the tea house, Xia Feng's expression darkened significantly, his heart ablaze with fury. He had believed that saving Luo Yunyun, with the assistance of Xiao Guiqiang, would liberate him from the county supply and marketing cooperative and from Wang Yun's oppression. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself a pawn in a power struggle. The future remained uncertain, beyond his control. In this second life, Xia Feng initially thought that adhering to the established order would undoubtedly lead to his grand ambitions. Emir Wang Yunbo could not suppress him. However, the intricacies of power struggles proved too convoluted, teaching him the meaning of treading on thin ice. Even in his rebirth, a single misstep could plunge him into the abyss, leaving him forever unable to rise again. Once aboard the vehicle, the summer breeze lingered, and thoughts of the document given to him by Yi Shuqin darkened Xia Feng's expression. After a brief moment, he shook his head and drove towards the Public Security Bureau, retrieving his motorcycle. The Honda glided along the roads that connected urban and rural areas, the post-rain wind carrying the earthy scent. Xia Feng's mood gradually settled. Regardless of the circumstances, a solution would inevitably present itself. Since Wang Yunbo had made his move, he was determined to seek an opportunity to retaliate. With these thoughts, Xia Feng arrived at his residence and was taken aback to find a red flag vehicle parked below, adorned with a provincial license plate, an emblem of significant figures from the provincial capital. A shiver ran through him as he glanced at the dilapidated old building he called home, bemused as he had never heard of any notable individuals residing there. Just as he parked his motorcycle, a figure emerged from the passenger seat. It was a young man with striking brows and bright eyes, holding a red-headed document. Upon spotting Xia Feng, he approached him promptly. "Greetings. Are you Comrade Xia Feng?" Still somewhat bewildered, Xia Feng nodded. "I am." The young man handed him the red-headed document and stated solemnly, according to the provincial government office's inspection, Comrade Xia Feng possesses a strong sense of justice and a deep-seated aversion to evil, along with commendable abilities, making him suitable for the provincial inspection team. Therefore, by the authorization of the Provincial Organization Department, regardless of the position Comrade Xia Feng holds in any unit, he shall be transferred to the provincial inspection team. This is a directive from the provincial government office. Please review it. Hearing this, Xia Feng felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in his mind, leaving him to a daze. The provincial inspection team? The incredulity washed over him as he recalled the words spoken by Luo Yingyan the previous night, leading him to a bold inference. This was indeed the genuine assistance Luo Yunyan had offered, not the organization department, but the inspection team. Meanwhile, the city organization department's involvement was likely just Xiao Guiqiang's intent. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. On one hand, the exhilaration of joining the provincial inspection team surged through him. This was a body with the authority to inspect any unit and oversee any decision. Particularly, the direct inspection team of the provincial party committee wielded power akin to that of an imperial envoy. Should they uncover instances of corruption among officials, they could directly report to the provincial department, executing immediate actions. The magnitude of this power was unfathomable. Conversely, he was astonished that Luo Yunyan had directly orchestrated his placement here. The young man smiled and nodded, addressing Xia Feng. "Indeed, welcome to the South Jiang Province Inspection Team. Comrade Xia Feng, I hope you will diligently fulfill your responsibilities in supervising officials and ensuring organizational discipline for the people." Xia Feng immediately bowed earnestly. "I will certainly not disappoint the organization's expectations." The young man nodded approvingly, adding with a smile, "Be sure to celebrate this significant occasion with your family. It is indeed a momentous event." With that, he turned and re-entered the red flag vehicle. As the young man settled back into the car, laughter erupted from the back seat. Is this the young man that Yunyan has taken a liking to? He certainly has a spirited appearance. Xiao Feng, You must keep a vigilant watch. Should any issues arise, be sure to report to me without delay." The young man immediately nodded, almost saluting, his hand raised halfway before he let it drop. "Yes, Director." In the back seat sat Qi Guangwei, who had just been appointed as the head of the Provincial Public Security Department after transferring from the provincial government office. Yesterday's phone call from Luo Yunyan was directed to him. Qi Guangwei's gaze swept over Xia Feng, whose expression shifted from joy to composure, and he nodded approvingly. "Your self-control is commendable. Let us proceed back to the provincial capital." The young man, referred to as Xiaolin, hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Aren't we going to meet Miss Luo?" Qi Guangwei chuckled softly and shook his head. "There's no need to meet. Having just transitioned to the Provincial Public Security Department, it would be unwise to pay a visit to old Luo's daughter. It might invite unwarranted criticism. However, you might consider having a chat with Wang Wukai later, to inquire if he is indeed so eager for that position in the provincial government office. Wang Wukai is the father of Wang Yunbua, while Qi Guangwei is the supporter behind Xiao Guoqiang. Chapter 14. The counterattack begins upon returning home and closing the door. Xia Feng could hardly contain his excitement. This was the provincial inspection team. In his previous life, he had heard of it. During this period, the provincial committee issued a document mandating a thorough inspection of the entire Nanjing region, leading to the establishment of a provincial inspection team. Members of the provincial inspection team would be selected from various locations and units within Nanjing. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this team, those chosen would retain their original positions while wielding significant authority over personnel matters. In simpler terms, if Xia Feng's current file is with the Jiangning City Organization Department, and he is serving in that department, being selected as a member of the provincial inspection team would not affect his original unit. In fact, each member entering the inspection team would remain unchanged in their original unit during their tenure, thus allowing Xia Feng to effectively hold dual roles. Unless the provincial committee directly issued a document revoking his status as a member of the provincial inspection team, no one could remove him from his position. In 1998, the provincial inspection team in Nanjing was extraordinarily unique. Rather than merely a position, it was akin to holding a sword of authority. In his previous life, Xia Feng was merely a small civil servant at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative until he was framed by Wang Yunbua and Ma Zhuo, leading to his imprisonment. He had never possessed the qualifications to engage with the provincial inspection team. Yet in this life, having merely saved Luo Yunyan, he was bestowed with an immense surprise. Reflecting on this, Xia Feng promptly picked up his phone and dialed Luo Yunyan's number. Yunyan. It seemed that Luo Yunyan had anticipated his call. As she responded with a light laugh, "The document for the provincial inspection team has been issued, hasn't it?" Xia Feng replied with a smile. "Indeed. It is quite a delightful surprise. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." Luo Yunyan responded with a smile. "Why thank me? This is what you deserve." The provincial committee is set to establish a supervisory group, seeking individuals who are capable, ambitious, and possess the courage to stand against tyranny. You are an excellent choice. I merely facilitated your introduction. However, Xia Feng was acutely aware that had it not been for Luo Yunyan's prior intervention, he might never have had the opportunity to join this provincial supervisory group. "Yunyan, regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed assisted me," Xia Feng expressed earnestly. Luo Yunyan's laughter rang like silver bells, enchanting and melodious, as she replied, "Perfect. In a few days, I will be reporting to the city. You must treat me to a meal then." Xia Feng immediately acquiesced. "One meal is hardly sufficient. From now on, whenever you wish to dine with me, it shall be my treat." Luo Yunyan teased. "If one meal isn't enough, shall I then dine with you for a lifetime?" Of course, Xia Feng blurted out, only to realize the impropriety of his words. He cleared his throat. "A lifetime would not suffice. For your immense kindness, I must treat you for 3 lifetimes. Such flattery. I must return to work." Luo Yunyan, slightly flustered, ended the call. Xia Feng stared at the phone for a moment, his mind involuntarily drifting to the enchanting scene of their embrace in the hotel bathroom. Suppressing his restless thoughts, he turned his gaze to the red-headed document, a smile gracing his lips. In his study, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down the name Wang Yunbua. Wang Yunbua. Do you still wish to leverage connections to bring me back from the city's organization department? Do you intend to expel me from Jiangning? Even banish me from Yunlai town? Xia Feng scoffed. You no longer possess that privilege. Moreover, it is now my turn to retaliate. The role of the provincial supervisory group is to oversee and inspect officials, investigating whether there are illicit exchanges of power and wealth or corrupt practices. Once someone is placed under investigation, they must undergo thorough scrutiny. Xia Feng felt his blood boiling. Even in this rebirth, he had been exceedingly passive, merely existing as a pawn. But now, as a member of the provincial supervisory group, he had effectively stepped out of the power struggle between Wang Guokai and Xiao Guoqiang, gaining his own space to maneuver. His first target for investigation would be Wang Yunhua. It was not merely a desire for personal vengeance. This individual was indeed unclean. His father, Wang Guokai, served as the Secretary General of the municipal office, holding significant influence, yet projecting an image of integrity and incorruptibility to the public. However, behind this facade of virtue lay a multitude of Wang's faction emerging within the cadre of Jiangning over the years. Upon entering the gates of the municipal party committee, one would encounter not only Wang Guotsai's disciples, but also his associates. All of this was facilitated by Wang Yunhua, acting as a white glove to exploit the advantages conferred by his father's status. Despite Wang Yunhua's audacious demeanor and overbearing behavior, he operated with remarkable cunning, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. Even with the identity of a provincial supervisory group member, Xia Feng realized that investigating him would require finding an appropriate entry point. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of the woman Yi Shuqin. Yi Shuqin still desired to manipulate him through the city's organization department, intending to control him to take down Wang Yunhua. In the present day, Xia Feng has become a member of the provincial inspection team, rendering Yi Shuqin's attempts to control him futile. However, he can still manipulate the situation concerning Wang Yunhua to his advantage. Yet, given that Yi Shuqin and Wang Yunhua are married, it remains uncertain whether her grievances stem from a momentary impulse or genuine discontent. Xia Feng furrowed his brow, pondering the approach to investigate Wang Yunhua. Before long, the sound of an engine echoed outside, followed by the hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Xia Feng swiftly stood up, tearing the documents into shreds and disposing of them in the toilet, for the information contained therein must not be leaked. Upon exiting the restroom, he encountered Ma Zhiruo entering through the door. Seemingly still embarrassed by the events of the morning, Ma Zhiruo's demeanor changed as she suddenly smiled brightly. Xia Feng, you're back so early? I heard you've been reassigned to the city organization department. That's splendid news. I took the liberty of leaving work early today to buy ingredients and prepare a celebratory meal for you. She feigned the appearance of a devoted partner, yet her eyes betrayed a depth of calculation. She had already gleaned specifics from Wang Yunhua, but the matters concerning the provincial inspection team remained beyond his knowledge. Thus, Ma Zhiruo was only aware of Xia Feng's reassignment to the city organization department, aware that unexpected developments could arise. Following Wang Yunhua's instructions, she planned various means to elevate Xia Feng, intending that the higher he soared, the more devastating his fall would be, granting her leverage over him when the time came. Upon hearing her words, Xia Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. How had this woman suddenly adopted a gentler demeanor? He scrutinized Ma Zhiruo and, with a chilling laugh, remarked, Ma Zhiruo, spare yourself the effort. What schemes do you have up your sleeve? Startled, Ma Zhiruo feigned innocence. Xia Feng, how can you say that? I am genuinely happy for your promotion. After all, I am your girlfriend. Xia Feng merely regarded her coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Then let me ask you, who brought you back? At this, Ma Zhiruo's heart sank. Her smile became strained. It was a friend, she stammered. A colleague from the unit? Xia Feng pressed further. Ma Zhiruo instinctively nodded. Xia Feng smiled slightly. But I've never heard of anyone in your unit who drives car. Ma Zhiruo paled, hastily waving her hands. No, it was a friend from another place. Just passing by our unit and offer me a ride. At this moment, she seemed to suddenly realize something, her eyes widening as she pointed at Xia Feng, shouting, Xia Feng, are you suspecting me? Have you no conscience? I've been with you for 3 years, wholeheartedly devoted to our future, And you dare doubt me? You are truly outrageous. As she continued her frantic tirade, Xia Feng found himself silently amused. This was indeed Ma Jiruo's true nature. Had it been in the past, he would have panicked, apologized, and showered her with gifts to placate her. But now, he could only chuckle at his former self for once being enamored with such a woman. If only I could return to 3 years ago. Xia Feng would gladly slap herself. Enough is enough. Xia Feng glanced at the still screaming Ma Zhuo and remarked nonchalantly, if you must throw a tantrum, do it elsewhere. Ma Zhuo, do take a moment to consider what you currently look like. With that, Xia Feng entered the master bedroom and locked the door behind her. Ma Zhuo, upon hearing this, felt her eyes sting with anger. Xia Feng, stop right there. What are you talking about? As she reached the bedroom door, Ma Zhuo suddenly realized that these were words she had once directed at Xia Feng. At that time, she had just started an affair with Wang Yunbua, often sneaking out under the pretense of work. Xia Feng had argued with her then, and she had dismissed her concerns with a similar remark, look at yourself now. The very word she had carelessly cast aside now struck her like a bullet to the forehead, leaving her breathless. After a moment, she regained her composure and cursed inwardly. Isn't it still Xia Feng's fault? If she hadn't been so utterly unambitious these past 3 years, would I have needed to get involved with Wang Yunbua? Besides, even if I am at fault, does that absolve him? If Xia Feng had only shown a bit of resolve, would I have strayed? After a fit of rage at the door, Ma Zhuo, fueled by her mounting frustration, stormed out of the house, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Meanwhile, in the study, Xia Feng remained unperturbed, deep in thought about how to handle Wang Yunbua. Even with Ma Zhuo not returning home at night, he was indifferent. Early the next morning, as Xia Feng rose, he noticed a message from Yi Shuqin. Have you made your decision? After pondering briefly, he replied, thank you for your consideration, Ms. Yi, but I prefer to resolve this matter on my own. No sooner had he sent the message than Yi Shuqin called, her voice calm and melodious. Xia Feng, do you have a plan? This issue pertains to your political future. Xia Feng replied, I believe that doesn't require your concern, Ms. Yi. Perhaps you should reflect on your husband and my girlfriend instead. With that, he hung up the phone. Xia Feng had come to understand a bit about Yi Shuqin. She was exceedingly domineering, wanting to control everything. Even in collaboration, she sought to take the lead. If he were to acquiesce to her wishes, she would only demand more. Since he intended to work with Yi Shuqin, it should be on equal footing. If someone were to take the initiative, it could only be him. Thus, he decided to let her simmer for a while. After breakfast, Xia Feng proceeded to the city's organization department. Although he was a member of the provincial inspection team, the specific arrangements for the team had yet to be finalized, so his office remained at the city organization department. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face there. Wang Li, who had been sitting in the reception room, spotted Xia Feng arriving at his post and immediately came out, exclaiming loudly, oh, if it isn't comrade Xia Feng. What is this? You don't need a break after your transfer? Transferred yesterday, and here you are to sign in today? Well, after 3 years at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, you must be itching to get to work. Her loud voice immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Xia Feng looked at her in surprise and asked, Wang Li, what are you doing here? Wang Li, wearing a smug smile, retorted, what business is it of yours? Xia Feng replied, where you go is certainly none of my concern, but the matter of you accepting red envelopes from the public has already been documented in my report, which I intend to submit to the supervisory team. I advise you to remain at your post and refrain from wandering about while awaiting the investigation. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Li's face instantly froze. The others nearby, upon learning of Wang Li's acceptance of bribes, exchanged glances filled with suspicion and began to point fingers at her. Wang Li's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth and said, Xia Feng, do not speak carelessly. Xia Feng produced a document and smiled. I am not speaking carelessly. I drafted this report late last night, anticipating its submission to the supervisory team today. Since you are here, I thought I would inform you to await the investigation with utmost patience. Banli Khulustarat attempted to snatch the document from Xia Feng's hands, exclaiming, do not act recklessly. As a cadre of the organization, you will face consequences for false accusations. However, Her frantic demeanor only served to solidify the suspicions surrounding her acceptance of bribes in the eyes of the onlookers. The disapproving gazes intensified, leaving Wang Li restless. What were so many people doing here so early in the morning? Was no one attending to their work? Just as Wang Li's anxiety mounted, a voice suddenly resonated from outside. Moments later, a stout figure clad in a black jacket entered the room. Director Wang. Some members of the organization department greeted him with smiles, inquiring, "What brings you here today? Is there something we can assist you with?" The portly figure was none other than Wang Yunbo himself. Upon spotting Xia Feng, his eyes narrowed, revealing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "I heard that an old acquaintance has joined the city organization department, so I came to extend my congratulations. I also have a document to deliver." At this juncture, Wang Yunbo turned his gaze towards Xia Feng, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Xia Feng, it feels like ages since we last met. I hear you have been making quite a name for yourself." In a confrontation between adversaries, there was no envy to be found, only smiles. Xia Feng chuckled lightly. "What is there to it? It is all thanks to Director Wang. Had it not been for your failure to manage the dilapidated buildings properly, I would not have had the opportunity to achieve anything. Without such an opportunity, I would still be at the supply and marketing cooperative." This remark struck at the very heart of the matter. Wang Yunbo, taken aback by Xia Feng's bluntness, saw his expression shift slightly. "Xia Feng, you." In front of so many witnesses, Xia Feng had directly pointed out Wang Yunbo's failure to address his responsibilities, which had led to the dangerous building issue during the torrential rain, nearly resulting in a significant accident. As the saying goes, one should strike without hitting the face. Yet Xia Feng's words were a direct slap to Wang Yunbo. Unsurprisingly, the expressions of the other members of the city organization department shifted dramatically, their gazes frequently darting towards Xia Feng. This newcomer, having taken on both Wang Li and Wang Yunbo, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The summer breeze carries an air of discord as Xia Feng, with an air of nonchalance, dismisses the gravity of the situation. Wang Li, perceiving the dark cloud over Wang Yunbo's countenance, swiftly interjects in his defense. "You, a mere wastrel lingering at the county supply and marketing cooperative for 3 years. How could you fathom the complexities of organizational work? How dare you speak to Director Wang in such a manner? It seems your mind has truly faltered. Do you genuinely believe that entering the organization department grants you the license to act with arrogance?" Wang Yunbo's expression lightened slightly as he cast a cold glance at Xia Feng, asserting, "Comrade Xia Feng, I understand you may harbor grievances against me. However, the issue of the precarious building is a matter of public concern and pertains to the decision-making of the organization in Jiangning. I implore you to refrain from speaking so casually, for countless comrades have invested their diligence into this matter, and your words dismiss their efforts." A radiant smile graces Xia Feng's face as he gently shakes his head. "Director Wang, you are indeed a jester. I harbor no doubts regarding the dedication of my fellow comrades. My skepticism is directed solely at you. And as for you, Wang Li, a comrade with questionable conduct, it would be prudent for you to remain silent. The moment you speak, I perceive an aura of illicit gifts, as if you were poised to slip me an envelope." Pausing, he regards her with suspicion. "Ah, I see that Comrade Wang Li and Director Wang are quite familiar. Could it be that Director Wang has indeed accepted her gifts?" Wang Yunbo's eyes narrow in anger. "Xia Feng, you have truly crossed the line. Are you insinuating that I possess questionable integrity?" Bang Li, visibly agitada, slams her hand upon the table. "Xia Feng, are you truly speaking such nonsense? Look at him, akin to Fan Jin upon passing the imperial examination. Completely deranged since his arrival at the organization department. It appears that prolonged exposure at the county supply and marketing cooperative has muddled his mind." Wang Yunbo turns his gaze towards Xia Feng, a mocking smile suddenly gracing his features. "Xia Feng, one may indulge in the consumption of food haphazardly, but one must not speak recklessly. It seems that yesterday, Secretary Zhao's transfer of you to the city organization department has inflated your ego. However, certain matters remain unresolved. I am here today to deliver a document issued directly by the municipal committee intended to inform you." As he speaks, Wang Yunbo unfurls the document in his hand. a sardonic smile adorning his face, and tosses it at Xia Feng. Comrade Xia Feng, due to the expedited process of your transfer from the Yunlai Town County Supply and Marketing Cooperative to the Jiangning City Organization Department, the Jiangning Municipal Committee has conducted an investigation and suspects you of engaging in illicit financial transactions with Comrade Xiao Guiqiang. Therefore, your transfer is hereby suspended, and you will undergo a disciplinary inspection by the Commission for Discipline Inspection, with your records being returned to the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Boom! The moment Wang Yunbua's words echoed, the atmosphere erupted with shock. All eyes turned to Xia Feng, expressions rife with disbelief. Financial misconduct? A disciplinary investigation? Wasn't Xia Feng a protege of Secretary Xiao? His transfer to the City Organization Department was a privilege granted by Secretary Xiao. Completed in a mere day, how could such an incident arise? If Xia Feng is subjected to a disciplinary investigation, does that not imply that even Secretary Xiao may face scrutiny? It appears that the Jiangning Municipal Committee is on the brink of upheaval. The entanglement of Xia Feng in such a scandal threatens to obliterate his political career, even if he manages to extricate himself in the end. Whispers of speculation surged through the crowd. Wang Li pointed at Xia Feng and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xia Feng, you were so arrogant just now, challenging everything around you. Go on, continue speaking. You accuse me of having issues with my conduct. Yet it is clearly you who has the problem." Wang Yunbua fixed his gaze on Xia Feng, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he sought to discern any sign of panic from his expression. From yesterday until now, Xia Feng had been basking in glory, boldly confronting the county supply and marketing cooperative and the municipal organization department with unrestrained confidence. According to Ma Jiruo, Xia Feng had transformed into a completely different person at home, floating around with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this news, one might assume he would be utterly shocked. Wang Yunbo pondered this, but was taken aback to find Xia Feng maintaining an air of calm, merely picking up a document and examining it meticulously. It bore no difference from the one Yi Shuqin had shown him the day before. This composed demeanor only deepened Wang Yunbo's bewilderment, causing his smile to fade and his brow to furrow slightly. At that moment, two staff members clad in uniform and wearing serious expressions entered through the door of the organization department behind Wang Yunbo, surveying the surroundings. "May I inquire who Comrade Xia Feng is?" one of them asked. "We are from the Jiangning City Discipline Inspection Commission, and we request Comrade Xia Feng to accompany us for an investigation." At last, Wang Yunbo exhaled in relief. With the arrival of the Discipline Inspection Commission, there should be no unexpected turns of events. The other onlookers were utterly astonished. To be subjected to an investigation by the commission on one's very first day in office was unprecedented. Observing the unfolding scene, Xia Feng chuckled lightly. "Well, that was swift. It appears this is the grand gift that Director Wang has sent me on my first day. Quite the extravagant present indeed." He emphasized the word gift, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wang Yunbo feigned regret, sighing as he remarked, "Comrade Xia Feng, I've only just received the document. To be honest, I find it hard to believe you could be that sort of person. After all, you are exceptionally capable. When you joined the unit 3 years ago, you were at the top of the interviews and assessments. We have even worked together for a time. I firmly believe you are innocent. Although you may have misunderstood me earlier, I am a magnanimous individual and can overlook past grievances. If you require any assistance, feel free to voice it." Wang Yunbo claimed to be magnanimous. Xia Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud. The two officials from the commission frowned slightly, reiterating, "Comrade Xia Feng, we kindly ask you to accompany us." Ignoring them, Xia Feng turned to Wang Yunbo, smiling. "Director Wang, do you truly believe you are secure?" Wang Yunbo stared at Xia Feng in confusion, asking, "What do you mean, Xia Feng?" Wang Li interjected vehemently, "Xia Feng, what more is there to say? You lack organization and discipline, and you have serious conduct issues. The comrades from the commission must thoroughly investigate this rogue." At that moment, Xia Feng directed his gaze toward the two officials, saying with a light laugh, "Thank you for your efforts, comrades, but with your current authority, you are unable to investigate me." Wang Li was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Huh, Xia Feng, you truly have lost your mind. Who do you think you are, claiming they lack the authority to investigate you?" Meanwhile, a hint of panic flickered across Wang Yunbua's face. Something was amiss. The summer breeze was surprisingly calm. Could there still be any unforeseen variables? The two individuals from the Discipline Inspection Commission were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. At that moment, Xia Feng produced a red-headed document, surveying the surroundings, his voice soft yet resonating like thunder. For just yesterday, I have been selected and reassigned to the provincial inspection team. Unless a directive from the provincial committee is issued, no investigation can be conducted against me. Chapter 17, Counterattack. Wang Yunbua's eyes narrowed as he discerned the characters on the red-headed document, an ominous sensation creeping into his heart. How could this be possible? In the span of a single day, Xia Feng had been reassigned to the provincial inspection team, despite having considered every conceivable possibility and made meticulous preparations. Who could have anticipated that a mere appointment from the provincial inspection team could allow Xia Feng, who seemed trapped, to transcend his dire situation? Who was it who was covertly assisting Xia Feng? A tumult of emotions surged within Wang Yunbua. The two staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission were equally taken aback. Clearly, this unexpected turn of events had surpassed their expectations. They had witnessed individuals resisting scrutiny and seen those who were disheartened at the moment of their apprehension, but they had never encountered someone producing an official document from the provincial inspection team so boldly. This indicated that Xia Feng had substantial backing. The implications contained within that appointment were profound, and the timing was impeccable. Everything aligned perfectly. This underscored the complexity of Xia Feng's background. They had no desire to become entangled in the conflict between Wang Yunbua and Xia Feng, nor did they wish to become victims in the struggle between Wang Gukai and Xiao Guoqiang. It cannot be genuine. That document must be forged. Wang Li exclaimed in a fluster, pointing at the red-headed document in Xia Feng's hand, her voice raised. Comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission, do not be deceived by him. At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Xia Feng is notoriously disorganized and undisciplined. In an instant, every gaze in the office turned to Wang Li. Was this person lacking in judgment? Presenting a counterfeit document in front of the Discipline Inspection Commission was either an act of sheer audacity or an unwarranted provocation. Even Wang Yunbua was on the verge of tears from Wang Li's foolishness. Truly a misguided ally. Comrade, please be mindful of your words. This is the office of the organization department, and do not disturb the work of your fellow colleagues. One seasoned and composed member of the Discipline Inspection Commission intervened, his expression impassive, halting Wang Li's unreasonable outburst. Stepping forward, he grasped Xia Feng's hand and said, Comrade Xia Feng, your reassignment to the provincial inspection team signifies that you have passed numerous evaluations and are a commendable individual of high moral character. We only intended to conduct a routine inquiry due to a report we received, and now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, we shall not intrude on your work any further. In those few succinct sentences, an immense amount of information was conveyed. Firstly, there was a significant affirmation of Xia Feng's professional conduct and character. Of course, their acknowledgement was unnecessary. The endorsement from the provincial inspection team's office sufficed. More importantly, their subsequent words clearly distanced themselves from Wang Yunbua, indicating that they were not aligned with him. They merely received a letter of complaint, and thus must fulfill the inspection duties of the disciplinary committee. It is simply a matter of following protocol. I can fully comprehend the current predicament of certain individuals who, failing to perform their primary responsibilities, instead focus their efforts on undermining those who excel beyond them. I have merely encountered such a detrimental element. Xia Feng, composed and unyielding, exchanged a handshake with the members of the disciplinary committee. However, as his words left his lips, the expressions of Wang Yunbua and Wang Li transformed instantaneously into one of profound displeasure. The onlookers in the office cast glances at Wang Yunbua and Wang Li, their eyes filled with a newfound intrigue. This is the nature of conflict. Despite Wang Yunbua's formidable tactics and the involvement of the disciplinary committee, Xia Feng's position remained unshaken. What awaited Wang Yunbua and Wang Li was undoubtedly a tempest of repercussions. After bidding farewell to the two members of the disciplinary committee, Xia Feng smirked disdainfully his gaze sweeping over the distorted faces of Wang Yunbo and Wang Li. The disciplinary committee had mentioned receiving reports from the public. I wonder which member of the public it was. Could it be you? Xia Feng's piercing gaze landed squarely on Wang Li. Startled, she trembled and hastily exclaimed, "It wasn't me. You're slandering me." She yearned to mend her relationship with Xia Feng, yet having already offended him irreparably, any hope for reconciliation was extinguished. She could only wish for Wang Yunbo to rescue her, to at least preserve her position. Her sole purpose now was to shield Wang Yunbo. Yet in her frantic search for evidence against Xia Feng, her emotions spiraled out of control. "It wasn't you, so why the panic?" Xia Feng remarked with a playful smile. "If memory serves me correctly, you are a staff member of the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, am I right? What brings you to the Municipal Organization Department so early in the morning? Has the cooperative relocated its operations there?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Their gazes toward Wang Li tinged with mockery. Struck at her vulnerable point, Wang Li, like a startled bird, fell back into her chair. I came to," Xia Feng cast a glance at Wang Li's handbag and coldly stated, "if I'm not mistaken, there's an unsubmitted letter of accusation nestled within that bag. ISNT there? No, you're talking nonsense." Wang Li instinctively shielded her bag, an act that betrayed her. Xia Feng was correct. She had taken the first long-distance bus to the organization department that morning to conspire with Wang Yunbo to falsely accuse Xia Feng of misconduct. Yet, the outcome diverged entirely from their expectations. Not only was Xia Feng not taken away by the disciplinary committee, but he had also become a figure of the provincial inspection team. Even she, not particularly astute, understood that presenting the letter of accusation to the disciplinary committee would be tantamount to walking into a trap. As Wang Li's psychological defenses began to crumble under Xia Feng's scrutiny, Wang Yunbo felt compelled to intervene, pointing at Xia Feng and declaring, "Xia Feng, watch your words. Don't presume that just because you've entered the inspection team, you can unfoundedly slander and question our comrades." Xia Feng smiled, sizing up Wang Yunbo, and replied, "Unfounded allegations? Slander? I possess the evidence." With a sneer, Xia Feng tapped the inner hand and remarked, "Moreover, I am convinced that she possesses even more evidence." In the next moment, Xia Feng directed her piercing gaze towards the bag that Wang Li was desperately clutching. "Do not speak recklessly. Comrade Wang Li came to report her situation to me." Wang Yunbo hurriedly positioned himself to obstruct Xia Feng's line of sight. His face contorted with anger as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "She reported her situation to you?" Xia Feng could not suppress her laughter, striking Wang Yunbo's plump face as she said, "Director Wang seems to have forgotten your position. What could a mere employee from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative possibly report to you, the director of the Construction Bureau? Pray, enlighten me." Wang Yunbo was rendered speechless by the inquiry. The two departments indeed had no interactions, let alone any situation that Wang Li could report to Wang Yunbo. Since Director Wang feels that such doubts about his comrade are too hasty, perhaps we should invite the inspection team to clear Wang Li's name? After finishing her statement, Xia Feng coldly retrieved her phone, poised to call the inspection team. "Xia Feng, please do not make that call. I was wrong. Will that suffice? I beg you, spare me this time." Overwhelmed by immense psychological pressure, Wang Li collapsed to the ground, clutching Xia Feng's legs and pleading desperately. Chapter 18. Xia Feng. Have you both at my mercy? Xia Feng, we hail from the same place. Besides, you and Wang Li have worked together for so many years. After all, no one is perfect. Wang Yunbo, with hands clasped behind his back, adopted an air of superiority as he advised. "Even if there are disagreements between you and Comrade Wang Li, there is no need to escalate matters to a political level. This call of yours, even if Comrade Wang Li is innocent, will still attract unwelcome scrutiny. So, could you possibly consider my face in this matter?" Seeing Wang Li's mental defenses crumble completely, Wang Yunbo's heart sank. While the accusation would not trace back to their father-son duo, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Yunlai Town would certainly come under the inspection team's scrutiny, or even the purview of the inspection group. Though seemingly a small cooperative, it held significant weight, for Yunlai Town was the granary of Wantong County, the largest grain-producing county in Jiangning. Wang Yunbo and his son, Wang Wukai, derive their wealth from grain storage. Should the inspection team uncover any clues, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Wang Yunbo donned a conciliatory smile, intent on safeguarding Wang Li first. You have no face here. Before Wang Yunbo could finish his sentence, Xia Feng coldly interrupted him, decisively pressing the call button. Hello, is this the inspection team? I am Xia Feng from the Provincial Inspection Group, and I am here to formally report Wang Li of the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative for serious violations of law and discipline. Please dispatch 2 personnel to the Organization Department S office to bring Wang Li back for investigation by the inspection team. After delivering her message, she abruptly hung up. Hiss! Xia Feng's resolute and unyielding demeanor left everyone present gasping in astonishment. The crux of the matter was that Xia Feng had publicly undermined Wang Yunbo's authority. While Wang Yunbo remained unfazed, he was acutely aware of the implications, as behind him loomed Wang Guokai and the entire Jiangning faction. The summer breeze indeed embodies the fearless spirit of a young calf. Summer Feng, do you show no respect at all? Wang Yunbo narrowed his eyes, glaring hatefully at Summer Feng as he declared, even if you were seconded to the inspection team, you must not abuse your authority. Without evidence. This is nothing but personal vendetta. His words were not merely directed at Summer Feng. They served as a stern reminder to Wang Li that, no matter the circumstances, she must hold her tongue and not utter a single word that could jeopardize their position. As long as she refrained from reckless talk, Wang Yunbo believed he could protect her. In fact, he envisioned leveraging this incident to his advantage, positioning Wang Li as a crucial pawn in toppling Summer Feng and expelling him from the inspection team. Wang Yunbo, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. Summer Feng retorted with a cold laugh, sizing up Wang Yunbo. Are you not afraid that the deeds you and your father have committed might one day come to light, leading you to face the consequences? He continued, it is quite audacious of you to stroll into the city council office from the construction bureau. In 1998, the death penalty for corruption had yet to be abolished. Both the actions of you and your father, as well as the amounts involved, have long surpassed the threshold for capital punishment. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yunbo erupted in fury. I am here to consult with the leadership. Is there an issue? Do not be so hasty. You have exhausted all your tactics, keeping me in the public distribution center for 3 years. I shall certainly express my gratitude. Summer Feng replied with a chilling smile. Boom! As Summer Feng's words hung in the air, the entire office fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed at him in disbelief. His remarks had unmistakably constituted a public threat against Wang Yunbo. While Wang Yunbo himself may not have instilled fear, the Jiangning faction, entrenched in various key positions, was a force that commanded respect and caution. Wang Yunbo's father, Wang Guokai, held a significant position and was a vital member of the Jiangning faction. How could a mere clerk like Summer Feng dare to speak so boldly? Clenching his teeth, Wang Yunbo sneered several times. Summer Feng, do you think that entering the inspection team means you have one? Just you wait. The tremors of rage visibly coursed through his face. Were the statement made by anyone else, he might not have reacted so vehemently. However, coming from Summer Feng, whom he considered a worthless pawn, it was an immense affront. What was Summer Feng, after all? Merely a person he had rubbed into the dirt. So what if he had topped the written exam? He was still confined to the public distribution center in Yunlai Town for 3 years without a chance to rise. Had it not been for a momentary lapse on Wang Yunbo's part, Summer Feng would not have seized the opportunity to rescue Luo Yunyan. Yet even so, he could not fathom that Summer Feng could ever turn the tables. And now, this so-called dead fish dared to threaten him to his face? Very well. Summer Feng remained unperturbed, calmly stating, I shall await that moment, hoping you and your father do not let me down. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, and 2 middle-aged men in uniform entered. May I ask, which of you is Comrade Wang Li? One of them inquired in a cold, expressionless tone. Director Wang, I refuse to join the inspection team. Did you not promise me yesterday that you would promote me to deputy director? I no longer wish to be deputy director. I implore you, speak to them on my behalf. Is it possible for me to avoid joining the inspection team? Wang Li suddenly burst into tears. Stop with your nonsensical chatter. When did I ever say I would promote you? That is an internal personnel arrangement of the Public Sales Society. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yunbo exploded in anger, resembling a dog whose tail had been stepped on, and with a swift kick, he pushed Wang Li aside. His expression flustered as he fled in panic. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" As Wang Yunbo had barely taken a few steps, a chilling voice from behind pierced through the air. Wang Yunbo turned back, gazing at Xia Feng in astonishment. "What more do you want?" "I have reason to suspect that Wang Li is acting under your instruction. Otherwise, how could you conveniently appear in the organization department's office at this moment?" Xia Feng's voice was icy as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yunbo. "Do not spout nonsense. I merely happened to be passing by." Wang Yunbo stammered. Xia Feng let out a cold laugh. "It seems you do not work in this building, do you?" Wang Yunbo was at a loss for words. Stuttering for a moment before erupting, "Xia Feng, everything must be substantiated with evidence. Cante y arbo suspicions." Xia Feng smiled indifferently and addressed a middle-aged woman from the inspection team. "Take him along to the inspection team as well." The two members of the inspection team furrowed their brows slightly and stepped forward to Wang Yunbo, stating, "Director Wang, Comrade Xia Feng's suspicions hold merit. Please cooperate with our investigation." Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Wang Yunbo's face. "Xia Feng, you are abusing your power." In response to Wang Yunbo's outcry, Xia Feng clasped his hands behind his back, approached Wang Yunbo, and leaned in close, whispering, "I will deal with you. What can you do about it? Even without evidence, I can hold you for 24 hours, and you will have to endure it." With that, Xia Feng wore a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze and gently patted Wang Yunbo's face. "Comrade Wang Yunbo, please accompany us for a moment." The two members of the inspection team, their expressions frosty, stepped closer. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a receding hairline and slightly overweight, emerged from another office nearby. He was Wang Guokai, who, bowing and scraping, addressed a slender, middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, approximately 43 or 44 years old, saying, "Secretary Dakong, rest assured about the reception. It will go off without a hitch." The first stop of the inspection team, dispatched by the Provincial Party Committee, is clearly Jiangning, which carries profound implications. If all goes as anticipated, it is aimed at the increasingly prominent Jiangning faction. Therefore, several key members of the Jiangning faction planned to convene a meeting under the pretext of welcoming the inspection team's relevant work. "Secretary Dakong, is it possible that the head of this inspection team is Chun Yinshan, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee? Could he be here to support Xiao Guoqiang?" Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Gu Chang, asked anxiously in a low voice. Since Xiao Guoqiang's appointment to Jiangning a year ago, he has remained in a passive position, constantly hindered by the Jiangning faction. At the standing committee meeting, the Jiangning faction held a significant majority, leaving Xiao Guoqiang almost immobilized. According to their plan, in no more than a year, Xiao Guoqiang would be forced to vacate his position. By then, the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, the transformation of shanty towns, and a series of other reform projects would become a sumptuous feast for these individuals to partake in. The attention from above was not focused on Xiao Guoqiang. Rather, the emphasis lay on the restructuring of state-owned enterprises and the promotion of urban development, which were paramount, serving as a preparatory phase for the sweeping reforms to come. Chen Dakong lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and calmly remarked, "Therefore, during this period, it is advisable for everyone to exercise caution in their words and actions." At that moment, several individuals simultaneously noticed the heated argument between Xia Feng and Wang Yunbo in the opposite office. "Director Wang, that person seems to be Yunbo." Chen Dakong furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Guokai beside him. Chapter 19. The First Confrontation, a Direct Clash. Wang Guokai, upon hearing this, quickly approached the entrance of the organization department's large office, scrutinizing the individuals present. Upon seeing Wang Guokai, everyone in the office froze momentarily. Even the two young inspectors from the oversight team greeted him with a smile, saying, "Director Wang." This was indeed Wang Guokai, the father of Wang Yunbo. In a state of panic, Wang Yunbo, upon seeing Wang Guokai and Chen Dakong at the entrance, felt as though he had found a savior. He hurried to Chen Dakong, wearing a forced smile, and exclaimed, "Secretary Dakong, this Xia Feng is abusing his power. He proceeded to recount how Xia Feng intended to take him to the inspection team. After Wang Yunbo finished speaking, Wang Guokai squinted and scrutinized Xia Feng, saying, "Comrade Xia Feng, even if you're seconded to the inspection team, you cannot abuse your power. Without evidence, can you just arrest people at will?" His words were not solely directed at Xia Feng, but also served to convey to Wang Li that as long as she refrained from speaking recklessly, Wang Wukai had ways to protect her. Furthermore, this incident could be used to orchestrate a significant maneuver, allowing Wang Li to successfully bring Xia Feng down and remove him as a crucial piece from the inspection team. Xia Feng cast a glance at Wang Wukai, snorted lightly, and retorted, "Director Wang, don't be too hasty to assign blame. Your son, as a mere bureaucrat in the Municipal Construction Bureau, has no approval and was not summoned. Who allowed him to sneak into the Municipal Party Committee?" He then turned to Chen Dakong, stating, "Secretary Dakong, Wang Yunbo has violated management regulations. As a member of the inspection team, if I ask him to temporarily go to the inspection team for questioning, does that constitute an abuse of power?" Chen Dakong's expression darkened at the inquiry, his gaze icy as he assessed Xia Feng. In the entire Municipal Party Committee, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? A mere clerk thought he could ascend to such heights simply by being transferred to the inspection team? How audacious to publicly challenge him. This young man was indeed Xia Feng, who had been recommended to the organization department by Xiao Guiqiang. Wang Wukai whispered to Chen Dakong. Chen Dakong nodded slightly, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips as he remarked, "Comrade, it is commendable to work diligently, yet one must not overreach. One ought to exercise leniency where possible." In response, Xia Feng let out a cold laugh, scrutinizing Chen Dakong as he declared, "Secretary Dakong, my intention in joining the inspection team has never been to show mercy to anyone. Should the embezzlement amount be substantial, regardless of who it may be, I shall personally ensure they meet their fate." In 1998, the death penalty for embezzlement was still in effect. Whether it pertains to the deeds of Wang Yunbo and his son or the magnitude of their misappropriation, they have long surpassed the threshold for capital punishment. "Xia Feng," Wang Yunbo bellowed, "do you even realize to whom you are speaking?" Xia Feng retorted with a scoff, "Had you not spoken, I might have almost forgotten you. When it comes to abuse of power, it is the likes of Director Wang and his son who truly exemplify it." With a dismissive gesture, he continued, "I sincerely thank Director Wang for leveraging his connection with Huang Haitao to allow me 3 years of invaluable experience at the Public Distribution Center. I shall be sure to express my gratitude to Director Wang." Boom! Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the office as everyone gaped incredulously at Xia Feng. His previous insinuation had escalated beyond a mere public threat to Wang Yunbo. It now targeted Wang Guokai, the director of the municipal office. Neither Wang Yunbo nor Wang Guokai was particularly fearsome, yet the Jiangning clique, entrenched in key positions throughout the region, was another matter entirely that none dared provoke. Wang Guokai, a significant figure within this faction, bore considerable influence, leaving one to wonder how Xia Feng, a mere junior staff member, dared utter such words. Wang Guokai clenched his jaw, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he uttered, "Xia Feng, when a mountain does not yield, the water will shift." As he spoke, the flesh on his face twitched visibly. "Very well," Xia Feng replied, unperturbed and with calm composure. "I await the day when the mountain and water realign. I hope Director Wang will not let me down." Before Wang Guokai could respond, Chen Dakong interjected, his brow furrowed. "Enough. Yunbo has indeed breached regulations. Let him learn a lesson from the inspection team." With that, Chen Dakong turned on his heel, his face darkened with anger, feeling humiliated to be entangled in a dispute with a junior staff member. The crux of the matter was that Xia Feng was part of the inspection team, rendering him untouchable at present, which added to the awkwardness of the situation. Wang Wukai was taken aback, seeing Chen Dakong's stance. He could only glare at Xia Feng with resentment, declaring, "Xia Feng, I shall remember you." He added, "Take care. I shan't see you off." Xia Feng waved lightly at Wang Wukai before turning to Wang Yunbo, stating, "Wang Yunbo, heed my words. Should I decide to pursue you, your father cannot save you." Upon hearing this, Cold sweat trickled down Wang Yunbua's face. "Take him away," Xia Feng said with a chilling smile. Wang Yunbua, incensed, gritted his teeth. "Xia Feng, do not let your newfound power go to your head. Once you're stripped of this inspection team, FAAD, I shall make you rue the day." Xia Feng chuckled lightly. "Is that so? I await that day and hope you will not disappoint me. Comrade Wang Yunbua, please accompany us for a brief excursion." Two members of the inspection team approached Wang Yunbua once more. Wang Yunbua clenched his teeth in frustration. Utterly helpless as he obediently followed the members of the inspection team out of the office. Before long, he found himself ushered into an interrogation room. The inspection team's interrogation room was not a prison cell, thus offering Wang Yunbua a degree of freedom. After all, he was the son of Wang Wukai, the director of the municipal party office, and the case against him was not particularly severe. Consequently, no one confiscated his communication device. They merely closed the door behind him and departed. What a turn of events! Wang Yunbua panted heavily, gritting his teeth as he mused. Has Xia Feng, like a fish out of water, managed to infiltrate the inspection team? How is this possible? Could it be that Xiao Guiqiang anticipated my moves? As he pondered, a sense of foreboding grew within him. If Xia Feng were to expose the collusion between him and Wang Li, they would find themselves in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Wang Wukai returned to the office alongside Chen Dakong and Gu Chang. With a loud thud, Chen Dakong slammed his cup onto the table. "How outrageous! A mere junior official dares to confront me publicly?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Dakong's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Wang Wukai, sternly inquiring, "Comrade Wukai, you and Yunbua have not left any incriminating evidence in the hands of others, have you?" "Absolutely not," Wang Wukai replied with unwavering confidence. Over the past 2 decades, countless attempts had been made to investigate him, and he had always managed to evade scrutiny. When it came to superficial appearances and subterfuge, Wang Wukai was unrivaled. Hearing this, Chen Dakong's expression turned cold as he remarked, "This rectification movement has been met with great resolve from the higher-ups. Each individual must bear their own issues. Do not pass the burden onto others." "Yes, Secretary Dakong." Wang Wukai frowned, feeling vexed that Xia Feng had chosen this moment to resurface and audaciously threaten to investigate his son, Wang Yunbua. Once this tempest had passed, he vowed to make Xia Feng pay dearly. "Comrade Wukai, ensure that the reception for the inspection team is executed flawlessly." After concluding his remarks, Chen Dakong took a sip from his cup. Understanding the unspoken cue to leave, Wang Wukai quickly rose to take his leave. Not long after he departed, the door swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and a sharply tailored suit, who stepped inside with a briefcase in hand. "Secretary Dakong, I apologize for the delay. I encountered a minor issue unexpectedly." This man was none other than Gu Wenlong, a central figure in the Jiangning faction, a representative of the Jiangning Municipal People's Congress and the president of Hanqing Group. He was also known as the Underground Secretary of Jiangning, having controlled its gray areas for over 20 years. Meanwhile, Wang Yunbua, deep in thought, decided to use his communication device to contact Ma Zhiruo from the municipal party office. Realizing that his device had not been confiscated, he concluded that Xia Feng had intentionally placed him here to torment him. "Zhiruo, please call that brat Xia Feng and demand he release me and Wang Li at once," Wang Yunbua said impatiently. "What happened?" Ma Zhiruo asked, clearly taken aback. Wang Yunbua let out a cold snort and remarked, "Wang Li's report against Xia Feng has encountered a minor issue. I don't know what stroke of luck he has had, but he has surprisingly been reassigned to the provincial inspection team. Therefore, his investigation must be temporarily shelved." Wang Yunbua felt a sense of dissatisfaction. What? He has joined the provincial inspection team? Ma Zhiruo's heart jolted, and she suddenly regretted the conflict with Xia Feng. Wang Yunbua scoffed. What does it matter that he has entered the inspection team? If he truly believes that wielding the inspection team's authority will allow him to fulfill his desires, he is sorely mistaken. Without local cooperation, the inspection team is merely a decorative entity. At this point, a glint of frostiness flickered in Wang Yunbua's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Once he loses this identity, I shall see how I deal with him. Not only him, but his parents shall also face repercussions. Meanwhile, After lunch, as Xia Feng returned to his office, Qian Guoxing, the leader of the Jiangning inspection team, came to see him. The inspection team of the 1990s was established to address illegal and unruly behaviors or potential risks at the local level through special inspections. Compared to the supervisory group, the inspection team possessed greater authority for on-site intervention, even allowing for actions to be taken prior to official reporting, directly engaging in case investigations, and proposing disciplinary measures. It was indeed a department of substantial power, having faster rights to address violations compared to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Even if municipal leaders were found to be in violation, the inspection team could act swiftly without prior notice. Of course, some locales lack such a department. May I ask, who is Comrade Xia Feng? Xia Feng, who was organizing his belongings, stood up and replied, I am. Hello, Comrade Xia Feng. Qian Guoxing approached briskly and warmly shook Xia Feng's hand, saying, I am Qian Guoxing, the leader of the Jiangning inspection team. I have just received instructions from higher authorities to fully cooperate with your work before the inspection team arrives in Jiangning. Wang Li is already admitted to fabricating accusations against Comrade Xia Feng. Is there any directive you would like to issue? Upon hearing this, Xia Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Did such a case even require instructions? It was a matter of clarifying the facts, transferring evidence to the Discipline Inspection Department, dismissing those who needed to be dismissed, and handing over legal violations to the prosecutorial authorities. Was his guidance truly necessary? It seemed they simply wished to shift all responsibility onto Xia Feng. No wonder Jiangning would later encounter catastrophic corruption issues. The inspection team was practically redundant. Could problems not arise? Leader Qian, this case is not so simple. If it were merely a personal slander against me, I could overlook it. However, upon hearing the word however, Qian Guoxing's expression stiffened, and he slightly furrowed his brow. The issues surrounding Wang Li extend beyond this. I wonder if Leader Qian has conducted a thorough investigation? Qian Guoxing's smile immediately turned awkward, and after clearing his throat, he replied, Comrade Xia Feng, this does not fall within the purview of our inspection team. Issues of conduct and corruption should be handled by the colleagues in the Discipline Inspection Department. Before Qian Guoxing could finish, Xia Feng interjected directly, isn't investigating, gathering evidence, and even conducting covert inquiries part of the inspection team's responsibilities? If everything relies on public reports and readily available evidence, what purpose does the inspection team serve? The people have bestowed upon us the right to supervise, and we must honor their trust. This left Qian Guoxing feeling quite embarrassed. The issue at hand is that he truly wished to avoid offending Wang Guokai and his son. Never mind, take me to meet Wang Li. Xia Feng organized the documents on the desk and spoke coldly. Very well, since Comrade Xia Feng is so responsible and accountable. My colleagues and I from the inspection team shall earnestly learn from you. Follow me, please. Qian Guoxing could not help but inwardly scoff. A useless individual who had languished in the supply and marketing cooperative for 3 years. What could he possibly uncover? Xia Feng smiled faintly. Do you wish to witness my folly? Then let us see whose capabilities prevail. Wang Li, I have you in my sights. Wang Yunbo and Wang Gukai, I have also marked. Even if Jesus were to come, he would not be able to intervene. In this life, I, Xia Feng, shall stir up a tempest and achieve resounding victories. Soon, upon entering the office of the inspection team, Xia Feng cast a cursory glance around. Inside the office sat 3 men and 2 women. A middle-aged woman in her 30s was knitting a sweater, while a girl in her early 20s was engrossed in texting on her phone, occasionally bursting into laughter. Among the 3 men, one was playing solitaire on the computer, and the other 2 were bent over their paperwork. In a room of 5 individuals, 3 were idly wasting time. Xia Feng could not help but shake his head repeatedly. A poor soldier produces a poor army. The ancients surely did not deceive me. Only a seasoned veteran like Qian Guoxing could lead such a troop. Everyone, please set aside your tasks. Qian Guoxing clasped his hands behind his back. Upon hearing his words, the others reluctantly put down their work and sat up straight. Regarding the case of Wang Li, Comrade Xia Feng from the inspection team has some differing opinions. We welcome him to share a few words. Qian Guoxing truly understood the essence of formalism. The case had not yet progressed to further examination, yet he invited Xia Feng to speak. What was there to discuss? Was he to share his speculations and conjectures? Basing arguments on facts and adhering to legal standards is the most fundamental principle. Has he truly consumed that with rice and flour? Comrade Qian, that case was handled by the two of us. As soon as we entered the room, Wang Li confessed everything. What more is there to say? A young man, diligently writing materials, spoke impatiently. The middle-aged woman knitting took a letter of complaint from her drawer and said, Comrade Qian, we have gathered all the evidence and are ready to submit it to the Disciplinary Inspection Department for investigation. However, in a case of false accusation, isn't it merely a matter of a reprimand? Can one truly dismiss someone over this? In the early 1990s, similar incidents were often highlighted and then lightly set aside. As long as no fundamental issues were breached, the usual approach was persuasion and education, adhering to the principle of leaving a way out for individuals. Strict enforcement was often accompanied by lenient penalties. It is no wonder that the inspection team had not taken this matter to heart, nor had they contemplated it deeply. Comrade Xia Feng, why don't you say a few words? Qian Guoxing, still with his hands behind his back, said with a forced smile. Xia Feng was utterly amused by Qian Guoxing's inaction. May I inquire which two comrades were responsible for handling Wang Li's case? Xia Feng's expression turned serious, and his voice rose by an octave. I'm Zhang Kai. The middle-aged woman spoke, rising to her feet and surveying Xia Feng with a look of astonishment. Could it be that Xia Feng was contemplating an act of retribution? After all, it was no small feat for a woman in her 30s to secure a position as a team leader at the supply and marketing cooperative. Was it necessary to strike her down so mercilessly? With this thought in mind, the middle-aged woman coldly reminded, Comrade Xia Feng, this case concerns you. You should be aware of the regulations regarding the avoidance of involved parties. Observing his subordinate deftly countering Xia Feng, Qian Guoxing let out a few self-satisfied chuckles. Unfazed by Qian Guoxing, Xia Feng directed her gaze toward the middle-aged woman and the young man named Zhang Kai, stating, the evidence must extend beyond this single letter. Your investigation appears to have been rather careless, which constitutes a dereliction of duty. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai, who had been engrossed in his writing, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Comrade Xia Feng, one may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. This single letter of complaint is the only evidence at hand. If you doubt it, feel free to search, but as he is a public official, we lack the authority to conduct a body search without a warrant. The middle-aged woman scoffed disdainfully. Comrade Xia Feng, your relentless pursuit of this matter seems rather intolerant. Are you not pushing someone to the brink? As her words escaped, the others in the office regarded Xia Feng with mocking glances. Indeed, here was someone fresh from the supply and marketing cooperative, evidently lacking worldly experience. What a trivial matter to elevate to such importance. After finally being assigned to the inspection team, did she truly intend to wield her newfound power so ruthlessly? While a few exchanged hushed whispers, they harbored quiet disdain for Xia Feng's actions. Have you all said your piece? Xia Feng inhaled deeply, her expression suddenly darkening as she coldly inquired. Yes, we have, replied the woman named Su Mei, casting a glance at Xia Feng and stifling a few chuckles. Clearly, she lacked experience in political and administrative matters. She was far too naive. Very well, allow me to add a few words. Xia Feng cleared her throat and continued. Firstly, the evidence I refer to is not her accusatory letter, but rather the shoulder bag she carries and the bracelet on her wrist. What? At this revelation, the attendees, including Qian Guoxing, regarded Xia Feng as though she were a fool. Comrade Xia Feng, both the bag and the bracelet belong to Comrade Wang Li and are her personal belongings. We have neither the authority to seize them nor to confiscate them. Zhang Kai retorted with conviction. What if I assert that her bag and bracelet are incriminating evidence of corruption? Xia Feng coldly challenged. In an instant, the office fell into a profound silence. Comrade Xia Feng, as a supervisory body, we cannot conduct our investigations based on mere conjecture. Nor can we unjustly label any comrade as corrupt without cause. Everyone possesses bags and bracelets. I have one as well. Does that imply I am corrupt? Su Mei questioned sternly, her voice raised. Very well. Xia Feng nodded emphatically and addressed everyone present. Since you all believe my assertions to be baseless, Who among you is willing to accompany me in interrogating Wang Li? At this, the crowd exchanged glances before almost unanimously responding. I, Qian Guoxing, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of disdain, remarked, I too wish to learn from Comrade Xia Feng. We shall observe from the sidelines. Comrade Xia Feng should have no objections, I presume? Xia Feng chuckled lightly. No objections at all. You wish to see how I conduct an interrogation? Prepare to be astounded. The performance begins. Chapter 21. The Tactics of Xia Feng. Xia Feng had been eagerly awaiting this very statement. Unless Qian Guoxing was thoroughly convinced, the inspection team could not be utilized in his favor. Furthermore, the interrogation of Wang Li was not driven by Xia Feng's personal grievances, but rather by the understanding that success hinges upon meticulous details. The cunning nature of Wang Yunbo and Wang Wukai, father and son, made it virtually impossible to capture them through direct means. Thus, it was imperative to delve into the minutiae. At times, seemingly unrelated cases could hold significant connections. This was a lesson Xia Feng had learned during his previous life in prison. One of his cellmates, a deputy director, found himself embroiled in a monumental corruption scandal after his wife was reported for spending a dollar bill on the street. Imagine if that vendor had not reported the incident. Without sufficient scrutiny from the disciplinary committee, how could such a rogue ever have been brought to justice? Consequently, during this period, Xia Feng was not merely reminiscing about his past, but was resolute in scrutinizing every detail. Soon, the group arrived at the temporary interrogation point established by the inspection team. Upon entering the room, they found Wang Li lost in thought, repeatedly glancing out the window. Hearing their footsteps, she turned to them and pleaded, I have disclosed everything I needed to. Please, I beg you, let me return home. Sume cast a sidelong glance at Xia Feng and consoled Wang Li gently. Do not worry. At most, it will be 24 hours. You will either be transferred to the disciplinary department or released. They won't detain you for an extra minute. On the surface, her words were meant to reassure Wang Li, yet they served as a subtle warning to Xia Feng, indicating that he had only 24 hours before exceeding the limits of protocol. Ignoring Sume, Xia Feng pulled out a chair, sat down, and scrutinized Wang Li. Wang Li, have you clarified all your issues? As he spoke, he flipped through the records. I have disclosed everything, even the exact time I took the bus this morning. When I arrived at the municipal compound, and how I entered, she replied. With a cold laugh, Xia Feng countered, that is merely the surface of your issues. Let's discuss the origins of the bag you possess. At this remark, Wang Li instinctively covered her handbag, her complexion shifting dramatically. I bought this. Where did you purchase it? Xia Feng continued his relentless questioning without pause. I bought it at the Jiangning department store. Wang Li stammered in response. Suddenly, Xia Feng slammed his hand on the table and coldly declared, Jiangning department store? Are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? That bag you carry, oh, the trademark. Are you even familiar with it? As he spoke, Xia Feng pointed at the cookie logo on Wang Li's bag. This is just a trademark. How would I know? Wang Li's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down her brow. Observing her expression, even Su Mei and Zhang Kai sensed something amiss. At this moment, Wang Li bore no resemblance to the composed figure she had been during their earlier interrogation. You may not recognize it, but I certainly do, Xia Feng remarked with a smile, stepping forward to snatch the bag from Wang Li's grasp, pointing to its emblem. This brand is Gucci. You might not have heard of it, but I can assure you, the cheapest bag from this label costs no less than 5,000 yuan. Moreover, not only is it unavailable at Jiangning department store, it cannot be found in the provincial capital either. Such luxurious items are exclusive to the capital. What? Did you say a bag costs 5,000 yuan? The revelation left everyone present utterly astounded. Even Su Mei and Zhang Kai's combined earnings over 6 months fell short of that amount. They would need to forego food and drink for half a year just to afford one of those bags, and yet they had failed to notice it on Wang Li. However, it was hardly their fault. In 1998, many were only just managing to meet their basic needs, making luxury goods feel even more unattainable. Not just Su Mei and Zhang Kai, but even Qian Guoxing had never heard of the Gucci brand. Xia Feng, are you being serious? A bag for 5,000 yuan? Su Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she took Wang Li's bag and examined it thoroughly, unable to discern what could possibly justify such a price. Indeed, even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth that much. The 20-something girl was utterly flabbergasted. Perhaps Wang Li herself was unaware of the bag's true value. Xia Feng narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Wang Li as she coldly remarked, "Now, think carefully about where this bag truly came from." Wang Li swallowed hard, her eyes darting as an idea struck her. "I found it." "Found it?" Xia Feng chuckled, finding the excuse impeccably crafted. In an era devoid of surveillance, if she claimed to have found it, no one could dispute her. Yet, in the next moment, Xia Feng seized Wang Li's wrist and removed a bracelet from her hand. "What are you doing? That's my personal property," Wang Li protested. Xia Feng scrutinized the bracelet, her voice icy. "Is this bracelet also something you found?" "No. My mother-in-law gave it to me when I got married," Wang Li insisted, attempting to snatch it back. However, Xia Feng pushed her away and tossed the bracelet onto the desk, stating coldly, "You all must think this is merely an ordinary, yet exquisitely crafted gold bracelet, correct?" The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, it was indeed a beautifully made piece. Just moments ago, Su Mei had admired it for quite some time, contemplating saving up to buy one herself. But now, Xia Feng's demeanor suggested there was more to this bracelet than met the eye. This bracelet bears English letters. Could anyone proficient in English please read them aloud for me? Xia Feng scanned the group. "I can." A young girl eagerly volunteered, taking the bracelet and scrutinizing it for a while before slowly pronouncing, "Hermes." Xia Feng gently shook her head with a smile. "Your pronunciation is incorrect. It should be Hermes. This is a premier international luxury brand. This bracelet is worth no less than 10,000. The moment Xia Feng uttered these words, all present were astounded. In an era when the concept of a 10,000 yuan household had just become a relic of the past, the mere thought of a bracelet costing 10,000 yuan was unfathomable even to the offspring of high-ranking officials. "You must be joking." Wang Li, utterly flustered, shouted and lunged to snatch the bracelet. "Wang Li, sit down," Zhang Kai bellowed, stepping forward to block the nearly frenzied Wang Li. He was genuinely enraged. Had it not been for Xia Feng, he might have mistakenly regarded Wang Li, this insatiable glutton, as a virtuous person. How could she amass such wealth in a place like the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? How many people's red envelopes would it take to purchase these two items? Wang Li was nothing short of a devil, draining the lifeblood of the populace. As Sister Su had just stated, we cannot make judgments based on personal assumptions in our investigations. For every comrade in every case, I must adhere to facts as my foundation and laws as my guide. Without on-site investigation and evidence collection, one cannot establish standards or evidence for the case. Thus, Sister Su can take these two items to verify with the higher-ups or with brother units in the capital. I believe a result will emerge in no more than 5 minutes. Xia Feng handed the two pieces of evidence, secured in a plastic bag, to the astonished Su Mei. "All right, Comrade Xia Feng, I will go at once." Su Mei clasped the plastic bag, her gaze towards Xia Feng filled with admiration. Chapter 22. The Depths of the Inspection Team, Where Lives May Be Lost. Wait. Just as Su Li turned to leave, she was called back by Qian Guoxing. "Team leader." Su Li was taken aback. The situation was already so clear, yet Qian Guoxing still sought to undermine Xia Feng. She had to concede that Qian Guoxing was indeed inactive, not out of inability, but because of his reluctance to act. Nevertheless, Qian Guoxing was undeniably a capable leader. After all, a fool could not maintain the position of head of the inspection team for 3 steady years. Moreover, in the past year, he had adeptly navigated between Shao, Guoqiang, and the Jiangning faction, remaining unscathed. This skill alone demonstrated his remarkable aptitude for seizing opportunities. So how could he falter in handling the Wang Li matter? Everyone in the inspection team shared a tacit understanding as they looked toward Qian Guoxing. They all recognized that he was their true leader. The inspection team and Xia Feng were merely temporary presences. After a month or two, once the rectification campaign concluded, wouldn't everyone return to their respective homes? As soon as Qian Guoxing ordered the sealing of the evidence and the transfer to the disciplinary inspection department, everyone would immediately cease their investigation and unconditionally comply with his command. This is what it means to be clear-headed. Li Bing, take photographs immediately. Send a fax to the brother units in the capital, requesting their cooperation in confirming that these two items are indeed luxury goods, as Comrade Xia Feng has asserted. Yes, the 23 or 24-year-old girl promptly stood at attention. At this moment, Qian Guoxing exuded an aura of sternness, contrasting sharply with the flippant demeanor he had just displayed as the head of the inspection team. Especially those eyes, sharp as two knives, left Xia Feng astounded. Xu Mei, you and Zhang Kai, upon receiving the complete facts from Li Bing, must take these two pieces of evidence and promptly proceed to the Jiangning department store. It is imperative that you ascertain from the managing director whether these items are in stock. Understood. Xu Mei and Zhang Kai stood at attention before swiftly departing with Li Bing. Zhao Wei, in the name of the inspection team, requested the city bureau to cooperate by dispatching police forces immediately to seal off Wang Li's residence and to detain all her immediate relatives. Understood. The young man, engaged in a game of solitaire, straightened up and hastily exited the interrogation room. Ping, you are to go to the bank at once and demand that the branches in Yunlai Town, Wantong County, and Jiangning provide transaction details for Wang Li and her family, particularly her immediate relatives. Understood. Another middle-aged man saluted Qian Guoxing before dashing out of the interrogation room. Oh, Qian Guoxing is meticulously strategizing and leaving no stone unturned. Some details were beyond Xia Feng's imagination, yet Qian Guoxing had already executed a comprehensive plan at the first opportunity. It appears that this individual is not lacking in capability. Rather, he is unwilling to take action. This is far more reprehensible than mere incompetence. The inspection team of 98 is a genuine power entity, encompassing everyone from Secretary Xiao Guoqiang to ordinary civil servants within its oversight. Its purpose is to prevent individuals from exploiting their positions for personal gain during the reform process. Yet Qian Guoxing, with his keen insight and commanding ability, has chosen to remain passive and watch the Jiangning faction grow in strength day by day. This is not merely dereliction of duty, but a severe failure to perform his responsibilities. Let's return to my office. Qian Guoxing cast a cold glance at Wang Li before turning and exiting the interrogation room. Xia Feng gently tapped the table and addressed Wang Li. This is your final opportunity. Before the inspection team members return, it would be wise to clarify and confess your issues. With that, Xia Feng emphatically placed paper and pen on the desk. The interrogation room of the inspection team is not the Public Security Bureau, as long as the individuals under investigation do not leave this room. Their personal freedom is not restricted. During this time, drafting a self-reflection letter and detailing the corruption would be her most prudent choice. Xia Feng did not wish to put Wang Li in a dire situation. After all, she had only committed numerous wrongdoings under the direction of Wang Yunbo. The guilt lies with Wang Yunbo. Wang Li is merely a pitiable pawn, likely to be abandoned once her utility is exhausted, with no one considering rescuing her. When Xia Feng entered Qian Guoxing's office, he stood by the glass window, his back to the door, lost in thought. I can only assist you to this extent. Qian Guoxing, hearing the footsteps, spoke in a flat tone without turning around. Team leader Qian, you possess the capability and means to deal with these corrupt individuals. Yet why? Wait for the outcome. Qian Guoxing interrupted in a low voice, picking up a cup of water and pacing back and forth in front of the window. His eyes became profound and serious. With each footfall, Qian Guoxing's expression grew increasingly grave. Report. A young woman's voice echoed from the entrance after 20 minutes. Come in. In an instant, the depth and hesitation in Qian Guoxing's gaze vanished, replaced by a sharp focus directed towards the door. Team leader. The brother unit from the capital has sent a fax confirming that this bracelet was indeed purchased at an international mall in the city. As it is a top-tier luxury item, each piece is numbered. Here are the identification details of the buyer. Li Bing placed a sheet of fax paper on Qian Guoxing's desk. Understood. You will return to standby. Unless I issue a command, no one is permitted to leave their posts early today. Yes. Before exiting the office, Li Bing cast a lingering glance at Xia Feng, then hurried away in her high heels. Soon, Several other teams returned in succession. Just as Xia Feng had indicated, the manager of Jiangning department store had never encountered either Gucci or Hermes. Team leader. The transaction records for Wang Li and her family will likely be compiled before the end of the workday. The colleagues at the bank are working overtime. In an era when online connectivity was not yet widespread, tracing all transaction records of an individual and their relatives was an exceedingly laborious task. It involved verifying information with various towns, compiling it at the county and district levels, and finally consolidating it at the municipal branch for reporting. If it weren't for the direct request from the inspection team, a comprehensive report would take at least half a month to compile. Return to your respective duties and remain on standby, Qian Guoxing instructed sternly. Yes. The middle-aged man, named Chun Ping, stood at attention before exiting the office. Qian Guoxing glanced at the materials on his desk, clasped his hands behind his back, and narrowed his eyes, contemplating. The evidence is all here. But have you truly considered the implications? Xia Feng could not comprehend why Qian Guoxing seemed transformed. Yet he straightened his posture and resolutely declared, "Though I may not possess shoulders of iron, this national emblem constantly reminds me of my duty to uphold righteousness for the people." Chapter 23. Surprise interrogation, full of enthusiasm. Qian Guoxing squinted, scrutinizing Xia Feng for a long while. He pushed the materials before him and said, "Take them. But I caution you, your family may suffer consequences due to your actions. Evil has never triumphed over righteousness." Xia Feng tossed out a remark and swiftly gathered the documents before exiting the office. With a resounding slam, the door closed behind him, and Qian Guoxing felt as though all his strength had been drained. He collapsed into his chair with a thud. Wearily, he opened the drawer and retrieved an old photograph from a notebook. In the image, a woman of similar age, with a graceful countenance, beamed radiantly beside him. Their heads nestled together. Behind them stood a girl of about 16 or 17, her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a floral jacket, exuding youth and happiness. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with dreams and aspirations for the future. A single tear, no larger than a bean, inadvertently fell upon the photograph. Qian Guoxing hastily and gently wiped it away with the sleeve of his clothing. Yet, as he clutched the photograph tightly, his hand trembled uncontrollably in sync with the rising of his shoulders. 1 drop, 2 drops. Silent tears cascaded down, soaking Qian Guoxing's sleeve and blurring his vision. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed, prompting Qian Guoxing to quickly tuck away the photograph and wipe the traces of tears from his face. Standing straight by the window with his back to the door, he called out, "Come in." Team leader. Comrade Xia Feng is about to conduct a surprise interrogation of Wang Li. Will you be attending? Li Bing's crisp voice came from behind him. If Jiao Jiao were still alive, she would probably be around this age too, thought Qian Guoxing, releasing a deep sigh from his chest. In a somber tone, he replied, "I will not be attending. You and Su Mei are to assist Comrade Xia Feng with the interrogation, while the other comrades remain on standby." Huh. Team leader. It's almost the end of the workday. Li Bing glanced at her watch and noted it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with only half an hour left. How late would the interrogation run? And when would she get home? Moreover, Su Mei had to pick up her child from kindergarten. This is an assignment, Qian Guoxing stated with an authoritative tone. Fine, Li Bing pouted, displaying her reluctance. She had originally planned to go to the movies with her boyfriend, but that seemed unlikely now. Do you lack even the most basic sense of organizational discipline? Qian Guoxing's voice suddenly rose an octave. Yes, Li Bing responded, sulking as she exited the office. The news of the extended interrogation of Wang Li caused an immediate uproar in the office. No way. Even if I have to take leave, I must pick up my daughter from school. Her father works in construction and has no idea when he will return. Su Mei exclaimed anxiously as she set down her knitting. My partner invited me to dinner at her parents' house. It's my first time meeting them, and I can't just cancel. Another colleague chimed in, equally distressed. Seeing the scene unfold, Xia Feng felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. Qian Guoxing had undergone a drastic change, yet his subordinates were quite difficult to manage. Everyone, please hold on. Xia Feng began organizing the materials in his hands, patiently addressing them. The case of Wang Li is likely to become the most significant corruption scandal in the province. perhaps even since the founding of a nation. Once we ascertain the facts and hand them over to the disciplinary inspection authorities, I assure you, each of your records will reflect this monumental achievement. Noticing the skepticism in their expressions, Xia Feng took a deep breath and continued. Consider this. Could an ordinary staff member from a supply and marketing cooperative orchestrate such a grand scheme? There must be bigger fish involved. As a member of the inspection team, I have no intention of competing for accolades. I simply hope for your active cooperation as we work together to solidify this case. We must eradicate the malefactors and restore integrity for the people of Jiangning. The office fell into a profound silence, everyone absorbing Xia Feng's earnest words. As the summer breeze suggested, amidst such a tumultuous commotion, could those few truly be recognized as exemplary figures or honored as role models? If that were indeed the case, their future paths would surely resemble a radiant avenue of opportunities. The inspection team, being a direct unit of the National Supervisory Commission, remains unbound by local constraints and jurisdictions. In the presence of numerous inconspicuous colleagues from fellow units, standing out could pave the way for an eventual transfer to the capital. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from resentment, confusion, and reluctance to one of quiet joy and resoluteness. When faced with a promising future, who would concern themselves with raising children? Surely, the grandparents are idle enough. It is high time for them to contribute to the family. What harm is there in waiting a moment longer for the old comrades? The world will not end if we postpone today. Wouldn't it be more honorable to return adorned with awards and accolades? When has watching a film ever been a restriction? The state-run cinemas will not close. Watching next month will not diminish anything. It seemed as if a collective clarity washed over them. Comrade Xia Feng, even if it requires overtime, we must honor the trust the people have placed in us. Su Mei, being a few years older, naturally possesses a greater awareness. She was the first to rise and, seizing her communicator, called her in-laws. Indeed, if oil workers can toil around the clock, so can we. Chun Ping stood up, thumping his chest with conviction. Yes, we shall pursue the matter to its conclusion, without any leniency. We must embody the spirit of resilience and endurance under Comrade Xia Feng's guidance to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the party and the people. As for personal matters, I believe they can certainly wait. Zhang Kai and Li Bing echoed with a tone of righteous determination. Very well, Su Mei and Li Bing. Accompany me to the interrogation room. The rest shall remain in the office for now. We shall all be ready, for should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can swiftly coordinate with law enforcement across districts and counties to respond promptly. The group sprang to their feet, eager not to lag behind. Even Xia Feng was moved. By harnessing their enthusiasm, the inspection team could transform into a formidable sword in his hands. The inspection team indeed wields significant authority. Yet without the multifaceted cooperation from local entities, progress would remain stagnant. However, with the unwavering support of the Jiangning inspection team, the outcome would be entirely different. Whether it be the police, prosecutorial departments, or other governmental functions, upon receiving the collaborative investigation documents from the inspection team, they would be compelled to cooperate fully. Otherwise, would a department head wish to resign? It would be prudent to first reflect deeply on issues of dereliction and negligence at the inspection team. Excellent. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us proceed together. No sooner had Xia Feng spoken than his communicator chimed. Seeing it was a call from Ma Zhiruo, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What does she possibly want at this moment? Chapter 24. Dreaming of controlling me. After a brief contemplation, Xia Feng answered the call. Before he could utter a word, Ma Zhiruo's voice resonated from the other end. Xia Feng, do you even realize what you are doing? Do you know what others are saying about you now? Are you here to seek retribution? No need to guess. It must be Wang Yunbo who has incited Ma Zhiruo to disrupt his investigative process while simultaneously probing into its progress. With this thought, Xia Feng let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "Of course I know what I am doing." Xia Feng, Ma Zhiruo responded with a tone of profound concern. You cannot cling to Wang Li's minor mistakes, do you realize? Her in-laws are now threatening to hang themselves or consume poison. The entire supply and marketing cooperative is abuzz with rumors. and everyone is whispering behind your back. Some even claim you're seizing this opportunity to retaliate against Wang Li, showing no regard for past camaraderie among colleagues. Furthermore, you are specifically targeting former co-workers for investigation. Do you not understand that this path will not lead you far? Upon hearing this, Xia Feng laughed, though it was a laugh born of frustration. Even if Wang Li had no other faults, the mere false accusation of him committing acts of indecency should have prompted Ma Zhiruo, as his girlfriend, to defend him from that perspective. Yet now, she had transformed into a fierce advocate for Wang Li, unilaterally exonerating her, and even using the opinions of others to pressure him into releasing Wang Li. This situation was inherently problematic. It was quite possible that Wang Yunbo had sensed something amiss and was already restless, which led him to deploy Ma Zhiruo as a means to control Xia Feng. Due to the loud volume of the small communicator, everyone present, including Qian Guoxing, could hear Ma Zhiruo's words distinctly. In an instant, frowns appeared on many faces. The enthusiasm that had just been sparked was evidently diminished. Who is this woman? Could she be Comrade Xia Feng's beloved? If so, I fear this case may come to an unfortunate end. Sister Su, gather your things. It's time to go home and pick up the child. I must also pay a visit to my father-in-law. Although it may be late, it is better than not going at all. The murmurs of the group reached Qian Guoxing's ears, and at this moment, he too felt a waning of interest. In 1998, although there were no female martial artists, the women of that era perfectly inherited the admirable traditions of their predecessors, being devoted to family, virtuous, nurturing their husbands, and raising children, all while excelling in their careers alongside their male counterparts. Thus, they held considerable influence within the household, even if they were not the ultimate decision-makers. They often swayed their husbands' choices. As someone who had experienced this, Qian Guoxing understood the potential impact of Ma Zhiruo's words. Though unspoken, she insinuated that if Xia Feng continued to pursue Wang Li relentlessly, it could very well lead to a rift in their relationship. Could Xia Feng truly forsake familial bonds for righteousness? He hesitated, realizing that the decision he had made in the office earlier was perhaps too hasty. Just as the group began to lose faith in Xia Feng, he suddenly let out a cold snort, addressing Ma Zhiruo. I fail to comprehend how you are aware of the gossip circulating at the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Have you developed some extraordinary ability to see across the mountain roads, or have you established some clandestine means of eavesdropping? You seem to know the details of Wang Li's in-law's desperate plight with remarkable clarity. During the war, we should have enlisted you for intelligence work. What a waste of talent. Ma Zhiruo was left speechless by the inquiry. The circumstances were conveyed to her by Wang Yunbo, who particularly urged Ma Zhiruo to find a way to persuade Xia Feng to release Wang Li as swiftly as possible. If all else failed, he suggested resorting to the threat of a breakup. Although Wang Yunbo believed he held no leverage over Wang Li, he remained in a state of anxiety throughout the day. Each additional minute Wang Li spent with the inspection team quickened his heartbeat. However, due to the sensitivity of his position, he dared not inquire about developments within the inspection team. The stillness often heralded greater peril. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, news arrived from Yunlai Town that the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, alongside the Wantong County Bureau, had apprehended Wang Li's family, instilling in Wang Yunbo a profound sense of crisis. It was then that he activated Ma Zhiruo as a pawn in his scheme. Yet, this pawn evidently failed to yield the anticipated results. Ma Zhiruo hesitated for quite some time before diverting the conversation. Xia Feng, I know you've joined the inspection team, but you can't remain there forever. You must consider the future. Think about our future together. With the way you're offending people, who will ever promote you? Surely, you don't intend to be a mere junior staff member in the organization for life? Discussions about ideals, future prospects, and envisioning a beautiful life after marriage had always been Ma Zhiruo's secret weapon to manipulate Xia Feng. Whenever the topic of the future arose, particularly concerning their life together, Xia Feng would invariably relent. This tactic had proven infallible in the past. Had this been a previous life, upon hearing such words, Xia Feng would have promptly ceased his investigation into Wang Li and willingly confessed his mistakes to Ma Zhiruo. However, in this life, she would not deceive him again with her pretense of concern for his well-being. If it means being a junior staff member for life, so be it. Xia Feng retorted coldly. Xia Feng, why are you so obstinate? I must have been blind to have followed such an inflexible fool like you. Who am I doing this for if not for our future? Moreover, my father has said that if you can rise to deputy section chief, he will consent to our marriage. Don't you wish to marry me sooner and possess me sooner? Upon hearing this, Xia Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Who would want to possess you, you worn-out shoe? The mere sight of you disgusts me. Had it not been for my desire not to give Wang Yunbo an advantage, do you think I would keep you around? With a scoff, Xia Feng replied, Ma Zhizhua, spare me your fade. If I'm not mistaken, this call was instigated by Wang Yunbo, wasn't it? What nonsense are you spouting? I have nothing to do with Director Wang. No need for explanations. Return and inform Wang Yunbo to clean himself up, both neck and backside, and prepare for incarceration. With an angry shout, Xia Feng abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Ma Zhizhua was left in a daze. If previously Xia Feng had been somewhat ambiguous, this time he had made their relationship with Wang Yunbo glaringly clear. Could it be that Xia Feng was aware of everything? That seemed implausible. She had always been cautious. Just as doubts swirled in her mind, her stomach began to churn violently, and she rushed to the restroom, retching uncontrollably. In the next moment, Ma Zhizhua was suddenly struck with alarm. Could it be that incident where no safety measures were taken, resulting in me becoming pregnant with Wang Yunbo's child? Upon considering this possibility, Ma Zhiru hurriedly dialed Wang Yunbo's number. Zhiru, what is the update? What did Xia Feng say? Wang Yunbo immediately cut to the chase as soon as the call connected. Yunbo, I think I might be pregnant, and the child is yours. Ma Zhiru's voice trembled as she spoke. Chapter 25. Help me change my clothes, I ask you. What did Xia Feng say? Stop interrupting me. Wang Yunbo's irritation flared, and he unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Ma Zhiru at the other end of the line. Did this woman truly consider herself a prized possession? He, Wang Yunbo, was not one to be easily seduced. Women like her were merely for fleeting amusement. Had it not been for his desire to deal with Xia Feng, he would have discarded her like a worn-out shoe long ago. Yunbo, why are you yelling at me? Zhiru, you must understand my predicament. What has become of Wang Li? Does Xia Feng agree to release her? I'm still confined here with the inspection team. Wang Yunbo cursed silently. Yet he felt compelled to soften his tone and offer some comfort to Ma Zhiru. Yunbo, I truly don't know what's come over Xia Feng these past few days. He has been utterly unyielding. I tried to persuade him, but he not only refused to listen, but also said, what did he say? Wang Yunbo's frustration boiled over, wishing he could rush to Ma Zhiru and deliver 2 sharp slaps to awaken her senses. He said for you and Uncle Wang to clean yourselves up and await imprisonment. Upon hearing this, rage nearly overflowed from Wang Yunbo's eyes. That's Xia Feng. Once the inspection team leaves, just wait to see how I handle you. All right, I understand. Wang Yunbo barked, preparing to end the call. Yunbo, what about our child? Ma Zhiru asked anxiously. The matter of her pregnancy could only be concealed temporarily. If Xia Feng discovered it, he would undoubtedly end their relationship. She didn't care about Xia Feng, but the child in her womb deserved a father. Unless Wang Yunbo divorced his wife, she needed to devise a plan for Xia Feng to take responsibility. She was waiting for Wang Yunbo's assurance. This child cannot remain. With that, Wang Yunbo decisively hung up the phone. His child? Wang Yunbo scoffed. Throughout the year, countless women had terminated pregnancies for him. And as for the illegitimate child that Ma Zhiru carried, who could say whose it was? A woman of her caliber certainly had not slept with him alone. And she expected him to take responsibility? What a delusion. After ending the call with Ma Zhiru, Wang Yunbo quickly contacted Wang Bukai. Dad, I had Ma Zhiru call Xia Feng to secure Wang Li's release, but he refused. What is the situation with Qian Guoxing? When can I leave? As soon as the call connected, Wang Yunbo's anxious inquiry was evident. What are you so anxious about? They haven't handed you over to the disciplinary committee yet? Wang Bukai felt a weight in his heart. The inspection team possesses the authority to supervise and provide evidence, yet they lack the power to impose sanctions. Once the case is thoroughly investigated, it will be transferred to the relevant local departments in accordance with established procedures. If, as of now, the case has not been transferred, It indicates that Wang Li is entangled in matters beyond mere false accusations. Yinbo, you must honestly disclose whether there are any other issues concerning Wang Li. Wang Wukai inquired gravely. There are none. She is not an individual of significance and does not control any critical elements. I merely find it unsettling that the inspection team is fixated on her. Furthermore, this afternoon, Huang Haitao informed me that personnel from the Municipal Bureau and Wantong County Bureau have taken control of Wang Li's family, which leaves me feeling rather uneasy. Upon hearing this, Wang Wukai was taken aback. Could it be that Wang Li is indeed unharmed? Is the inspection team out of their minds to send municipal personnel to monitor her family? Ensure that this matter remains discreet and does not escalate into a major incident. Also, keep a vigilant eye on any movements from the inspection team and from Xia Feng. Notify me immediately of any developments. Having concluded the conversation, Wang Guokai swiftly ended the call and exited the office with purpose. Meanwhile, Xia Feng had just hung up the phone and was walking towards the interrogation room with colleagues when a fellow member of the organization approached him briskly. Locking eyes with Xia Feng, "You must be the newly appointed Xia Feng from the organization department, correct?" Xia Feng was momentarily taken aback by the pleasant fragrance wafting toward him. He looked up to see a young woman, dressed in professional attire with her hair in a ponytail, standing at his desk. "I am Xia Feng," he replied with a nod. "Greetings, I am Jiangmin. Welcome to the organization department of Jiangning City." As she extended her delicate hand with grace, Xia Feng warmly shook it in return. "Director Feng requests your immediate presence in his office," Jiangmin stated, gesturing for Xia Feng to follow her. Xia Feng furrowed his brow and addressed Qian Guoxing and the others. "Qian team leader, I will meet with Director Feng briefly and return shortly." With that, he followed Jiangmin towards the office of Department Head Feng Haoming. "You may enter. Director Feng is awaiting you." Jiangmin led Xia Feng to the door of the office and then gracefully walked away, her ponytail swaying. Xia Feng adjusted his attire and lightly knocked on the door. "Guomin," a deep, resonant voice called from within the office. Xia Feng cleared his throat and stepped inside. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with distinct features and an aura of integrity. This man must be the organization minister, Feng Haoming. From his previous life's recollections, Xia Feng remembered that Feng was appointed to Jiangning alongside Xiao Guoqiang. Subsequently, due to the incident involving Luo Yunyan, Xiao Guoqiang was swiftly reassigned to the neighboring city of Jiangyin. After Xiao departed, Feng Haoming faced continuous exclusion and suppression, ultimately being transferred from Jiangning as well. Thus, the Jiangning faction truly wielded unchecked power, leading to their downfall 2 decades later in a notorious corruption scandal that uprooted the entire faction. However, in this lifetime, Xia Feng would ensure that the Jiangning faction would not enjoy their impunity for another 20 years, for the sake of the 4 million residents of Jiangning City. From the moment Xia Feng entered the inspection team, he resolved to uproot these nefarious elements. Steeling himself, Xia Feng secured the door and approached Feng Haoming's desk. Greeting him with courtesy, "Minister Feng, may I have a word?" Feng Haoming, who was also scrutinizing Xia Feng, took a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Minister Feng." Xia Feng pulled out a chair and sat across from him. "Xia Feng, I have reviewed your resume and heard of your heroic deeds from Secretary Xiao." However, Feng Haoming intentionally elongated his words, speaking earnestly. "The nature of the inspection team's work is exceedingly unique, so you must be vigilant regarding your methods and approaches. Otherwise, encountering layers of resistance is merely a minor issue. Your personal safety could also be at stake. I trust you understand my meaning." Evidently, Feng Haoming was concerned that Xia Feng's youthful exuberance might provoke the Jiangning faction, fearing they might act desperately and cross the final threshold. "Thank you for your reminder, Minister Feng. I will certainly exercise caution. However, may I inquire about Secretary Zhao's situation?" Xia Feng asked, nodding solemnly. "Secretary Xiao has already gone to the Discipline Inspection Commission. He will be back to work in no more than 3 days. So there is no need for you to worry. Moreover, Secretary Xiao has always held you in high regard, which is why he urged me to advise you. The Jiangning faction is not as simple as you might think. They have been investigated before. But either the efforts yielded no results or unexpected incidents occurred, so I trust you grasp my meaning. Before Xia Feng could respond, Feng Haoming continued. The inspection team will not arrive in Jiangning until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so you should report directly to the small meeting room of the municipal committee. During this period, I will not assign you any specific tasks. Today, I will grant you another day off to prepare adequately. With that, Feng Haoming lifted his cup for a sip of water. The gesture of offering a cup to a guest is a customary practice in official circles. Although Xia Feng had not previously navigated such realms, he understood it well. Minister Feng, thank you for your guidance. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Xia Feng stood and bid farewell to Feng Haoming. Go ahead, Feng Haoming nodded slightly. Just as Xia Feng exited Feng Haoming's office, a piercing scream echoed from the water room at the end of the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened to the door of the water room. There, he witnessed an aged faucet burst, spraying water everywhere. Jiang Min was holding a basin, attempting to block the geyser with her small hands. However, as soon as she released her grip, water splashed anew. At that moment, her hair and white shirt were completely drenched. Xia Feng, quick on his feet, rushed forward and swiftly turned off the valve at the entrance. Yet, as he turned back, he was utterly stunned upon seeing Jiang Min. Before him was her youthful and radiant face, droplets of water still clinging to her hair, her delicate features marred by an expression of fear. The once thin, short-sleeved shirt, now thoroughly soaked, revealed her exquisite collarbone and fair shoulders in stark clarity, particularly accentuating the gentle curve at her chest, which was subtly visible. Like flowers blooming in the spring, this scene stirred the heart of Xia Feng. Chapter 26. Following the clue to uncover evidence. Jiang Min seemed to become aware of her own awkwardness at this moment. Almost instinctively, she leaned against Xia Feng's back, fearing she might disappear. However, that sensation caused Xia Feng's heart to flutter once again, akin to tossing a spark into a barrel of gasoline. Turning to gaze at the breathtaking visage before him and the crimson lips just a few centimeters away, Xia Feng swallowed hard. Hastily removing his outer garment and draping it over Jiang Min, Xia Feng. Thank you, but could you accompany me back to my dormitory to change clothes? Jiang Min lifted her head, her eyes filled with a pleading look as she gazed at Xia Feng. There was no choice. Jiang Min's clothes were thoroughly soaked, and wearing Xia Feng's garment offered little protection. Xia Feng had unwittingly become her lifeline. Her hands clutched tightly around Xia Feng's waist from behind, as if terrified he might escape, binding him to her firmly. Her soft body pressed against him, leaving no space for him to glance back. Very well. Xia Feng swallowed hard again, readjusting the clothing on Jiang Min and using his own body to shield her as they descended the stairs together. Jiang Min's dormitory was merely a street away from the municipal compound, and soon Xia Feng accompanied her into her rented room. Given the room's cramped nature, Xia Feng had to turn around, facing away from Jiang Min. However, the mirror at the entrance revealed her peach-like figure and slender waist in full view. Observing her damp, white shirt sliding down, Xia Feng couldn't help but lick his cracked lips. The sight of her shoulder, resembling a work of art, left him in a daze. Such an exquisite figure, coupled with her captivating beauty, was nothing short of perfection. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and Xia Feng's mind became a blank slate. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Min, now dressed, blushed as she lifted her charming face, tugging at Xia Feng's arm. With eyes like a spring pool, she shyly suggested, "Let's head back." Upon returning to the inspection team's office, Xia Feng hurriedly addressed Qian Guoxing and the others, saying, "Team Leader Qian, I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Let us resume the interrogation." "No problem. It's normal for the leadership to want to speak with you on your first day," Qian Guoxing replied, leading the group, along with Xia Feng, toward the first interrogation room. "Wang Li, it appears you intend to resist until the end?" Xia Feng said, his expression icy and tone grave as he looked at the untouched sheet of paper on the desk. I have nothing to confess. I haven't embezzled anything. That bag and bracelet prove nothing." Wang Li's anxiety was evident on her face. She desperately wanted to confess. Yet memories of news stories from years past haunted her, an official sentenced to death for embezzling a mere 200,000. Her situation was far more severe. Whether to speak or remain silent, both paths led to doom. Might as well bite the bullet and deny everything. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. What cannot be proven? Xia Feng chuckled, bemused by Wang Li's foolish laughter. Little did she know that luxury brands like Hermes possess an upgrade system to signify a customer status. Therefore, with each purchase of a Hermes luxury item, one accumulates points, thereby leaving behind the purchaser's name. So, pray tell, what is your relationship with this Su Goen? Why did he gift you a bracelet valued at 18,000? Xia Feng smiled as he picked up a plastic bag before him, containing a fax sent by a brother unit in the capital. It clearly displayed the identity information of the buyer. I don't know him. Wang Li's face turned pale as she shook her head vehemently. Yet, all present could discern the stark contraction of her pupils at the mere mention of Su Goen's name. Do you not recognize him? Allow me to jog your memory. Xia Feng casually retrieved the identity information from the municipal bureau and proclaimed loudly, Su Goen, aged 34. With 3 prior offenses, having served 5 years in prison. 2 years ago, upon his release, he became the business manager of Tianma Group, which primarily engages in grain trading and construction contracting. Su Goen is responsible for the grain purchasing and sales business. His gift of this bracelet to you is indeed significant. With each word Xia Feng uttered, Wang Li's complexion grew increasingly ashen. By the time he finished reading, the thin short sleeves she wore were drenched in cold sweat. Knock! Knock, knock! At the sound of a knock, Wang Li jumped in fright, as if a bird startled from its perch. Come in. As soon as Xia Feng's words fell, a staff member from the inspection team entered briskly. Comrade Xia Feng, this is the detailed record of all deposits and withdrawals for Wang Li and her family, sent by the municipal bank. Place it here. Xia Feng tapped the table. The staff member, seizing the opportunity to glance at Xia Feng's interrogation records, was abruptly blocked from view by Chun Ping, who stood up with a sudden motion. Hand it over to me, and you may leave at once. Chun Ping barked, causing the staff member to freeze momentarily before hurriedly turning to exit. Comrade Xia Feng, this is the deposit record for Wang Li and her family. Please take a look. As he spoke, Chun Ping placed the compiled document on Xia Feng's desk, but upon merely glancing at the figures, he was struck dumb. 350,000. Good heavens! That amounts to 1,000 months of my salary. Yet amid the shock and delight, Chun Ping's brow furrowed, for the name of the depositor was not Wang Li. Chapter 27. A call from the secretary. In total, 350,000. You have indeed reaped a bountiful harvest this year. Xia Feng cast a glance at the end of the summary document, a cold smirk dancing on his lips. 350,000? The entire office was left in utter disbelief. Even Su Mei dropped the sweater she was holding. Such a sum of money, a lifetime's earnings for us. And she has earned it in just 1 year? Li Bing counted on his fingers and spoke with a trembling voice. You must first live to 100. Zhang Kai doused Li Bing with cold water, saying, that money is neither mine nor saved by me. Before Wang Li could finish, Xia Feng let out a heavy sigh and spoke with solemnity. Wang Li, the evidence is irrefutable. You cannot obfuscate the truth with mere cleverness. Your level of corruption has brought disgrace not only upon yourself, but upon your entire family, including your in-laws. Your children will forever be estranged from the system because of you. Your husband will find it impossible to hold his head high in the village because of your actions. Yet, instead of confessing your issues to the organization, you drag your parents into this mess. How can you repay them for the sacrifices they have made in raising you? At this, Xia Feng slowly rose and walked to the window, turning his back to Wang Li. Your parents are nearly 60. Do you wish to see them taken away by the police in front of the entire village because of you? On what grounds can you arrest my parents? Wang Li abruptly turned to Xia Feng. 350,000. Your parents are honest farmers with no side occupations. Even if your family's land yields 500,000 pounds per acre, it would take 1.5 years to sell that much produce. Is it unreasonable to ask them to explain the source of this money? The authorities even have reason to suspect they received dirty money from enemy agents. Do you understand what that means for them? To evade your own culpability, you would ensnare your parents in this predicament. You are not only a poor wife and mother. You are unworthy of being a daughter. I lament for them, having a daughter like you. With these words, Wang Li's mental defenses crumbled completely. In her desperation to evade scrutiny, she had indeed, unbeknownst to her parents, opened 2 bank accounts using her connections. The bribes she received from Su Goen were deposited in those accounts. Initially, she harbored a sliver of hope that, even if she were ever discovered, this money would suffice for her parents' retirement and her children's education. Yet she never considered that her actions would bring shame upon her parents before the entire village and subject her aging father to the scourge of imprisonment. Wang Li wept bitterly, her cries piercing the air. She regretted her choices, wishing she had not become entangled in this web. Had she simply worked diligently, even with a modest income, she would not face such dire consequences today. But could she turn back now? As Wang Li wrestled with her inner turmoil, Xia Feng spoke again. I believe you are merely a pawn being used by others. As a lowly clerk in a supply and marketing cooperative, even if you had 10 times the audacity, you would not dare commit such a grand act of corruption. If you demonstrate a sincere attitude of repentance and truthfully disclose your issues to the organization, daring to expose and report, you may still have the opportunity to become a witness for the prosecution. What? Wang Li, hearing Xia Feng's words, suddenly lifted her head, crawled a few steps, and clutched Xia Feng's leg, pleading, "Is what you say true?" "It is indeed true," he affirmed. Before the summer breeze could utter a word, Qian Guoxing solemnly stated, "As long as the materials you provide possess value, our inspection team will thoroughly consider your contributions when handing over the case to the Disciplinary Inspection and Supervision Department. We will also advocate for leniency during the prosecution process based on your confession, or should your performance stand out. We may even request the prosecution to refrain from pressing charges. However, all of this hinges upon your attitude towards admitting guilt." I have said all I needed to say. Wang Li's body finally crumpled to the ground as she wept, recounting how Wang Yunbo had subtly prompted her to report Xia Feng. Subsequently, she began detailing the entire criminal process. Upon hearing Wang Li finally speak, Qian Guoxing turned to the others and instructed, "Li Bing, Zhang Kai. You are responsible for taking notes and must verify her testimony multiple times. I have some matters to discuss with Comrade Xia Feng." "Understood." The two stood and approached the desk, taking the paper and pen from Xia Feng's hands, diligently recording her statements. Xia Feng followed Qian Guoxing into the office. "Team Leader Qian, is there something you need?" Xia Feng inquired with a hint of confusion. Qian Guoxing furrowed his brows and replied, "It is quite challenging to associate Wang Yunbo with this case. His words are ambiguous and lack substantial evidence." Xia Feng chuckled lightly. "It matters not. I merely believe that this case may be connected to Wang Guokai and his son Wang Yunbo. I intend to issue them a warning." Upon hearing this, Qian Guoxing's expression became grave, and he cautioned, "Xia Feng, are you truly intent on pursuing this? Su Goen is merely a minor player, inconsequential. However, do you know whose investment project Tianma Group is? To provoke Tianma Group involves more than just the Jiangning faction. Do you comprehend what awaits you?" Xia Feng, undeterred, responded with a light laugh. "Then I would be keen to hear your insights, Team Leader Qian, and to understand what threats lie in wait for me. Tianma Group is not merely a corporate entity. The Gu brothers, Gu Wenlong and Gu Wenhui, hold significant positions, one as a representative of Jiangning's People's Congress and the other as the nominal president of Tianma Group. Those darker than them possess no voice, while those with voice are not as nefarious. Traffic accidents and threats are merely conventional tactics. They could even fabricate the appearance of your suicide. Are you not afraid?" Xia Feng fell into a momentary stupor, recalling that the law enforcement in 1998 was starkly different from decades hence. During that era, brawls among thugs were commonplace. And in a time devoid of surveillance, crimes proliferated. A company as well-connected as Tianma Group is indeed capable of anything. Should I really be fearful? Seeing Xia Feng's expression momentarily falter, Qian Guoxing sneered disdainfully. "This is merely childish play. Do you know who is responsible for attracting investments to Tianma Group? What you will face is not just the idle threats of society's miscreants. The danger to you and your family's lives will be compounded by political pressure that could crush you like a mountain, perhaps even lead to your demise." After speaking, Qian Guoxing's deep, oceanic gaze bore into Xia Feng. In turn, Xia Feng met his gaze, evidently aware that Qian Guoxing held knowledge of the undercurrents at play, and it was not beyond reason to suspect that he too had endured the very threats he described. After a prolonged silence, Xia Feng slowly rose, adjusted his collar, and wiped away the dust from the national emblem on his chest. In a calm voice, he stated, "He once said that death can be lighter than a feather or heavier than a mountain. From a moment I stood beneath the flag stained with the blood of our ancestors. I have lost the right to retreat. I have faith in the organization, and even more so in the countless people who stand by our side. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. If that day truly comes, I am willing to stain the flag behind me, which symbolizes justice, with my own blood." Qian Guoxing clenched his teeth, staring intently at Xia Feng. After a long moment, as Qian Guoxing began to rise, the desk phone suddenly rang. He glanced at Xia Feng and answered the call, saying, "This is Qian Guoxing, secretary.com? Very well. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Qian Guoxing's expression turned grave as he remarked, "It's coming. A storm is brewing." With a deep look exchanged between them, he hastily exited the office. Once he was gone, Xia Feng called Li Bing over and whispered softly for a moment. Is that appropriate?" Li Feng hesitated. Xia Feng nodded slightly, saying, "Consider it a way for them to pay a little interest. It's fine." "All right then." After a brief pause, Li Bing stepped into Wang Yunbua's interrogation room. "What are you doing? Why am I being restrained?" As Li Bing cuffed him to the single bed frame, Wang Yunbua grew agitated. Before long, Li Bing returned with Wang Li to the door of Wang Yunbua's room, stating that interrogation room needs to be temporarily cleared. "You can go in for a while." With that, Li Bing pushed Wang Li into Wang Yunbua's interrogation room. Only when Wang Yunbua saw the rage burning in Wang Li's eyes did he comprehend why Li Bing had restrained him. "Don't come any closer, Wang Yunbua. It's all your fault. You have ruined my life. I will fight you." With Wang Li's piercing scream, the interrogation room was soon filled with Wang Yunbua's anguished cries. "Before Qian returns, do not forget to release her," Xia Feng admonished, glancing at Wang Yunbua, whose face was marred by Wang Li's grip from the window. "Understood." Li Bing stifled a few chuckles, biting her lip. Chapter 28. He is a man of battle, secretary.com. "You call for me?" Qian Guoxing entered the office as Chun.com was on a call. Upon seeing Qian Guoxing, he gestured for him to sit down. 2 minutes later, after ending the call, Chun.com studied Qian Guoxing with a furrowed brow, asking, "Little Qian, how long have you been in the inspection team?" Qian Guoxing frowned slightly and replied, 3 years. Secretary Xiao has repeatedly emphasized that party members and cadres must pay attention to the methods and approaches of their work. While you are indeed under the direct leadership of the National Supervision Commission, you should also be mindful of the impact when handling local affairs. Shin.Kong appeared frustrated, lightly tapping 3 fingers on the table. This gesture indicated the leader's intense dissatisfaction and hinted at possible accountability measures. Qian Guoxing lowered his eyelids, wearing an expression of innocence, and said, "Secretary.Kong, what are you talking about? The inspection team is here to assist localities in resolving issues, not to create chaos for our comrades. Moreover, the inspection team has not taken on any cases recently, has it?" Shin.Kong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qian Guoxing's face. After a pause of 3 seconds, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Xiao Qian, did your inspection team detain someone named Wang Li this morning?" Qian Guoxing abruptly raised his head, looking bewildered at Shin.Kong. "I don't know. Oh dear, Xiao Su and the others haven't mentioned anything to me. Has something happened?" Shin.Kong fixed his gaze on Qian Guoxing, his right hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. "You're telling lies with your eyes wide open. Without your orders, Zhao Wei wouldn't dare to send anyone from the municipal bureau to Yunlai town." Secretary.Kong, what on earth has happened? Qian Guoxing appeared genuinely distressed as he turned to Chin.Kong. "Oh, Secretary.Kong, you're unaware that my old ailment flared up again last night. I didn't sleep until 3 in the morning. After lunch, I've been asleep until now. Did Xiao Su and the others do something outrageous again? These young comrades are too impulsive in a crisis. I was asleep, but Secretary.Kong, you ain't gone to bed yet. Don't they know to report and seek approval before taking action? How could they create trouble for our local comrades?" This is a classic case of disorganization and indiscipline. When I return, I must hold a meeting to sternly reinforce organizational discipline and reiterate the significance of the inspection team's existence, preventing similar incidents from occurring again. Qin, a man of great cunning, found himself amused by Qian Guoxing's indignation. Xiao Qian, ordinarily, such trivial matters could be left to the youth to fumble about with. But you must have received directives from your superiors, correct? Qin suppressed his anger and spoke with a congenial tone. Tomorrow morning, the provincial inspection team will make their first stop here in Jiangning. If the public gathers at the Municipal Party Committee S Gate to lodge complaints against your inspection team, it would not only bring disgrace to the team, but also tarnish the image of the National Supervision Commission in the eyes of the people. Qian Guoxing blinked in confusion and asked Secretary Kong, what exactly has transpired? Zhao Wei, in the name of the inspection team, requested the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team to detain Wang Li's relatives. This incident has already caused serious repercussions in Yunlai Town and Wantong County. Furthermore, Wang Li's in-laws attempted suicide by hanging themselves. If not for Comrade Huang Haitao,'s timely intervention to seize the pesticide from Wang Li's father-in-law, a tragic enforcement incident would have ensued. As an experienced party member and veteran cadre, I do not wish to elaborate on the grave implications of this incident. You must comprehend it well. Moreover, I have gathered some information regarding the entire affair. It originated from her disagreement with a comrade named Xia Feng, leading her to write a slanderous letter. In such cases, where the facts are clear and the evidence irrefutable, should not the inspection team have promptly transferred the matter to the Discipline Inspection Department? Yet, your inspection team not only detained Wang Li, but also restricted the personal freedom of her family. Do you comprehend the nature of this conduct? Engaging in collective punishment, where one person errs and the entire family suffers, is a remnant of feudal oppression. Qin Dakong's speech was fervent and resolute, elevating the entire matter to a political height. However, the core message was singular. He demanded the immediate release of the detained individuals. As Qian Guoxing listened, he nodded repeatedly, adopting a contrite demeanor, stating, Secretary Kong is right. This is a remnant of feudalism that must be met with serious criticism and education. After speaking, Qian Guoxing rose, adjusted his attire, and declared, I have grasped the situation. Rest assured, Secretary Kong, I will return to convene a meeting on the work style of the inspection team, where each member must earnestly reflect on their personal conduct. Those who fail to recognize their shortcomings will be required to stay overnight in the inspection team's office. With that, without waiting for Qin Dakong to respond, Qian Guoxing strode out of the office. Watching Qian Guoxing's retreating figure, Qin Dakong clenched his teeth in frustration. Who authorized you to hold a meeting? I instructed you to release them. Yet, Qian Guoxing skillfully evaded the core issue, failing to mention the transfer of Wang Li to the Disciplinary Inspection Department, indicating there was much more at stake regarding Wang Li. Wang Wukai, were you concealing from me? Do you not understand that a 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an anthole? Qin Dakong felt a mix of urgency and anger. But the inspection team did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Party Committee, rendering his words merely advisory. Qian Guoxing had the choice to act upon them or not. After much contemplation, Qin Dakong picked up the phone and directly dialed Wang Guotsai's office, stating, Comrade Gukai, come to my office at once. Wang Gukai, upon receiving the call, hurriedly made his way to Qin Dakong's office. As he entered, he was met with Qin Dakong's stormy countenance. Secretary Kong, you called for me? Qin Dakong arched his brows, his tone unfriendly, commanding, close the door. Once the door was securely shut, Qin Dakong slammed his cup down on the desk, his expression grave. Wang Wukai, what exactly is the issue with Wang Li? Wang Wukai, taken aback by the inquiry, paused for a moment before standing upright and responding, Secretary Kong, she is not a significant figure and does not possess critical information. There really isn't much to investigate. Nonsense. Qin Dakong interjected, hands on his hips, pacing the office. The refusal of the inspection team to release her signifies her substantial value. Do you truly believe Qian Guoxing is a mere buffoon? His instincts are sharper than a dog's nose. And do not forget, 2 years ago, the incidents involving his wife and daughter. You'd better clean up your act, or no one will be able to shield you. Let me remind you once more, he is a man who has seen battle. With that, Chun Dakong lifted his cup, glancing at the empty vessel. Give me some water. Wang Wukai, drenched in cold sweat from the reprimand, hurriedly filled a cup with warm water and retreated to his original position. Are you just going to wait here for me to invite you to dinner, instead of verifying the issues at hand? Chun Dakong's dissatisfaction was palpable. As the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, he had clearly lost his composure. However, this also made Wang Guokai acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Secretary Dakong, I shall promptly return to inquire of Yunhua. Aside from your incompetent son, should you not also consider the perspectives of others? Wang Guokai, I recall you to be an astute individual, yet over the past 2 years, you have undergone a transformation. Ultimately, the foolish epithet that lingered on Chun Dakong's lips remained unspoken, as he impatiently gestured dismissively at Wang Wukai, feeling an overwhelming desire to end their association. His intuition signaled that it was time to sever ties with Wang Wukai. Chapter 29. After the briefing, Qian Guoxing returned to his office, where Xia Feng and the members of the inspection team were fervently deliberating their next course of action. Team leader Qian. The faces of the inspection team radiated with uncontainable excitement and enthusiasm, particularly Li Bing, whose smile was nearly irrepressible. How did the interrogation proceed? Qian Guoxing loosened his collar, pulled up a chair, and settled beside Xia Feng. They have confessed. Li Bing handed over the interrogation records to Qian Guoxing, exclaiming, Team leader Qian, we have a significant breakthrough. Following the leads, I believe we can solve the case in as little as 3 days. As Qian Guoxing perused the records, he nodded in agreement. Comrade Xia Feng, what are your thoughts? Setting aside the interrogation records, Qian Guoxing turned his gaze towards Xia Feng. In stark contrast to the exuberance of those present, Xia Feng's expression was somber. In the previous life, the Tianma Group indeed found itself in the spotlight due to Jiang Ning's extensive corruption case, even becoming a model for provincial oversight. However, that occurred 2 decades later, and the sequence of events was entirely reversed. In the past, it was Wang Guotsai's downfall that led to the Tianma Group's scrutiny, yet in the end, Gu Wenlong faced no repercussions. Gu Wenhu, through Gu Wenlong's machinations, had his sentence reduced repeatedly, regaining his freedom in under a decade. In this life, Xia Feng could not afford to grant them an opportunity for a comeback. It was imperative to solidify this case as an irrefutable one. Therefore, Xia Feng felt the weight of responsibility heavily upon him, wary of even a moment's negligence. Most critically, Xia Feng could hardly believe that they had traced the investigation back to the Tianma Group so swiftly, a significant deviation from his prior strategies. Nevertheless, the emergence of the Tianma Group presented a monumental opportunity that could not be overlooked. After a prolonged silence, Xia Feng finally spoke with a grave demeanor. What are we waiting for? Wang Li's testimony is crystal clear. We must immediately contact the Municipal Bureau and summon Su Goen to interrogate him regarding the items he delivered to Wang Li. Once he confesses, the case will be resolved. Li Bing furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction towards Xia Feng. It is an obvious matter, akin to lice on a bald head. Why must Xia Feng approach it with such secrecy? What is there to flaunt? Hasn't everyone attended university? Team leader Qian, I too believe we should apprehend Su Goen without delay to prevent his escape. Zhang Kai was the first to rise, voicing his support for Li Bing. Indeed, if necessary, I will personally lead the team. He will not evade capture. Chen Ping slammed his fist onto the desk, his eyes alight with fervor. Qian Guoxing cleared his throat and turned to Xia Feng, inquiring, What is your opinion, Comrade Xia Feng? I reiterate my previous statement. A strategy of misdirection is in play. The inspection team, in collaboration with the Grain Administration, is set to conduct a thorough inspection of the grain storage conditions in the Jiangning area over the forthcoming week. Xia Feng's gaze, cold and penetrating, fixated on the light reflecting off the desk, as he spoke in a grave tone. Su Mei, who had remained silent until now, knitted her sweater while perplexedly inquiring. Wang Li has already made her intentions abundantly clear. Capturing Su Goen is the shortcut. Why investigate the grain storage instead? These are evidently unrelated matters. It seems Xia Feng, despite his keen insight, remains somewhat unfamiliar with the procedural intricacies of the investigation. Do you all concur with Li Bing's perspective? Qian Guoxing scanned the faces in the room. Indeed, if we don't act now, it will be too late once he escapes. Yes, Qian Group, we cannot hesitate. Wang Li is already in our custody. News may have already leaked. If Su Goen manages to flee, where will we find him? Indeed, there's a train heading to Beijing tonight. Should he escape northward, he could vanish among the masses. Qian Guoxing nodded repeatedly. You all raise valid points. Would you like to hear my thoughts? Of course, Leader Qian. We heed your words, but some individuals evidently lack investigative experience. Thus, we cannot dismiss Comrade Xia Feng. I believe he possesses extraordinary insight, with just a bracelet and a bangle. He has unearthed the significant corruption of Wang Li. We ought to learn from Comrade Xia Feng. We support the decision of Qian Group. The four present brimmed with confidence, eagerly awaiting Qian Guoxing's command to commence the arrests. I stand by Comrade Xia Feng's viewpoint. Upon Qian Guoxing's declaration, the atmosphere turned icy, as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over them. Leader Qian, he lacks investigative experience, while you have handled major cases. Indeed, we have all studied your achievements at the provincial department. We cannot allow the presence of a member from the inspection team to disrupt our investigative process. Precisely, Qian Group. Opportunities like this are fleeting and must not be squandered. An air of urgency enveloped the room. No one wished to let such a significant breakthrough slip through their fingers due to Xia Feng's misjudgment, particularly Li Bing, who hailed from a family of officials. Understood well that uncovering a case of this magnitude would indelibly enhance her career profile. It was highly plausible that her exemplary performance in this case could lead her to a formal position before the age of 30. Hence, she was the most fervent advocate against Xia Feng's suggestions. Qian Guoxing sighed. These individuals had been meticulously selected, and aside from some laziness, they were undoubtedly loyal. Having shepherded a select group for 3 years, he recognized that they remained somewhat inexperienced. Comrade Xia Feng, please articulate your thoughts to everyone in detail. Do not harbor any reservations. Such reticence is detrimental to fostering unity among comrades. Qian Guoxing firmly patted Xia Feng's shoulder, subtly implying that the individuals present had been carefully chosen. While he could not guarantee other qualities, their loyalty was beyond reproach. Xia Feng was free to trust them as he would his comrades in the trenches. Well, since Qian Group wishes for me to speak, I shall share my thoughts. The summer breeze elicited a smile from Xia Feng as he remarked, What significance does Su Goen hold? Consider this. What could the supply and marketing cooperative possibly offer that would entice Su Goen to engage in bribery? Upon hearing this, Li Bing pouted her lips in a playful manner and implored, Oh, summer leader, spare us your riddles and enlighten us. Xia Feng mused, Surely, you don't mean to suggest that they are trafficking in reserve grain? Su Mei was startled by her own words. Realizing the gravity of the accusation, such offenses could warrant the death penalty. How could the people from Tianma Group and the supply and marketing cooperative possess such audacity? The moment Su Mei's words escaped her lips, the office fell into an immediate hush, with everyone wide-eyed, fixated on Xia Feng. To be precise, they were trading in store grain, which differed somewhat from the already deposited reserve grain. However, the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, alongside the Wantong County Supply and Marketing Corporation, handled tens of thousands of tons of grain annually. I wonder, have any of you ever cultivated or harvested grain? Xia Feng inquired, turning to face the others. Not only the youngest, Li Bing, but even Su Mei had no experience in agriculture, remaining oblivious to the intricacies of grain cultivation and harvest. Having grown up in the countryside, I often assisted my family in selling grain during my high school years. It was imperative to sell the first batch right after the autumn harvest. Otherwise, we would face hunger the following year. At this point, Xia Feng glanced at Qian Guoxing, and they exchanged knowing smiles, leaving the others bewildered and perplexed. What are you two whispering about? Qian, you've taken a turn for the worse. Li Bing Bota. Her brow furrowed in frustration. She felt anxious but couldn't decipher the humor share between Xia Feng and Qian Guoxing, which only heightened her distress. In Chapter 30, as the conversation progressed, Qian Guoxing burst into laughter and explained, "This is because the new grain often contains over 15% more moisture than the grain purchased the previous year. A few hundred kilograms may not seem significant, but when scaled to thousands of tons, the difference becomes quite notable. Moreover, Wantong County is a major grain-producing region, yielding at least 6,000 to 7,000 tons annually." Understanding dawned on Li Bing and the others. By substituting high-moisture grain for low-moisture grain, the surplus could be sold at a lower price to Tianma Group. It was a classic case of pulling off a grand deception. This was merely the staple grain. For oilseeds like sesame and soybeans, the potential for exploitation was even greater. Xia Feng inhaled deeply, his tone grave as he continued. "What I've mentioned does not even encompass the annual livestock feed, which consists of aged grain meant for swine. Imagine if we were to swap this grain with new grain, what consequences might ensue in the long run." Silence enveloped the office, as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. "So, we're not apprehending Su Goen?" Li Bing timidly inquired. Having listened to Xia Feng's elucidation, she was now fully convinced, her attitude reflecting a complete transformation. "My targets are Gu Wenlong and Gu Wenhu," Xia Feng declared, his brow furrowing with determination. "And those who shield them. Whoever dares to flout the law and abuse their authority must face severe punishment." "Well said." The crowd erupted into applause, their support palpable. The summer breeze waved its hand, saying, "This is not the time for celebration. To handle such a significant case, we require a secure location for detaining key suspects, as well as absolutely reliable comrades with law enforcement authority to assist us. Everyone should brainstorm together." Upon hearing this, Qian Guoxing's gaze towards Xia Feng grew increasingly solemn. He felt that this young man was truly exceptional. Whether in vision or investigative approach, Xia Feng left even him feeling somewhat inadequate. Thus, as soon as Xia Feng proposed his investigative strategy, Qian Guoxing immediately began to address the practical issues, transforming into a different person from before. "Don't we have 2 interrogation rooms, Team Qian?" Zhangqin would perpleaded. "Each room contains 4 beds, which would be sufficient for detaining 8 individuals." Xia Feng shook his head, replying, "We must isolate the suspect to prevent any collusion or shared testimonies. Not only do we require ample space and numerous rooms, but security is of utmost importance. First, confidentiality. Second, preventing any potential suicides. And third, withstanding pressure and resisting the scrutiny from superiors. If we fail to meet these requirements, our efforts will be in vain." For a moment, everyone fell into silence. This was the most challenging aspect for Xia Feng, as he lacked the necessary resources. Without Qian Guoxing's substantial assistance, advancing the case would remain exceedingly difficult. "My boyfriend works in the criminal investigation team of the Tianhe District Branch. He will absolutely heed my words. If he dares to defy me, I shall pay a visit to his family and inform his father," Li Bing declared, her fists clenched, embodying a fierce demeanor. Xia Feng glanced at Qian Guoxing. Those involved in the case must be entirely trustworthy. Qian Guoxing nodded gravely, stating, "Xiao Long is a reliable young man. You write the transfer request yourself, and I will stamp it." "Excellent." Li Bing joyfully pulled out her phone and swiftly sent a text message. "Leader, my future father-in-law is associated with our city's cultural palace, which has a vast space, over 20 offices, all located on the 2nd floor and above. If we station 2 people at the staircase, no one can enter." Inspired by Li Bing, Chun Ping eagerly volunteered. Before Qian Guoxing could respond, Xia Feng shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, the cultural palace has a complex array of personnel, including outsiders. It's not secure. Leader, my husband's workplace has a newly constructed office building that has yet to be utilized. The entire building is vacant, with no outsiders around, though its location is somewhat remote, nearing the outskirts. Would that suffice?" Sume inquired, smiling as she knitted. "If we could indeed borrow it for a while, that location should be acceptable." Xia Feng contemplated for a moment and nodded at Qian Guoxing. "All right, then this matter will be entrusted to you." Qian Guoxing turned to Su Mei, speaking earnestly. "Zhang Kai, tomorrow morning, following Comrade Xia Feng's directives, immediately issue a notification to all grain depots in Jiangning, instructing the inspection team to verify the storage conditions of all reserve grains within a week. Additionally, inform Yunlai town to prepare for the reception. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. Old Qian, you're even more cunning than I am. Ha ha! Qian Guoxing laughed, patting Xia Feng's shoulder. It's a strategy of misdirection. A few individuals in the vicinity were momentarily taken aback, particularly Zhang Kai, who furrowed his brow and inquired, Leader, are we really not going to Yunlai town tomorrow? Xia Feng rose with a smile, stating, Tomorrow, we shall not venture anywhere. Everyone should conserve their energy. We have formidable battles ahead. Qian Guoxing nodded in agreement, saying, Let them prepare. We must strike the grass to startle the snake. If the snake does not emerge from its lair, how can we strike at its vulnerable spot? Li Bing blinked in confusion and asked, Qian, I don't understand. If we intend to investigate Yunlai town, why notify them to prepare? Wouldn't a surprise inspection yield better results? Qian Guoxing glanced at Xia Feng, who smiled and replied, You must have heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf. If we continuously deceive them, when we finally catch them off guard, they will be unprepared. Moreover, there are issues beyond just Yunlai. We must address all shortcomings. Without startling them, we cannot uncover anything. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, Qian Guoxing nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Let's conclude for today. Everyone should return home and rest. We all understand our responsibilities. By tomorrow morning, we must complete our tasks before the inspection team arrives in Jiangning. He then cast a deliberate glance at Su Mei and Li Bing. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Su Mei and Li Bing promptly stood at attention. As Xia Feng walked out with the group, Qian Guoxing suddenly patted him on the shoulder, asking, Can you drink? A little. Xia Feng hesitated before nodding slightly. Come with me. My home is quiet. Qian Guoxing replied, carefully folding his uniform and placing it neatly in the office cabinet. He then changed into casual wear and left the municipal committee building with Xia Feng. Meanwhile, at the Yuntian Hotel, a luxurious suite under the Jiangning Tima Group, Wang Guokai and his son sat on separate single beds, squinting and smoking. Opposite them sat a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face, lounging with his legs crossed, eyes closed in repose. This man was Gu Wenhu. Beside him sat a fierce-looking middle-aged man in athletic gear, his chief enforcer, Xia Feng. In the center of the room knelt a disheveled man in a white suit, bruised and pleading, Mr. Gu, I was careless. That woman, Wang Li, kept finding fault with me. I had no choice but to give her a bag and a bracelet, thinking in a small place like Jiangning, no one would recognize me. Suddenly, Xia Feng sprang to his feet and kicked the man in the abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach in pain, unable to utter a sound. Gu Wenhu flicked the ash from his cigarette and slowly opened his wolf-like eyes, asking, What now? Should we send someone to deal with that Xia Feng? No, Wang Guokai exclaimed, sitting up straight, discarding his cigarette but his expression tense. He is with the inspection team. Unless you wish for your demise, do not act lightly against him. With a disdainful smile, Gu Wenhu remarked, Qian Guoxing is still part of the inspection team. What can he do? Upon hearing Gu Wenhu mention Qian Guoxing again, a cold shadow flickered across Wang Guotsai's face as he glared at Gu Wenhu and warned, Gu Wenhu, I warn you, what happened to Qian Guoxing must not happen to Xia Feng. This moment is different from the last. Do you understand? Gu Wenhu raised an eyebrow and, with a pair of icy eyes, fixed his gaze on Wang Guokai, demanding, Then tell me, what should we do now? Should we wait for them to investigate? To await imprisonment and execution? With a thud, Gu Wenhu forcefully stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray, stood up abruptly, and grasped Wang Guokai by the collar, declaring, Do not forget, we are in this together. We both know the consequences of trafficking in reserve grain. If he does not perish, we shall. If I'm caught, neither you nor your son will escape. Even in death, I will drag you down with me. Wang Guokai trembled, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His fear was not of Gu Wenhu, but of the dire consequences he spoke of. Why is my father involved with the reserve grain? Isn't it just a small amount of stored grain? Wang Yunbua's face turned pale with fear as he finally understood why the inspection team was relentlessly pursuing Wang Li. Once the truth was uncovered, Wang Guokai and Huang Haitao, along with others, would have no chance of even serving time in prison. Gu Wenhu let out a chilling laugh, patting Wang Yunbua's chubby cheeks and saying, "Child, you're truly naive. Trafficking in stored grain is a crime, and reserve grain is another. In the end, it all leads to death. Why not aim for something greater?" He then touched the collar of Wang Yunbua's designer suit, a teasing smile on his face as he remarked, "Isn't the money from trafficking in reserve grain quite easy for you to spend? This suit isn't cheap, is it? It must be worth at least half a year's salary. And this belt, made from fish skin, right? Could you buy even half of it with 3 years' salary? Oh, and these shoes are from Lao Rin too. Aren't they? Would 10 years' worth of salary suffice?" Wang Yunbua was left speechless, although what he wore seemed ordinary. Each item was a luxury brand. "Don't waste my money while pretending to be high-minded," Gu Wenhu said with a hint of bravado. "What is there left to discuss? If he wants to investigate, let him. I'm curious to see what he dares to uncover. I will handle my own troubles, and you must resolve yours swiftly. If you cannot, I will assist you." With that, Gu Wenhu exchanged a glance with Xia Feng, who seized Su Goen by the collar, rasping, "Come with me. Fenggo, I know I was wrong. Spare me. I have an elderly mother and children to care for." Su Goen pleaded. Xia Feng remained impassive, dragging Su Goen out of the room like a lifeless dog. "No more killing." Wang Guokai suddenly stood up, gripping Gu Wenhu's collar, gritting his teeth as he insisted. "Su Goen has surely caught the inspection team's attention. He must not be killed." Gu Wenhu pushed Wang Guokai away, chuckling lightly. "What pretense of virtue are you putting on before me? Initially, was it not you who suggested I intimidate Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter as a warning? Now that the situation has escalated, you feign benevolence? Even if you find yourself in custody, it was you who incited me to eliminate that mother and daughter. You speak nonsense." Wang Guotsai's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in fury. "I instructed you to frighten her. I did not command you to assault and then kill. Do not be agitated, for I possess a recording." Gu Wenhu, with an audacious grin, gently pushed away Wang Guotsai's grasp on his collar and retrieved a tape recorder from his bag, casually pressing the play button. Immediately, the room resonated with Gu Wenhu's voice. "It seems Qian has uncovered something." In the next moment, Wang Guotsai's voice slowly emerged. "This Qian is obstinate and unyielding. If we cannot touch him, we can certainly reach his wife and daughter. Send a few people to deliver a warning." Click. Gu Wenhu turned off the recorder, patting Wang Guotsai's shoulder. "We are forever in this together. If the ship capsizes, neither of us will be spared. I have faith in your abilities, Director Wang. Dealing with a mere Xia Feng should be well within your capabilities. We shall tackle this from both ends. You strategize in the office while I impart the rules of survival in society to him." With that, Gu Wenhu swung open the door and addressed the floor manager waiting outside. "Prepare 2 servings of sea cucumber soup, and also send some abalone with sauce. Ensure the broth is thick, as our young Master Wang has a particular fondness for it, and the sea cucumbers should be sizable, lest Mr. Wang find them difficult to chew." With that, Gu Wenhu swaggered out of the room. Watching Gu Wenhu's retreating figure, Wang Guokai trembled with rage. He had come to investigate, only to find himself threatened by a thug. Truly, the world had turned upside down. After a considerable pause, Wang Guokai finally exhaled a deep breath, panting as he reached for his phone, hesitating for 3 seconds before ultimately tucking it back into his pocket. "Father, what should we do?" Wang Yunbua was genuinely alarmed. For the first time, he felt the inexorable approach of death. "It is fine, do not fear." Wang Guokai exhaled a heavy sigh, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "You are not involved in any of this. They cannot implicate you. You must hide the money well. Should I be apprehended, you must immediately flee under the guise of an overseas inspection and never return. Do you understand?" "Father." Wang Yunbua tightened his legs, nearly paralyzed with fear. It was the first time he had seen such a dull, lifeless look in Wang Guotsai's eyes, as if all hope had been extinguished. Could it be that the two of them were truly to fall victim to Xia Feng? Impossible. That ineffectual fool, so easily manipulated. How could he bring his seemingly invincible father to despair? "Father, there must be another way. Perhaps you could go to the provincial office again." Silence. Wang Guokai hastily covered his son's mouth, whispering fiercely, "Careless words lead to disaster. At this moment, no one can assist us. The situation has escalated to this point, and if anything goes awry, everyone will sever ties with us. If you wish to survive, keep this confidential. Perhaps the Public Security Bureau can still stall for time. There may yet be a chance for a turnaround. As for the inspection team, you should take a leave of absence tomorrow morning. Do not go to the office. Withdraw 200,000 from the place. I instructed you to hide the money and stow it in the trunk. Await my call. Here." Xia Feng supported the heavily inebriated Qian Guoxing, helping him recline on the living room sofa, covering him with a blanket, before swaying unsteadily away from the paper mill's staff quarters. His capacity for alcohol was innate. Back in high school, he had already surreptitiously consumed his father's bulk liquor. After downing a pound, he remained unfazed, neither flushed nor perturbed. In a past life, it was only after emerging from prison, while rummaging through refuse, that he encountered an old cellmate and discovered his true tolerance was 3 pounds. The bottle of Hengshui Lao Baigan he consumed today was merely a prelude. Yet, whether it was the intoxication or the human condition that led to such despair, Xia Feng found himself weeping uncontrollably, covering his face in sorrow as Qian Guoxing's tears flowed. Uncertain of the reasons behind Qian Guoxing's tears, Xia Feng was overwhelmed by a tide of guilt and heartache from his previous life. Since his rebirth, he had yet to visit his parents. He wondered about their well-being. Did his mother still suffer from her chronic leg ailment, particularly when it rained? Had his father heeded the doctor's advice to quit smoking after developing lung disease? As he stepped outside the community, a sudden cool breeze swept through, leaving Xia Feng dizzy. The tears on his face quickly dried by the chill. Suddenly, as he approached the entrance of his neighborhood, a white van screeched to a halt just 2 meters away from him. The door swung open, and 4 or 5 thugs, armed with wooden clubs and steel pipes, swarmed towards him. Xia Feng, sobering instantly, retreated while warily observing their approach. A loud thud echoed as he stepped back, only to feel a powerful hand gripping his shoulder. "What do you want?" Xia Feng yearned to break free, but the grip behind him felt like a vice, rendering him helpless. "Someone sent me to deliver a message. Know your limits. Release him quickly, otherwise." Before he could finish, the assailant behind Xia Feng suddenly threw a punch toward his jaw. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Feng thrust his head forward, colliding fiercely with the assailant's nose. The excruciating pain caused the grip on his shoulder to loosen immediately. Capitalizing on this moment, Xia Feng broke free and fled. "Fengge, are you all right? Don't worry about me. Pursue them." He Feng was taken aback, having suffered a significant setback at the hands of a mere novice. Crouching down, clutching his nose, it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Xia Feng had already darted over 20 meters away. Fortunately, in 1998, the development of Jiangning City was still in its infancy, and the area surrounding Xia Feng's neighborhood was rife with shantytowns. He dared not traverse the main road, and instead veered into an alley. However, after just a few steps, he was forced to halt. The alley was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights, rendering it impossible to see even a hand in front of his face. Moments ago, he had tripped over something, igniting a sharp pain in his calf. He hurriedly closed his eyes, standing still for a good 5 seconds. When he reopened them, he could vaguely discern the path ahead and continued to dash into the alley. "Stop. If you run, I'll beat you to death." "Stop?" Xia Feng scoffed. Whoever stood still was a fool. Without a moment's hesitation, he took large strides, creating a gust as he sprinted forth at the speed of a 100-meter dash. At the mouth of the alley, the few ruffians who had just pursued him were initially thrown into disarray, followed by the sound of bicycles and miscellaneous objects being knocked over. Soon after, a chorus of curses erupted. Yet, Xia Feng could not afford to concern himself with such matters any longer. He twisted and turned, swiftly navigating the pitch-black alley. It was not until the footsteps behind him receded that he leaned against his knee, gasping for breath. However, upon raising his head again, Xia Feng was taken aback. Before him loomed a brick wall over 2 meters high, with only a narrow alley behind and no side paths. Oh no, he had stumbled into a dead end. Just as he felt a surge of panic, the chaotic footsteps grew increasingly nearer. In the stillness of the alley, suddenly, a ringtone pierced the silence. It was Xia Feng's phone. Damn it, he thought, startled. What a precarious situation to receive a call now. From a distance within the alley, the voices of the ruffians could be heard shouting, "Come over here, yes over there." Xia Feng quickly silenced his phone and looked around. The brick houses on either side rose nearly level with the towering brick wall, leaving no handholds to grasp. This was the end. Listening to the approaching footsteps, his heart sank. But in the next moment, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. A pickled vegetable jar stood at the entrance of a nearby house, with a wooden plank resting atop it, laden with various items. Xia Feng dashed over, stepping onto the jar, leaping up and grasping the edge of the roof, pulling himself onto the adjacent building's rooftop. At that time, the tiled roof was covered with asbestos shingles, incapable of withstanding the weight of an adult. Xia Feng had no choice but to lie quietly on the rooftop, holding his breath. Before long, a dozen ruffians surged into the mouth of the alley. By the dim light of the moon, Xia Feng could discern that these individuals were wielding objects that gleamed ominously. Whether it was steel pipes or machetes, the implications were dire should they discover his presence. In 1998, even ordinary citizens fought with lethal intent. At the very least, bricks were exchanged in such brawls. What more could be expected from these idle thugs? Even if they were not intent on killing him, receiving a few knife wounds would ensure he wouldn't make it to the inspection team the next morning. By the time he emerged from the hospital, perhaps the inspection team would have already returned to the province. His plans for revenge would be utterly dashed. In a matter of seconds, Xia Feng had roughly identified the mastermind behind the chaos. It was neither Wang Yunbua and his son nor anyone from the Tianma group. It could not possibly be Wang Li's family. Although her brother was also a good-for-nothing drifter, he would never dare to rally such a crowd armed with knives to pursue him. Where on earth were they? This is a dead end. That rascal has escaped over the wall? Nonsense. Even the great Feng cannot scale such a high barrier. Search carefully. A leading thug, brandishing a gleaming machete, strode towards the pickled vegetable barrel. That was close. Xia Feng silently praised his decision not to hide in the barrel earlier. Otherwise, he would have faced the brunt of their wrath. Several thugs began to clear away the debris atop the barrel with their wooden sticks and steel pipes. As they lifted the wooden planks, a machete was thrust downwards into the barrel. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, a cold sweat drenched Xia Feng's back. That strike alone could land him in the hospital for 3 months. Damn it, no. Has his brat grown wings? Are you certain the sound came from this direction? I have no idea. Probably from around here. Damn it. If we can't find him, I'll make sure Feng teaches you a lesson. The leading thug cursed and, with his gang, sprinted towards the alley's exit. Watching them fade into the distance, Xia Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Red Lake waters, waves crashing against waves. Damn it. Xia Feng and the thug simultaneously let out curses, and the leading thug looked up, locking eyes with Xia Feng. There, get him down. With a swing of his machete, a dozen thugs surged forward. Chapter 33. The police station. Tang Long seeing a dozen thugs charging towards him. Xia Feng panicked, grabbing a brick from a nearby pile and hurling it at the head of the leading thug. Bang! The thug was caught completely off guard. The brick struck him, and blood was immediately visible. You son of a! Xia Feng quickly grabbed 2 more bricks to throw, but there were no more within reach. It's now or never. Gritting his teeth, Xia Feng rolled forward, pressing against the roof tiles until he reached the wall's base. Peering down, he saw a pile of garbage. With no time to ponder, he leaped into the refuse below. Immediately, the pursuers followed, climbing onto the roof via the water tank. Crack! Boom! The crisp sound of breaking tiles was followed by a resounding crash, and soon shouts, curses, and the sounds of struggle melded into a cacophony. However, Xia Feng could not afford to linger. He dashed forward with all his might. After escaping the refuse pile, he sprinted onto the main road, only to discover he had inadvertently arrived at the police station's entrance. Phew! Exhaling heavily, Xia Feng felt as if his heart might burst. After catching his breath, he retrieved his phone to see who was so concerned about him. Upon seeing that it was Ma Zhiruo calling, his anger surged. That wretched woman. All she ever does is set him up or dig pits for him. Even a simple phone call nearly cost him dearly. This was a grudge from 2 lifetimes converging. Just then, Ma Jiruo's call came through again. Hello. Are you out of your mind, calling me for no reason? Xia Feng answered the phone, unleashing a torrent of curses. The voice on the other end, Ma Jiruo, was taken aback by his outburst, but quickly retorted angrily. Xia Feng, have you seen what time it is? Why aren't you back yet? I just called you. Why didn't you answer? Are you with someone else? How infuriating. Summer Feng cursed angrily and abruptly ended the call. Yet, in the next moment, a white van slowly came to a stop about 20 meters away. To his astonishment, a robust man clad in sportswear, his face smeared with blood, emerged from the vehicle, causing Summer Feng's heart to race. Even though the police station was nearby, it seemed that no crime had been committed. Reporting to the authorities would only serve to reveal his whereabouts, placing him in a precarious position. The imminent confrontation awaited him as soon as he stepped outside. What to do? Suddenly, he recalled that Li Bing's boyfriend, Xiao Long, was part of the criminal investigation team. With this thought, Summer Feng hastily made his way toward the police station while dialing Li Bing's number. The phone rang for several moments before Li Bing's drowsy voice finally answered. Hello? Who is this? Li Bing, it's me, Summer Feng. Summer Feng? Oh my goodness. It's already 11 o'clock. What is going on? Li Bing, listen to me. I'm being pursued and am currently cornered at the Jihua Street police station. They have a weapon. Can you ask your boyfriend to come and pick me up? Upon hearing this, Li Bing sat up abruptly, exclaiming, What? Someone is chasing you? And they have a weapon? This is serious. Where are you? I'm at the Jihua Street police station. I can't leave right now. Hold on. I'll have Tang Long come to get you. With that, Li Bing hung up. Noticing that Summer Feng had called for help, he phoned, standing under the streetlight, gave a thumbs up before slowly turning it downward and gesturing toward Summer Feng with a gentle shake of his finger. He then got into his car and drove away. As Summer Feng watched the white van disappear into the distance, he remained on high alert, crouching at the police station entrance and lighting a cigarette. After a considerable wait of half an hour, a blue off-road vehicle came to a gradual halt in front of him. The door opened, revealing a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, with a crew cut and a robust physique, striding towards him. Hello, are you Comrade Summer Feng? Yes, I am. Summer Feng stood up and shook hands with the young man. Greetings, I am Tang Long, sent by Li Bing to come and get you. Tang Long said, scanning the surroundings. Those who saw me call for help have all fled, but I'm concerned they might be lying in wait nearby, so I didn't leave. Summer Feng explained, Your caution is warranted. Here's the plan. I will take you to a hotel near the city government for the night. You can rest well without worrying about missing the inspection team's report tomorrow. As he spoke, Tang Long opened the car door, and both men climbed inside. All right, I'll follow your lead. It was only once they were inside the vehicle that Summer Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing Summer Feng's lingering tension, Tang Long reassured him with a smile as he drove. Don't worry, I'll be staying there as well. We'll book 2 rooms. I'll be right next door. If you need anything, just call. That is quite thoughtful of you, Summer Feng replied with a sheepish grin. Li Bingdu informed me that should the inspection team agree to establish a special task force tomorrow, you would become my superior. Ensuring the safety of our leaders is my solemn duty. As Tang Long drove, he flashed a grin at Xia Feng. After approximately 20 minutes, the two entered the municipal reception center. Upon presenting their credentials, Tang Long and Xia Feng secured 2 separate rooms for their stay. Upon entering his room, Xia Feng suddenly felt a piercing pain in his calf. Lifting the hem of his trousers, he discovered a gruesome, half-foot-long gash, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, there was a first aid kit available in the municipal reception center. After bandaging his wound and washing his face, he reclined on the soft bed, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. Just as he began to drift into slumber, the shrill ring of the telephone jolted him awake once more. This time, he was genuinely furious. Grabbing the phone, without even glancing at the caller ID, he bellowed into the receiver. Are you out of your mind? I told you not to call again. Do you not understand human speech? Just as he was about to hang up, a familiar voice came through, softly saying, Xia Feng. What is wrong? I haven't called you at all. If you don't wish to take my calls, I won't bother you anymore. Hearing Luo Yunyan's voice, filled with innocence and grievance, Xia Feng quickly apologized. Yunyan, I didn't mean you. I thought it was Ma Jiruo calling. I'm truly sorry. What is the matter? Have you had another argument? With a hint of delight in her inquiry, Luo Yunyan asked. No, Xia Feng sighed, lying back on the bed, recounting the harrowing scene he had just experienced. Can you believe it? Every time a critical moment arises, she always manages to call at the worst time, revealing my location. If it weren't for my brief training in long-distance running back in school, I might have been done for. You should have seen it. Those thugs were wielding machetes. Even if I were possessed by Bruce Lee, I wouldn't stand a chance against so many. Luo Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. But soon her tone shifted to one of concern. How are you? Are you injured? It's nothing, just a scrape. It doesn't affect the bigger picture. Xia Feng replied, glancing at the bandage on his leg with a smile. Why did you come home so late? ISN, the inspection team, still not in Jiangning? Luo Yunyan asked tentatively. Well, I had a few drinks with Director Qingwuxing. Just as I was arriving home, this incident occurred, Xia Feng responded, sounding somewhat resigned. You had drinks with Qingwuxing? Luo Yunyan replied, astonished. Yes, is there a problem with that? Or do you think tonight's events are somehow connected to him? Xia Feng queried, suddenly apprehensive as a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 34. The past of Qingwuxing. Xia Feng was not a particularly suspicious individual. However, the events of the night were too coincidental to ignore. First, he had been drinking with Qingwuxing until late, and then he found himself pursued by thugs. The timing of Ma Zhuo's two calls coincided precisely with the moments the thugs lost track of him. A couple of coincidences might be dismissed as mere chance, but a series of such coincidences could very well indicate a conspiracy. No, anyone could have problems, but only Qingwuxing will not, Luo Yunyan asserted with unwavering conviction. Why do you say that? Do you know him well? Xia Feng almost instinctively blurted out, unaware of the tinge of jealousy in his tone. On the other end of the line, Luo Yunyan's laughter rang out, followed by her teasing inquiry. Are you feeling jealous? It was only then that Xia Feng realized the implications of his words. After all, he and Luo Yunyan shared merely a classmate relationship, and he found no justification for questioning her personal matters concerning another single man. This perplexity deepened when he considered Qingwuxing's living conditions. Aside from a wardrobe and some daily necessities, there wasn't even a television in his home. The place was stark and empty, with only him inhabiting it. There were 2 rooms, one of which was locked. Xia Feng even doubted whether he had mistakenly arrived at the residence of a district inspector. How could this be the home of someone so esteemed? While describing it as shabby might be an exaggeration, it was undeniably modest. I'm simply curious. Qian, the group leader, is 46 this year, right? Has he never married? Or does he have a family elsewhere? Perhaps I noticed his excessive frugality during my visit today, leading me to speculate further. Xia Feng candidly expressed his concerns. That's because Luo Yunyan paused for a few seconds before continuing. After the incident 2 years ago, Qingwuxing changed completely. He became despondent and disengaged, never interacting with anyone after work. That's why I found it surprising that he would drink with you. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Feng casually inquired, what happened 2 years ago? Can you share it with me? You haven't heard about such a significant event? Luo Yunyan's tone reflected astonishment. You know I've been at the supply and marketing cooperative? What could I possibly know? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunyan felt relieved and proceeded to recount the tragic mother-daughter suicide case from 2 years prior. By the end of her tale, Xia Feng sat up in bed, unable to contain his disbelief. What did you say? For male bodily fluids were found in the girl. It was ruled as suicide? The mother was tied to a lead ball and sank into the river, and that was also labeled as suicide? A fire ignited within Xia Feng's chest. Even without having attended a police academy or possessing any investigative experience, he understood that this could not possibly be a suicide. What kind of sinister web lay behind this? Daring to commit such heinous acts against the family of an inspector? Regrettably, that was the conclusion reached by the Jiangning City Bureau. After that incident, Qingwuxing was irrevocably changed, Luo Yunyan's voice choking slightly as she spoke. This event would be a thunderbolt to anyone. It's no wonder he asked me twice today, suggesting that if I continued to investigate, it might pose a threat to my life. I initially mistook his concern for a veiled threat, only to realize. At this point, Xia Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As a man, he could deeply empathized with the torment that Qian Guoxing had endured over the past 2 years. No wonder that even in a state of inebriation, Qian Guoxing never divulged the whereabouts of his parents. His profound disillusionment, stemming from the tragic fate of his wife and daughter, led him to place his trust in no one. And sending his parents away was a measure taken to ensure their safety. With this understanding, Xia Feng engaged in light conversation with Luo Yunya for a while longer. "You must take care of yourself." After much hesitation, Luo Yunya finally imparted her concern before terminating the call. Setting down the phone, Xia Feng found himself unable to sleep for an extended period, tossing and turning until the early hours. He could no longer resist the urge to don his slippers and knock on Tang Long's door. "Leader, is something amiss?" Tang Long swiftly opened the door, his gaze scanning the depths of the corridor with vigilance. "No, I merely wish to inquire about something." Upon hearing this, Tang Long exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Leader, please come in and have a seat." Noticing Tang Long was dressed neatly, Xia Feng jested, "Are you prepared to sleep in your clothes? It's all my fault for disturbing your rest." However, Tang Long responded with utmost seriousness, "Leader, if something were to happen to you, Li Bing would undoubtedly report it to my father. Moreover, if there was one incident, there could easily be a second or third. I cannot afford to sleep." Taken aback by this statement, Xia Feng pondered the situation. This is the municipal party's guest house. Would they dare to cause a scene here? "Leader, please speak." "What is it?" Tang Long settled at the head of the bed, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Xia Feng contemplated for a moment before recounting the suicide case that Luo Yunya had mentioned earlier. He concluded, "Are you aware of this case?" "Indeed, and that is precisely why I cannot sleep," Tang Long replied, lighting a cigarette and taking deep puffs. "Leader, do you know where the mother and daughter met their tragic end?" Xia Feng gestured towards the ground. "Here?" "Yes," Tang Long confirmed with a heavy nod. It is possible that Qian realized something amiss, or perhaps he received a personal threat, which is why he arranged for his wife and daughter to stay at the municipal guest house. Yet, that very night, both mother and daughter took their own lives. Silence ensued, an oppressive quiet that lingered. Suddenly, Xia Feng felt as though he was not confronting the Wang family nor the so-called Jiangning faction, but rather a vast web of malevolence. "Do you know who handled this case?" After a long pause, Xia Feng finally spoke. "I do, but you cannot touch them. Much of the case information has been altered or destroyed. Even the initial autopsy report has been swapped out, leaving no trace to pursue." With a resounding thud, Xia Feng slammed his fist on the table, his hands clenching tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably with rage. He had never felt such fury before. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to see all corrupt individuals brought to justice. "Leader, you should return to sleep. We must report to the inspection team in the morning." Tang Long sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. "Huh." Xia Feng's laughter was cold, his gaze resolute, yet his tone remarkably calm. "Light will undoubtedly triumph over darkness. I refuse to believe they can shroud the heavens with their hands." With that, he strode out of the room. Tang Long watched as Xia Feng exited, letting out a sigh as he shook his head, muttering, "To conquer darkness? How easy it is to say." Chapter 35. The first meeting of the inspection team early the next morning, having scarcely slept. Xia Feng splashed some water on his face and hurried to the small conference room of the municipal committee. At this moment, the other members of the inspection team had already taken their places. In the conference room, aside from a newly arrived Xia Feng, there were 10 individuals seated, comprising 3 elders and 7 younger individuals. At the center of the long table sat an elderly gentleman in a white shirt, over 60 years of age, with a full head of silver hair. Despite his advanced years, his gaze was piercing and filled with righteous vigor, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. Flanking him were 2 men, each around 50 years old, whose expressions were equally grave as they perused the documents on the table, occasionally making notes. The remaining 7 individuals were young, similar in age to Xia Feng. However, Xia Feng discerned that the young man seated in the 3rd position on the left was the focal point of the group. The individuals to his sides and across from him exchanged glances with him intermittently, sometimes engaging in hushed whispers. Upon entering the conference room, Xia Feng felt the immediate attention of everyone directed towards him. The elder's gaze held a hint of scrutiny, while the two middle-aged men regarded Xia Feng with a degree of skepticism. The young man at the center, flanked by his companions, cast glances imbued with derision and mockery. Report: Xia Feng, a staff member from the organization department of the Jiangning Municipal Committee, reports to the leaders of the inspection team. The elder seated in the center slightly nodded and gestured towards an empty chair, saying, "Please take a seat." With his chest held high, Xia Feng sat down at his designated place, and only then did the elder speak again. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Shan, and I have been appointed as the leader of this inspection team for Jiangnan Province." Shan? Upon hearing this name, Xia Feng couldn't help but cast a gaze of reverence towards the elder. He was not only the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Jiangnan Province, but also the only individual within the provincial committee with a military background. Moreover, during both the 1950s and 1979, the troops he commanded had achieved remarkable victories. He was indeed a true hero. With a serious expression, Shan scanned the faces of those present and continued, "I hope that in the coming 2 months, we can work together to accomplish the tasks assigned to us by the provincial committee and the people of the province. We must rigorously investigate party conduct, party discipline, and the violations committed by members of leadership at all levels. Once discovered, regardless of their positions, we shall pursue the matter to the end without leniency." Shan's opening remarks set a firm tone for the inspection work, emphasizing strict scrutiny and unyielding punishment. Next, I invite Deputy Leader Guo Wenbin and Deputy Leader Jiang Kachang to speak. Following this, the two middle-aged men, flanking the elder, each delivered brief speeches. Their content primarily revolved around the erosion of a few officials by hedonistic ideologies since the reform and opening up period, leading to corrupt and decayed lifestyles. Furthermore, they highlighted the key points of the inspection work. Firstly, to focus on the integrity construction of grassroots officials, and secondly, to address a few significant cases, thereby serving as a wake-up call to mid- and high-level officials throughout the province. Now, let us engage in a free discussion regarding the opinions and suggestions concerning this inspection work, as well as specific work proposals. Shan remarked after the two deputy leaders had spoken. The several young individuals present almost immediately directed their gaze towards the young man seated opposite Xia Feng. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Yuming. Since team leader Chan has afforded me this opportunity, I shall express a few thoughts," Li Yuming said as he slowly rose. Grasping the speech he had meticulously prepared, he began his impassioned discourse, initially citing several significant corruption cases uncovered in recent years and their detrimental societal repercussions. He then transitioned to a discussion about the relationship between the party and the masses, as well as the economic development resulting from reform and opening up, eloquently elaborating for over 20 minutes. Within 5 minutes, however, Xia Feng found himself growing weary of the deluge of rhetoric. The entirety of the speech felt vacuous, replete with phrases about ideology, spirit, and directives, resembling a mere press release. It was not until a round of enthusiastic applause erupted around him that Xia Feng jolted back to attention, rubbing his eyes and straightening up to look at Shan. At that moment, Shan's expression was notably grim, clearly displeased with Li Yoming's remarks. Next, let us invite the local comrades from Jiangning to share their opinions and perspectives. Shan said, directly addressing Xia Feng. The inspection team's first stop is Jiangning, and Comrade Xia Feng is quite familiar with the local situation. So everyone should earnestly consider his insights and suggestions. After speaking, Shan subtly nodded at Xia Feng. "First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for the leadership's trust. Personally, I lack experience in disciplinary inspection work, so please feel free to critique and correct any shortcomings." Xia Feng began. "I believe that the vast majority of comrades in Jiangning adhere to fundamental principles of serving the people, with only a few individuals exhibiting severe ideological decline. At this juncture, the attendees could not suppress their frowns. Li Yuming regarded Xia Feng with a look of derision. It seemed evident that someone from the supply and marketing cooperative lacked even the ability to articulate a proper statement. What does severe ideological decline even mean? Is this some sort of jest? Even Chun Yinshan slightly furrowed his brow, finding Xia Feng's comments less compelling than those of Li Yuming. He began to doubt whether entrusting these young individuals with responsibility was a prudent decision. Comrade Xia Feng, may I interject? Guo Wenbin forced a smile and addressed Xia Feng. Could you elaborate on the specific circumstances? For instance, where should we begin, and where are the more pressing issues? What should our initial direction of work be? He could no longer endure the lengthy rhetoric. In response, Xia Feng decided to set aside the speech prepared for him by the organization department and stated with gravity, "Firstly, I believe that Jiangning is facing issues of rampant structural corruption." A gasp swept through the room. All eyes turned sharply towards Xia Feng. How could he assert the existence of rampant structural corruption without an investigation? Comrade Xia Feng, could you provide examples? It seems rather presumptuous to declare rampant structural corruption right off the bat. Li Yuming spoke coldly. Xia Feng did not refute him. Instead, he picked up his briefcase, rummaging through it as he said, "In fact, I arrived at 7:30 this morning, but my tardiness was due to my wait for a certain document." Soon, Xia Feng distributed the photocopied materials to everyone present. He then continued, "This pertains to a heinous case that transpired 2 years ago, yet the conclusion was deemed suicide. I believe each of you, to varying extents, possesses experience in discipline inspection and criminal investigation. Therefore, I pose a simple question. Have any of you ever encountered a female student who, after having 4 male bodily fluids extracted from her, committed suicide by jumping from a building without even wearing underwear? Who has witnessed a woman with both hands bound by lead weights and her feet tied with hemp rope, jumping into a river to end her life?" While perusing the documents, the attendees furrowed their brows. I wish to emphasize that throughout the investigation, from collecting evidence to the final conclusion and subsequent approval by the Bureau, one must question whether corruption was involved and whom they were ultimately protecting. Is this not a case of systemic corruption? Chapter 36. Establishing a special task force. The conference room was remarkably silent, with each person's expression gravely serious. Xia Feng distributed additional relevant statements concerning Wang Li to the group, then continued, "She was merely an ordinary staff member at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Yunlai Town, Wantong County, Jiangning City. Yet, within just a year and a half, she received over 350,000 yuan in bribes. Let us not overlook that as a mere staff member. Where did she find the audacity? Is her position truly worth such a sum?" Hiss. Even Chun Yinshan and Guo Wenbin were taken aback by the figures presented. A lowly staff member embezzling 350,000 in just a year and a half. What about the department head, the top official overseeing the grain sector? Is simply unimaginable. I present these examples merely to urge Team Leader Chun to permit the establishment of a special task force to conduct a thorough and in-depth investigation into these 2 heinous cases. As for the direction and guidance regarding the inspection work in Jiangning, I kindly ask Team Leader Li and the 2 deputy leaders to deliberate on that matter, as I personally lack relevant experience and would not dare to make unfounded assumptions." Upon concluding, Xia Feng returned to his seat. The entire conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Chun Yinshan finally set down the document in his hand and turned to Xia Feng, asking, "Where did you obtain these 2 documents?" Team Leader Chun. The first document was procured through an investigation conducted by Comrade Tang Long into certain archives of the Municipal Bureau, along with the original handwritten forensic report. The second document was acquired yesterday when I, in conjunction with the Jiangning inspection team, conducted a surprise interrogation of Wang Li, from which we obtained her testimony. Chun Yunshan nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flickering in his fierce gaze. It was astonishing that, so soon after the reforms, there were individuals so audaciously reckless. This was not merely a matter of forgetting one's original intentions, but rather a grave transgression. Secretary Chun, I believe that Comrade Xia Feng is still lacking in work experience. Fixating on these 2 minor figures is unlikely to yield significant results. Li Yuming set aside the document in his hands and remarked with a hint of indifference, "I believe we ought to commence our efforts at the grassroots level, immersing ourselves in the realities to genuinely empathize with the struggles of the working populace and effectively address the issues present in local areas." Moreover, I have recently heard that Zhaokai village has experienced a severe landslide, posing a significant threat to the lives and properties of the residents. Therefore, I request to lead a team personally to Zhaokai village to ascertain the situation firsthand. Upon hearing these words, the two young men seated beside him turned their attention to Li Yuming. They were originally dispatched from the provincial office, thus possessing a certain familiarity with him. This endeavor was not merely to investigate issues. Its primary intention was to extend sympathy to the village secretary, Luo Yunyan, throughout the entire provincial compound, who was unaware of Li Yuming's profound affection for Luo Yunyan. Unfortunately, while he harbored earnest sentiments, she remained indifferent to his advances. Regardless of how overtly or subtly he expressed his feelings, Miss Luo remained unresponsive. Li Yuming's proactive request to join the inspection team was indeed motivated by the landslide incident in Zhaokai village. When he learned that Luo Yunyan had narrowly escaped death due to this calamity, he was so enraged that he nearly overturned the table. Alas, he was merely a minor section chief in the provincial disciplinary inspection department, lacking the authority to intervene in matters concerning Zhaokai village. Thus, he willingly sought to champion justice for Luo Yunyan. However, was it truly appropriate to state such intentions openly in a meeting? Indeed, just as everyone anticipated, Qin Yinshan would outright reject Li Yuming's proposal. To their astonishment, Qin Yinshan nodded in agreement. My suggestion is to divide the inspection team into two subgroups. One group, led by Comrade Jiang Kachong, with Li Yuming serving as deputy leader, will address the immediate difficulties faced by the people on the ground. The other group, led by Comrade Guo Wenbin, with Xia Feng as deputy leader, will continue investigating this case. As he spoke, Qin Yinshan emphatically tapped the documents before him. Are there any questions? He scanned the faces of those present, noticing their silence. He then set aside the documents and declared, since there are no objections, let us proceed according to our respective assignments. Additionally, Xia Feng, please come to my office for a moment. With that, Qin Yinshan collected his materials and strode out of the conference room. Guo Wenbin and Jiang Kachong quickly rose to organize the documents on the table. They were clearly aware of Qin Yinshan's decisive temperament and style, prompting them to promptly gather their team members and return to their respective offices for meetings. Comrade Xia Feng, we will wait for you for the brief meeting. You may first report to the senior leader, Guo Wenbin said with a smile towards Xia Feng. All right, Xia Feng replied, gathering his briefcase and swiftly exiting the office. He approached Qin Yinshan's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Qin Yinshan's commanding voice resonated, prompting Xia Feng to push the door open and enter. Have a seat. Qin Yinshan gestured towards the chair opposite him, took a sip of water, and in a grave tone inquired, please share your thoughts on establishing a special task force. As the summer breeze wafted through, Xia Feng straightened his posture and, with a serious expression, addressed team leader Chun. I believe that investigating such significant cases, especially those involving collusion, is utterly unfeasible without the cooperation of local authorities. However, the involvement of too many departments may inadvertently leak sensitive information, greatly hindering our progress. Therefore, I have drafted a list for your approval. With that, Xia Feng presented the meticulously prepared list to Qin Yinshan. Apart from the 5-member inspection team and Qian Guoxing himself, the list also included Tang Long and 3 individuals recommended by him. Upon receiving the list, Qin Yinshan fell into deep contemplation. The personnel composition outlined therein already encompassed over a dozen individuals. Xia Feng could easily lead a team dedicated solely to these 2 major cases. Yet, the question lingered. Could Xia Feng truly handle the task effectively? Qin Yinshan understood that behind these 2 cases, there must be high-ranking protectors. Otherwise, who among the junior staff would dare to act with such audacity? The real concern was that if Xia Feng's abilities fell short, it might alert the adversaries, allowing them to prepare, leading to dire consequences. Particularly, if the high-ranking protectors abruptly severed ties with their subordinates, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Comrade Xia Feng, please return for now while I deliberate, Qin Yinshan said, his tone laced with difficulty. Understood, Team Leader Chun. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xia Feng replied, rising to exit Qin Yinshan's office. As the door clicked shut, Chen Yinshan picked up the list once more, scrutinizing it for a while before seizing the phone and dialing a number. Once connected, he asserted, "Xiao Qian, come to my office at once." Chapter 37. Yi Shuqin's call upon returning to the small conference room. Guo Wenbin introduced Xia Feng to the group. This team, consisting of 5 members, was a quintessential working group. Xia Feng needed no introduction. The other 3 included Lin Yi, the head of the criminal investigation team from the Provincial City Bureau, Yu Qiu, an officer from the tax department, and Su Yin, the deputy section chief of the 2nd Discipline Inspection Section. The balanced composition of 2 men and 2 women was significantly more robust than Li Yoming's group. Moreover, aside from Lin Yi, the 2 young women appeared to possess amiable dispositions, having already greeted Xia Feng. After the introductions, Guo Wenbin, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Our former leader has assigned our group to oversee the cases currently being investigated by Comrade Xia Feng. Thus, it is imperative that we heed his insights closely. The success of our inspection in Jiangning hinges on the direction of our investigation." What? Lin Yi and the 2 young women were taken aback by this revelation. Was it not the case that they were not the only team involved? How could this impact the overall success of the Jiangning inspection? What about Li Mingyu and his team? Comrade Xia Feng, based on the materials you provided earlier, should we conduct an investigation into the grain management department? Guo Wenbin, being a former secretary with limited experience in this area, sought Xia Feng's guidance, especially since the 2 cases he mentioned might already be underway. He was uncertain about their current status, hence his proactive inquiry for Xia Feng's opinion. Team Leader Guo, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Since everyone has just arrived in Jiangning today, there is no need to rush. I believe results will manifest shortly, remarked Xia Feng lightly. Early this morning, the inspection team had already notified the grain bureaus of all counties within Jiangning. If all goes as planned, certain individuals should have already begun to take action. What he needed to do now was to wait patiently. After all, a large-scale grain transfer would certainly create a significant stir. Tang Long had already deployed personnel at various key points, ready to monitor the movement of vehicles in and out. Only after obtaining the data could they strike with precision. "We can't just sit idly by, can we?" queried Yu Qiu, her brow slightly furrowed as she gripped her pen. "Waiting is crucial. It's akin to a game of chess. When the opponent is not making a move, it's best to refrain from rash actions." After Xia Feng spoke, he turned to Guo Wenbin. Before Guo Wenbin could respond, Lin, he interjected, "Comrade Xia Feng, are you implying a lack of trust in us?" Despite his youth, Lin, he was an experienced criminal investigator. It was evident from Xia Feng's expression that he had already devised a plan, but did not wish for them to be involved. "How can we not be involved? How can we achieve merit?" Lin, he continued, emphasizing that their primary target this time was Jiangning. To remain inactive would render their inspection trip futile. "Comrade Lin, you exaggerate. My intention is for everyone to first understand the situation in Jiangning before engaging in work to ensure personal safety," Xia Feng clarified, recounting the attack he had faced the previous night. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grave. Indeed, while the inspection team wielded considerable authority, that did not extend to the rogue elements of society. It seemed the issues in Jiangning were more complex than they had anticipated. Guo Wenbin remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Comrade Xia Feng, there is no need for concern. If necessary, I can directly contact our comrades from the Provincial Armed Police Corps for assistance." The audacity to threaten even the personnel of the inspection team was utterly outrageous. Now is not the time. Within a week, we should be able to capture several significant targets. At that point, it may indeed be necessary for Team Leader Guo to coordinate the support of the Armed Police Corps. Xia Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he said before swiftly exiting the office. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Reaching the end of the corridor, he answered the call. "Who is this?" "It's me," came a cold female voice from the other end. "Ye Shujin." This woman had left a profound impression on him, not only due to her beauty, but also her remarkable desire for control. In this era, individuals like her, exuding a queenly demeanor, were rare. "Is there something you need?" Xia Feng inquired nonchalantly. "What, now that you've joined the inspection team, You no longer recognize anyone. Your concerns are not overlooked, but merely set aside for the time being. Do you truly believe that once the inspection team departs, they will cease to devise ways to undermine you? What precisely are you trying to convey? Xia Feng found the tone of this woman exceedingly displeasing, as if she were perpetually attempting to gain control over him. You are to go to the second floor of the Jialing Hotel across from the municipal committee. I am in a meeting. Xia Feng interjected directly. Your meeting is of no greater significance than what I have to relay to you. I shall be waiting for you by the window on the second floor for no more than half an hour. With that, Yi Shuqin abruptly ended the call. Xia Feng, left listening to the busy signal, felt a wave of exasperation. Is this woman unwell? I am not Wang Yunbua. To whom do you issue commands? Despite his irritation, the influence behind Yi Shuqin was undeniably formidable. After much contemplation, Xia Feng resolved to meet with her. Determined, he swiftly returned to his office and approached Guo Wenbin, saying, Team Leader Guo, I have an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. I would like to request leave. Do you need assistance? Lin Yi stood up, offering his help. No, I can manage alone. Thank you, Xia Feng replied gratefully, turning to Guo Wenbin. Go ahead, and please take care. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to call me. As he spoke, Guo Wenbin wrote down a number and handed it to Xia Feng. Thank you, Team Leader Guo. Xia Feng tucked away the number and exited the municipal office building with haste. The Jialing Hotel is the first 3-star establishment in Jiangning, and it is said that even a glass of water there costs 5 yuan. Xia Feng's monthly salary amounted to a mere 327 yuan. Such a place was foreign to him in his previous life. Of course, by the time he was released from prison 20 years later, the Jialing Hotel had long since transformed into a buffet. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Xia Feng enjoyed the cool breeze from the air conditioning while surveying his surroundings. The entire second floor comprised semi-private booths. In 1998, this style was considered quite avant-garde. A glance toward the window revealed Yi Shuqin sipping coffee and waving at him. He approached and seated himself opposite her, as she promptly handed him the menu, saying, What would you like to drink? Choose for yourself. Xia Feng perused the menu and was taken aback to find coffee priced at 50 yuan and juice at 35. These were the least expensive options. Further inspection revealed nearly everything else ranged from 70 to over 100 yuan. That was equivalent to half a month's salary. I shall treat. Yi Shuqin seemed to sense Xia Feng's discomfort and smiled with her lips pressed together. No need, just bring me a glass of juice. Upon placing his order with a nearby waiter, and after the waiter departed, he fixed his gaze on Yi Shuqin and stated, What is the purpose of this meeting? Please, proceed. Chapter 38. Too little offered, are all men so impatient? Yi Shuqin remarked, laden with double entendre. Ms. Yi, it is currently working hours. I have taken leave to meet with you. If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave. Xia Feng had no time to engage in idle banter with Yi Shuqin. He had a particularly pressing matter to attend to before the afternoon. Checking the time, he noted it was already 10:15. He could afford no more than 5 additional minutes for Yi Shuqin. Yi Shuqin scrutinized Xia Feng for a considerable time, casting him a disdainful glance before producing a file folder and sliding it toward him. What is this? Asked Xia Feng as he felt the folder's fullness, estimating it to contain no less than 10,000 yuan. There are those who wish for you to cease your investigation, expedite the conclusion of your case, and upon the departure of the inspection team, a deputy position shall be granted to you. Having spoken, Yi Shuqin then presented another document to Xia Feng, stating, This is merely a draft for your perusal. Should you give your assent, it will materialize into reality within 3 months. Xia Feng glanced at the content and realized it pertained to his appointment as the head of a division. How effortlessly it seemed to attain such a position. One could easily surmise how Wang Yunbua ascended to his current status. No exceptional performance or illustrious credentials were necessary. A mere appointment letter could dismantle numerous obstacles and pave the way to success. Well, if there are no objections, I shall convey your response, Yi Shuqin remarked. Observing a smile gradually emerge on Xia Feng's face, her eyes suddenly reflecting a hint of contempt. If a mere deputy position could sway Xia Feng, then he was indeed inferior to Wang Yunbua. Despite Wang Yunbua being incompetent, His ambitions far surpassed those of the man before her. A man devoid of ambition holds no distinction from a wastrel. 10,000 yuan and a deputy position. Such generous terms. Xia Feng set down the document, sipped his juice, which cost 35 yuan a cup, smacked his lips, and shook his head. It's far too little. Pardon? Yi Shuqin raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Do you know who you're negotiating with? Isn't it you? Xia Feng squinted, assessing Yi Shuqin. Or perhaps the person behind you. I am merely a messenger, Yi Shuqin clarified, her tone shifting. In essence, I am neutral. I stand neither with you nor against you. Simply an intermediary. After establishing her position, Yi Shuqin inquired, what must be done to conclude the case? I can relay your request, but whether they acquiesce is beyond my knowledge. Xia Feng chuckled darkly. Simple. Execute Wang Yunbua and his son. With that, he left without waiting for Yi Shuqin's response, regardless of who had sent her to negotiate. The combination of a deputy position and 10,000 yuan could never persuade Xia Feng to spare Wang Yunbua and his son. Utterly impossible. Yi Shuqin watched Xia Feng's retreating figure, momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of terms were those? Furthermore, who permitted his departure? As she stared after him descending the stairs, she snapped back to reality, contemplated calling him back. But in such an environment, raising her voice would be too unseemly. Reluctant to abandon her pride, she dialed Xia Feng's number in frustration. Do you require something? Xia Feng's tone was icy, laced with palpable resentment. Yi Shujin, bitarip. Xia Feng, do not act as though we are adversaries. I have stated, I am merely a messenger. Moreover, this is your sole opportunity. Seize it. Unnecessary. Xia Feng retorted sharply before terminating the call. She dialed again, only to find that Xia Feng's phone had been switched off. No wonder you lingered in the supply and marketing cooperative for 3 years. If it were me. Yi Shuqin was indeed growing increasingly exasperated, her fingers gripping the phone so tightly that they began to pale. Meanwhile, Chen Dakong had just arranged the matters concerning the inspection team scheduled for today when the phone on his desk rang urgently. Setting down the documents at hand, he answered the call, speaking in a low voice. This is Chen Dakong. He, too, was at a loss. During the period that Xiao Guoqiang was under isolation and investigation, every major and minor issue had to be handled solely by him. Recently, troubles have been piling up one after another. First, there was the inspection team. Then issues arose from Wang Guotsai's side. It was already troubling enough that Gu Wenhu sent someone to stir up trouble for Xia Feng last night, only for Xia Feng to evade capture. Almost every matter concealed endless hazards behind it. Thus, from the break of dawn, his mood was utterly dreadful. Secretary Dakong, the inspection team wants to investigate our county's grain reserves. Are you aware of this? A middle-aged man's urgent voice inquired over the phone. Who are you? Chen Dakong almost laughed in exasperation. Who exactly is the superior and who is the leader here? Is this a visit for work inspection? I apologize, Secretary Dakong. I am Zheng Wenheng, the director of the Grain Bureau in Wantong County, the one with whom you have dined a few times, came the response. Chen Dakong felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How could the director of Wantong County's Grain Bureau be calling the office of the deputy mayor? What? Chen Dakong suddenly froze. Investigating grain? A sense of foreboding washed over him. What did you just say? The inspection team wants to check your county's grain reserves? When did this happen? Just now. I received the notification and immediately called you. The comrade responsible for informing me said they will be going to Yunlai town tomorrow, instructing the town's supply and marketing and grain departments to prepare for the reception. Yunlai town cannot be inspected. Hearing the trembling voice of Zheng Wenheng on the other end, Chen Dakong suddenly felt a wave of dread. Why can't it be inspected? What is going on? Chen Dakong's tone shifted. Among the 6 affiliated counties of Jiangning, 3 were major grain-producing counties, and Wantong County was one of them. Secretary Dakong, at the end of last month, Su Goen just left Wantong. The granaries are empty. There is no grain in the county storage. What are we to do? Upon hearing this, Chen Dakong nearly suffered a heart attack. A gaping hole of 7,000 tons in Wantong County. How could it be filled in a single day? Is Qian gushing out of his mind? Just as the inspection team arrived in Jiangning, he orchestrated this farce? Ugh! Chen Dakong pressed his hand against his chest, gritting his teeth. Did the inspection team mention when they would arrive? Today, Zheng Wenheng replied. Hearing this, Chen Dakong felt a sharp pain in his chest, gasping for breath as he insisted. Immediately notify Su Goen. Whatever amount needs to be transported out, he must return the same quantity immediately. If there's even a single grain missing, I will hold him accountable. The magnitude of the situation was simply staggering. Moreover, the two grain-producing counties nearby, even if promptly mobilized, could not fill the granary with 7,000 tons of grain within a single day. Should this matter come to light, it would be catastrophic for the entire Jiangning. Secretary Dakong, I cannot reach you. If I could find Su Goen, I would not be calling you. It is urgent, exceedingly urgent. Zhang Wenhong was in such a state of agitation that he was nearly beside himself, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. What? Unable to contact? Damn it. Chen Dakong took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, I am aware of the situation. Someone will reach out to you shortly. Remember, when the inspection team arrives in Wantong County, you must do whatever it takes to delay them. If necessary, get them drunk. Under no circumstances should they leave the table within the next 24 hours. Absolutely. I will ensure the task is accomplished. With a decisive motion, Chen Dakong hung up the phone. It was only then that he realized his shirt had become completely drenched without him noticing. Chapter 39. If this is uncovered, we are all doomed. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Dakong finally regained his composure and promptly dialed Wang Guotsai's office. Come to my office immediately. Upon answering the call, Chen Dakong issued the command and hung up the phone forcefully. It wasn't too long before Wang Guokai hurried into Chen Dakong's office. You must contact Gu Wenhui at once and instruct him to return the grain that was transported from Yunlai town without delay. I am giving him only 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Wang Guokai abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed, Secretary Dakong, that batch of grain was sold on the 9th of this month. I have already given your share to your sister-in-law. This was arranged 10 days ago, and the payment has been received. Are you suggesting that Gu Wenhui return the grain? Are you out of your mind? Enough nonsense. Well, have I ever received your money? Chen Dakong stood up abruptly, fixing Wang Guokai with a fierce gaze and growled. No. I meant, is there a problem? Wang Guokai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The inspection team is coming to investigate the grain. You must inform Gu Wenhui that if they discover empty granaries, no one can save him. Let him figure it out. In any case, I can only buy him 24 hours. After saying this, Chen Dakong picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Very well, I will go at once. Wang Guokai replied, turning to leave, but nearly stumbled after just 2 steps. He was Gu Wenhui's direct contact, and if trouble arose, the first to suffer would be the Wantong County Grain Bureau and the Yunlai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Everything had unfolded so suddenly that even Wang Guokai was unaware of how he made his way back to his office. Sitting at his desk, he felt as though the world was spinning, his mind buzzing incessantly. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses and pulled out his mobile phone to call Gu Wenhui. Director Gu, did you enjoy yourself last night? Did you find a girl you fancy? Or, on the other end, Gu Wenhui's languid voice responded. Nearby, it seemed a woman was cooing, but Wang Guokai could not afford to concern himself with such trivialities and interrupted urgently. We are in serious trouble. The inspection team is set to visit Wantong County to investigate grain stocks. If they discover that the warehouses in Yunlai town are entirely empty, it spells disaster for both of us. What? Gu Wenhui, startled, sat up abruptly, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, damn it. That surname Qian still hasn't learned his lesson and is causing me trouble again? Gu Zong, this is not the time for such discussions. If the inspection team arrives in Yunlai town and sees those empty warehouses, we are finished. We must quickly devise a plan to procure grain. Wang Guokai was on the verge of tears. 7,000 tons. He had never encountered such a vast quantity of grain in his life. Should the truth come to light, not only would his connections in the province be of no use, but even the provincial party secretary, Luo Goen, would be unable to save him. If things escalated, he might face execution, and they might have to use a machine gun to turn him into Swiss cheese. Where on earth am I supposed to find grain? Gu Wenhui retorted. During the profit sharing, Gu Wenhui, Wang Guokai slammed the table, shouting, if this matter is exposed, your brother will be doomed as well. Silence. An extended silence. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, and the atmosphere on both ends of the phone was palpably tense. Although Gu Wenhu's tone was brash, he was not foolish. His earlier remarks were a probe to gauge Wang Guokai's reaction and ascertain the gravity of the situation. However, Wang Guokai's response sent chills down Gu Wenhu's spine. "Director Wang, please do not panic. The situation has arisen. We must find a solution. For this is no trivial matter." Gu Wenhu's tone softened instantly. Secretary Dakong could still be granted an additional 24 hours. In any case, within a day, they must ensure that the inspection team sees the grain. Otherwise, their report to the inspection group or the supervisory commission would constitute a monumental scandal. The consequences are dire. As you surely comprehend, Wang Guokai sighed deeply, his anxiousness evident. Goodness, time is exceedingly tight. One day, Director Wang, surely using aged grain as a temporary measure should suffice. Right? After all, they have never farmed, so they wouldn't even notice. Gu Wenhu, in a moment of inspiration, replied, "Aged grain?" Wang Guotsai's eyes widened as he slapped his forehead, realizing the merit of the idea. As long as the Grain Bureau personnel remain silent, and those inspecting the warehouses do not speak up, who would know? He knew his men under Qian Guoxing. Even if fresh, aged grain was presented to them, they might not discern its true nature. Indeed, this plan is feasible. We must act swiftly, preferably before nightfall. Gu Wenhu interjected, "Director Wang, you may not be aware of the quantity involved. Even if I tirelessly mobilize trucks, it would require several hundred vehicles. Let us do this. Before dawn tomorrow, I assure you that I will transport the grain." "Good. We must expedite this process." Wang Guokai reiterated a few more instructions before finally hanging up the phone. Seated in his office chair, Wang Guokai felt considerably relieved, muttering to himself, "It will be fine. It will be fine." Meanwhile, Xia Feng exited the Jialing Hotel and approached the nearby intersection, standing beneath a tree to light a cigarette. Before long, a blue Jeep slowed to a stop before him. Xia Feng opened the door and took a seat inside. "What is the update?" The gentle summer breeze prompted a question from Xia Feng. Tang Long shook his head and replied, "No news. I haven't seen the large truck you mentioned on the road. However, when I returned, I informed them that if we couldn't wait until today, we might as well consider it a holiday and continue to monitor until evening." Xia Feng flicked away the ash from his cigarette and said, "Let us head to the Tongjiang Street police station." "What for?" Tang Long asked, perplexed. "Aren't they currently investigating the grain issue? What is the point of going to the Tongjiang Street police station? There's someone we need to bring back. If we let him slip away, it will be difficult for us to track him down later." Xia Feng replied with an air of mystery. "Who is this person? May I inquire?" Tang Long asked curiously as he drove towards Tongjiang Street. "The case I asked you about last night involves him as a crucial eyewitness. If I'm not mistaken, he is set to board a train to the capital this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Tang Long was taken aback. "What did you say? An eyewitness? This case happened 2 years ago. How did you manage to track him down?" "If this is true, Xia Feng, you are remarkable. In an era devoid of surveillance, it would be nearly impossible to locate an eyewitness, even 2 days after the event." Tang Long suddenly felt as though his studies at the police academy had been in vain. "That is not for you to worry about. In any case, he is the key to solving the case." At this, a faint smile crept onto Xia Feng's lips. The individual Xia Feng sought was, in fact, a former cellmate from his past life named Xia Feng. This man had been imprisoned for 20 years, but was wrongfully convicted of a heinous crime based on a pocket watch, sentenced to death. Until his last breath, Xia Feng maintained his innocence, but could not produce evidence to substantiate his claims. Later, Xia Feng learned from Zhao that the pocket watch had been stolen from a middle-aged woman while he was riding a bus years ago. The exquisite craftsmanship of the watch led him to keep it close, but years later he fell back into his old habits, and upon his arrest, the watch was discovered, linking him to the unsolved crime. Initially, Xia Feng had buried this memory, but after learning about the plight of Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter, he could not sleep that night and suddenly recalled Xia Feng. Today marked the day Zhao was about to commit another burglary at a wealthy home, intending to flee to the capital by train. Thus, it was imperative to apprehend him before he escaped north. Otherwise, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As Xia Feng pondered, a familiar figure flashed before him, prompting him to urgently call out to Tang Long, "Stop the car." Tang Long slammed on the brakes. Xia Feng quickly rolled down the window and shouted at a middle-aged man squatting on the ground buying fruit. Zhao Haifeng. The middle-aged man froze upon hearing his name, then discarded his fruit and bolted. As he dashed into a narrow alley, he quickly vanished from sight after a few turns. Tang Long's face darkened, and he turned to Xia Feng, saying, "Leader, this is not how one apprehends a person." Xia Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "I never intended to capture him on the street. Come, let us head to the Tongjiang Street Police Station." As Tang Long drove, he questioned, "Leader, is it still timely to go now?" Zhao Haifeng surely wouldn't dare return home. Could he be escaping by train? Xia Feng shook his head slightly. He doesn't even have a backpack. Would he go to the capital empty-handed, leaving behind the stolen money for his mistress? Would you do such a foolish thing? Moreover, Zhao Haifeng's home is not within the jurisdiction of Tongjiang Street. His mistress and the stolen money are there. Damn! Tang Long couldn't help but glance at Xia Feng several times. They had been together since last night until this morning, and Xia Feng had not left the premises. Besides, he seemed to possess no special connections. How did he acquire this information? Could he have deduced it somehow? What is it? Xia Feng noticed Tang Long's peculiar gaze and frowned. "I was merely curious. Leader, are you able to calculate such matters? You even know Zhao Haifeng's mistress? That's rather absurd." Tang Long had perused Xia Feng's resume. He was born in Guqing County and had remained in Yunlai town for 3 years after coming ashore, making it highly improbable for him to know Zhao Haifeng's mistress. Unless he could somehow calculate it, Tang Long truly couldn't fathom the source of Xia Feng's information. "If I knew her, we wouldn't need to visit the Tongjiang police station. Just drive." After speaking, Xia Feng leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and ceased further conversation. In truth, all of this information had been relayed to Xia Feng by Zhao Haifeng before his execution in a past life. Even the details about his mistress were conveyed in great detail. It wasn't that Zhao Haifeng held deep feelings for that woman. Rather, she had somehow learned the address of Zhao Haifeng's mother's home and extorted 50,000 yuan from him. Thus, even until his death, Zhao Haifeng's memory of this woman remained vivid. Before long, Xia Feng and Tang Long arrived at the Tongjiang Street Police Station. After presenting their credentials, Tang Long addressed the station chief, Jiang Yukai. "This is Comrade Xia Feng from the inspection team. I will let him speak now." Upon hearing that an inspection team member was present, Jiang Yukai promptly stood at attention, fastened his collar, adjusted his uniform, and extended his hand to Xia Feng, saying, "Welcome, comrades from the inspection team, to our station for supervision and inspection." Noticing the cold sweat trickling down Jiang Yutsai's brow, Xia Feng couldn't help but suppress a smile. Maintaining a serious demeanor as he stated, "Director Jiang, time is of the essence. Please check immediately if there's a woman named Yu Fengjiao in your jurisdiction. She should be around 27 or 28 years old, with an unspecified occupation." Jiang Yukai immediately nodded. "All right, I will notify the household registration department right away. Ensure it is swift." Xia Feng urged, his expression grave. "Yes." Jiang Yukai stood at attention and hurried towards the courtyard where the household registration department was located, all the while pondering the gravity of the situation that had drawn the inspection team's attention. One could only imagine the severity of the crime involved. Damn it, is this some kind of bad luck? In his jurisdiction, a significant case unfolded precisely during the inspection of the patrol team. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Yukai hastily instructed 2 female officers from the household registration department to swiftly retrieve all records of women named Yu Fengjiao within the area. In 1998, when computer management of household registration had just been implemented, the process of searching was far less convenient than it is today. After a full 20 minutes, Jiang Yukai, drenched in sweat, rushed over, holding 2 documents, and reported to Xia Feng. "Report, leader, there are 2 individuals named Yu Fengjiao. One is a school teacher, and the other is a software hardening engineer with a history of re-education through labor." As he spoke, Jiang Yukai handed the photographs of both women to Xia Feng. For a moment, even Xia Feng found himself in a quandary. 2 Yu Fengjiaos. The problem was, he had never encountered Yu Fengjiao in person, and Zhao Haifeng had not disclosed what this Yu Fengjiao was involved in. "Leader Xia, which one shall we pursue?" Tang Long turned to Xia Feng, glancing at his watch. It had been over 40 minutes since Zhao Haifeng had fled, and such a lengthy interval meant that he had likely escaped. If both locations were under surveillance, would the station's manpower suffice? Xia Feng looked up at Jiang Yukai. Report, leader, with the auxiliary officers and current personnel mobilized, it should not pose a problem. Jiang Yukai was somewhat perplexed, yet he understood that the person Xia Feng aimed to apprehend must be captured, otherwise his tenure as station chief would come to an abrupt end. Very well, let us set up surveillance at both locations. Upon discovering Zhao Haifeng, we shall apprehend him immediately. Subsequently, Xia Feng directed Tang Long. You have seen Zhao Haifeng. Take a team to monitor the vicinity of the schoolteacher's residence, while I lead a unit to the software hardening engineer's home. We shall act independently, but maintain communication. Understood. Tang Long, exuding decisiveness, swiftly exited the police station with 4 officers and 2 auxiliary personnel. Jiang Yukai, accompanied by the remaining officers and 2 detainees, followed Xia Feng to the vicinity of the software hardening engineer's residence. After surveying the surroundings, comprising 4 alley entrances, Jiang Yukai dispatched 2 personnel to guard each entrance as per his instructions before proceeding with Xia Feng to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as they rapped on the door, a cacophony of sounds emanated from within. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice called out, "Who is it?" But almost immediately, the officer stationed at the rear alley shouted, "Halt!" At his commanding cry, 7 or 8 officers surged from various directions. Without exerting much effort, they swiftly subdued a young man, pinning him to the ground. "Chief Jiang, we have apprehended him." Upon hearing the shouts nearby, Jiang Yukai bellowed, "Bring him over." In no time, a young man in his late 20s was escorted to Jiang Yukai by 2 officers, who held his arms tightly. "Leader Xia, is this him?" Jiang Yukai inquired, pointing at the young man. Xia Feng shook his head and then called out to the young woman inside, "Open the door." Before long, the courtyard door slowly creaked open, revealing a young woman, drenched in sweat, with a graceful figure, clad in a delicate camisole, stepping out. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she appeared utterly bewildered. Was it merely a matter of managing a software hardening project? Why summon the entire department to apprehend someone? Are there no others in your residence? As Xia Feng stepped inside, he coldly inquired. The young woman's face flushed with indignation, and she retorted, "Comrade, are you speaking in a civilized manner? Software hardening engineers deserve respect. You know, answer my question." Jiang Yukai bellowed, which instantly subdued the young woman, who lowered her gaze and replied, "No, it's just him. And this is the first time I've heard such a thing." Jiang Yukai chuckled. "You were just released from an 8-month re-education a month ago. And you tell me this is the first time? Leave 2 to keep an eye on him, the rest search." With a wave of his hand, 5 or 6 officers rushed into the courtyard, thoroughly inspecting the premises, yet found nothing. "Do you know someone named Zhao Haifeng?" Xia Feng asked, furrowing his brow. "With so many people coming and going throughout the day, how would I know their names?" "I don't even keep a record," the young woman retorted, but then quickly realized her misstep and hastily shook her head. "I don't know him." Xia Feng scrutinized her expression closely, sensing no hint of deceit, and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "This is bad. Jiang, hurry and take people with me." Chapter 41. Captured red-handed during the division of labor. Both Xia Feng and Tang Long instinctively believed that someone like Zhao Haifeng would most likely associate with individuals such as fallen women who worked as software hardening engineers. No one considered that female teachers also had ample time, especially since it was summer vacation and they were home. If Zhao Haifeng were at a female teacher's residence, it would spell trouble. Tang Long's team was too small. If Zhao were to escape, capturing him again would be nearly impossible. "Leader Xia, you handle it as you see fit. Is there a vehicle at the station?" Xia Feng queried urgently as he hastened outside. "Yes, we just acquired a Jetta." Jiang Yukai nodded vigorously. "Get in. We're heading to assist Tang Long," Xia Feng concluded, sprinting towards the police station. Jiang Yukai quickly summoned 3 officers, and they all raced back to the station. Minutes later, upon arrival, they found Tang Long and 4 officers already positioned around the female teacher's residence. However, since she lived in a community resembling a family housing complex, The vantage point from the upper floors provided a clear view of the entrance. Fearing that their movements might alert Zhao, Tang Long divided their forces to block all exits, but with limited manpower, they could only await Zhao's inevitable capture. Seeing Xia Feng and Jiang Yukai arrive, Tang Long instinctively asked, "Did you fail to apprehend him?" "Yes, we're heading in now. Do you know which building it is?" Xia Feng inquired, glancing at Jiang Yukai. A local officer pointed to the second building ahead. "It's that one, the door on the left on the 4th floor. Seal off the stairwell. Tang Long, you and Jiang follow me upstairs." Xia Feng commanded succinctly before swiftly proceeding. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Long rapped on the door. Inside, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. "We know someone is inside. If you do not open the door, we will be forced to break it down." Tang Long shouted loudly towards the door, yet there was still no response from within. "Break down the door." As he spoke, he drew his pistol from his waist. Jiang Yukai wiped the sweat from his brow. It had been many years since he had engaged in such work. Although the wooden door was old, forcing it open was no simple task. Just as Jiang Yukai was straining to break down the door, a commotion erupted from downstairs. "Someone's climbing up." "Jiang, keep an eye on the door. I'm going to check it out." Tang Long tossed off his command and dashed down the staircase with great speed. Xia Feng quickly followed suit. As they burst out of the stairwell, they spotted a man in his 30s, gripping a hemp rope, rapidly descending from the 4th floor balcony. "Zhao Feng, your crime is merely theft. It does not warrant death. There is no need to take such a risk." Xia Feng, concerned that Zhao might act desperately, hurriedly attempted to soothe him. Tang Long and 2 police officers remained fixated on Zhao Feng, closely observing his every movement. Zhao Feng dangled precariously at the 3rd floor level, his gaze anxiously fixed on Xia Feng and the others below. He bellowed, "Don't you dare deceive me. I merely stole $1 million from a bank president. Instead of apprehending corrupt officials, you're trying to ruin me. So be it. If I perish, you shall too." Tang Long instinctively glanced at Xia Feng. This was turning into yet another significant case. After merely 2 months under Xia's leadership, he could potentially return to the bureau with a promotion to deputy chief. "You lot, stop dawdling. Rush upstairs and break down the door. Lower the rope." Tang Long commanded as he gestured for 4 or 5 officers to hasten into the corridor. Before long, sounds of shouting and cursing erupted from the 4th floor room, but soon enough, the rope was swiftly lowered. As Zhao Feng noticed the rope nearing the ground, surrounded by 3 or 4 officers, in a moment of desperation, he leapt down. "Stop. If you run, I will shoot," Tang Long warned, firing a shot into the air as a warning. With the sharp crack of the gunshot, Zhao instinctively halted, and before he could fully process the situation, 4 or 5 officers surged forward, pinning him to the ground. It was only after Zhao Feng was apprehended that Xia Feng stepped forward to meet his former prison mate. Smiling as he said, "Rest assured, in this life, you will not meet your end." In his past life, Zhao Feng's greatest wish was to avoid a death sentence, aspiring to reform himself upon release. Unfortunately, he had not achieved that wish then. However, this time, Xia Feng was determined to fulfill it. "Let's go take a look," Xia Feng declared, clasping his hands behind his back as he led Tang Long and the others towards the 4th floor. Several officers shoved Zhao Feng, urging him to move. Even now, Zhao remained puzzled by Xia Feng's earlier words. What did it mean that he would not die in this life? Before long, the group returned to the 4th floor room. At that moment, a disheveled woman, resembling a shrew, was shrieking angrily, "You are trespassing. I will report you to the precinct and the city bureau. I must inform you that among the parents of my students, there are individuals employed in government departments. And tomorrow I shall expose everything." Xia Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a glance at the female teacher and remarked, "Yu Fengjiao, you are harboring a suspect involved in a serious crime and have refused to cooperate with the police investigation, additionally assisting the suspect in escaping. Your offenses far exceed his." Upon hearing this, the woman, who resembled a shrew, was rendered speechless. At that moment, a police officer emerged from an inner room, brandishing a plastic bag and stating, "Director Jiang, Leader Xia, this bag contains money." With that, he tossed the bag onto the ground, revealing it was filled with dark green bills. Xia Feng hurried forward, rummaging through the contents, frowning as he declared, "This is not all the stolen goods. Continue searching." "What are you doing?" "This is my bedroom, filled with my personal belongings." The female teacher, seemingly deranged, lunged forward to obstruct the path of two officers. "Cuff her as well, and handle her case concurrently," Tang Long coldly commanded. Two more officers restrained the female teacher, and then the door swung open, allowing several police officers and Xia Feng to enter the room. Upon entering, Xia Feng was taken aback. "Is this a place for a human habitation? It is more chaotic than a pigsty." The floor was littered with half-eaten instant noodles, now moldy. A small sofa beside the bed was strewn with undergarments of various colors. "I have truly gained insight. Is this the home of a teacher?" Tang Long remarked, surveying the surroundings with astonishment. "Enough with the chatter. Search quickly," Xia Feng admonished with a furrowed brow. Soon, an officer uncovered a tarnished pocket watch from a makeup box. "Director Jiang, Leader Xia, could this be a stolen item?" "That belongs to me. My father left it to me before he passed." The female teacher shrieked as if she had lost her mind. Xia Feng couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle, stepping forward to take the watch and glancing at the small inscription in English. "Is your father Colonel Bernier? Yet you do not appear to possess any mixed heritage." With that, Xia Feng opened the pocket watch. No wonder Zhao Haifeng was found with it when he was apprehended. It was a beautifully crafted gold watch. If my estimation is correct, it must be a trophy from a battlefield. But how could this object be linked to that massacre? Could it be that old Qian participated in the Battle of 79? With this thought, Xia Feng handed the watch to Tang Long, instructing, "Take this watch, along with Zhao Haifeng and the money back. As for the others, let Director Jiang deal with them severely according to the law." "Understood." Tang Long accepted the watch, placing it into a sealed bag, and signaled dismissed. Chapter 42. Major Case. Urgent Interrogation Leader Xia. Regarding Teacher Yu. Jiang Yukai trailed off as he reached the building's entrance, looking somewhat troubled. She is no longer fit to serve as a teacher. The law treats everyone equally, regardless of their profession, Xia Feng retorted, and with that, he shut the car door and commanded Tang Long drive. The vehicle proceeded to a low-rise office building in the suburbs, coming to a gradual halt. Zhao Haifeng was instantly thrown into a state of panic, struggling while loudly exclaiming, "You are not the police. What are you doing? Let me go." Tang Long grasped Zhao Haifeng by the collar, stating, "Consider yourself fortunate. This is the temporary office of the inspection team. If you go to the bureau, you'll have it worse." With that, he yanked Zhao Haifeng's collar and escorted him into the office building. Xia Feng was also visiting for the first time. As he glanced around, he noticed that although the decor bore an outdated style, one could not deny the impeccable construction quality characteristic of state-owned enterprises. Leader Xia. Sume greeted him with a beaming smile, gesturing for him to enter. "The Qian group has instructed that any future suspects should be brought here. Li Bing and I have already tidied up the office for everyone. It's on the first floor. Follow me." With that, Sume led Xia Feng into a private office. Spanning over 30 square meters, the room was well equipped with an office desk and all necessary supplies. After taking a sip of water, Xia Feng remarked with a smile, "Your husband is quite impressive. How did he manage to convince the authorities to let us use such a large building? To be frank, the inspection team is borrowing it temporarily. It was empty anyway," Sume replied before leading Xia Feng upstairs. The entire floor had been converted into a temporary holding area with over 20 independent offices. Even Wang Li had been brought over. Before long, Tang Long entered one of the offices with Zhao Haifeng in tow. The office contained a simple single bed, a desk, and all essential toiletries, and a wash basin. "Sit down," Tang Long insisted, forcing Zhao Haifeng into a chair, who continued to resist vigorously. Xia Feng sighed, presenting his identification. "Zhao Haifeng, you need to cooperate. I am the deputy leader of the second inspection team from the organization department. I have summoned you for a conversation, offering you a chance to redeem yourself. If you cooperate, I can recommend leniency to the prosecution regarding your case. However, should you choose to resist, the matter will escalate beyond mere burglary." Seeing Xia Feng commence the interrogation, Sume hurriedly brought a chair for him. Li Bing, curious, leaned in closer, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Long. Tang Long's face flushed, retreating to the side, taking a seat with a demeanor even more anxious than Zhao Haifeng's. "What are you so nervous about? You weren't this tense when you asked me to the movies," Li Bing teased, pressing down on Tang Long's shoulder. "Enough of that. Leader Xia is conducting an investigation." Tang Long frowned and whispered, "Uft." Li Bing rolled her eyes at Tang Long, pulling up a chair beside Xia Feng, ready with paper and pen for notes. "Zhao Haifeng," Xia Feng began, "before we officially begin, I have a few words for you. With your talents, running a locksmith business shouldn't lead you to a life of evasion. A true man should walk upright in this world, living with integrity and honor. Resorting to petty theft is ultimately unsustainable. However, I must add, in 20 years, everything will be through mobile payments, and by then, you won't even find a place to steal from. You will have to change your ways." "Leader," Zhao Haifeng began, "I am from Jiangning Bank, the head of the Bin Road branch." Before he could finish, Xia Feng interjected, "There is no rush regarding this matter. The police will discuss it with you in due time. For now, please tell us about the origins of this pocket watch." Xia Feng gestured to Tang Long, who promptly handed the watch to him. "Now, enlighten us on how you came into possession of this pocket watch. Or rather, from whom did you acquire it?" Noticing that Xia Feng was only inquiring about the watch and not the matter of burglary, Zhao Haifeng's pupils noticeably contracted. I found it," Zhao stammered. Swallowing hard, Xia Feng smiled, donned gloves, and extracted the watch from its plastic casing, snapping it open with a flourish. "How is it that I cannot find such a splendid pocket watch myself? It is even adorned with pure gold. If you come across another, do me the favor of retrieving it." "Ha ha, leader!" Suddenly, Xia Feng slammed his hand on the table, his smile vanishing in an instant. He fixed a cold gaze on Zhao Haifeng. "I'm trying to save you. This pocket watch is linked to a murder case. Theft at worst. Warrants only persuasion and perhaps community service. But if this is tied to a murder case, you will not even have the chance for redemption." "Huh?" Zhao Haifeng was taken aback. Yet in the next moment, he vehemently shook his head. I know nothing. I truly found that watch." Sighing heavily, Xia Feng continued, 2 years ago on July 8th, 1996, between 10 p.m. and midnight, where were you?" As Xia Feng mentioned the date, a flicker of anxiety and dread crossed Zhao Haifeng's eyes. I was asleep at home," he replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Who can vouch for that?" Xia Feng asked nonchalantly. "Yu Fengjiao can attest. That woman is insatiable. And that night, bang." Xia Feng slammed the table again, his voice sharp and commanding. "Zhao Haifeng, do you think this is a place for crude jokes? If you choose not to speak, I shall speak for you." As he stood, Xia Feng recalled details Zhao Haifeng had shared with him in a previous life. That night, you and 2 dubious friends were at a barbecue joint on Xuanji Street, and after your meal, you intended to engage in a lucrative venture. However, while passing through a small grove near Huanjiang Road, you heard a woman scream, which piqued your curiosity. At this point, Xia Feng picked up the pocket watch from the table. This pocket watch was what you found at that moment, correct? Zhao Haifeng was rendered speechless. Xia Feng's recounting was as if he had witnessed Zhao Haifeng pick up the watch himself. Most crucially, it was a memory Zhao Haifeng dreaded to recall. You believed it was merely an ordinary case of assault, but what you do not know is that the mother and daughter involved were murdered, and they were relatives of a high-ranking official. Now is your chance. It is not too late. Reveal what you saw that night, and you may still have an opportunity. If you wish to resist, I can transfer you to the municipal bureau at this very moment. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, the nature of this case has entirely transformed. Merely possessing this pocket watch could condemn you as the principal offender. The implications of violent assault, murder, and robbery are dire. As someone who has traversed the palace, you must be acutely aware of the consequences. It's not me. As soon as Xia Feng's words fell, Zhao Haifeng became frantic, shouting in a panic, "I didn't kill anyone. You can test the blood. I had no part in this. You're speaking nonsense. If it wasn't you, how could the victim's belongings be in your possession?" "Who?" I didn't see clearly." Zhao Haifeng appeared utterly despondent, collapsing into the chair. He foamed. A name instinctively flashed through Tang Long's mind. This individual was notoriously infamous in Jiangning, known as the foremost enforcer under Gu Wenhui. having committed numerous significant crimes without ever facing repercussions. Even Tang Long had attempted to apprehend He Feng 3 times, yet ultimately had to release him due to pressure from the municipal bureau. Is it He Feng? Speak. Tang Long abruptly rose, seizing Zhao Haifeng by the collar, his voice a thunderous roar. I don't know. Zhao Haifeng was terrified, beads of cold sweat cascading down as he stared blankly at Tang Long, shaking his head repetitively. From his terrified gaze, Xia Feng discerned a profound dread towards He Feng. Tang Long, mind your methods and demeanor. As he spoke, Xia Feng stepped forward, pulling Tang Long away. He sat at the desk, fixing his gaze on Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng, your fear is futile. If you refuse to speak the truth, we shall have no choice but to transfer you to the municipal bureau by tomorrow afternoon. If this case is truly connected to He Feng, do you believe they will be more inclined to elicit a confession or to apprehend He Feng? Even a case of such gravity can be twisted into a suicide. Do you truly believe you can survive? Xia Feng produced the case closure report from Jiangning Municipal Bureau from 2 years prior and slammed it before Zhao Haifeng, speaking coldly. You fear He Feng and his potential retribution, but as a witness, your very existence poses a threat to him. Consider what He Feng might do to you, to your family, to your parents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haifeng trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his attire. The terror of He Feng lay not in his physical prowess, but in the fact that many had witnessed him commit murder. Yet, each time he was apprehended, he emerged unscathed. This was what instilled fear in people's hearts. This clearly indicated that he was shielded by a formidable umbrella beyond the reach of any hands. What good will it do for me to speak? He will still be released unscathed, and I will inevitably face their merciless vengeance. After holding back for a long time, Zhao Haifeng finally erupted, shouting at Xia Feng and Tang Long. If I allow He Feng to walk free from his cell once more, I will resign immediately as the deputy leader of the inspection team. I was the one who apprehended him. He harbors greater hatred for you than for me. Xia Feng, with a serious expression, looked at Zhao Haifeng and said, Now, this is your final opportunity. If you still refuse to speak, I shall no longer inquire. Tang Long, Leader Xia. Tang Long stood to attention, facing Xia Feng. Allow him 10 minutes for contemplation. If he remains silent, hand over all evidence along with the individual to the municipal bureau. With that, Xia Feng strode out of the office without a backward glance. As Xia Feng's figure faded from view, Li Bing curiously turned to Tang Long and inquired, Who is this He Feng you mentioned? Is he truly formidable? Tang Long snorted derisively. Formidable? Hardly. He merely relies on the connections of the Gu family to act tyrannically. I have apprehended him 3 times, each instance for serious bodily harm. Yet within 2 hours of capture, the municipal bureau calls demanding his release. It's infuriating. Su Mei, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and remarked, This indicates a significant issue within the Jiangning Municipal Bureau. Why has no one reported this matter to the inspection team before? Tang Long let out a bitter chuckle. Is it of any use? Do you know who the victims in this case are? Who? Su Mei and Li Bing both inquired. Intrigued. It is the wife and daughter of your team leader, Qianguoxing. Tang Long clenched his teeth, pounding his fist on the desk in frustration. What? Is this true? Li Bing and Su Mei gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. If it is indeed Qian's family, why is he not pursuing this further? Li Bing blurted out. Qianguoxing is the head of the inspection team. He has the authority to call for a reinvestigation. What evidence do we have? Even the autopsy report has been tampered with, and the bodies were cremated within 48 hours. How can we investigate? Tang Long seethed, his anger palpable. They are exceedingly audacious. This is not merely favoritism. It is a blatant cover-up of crime. Li Bing stood in shock. Alas, everything hinges on evidence. Without it, no one can act. Tang Long sighed. He then retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and after a moment of hesitation, offered a mountain cigarette to Zhao Haifeng, saying, Have one. This may be your last cigarette before you reach the municipal bureau. As he placed the cigarette between Zhao Haifeng's lips and lit it, he continued, I will prepare the handover documents. You all should attend to your own matters. I suspect he will remain silent, as per Xia's directive. We must complete the handover within the hour before the bureau closes. Given the distance from here to the city, it will take at least half an hour to drive. Tang Long stated, turning away from Zhao Haifeng and exiting the office. Sumei sighed in resignation and followed suit. Li Bing, while organizing the documents on the desk, cast a pitying glance at Zhao Haifeng and remarked, I truly cannot fathom your reasoning behind this silence. Ultimately, you will take the fall for that, Ifeng. What do you aim to achieve? Either way, it ends poorly for you. Just look at you, trembling in fear. Perhaps in your next life, you should be reborn as a woman, so as not to bring shame to men. With that, she left the office without a backward glance. Bang! The office door slammed shut, followed by the sound of it being locked. With a soft thud, the cigarette fell from Zhao Haifeng's mouth to the floor. He had initially believed that Xia Feng and Tang Long were merely attempting to intimidate him and would not truly hand him over to the municipal bureau. Thus, he sought to delay as much as possible, striving to secure the greatest advantage for himself. At the very least, he needed to obtain Xia Feng's consent. Once he spoke, Xia Feng could grant him his freedom. However, when he noticed that even Li Bing had departed, leaving the office devoid of any presence, he instantly recognized the gravity of his predicament. Open the door. Please open the door. Zhao Haifeng sprang up from his chair, pounding frantically on the door while shouting, I've told you everything. I beg you, don't send me away. Yet, the only response he received was the emptiness of the corridor and the echo of his own cries. Hearing Zhao Haifeng's desperate shouts from the second floor, Tang Long could not suppress a laugh and remarked to Xia Feng, Leader Xia, do you think Zhao Haifeng is playing hard to get while trying to retreat? Shumei, wiping the desk, added with a chuckle, this is what they call a feigned retreat, isn't it? However, Li Bing expressed her concern, saying, what if he refuses to speak in the end? Xia Feng extinguished his cigarette and replied, then we'll send him to the municipal bureau. His life is his own. If he doesn't value it, why should we rush? Upon hearing this, Tang Long and the others turned to look at Xia Feng in unison. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Xia Feng stood up, straightening his attire. Let us see what he has to say. Also, prepare all the materials. If he continues to resist, we'll send him off without wasting words. Understood. Tang Long responded before hurrying back to his office to retrieve the prepared documents, rejoining Xia Feng and the others to return to the second floor. As the door swung open once more, Zhao Haifeng, upon seeing the file and evidence bag in Tang Long's hands, collapsed to his knees before Xia Feng, crying out, I've said everything. Please, don't send me away. I don't want to go to the municipal bureau. Get up and tell me what you saw that day. Xia Feng instructed, gesturing to Li Bing, who promptly took out paper and pen to record the statements. Mei Jia, start the recording, Xia Feng said with a calm demeanor. Yes. Sumei swiftly returned to the office, retrieving a compact recorder. She entered the office, pressed the recording button, and announced, July 12, 1998, Inspection Team S Temporary Office. 3:43 p.m., Sumei, Xia Feng, Li Bing, Tang Long. After the introductions, Xia Feng turned to Zhao Haifeng and asked Zhao Haifeng, where did you obtain this pocket watch engraved with Colonel Bernier's name? What transpired, and what was the cause of the incident? It was a watch I found. Zhao Haifeng replied wearily, slumped in his chair. Where did you find it? By the small grove along the Huanjiang Highway. Zhao Haifeng answered truthfully. What were you doing there at such a late hour? Because as I passed by, I heard a woman's cries for help coming from the grove. Out of curiosity, I stealthily approached the edge of the woods. Just out of curiosity? Xia Feng interrupted coldly. Not entirely. Those of us in this line of work seek profit. I thought that in the darkness, perhaps a victim of a violent crime might have dropped some valuables, such as a necklace or rings. So I hid behind the bushes, waiting quietly. What transpired thereafter? Xia Feng inquired in a subdued tone. Shortly, Zhao Haifeng recounted the scene he had witnessed in vivid detail. Upon hearing his account, indignation surged through the group, particularly when a mention arose of He Feng commanding his subordinates to abduct Qian Guoxing's daughter and hurl her from the upper floors of the municipal committee's guest house. Tang Long slammed his palm onto the table and sprang to his feet in outrage. They are utterly lawless. Sit down, Xia Feng admonished sternly, and then turned to Zhao Haifeng, asking what happened next. They took both mother and daughter away. After they left, I found this pocket watch in the grass. Xia Feng recounted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Leader, could I have a sip of water? Get him some. Xia Feng signaled to Sumei. After quenching his thirst, Xia Feng continued. After picking up the watch, I felt an inexplicable urge to follow them on my motorcycle, trailing behind He Feng's vehicle until we reached the municipal committee's guest house. They entered, but I dared not go in, as the manager had come out to greet them. Fearing discovery, I pretended to be passing by and slipped into the alley behind. Before long, I heard the piercing screams of two women, and then only the sound of one woman's sobs remained, followed by the noise of something being thrown from the rooftop. My curiosity compelled me to investigate. But as I approached and shone my flashlight, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. It was the violated girl cast down from the building. Xia Feng clenched his fists tightly, his anger simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Taking several deep breaths, he managed to ask in a steadied tone, "What happened next?" "I don't know." After that, I rode away on my motorcycle. I truly couldn't bear to witness anymore. If they had spotted me, I would have been doomed, Xia Feng confessed, burying his face in his hands as he bent over, succumbing to tears. It was not an awakening of conscience, but rather the torment of each recollection that plagued him. The horror of that scene was too ghastly, too bloody, and far too inhumane. "Can you still recognize the guest house manager if you see him again?" Xia Feng probed once more. "Yes. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I could identify him," Xia Feng asserted emphatically. Xia Feng beckoned Sumei, who promptly pointed the recording microphone at herself. July 12, 1998, Inspection Team Office, 5:19 p.m. The recording process is complete, uninterrupted. Recording by Sumei. Xia Feng. Tang Long. Recorder Li Bing. With a decisive click, she switched off the recorder. Xia Feng immediately rose, declaring, "Tang Long, Sumei." Promptly retrieved the list of all key management personnel above the rank of manager at the municipal committee's guest house at that time. Summon them overnight. Just state you wish to understand the operations of the guest house. The location will still be the inspection team's office. Capture frontal photographs of each individual and bring them back for Xia Feng to identify. Once confirmed, execute immediate arrests. Understood. Tang Long and Su Mei stood at attention before swiftly exiting the office. "Are you not apprehending He Feng?" Xia Feng suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze toward Xia Feng. With a light chuckle, Xia Feng replied, "He has nowhere to escape." After saying this, Xia Feng promptly left the office. Turning to Li Bing and inquired, "Do you have a car?" "Me?" Li Bing pointed to himself. "Do I look like I have a car?" Xia Feng nearly blurted out yes, but reconsidered, finding the jest somewhat excessive. Instead, he redirected the conversation, asking, "How did you arrive?" "Through Tang Long. He has a car." Clearing his throat lightly, Xia Feng added, "All right then, let us pretend I didn't ask." He then called Tang Long. Fortunate that Tang Long and Su Mei had not ventured far. After advising Li Bing that someone would arrive shortly to take over, he hastily entered Tang Long's vehicle. "By the way, when will Zhang Kai and Chun Ping arrive to relieve Li Bing?" Xia Feng glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and darkness was soon to envelop the sky. It seemed rather inappropriate to leave a girl guarding an empty building on the first floor. They should be on their way. They were scheduled to arrive by 6, Su Mei remarked, checking her own watch. "All right, let us go." Xia Feng fastened his seatbelt and instructed Tang Long. The car quickly made its way back to the municipal party compound. Without delay, Xia Feng headed straight to the temporary office of the inspection team. Upon pushing the door open, Guo Wenbin glanced at his watch and smiled wryly. "Xia, your leave of absence has been rather prolonged." Embarrassed, Xia Feng chuckled. "Director Guo, I sincerely apologize. I was delayed while attending to an urgent matter, and it extended to this point. I hope I haven't caused too much concern. Please, take a seat. Your request to establish a special task force has been approved by the higher-ups. Here is the document, personally signed by them. Please have a look." Guo Wenbin handed Xia Feng an official document bearing a seal. Scanning the document briefly, Xia Feng noted that it sanctioned his request and mandated that Guo Wenbin and the other 3 members must unconditionally assist Xia Feng's special task force in all its endeavors. In essence, Xia Feng's task force had become the primary unit, while the members of the inspection team were relegated to supporting roles. Aside from Lin Yi, whose expression was rather grim, the other three appeared relatively unconcerned. After all, collaboration constituted part of their duties, and as long as Xia Feng's efforts proceeded smoothly, they too could earn commendations. Thank you for the trust placed in me by the leadership. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. With that, Xia Feng retrieved a photograph from his bag and addressed Lin Yi. Comrade Lin Yi, could you arrange for a few criminal investigation officers from the province to assist in monitoring this individual's movements? As long as he remains in Jiangning, do not engage him. However, should he exhibit any signs of fleeing, apprehend him immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he swiftly stood, taking the photograph from Xia Feng's hand. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. However, when he saw the person in the photograph, his expression froze in shock. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xia Feng inquired, scrutinizing Lin Yi. No, this individual should have been apprehended long ago. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in response. Do you know Xia Feng? Xia Feng furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze on Lin Yi as he asked. I am acquainted with him, but not in a casual manner. He is a classmate from the police academy. He was the one who fractured 3 of my ribs. Regrettably, he ultimately evaded the clutches of justice. Lin Yi articulated through gritted teeth. Very well, we shall settle accounts with him decisively this time. I entrust this matter to you. Should anything go awry, or should he manage to flee, I shall hold you accountable. Xia Feng replied with a serious expression. Chapter 45. The Big Fish Bites the Hook. Just as Xia Feng finished his instructions, his pocket-sized communicator chimed. This is Xia Feng. On the other end, Tang Long's voice quickly resonated. Leader Xia, we've located the individual. His name is Su Jiming. Bring him back, and inform his family that he has been dispatched on official business. Understood. Tang Long concluded the call promptly. Upon overhearing the exchange between Xia Feng and Tang Long, Guo Wenbin expressed his surprise. Comrade Xia Feng, has there been progress so swiftly? Xia Feng smiled faintly. It isn't significant progress, merely some information acquired. We cannot reach any conclusions as of yet. He then addressed the group. Let us head to the municipal cafeteria for a meal. It is on me. Laughter erupted among them, as the notion of Xia Feng treating them at the municipal cafeteria seemed amusing. The average cost per meal was merely 5 yuan, totaling a modest 25 yuan for the group. How about this, Comrade Xia Feng? Let us dine at the snack bar across the street, and I shall treat. Guo Wenbin suggested with a sheepish grin, turning to the others. This is our first group reunion dinner. Let us take this opportunity to enhance our camaraderie. Xia Feng did not decline, considering that his earnings amounted to only 300 to 400 yuan a month. A meal for 5 would certainly cost him around 100 yuan, which weighed heavily on his heart. Since his rebirth, the one issue Xia Feng found insurmountable was his financial predicament. It was exceedingly challenging. He had even attempted to purchase a lottery ticket using the winning numbers from his past life, only to have the results reveal a mere digits difference from his selection. Such a game of chance, akin to rock, paper, scissors, where one plays first and the other second, was surely doomed to failure. Consequently, Xia Feng's life remained rather frugal. The group arrived at the donkey meat dumpling restaurant across the street, ordered several dishes and 2 baskets of donkey meat dumplings, engaging in conversation while they dined. However, they only discussed personal matters, avoiding any mention of work, as the presence of many eyes in such a place made it easy to let slip sensitive information. As they savored their meal with fervor, Tang Long's phone rang again. Leader Xia, we have made a discovery. What have you uncovered? Xia Feng inquired, brow furrowing in annoyance. A convoy of large trucks, covered with tarpaulin, obscuring their cargo. However, we can ascertain with certainty that it must be grain. Oh, on which route? Xia Feng swiftly rose and approached the entrance, speaking softly. On the main road leading from Gucheng County to the Yunlai Granary. Tang Long replied, his tone brimming with excitement. Seize the trucks. Please record all the license plates. Then verify the origins and ownership of these vehicles with the traffic police and transport management departments. Furthermore, regardless of the cargo, it must be opened and inspected. Additionally, we require their shipping details, Otherwise, they shall not be released. Xia Feng spoke coldly. Understood, Tang Long replied, then turned to Xia Feng and asked Leader Xia, won't you come and see for yourself? No need to see. I already know it must be grain. Remember to keep a sample as evidence. With that, Xia Feng hung up the phone. Ah, Xia, still busy with work at such a late hour? Guo Wenbin chuckled as he raised his glass. Xia Feng gave an awkward smile and replied, it's nothing. I just have a catch on the line and wanted to set things in order to prevent the fish from escaping. Goodness. Guo Wenbin, observing Xia Feng's expression, sensed a significant discovery was at hand. This was astonishingly swift. The inspection team had only arrived in Jiangning a day ago. The first group had yet to reach Zhaokai village, while Xia Feng was already close to wrapping things up. Yu Qiu and Su Yin gazed at Xia Feng with eager anticipation, especially since he had already been assigned a task while they remained idle. To earn some credit, they needed tangible achievements. There was no way to gain merit by merely coasting along. Thus, the two women had no appetite for food. Their minds focused solely on whether Xia Feng might assign them some tasks as well. Xia Feng, aware of their thoughts, smiled and said, Comrade Yu Qiu, I hear you were previously with the tax department. Could you spare some time tomorrow to assist the inspection team in checking the accounts in Wanton County in Yunlai Town? Absolutely. Yu Qiu nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Account auditing was her forte. It didn't matter if it was a minor grain bureau. Even the largest companies could not escape her keen scrutiny if there were issues. Xia Feng nodded slightly. Primarily, we need to examine the grain dispatch across the county, as well as the collection, storage, and warehousing conditions over the past few years. I believe the accounts will reflect these matters. Although he did not articulate what exactly should be reflected, Yu Qiu understood implicitly. And what about me? Su Yin inquired, feeling anxious. Among the entire work group, only she and Guo Wenbin had no assigned duties. However, Guo Wenbin was the team leader, naturally overseeing operations, even if he were to relax. It would not cause any disruption, but she could not afford to be idle. It would be a shame to come all the way to Jiangning and accomplish nothing. It's not yet your time. Once we complete the preliminary work, you will certainly have ample opportunity to showcase your abilities, Xia Feng replied with a smile. Everything was currently being organized and investigated, and until the final decision was made, Su Yan's skills were not yet required, so she needed to conserve her energy for now. Beside them, Guo Wenbin assessed Xia Feng and remarked, Xia, you certainly do not seem like someone who has spent 3 years at a supply and marketing cooperative. Judging by your capabilities, you could be considered a versatile talent. You not only steer the overall direction of the operations, but also delegate tasks while concurrently devising the next steps. Truly, you are an all-rounder. Guo Wenbin, after all, has spent over 20 years as a secretary beside leadership, and while he may excel in various respects, his ability to discern character is particularly astute. A mere clerk from a supply and marketing cooperative could never possess the decisiveness and boldness of Xia Feng, nor could he emulate Xia Feng's mature approach to handling affairs. Given his age, he is at a stage where he is brimming with ambition and impulsiveness. Had he seized any incriminating evidence against Feng, he would undoubtedly have moved to apprehend him immediately. Yet, Xia Feng merely instructed to monitor the situation to prevent any escape. This indicates that Xia Feng is weaving an intricate web, aiming for bigger prey and higher officials. Guo, amused, remarked, truth be told, I am quite ignorant. It is all thanks to Director Qian's teachings. Xia Feng casually fabricated an excuse to deflect. Director Qian taught you? Guo Wenbin furrowed his brow. Qian Guoxing possesses considerable capability, but can he genuinely cultivate a talent like Xia Feng? It seems unlikely. After all, Qian Guoxing has only known Xia Feng for a brief period, just a day or two longer than the rest of them. Comrade Xia, you are quite humble. However, it is indeed rare for someone as young and vigorous as you to remain unpretentious and composed, Guo Wenbin remarked, giving Xia Feng a firm pat on the shoulder to express his approval. Meanwhile, in the office of Tianma Group, Gu Wenhu was in a state of frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan. The grain transport trucks had been detained by the criminal investigation team. It was one thing to have them inspected, but now they demanded a supply list? Where was he supposed to procure that? Damn it. It was as if the heavens conspired against him. In utter desperation, Gu Wenhu picked up the phone and called Wang Wukai. Once the call connected, Gu Wenhu hurriedly recounted the entire situation to Wang Tuansai before asking. All the trucks have been detained. What should I do? They won't allow passage, and even if I have the grain, I cannot transport it. Gu Wenhu was on the verge of losing his mind. What did you say? The criminal investigation team has detained your trucks? Which team? Wang Wukai sprang upright from his bed, inquiring loudly. The Tianhe District Bureau, led by someone named Tang Long. Gu Wenhu gritted his teeth in frustration. All right, don't panic. I will call Gu Chong right away and ensure they release your trucks. With that, Wang Wukai ended the call and dialed the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Gu Chong. Chapter 46. Dragging the mayor into the quagmire, creating utter chaos after hanging up on Wang Wukai. Gu Chong found himself in a predicament. He paced back and forth in his room, smoking a cigarette. Recently, Jiangning appeared tranquil, yet his intuition warned him that a colossal storm was brewing beneath the surface. First, Wang Li had been detained by the inspection team and was not being released. Though a seemingly insignificant individual, there were surely significant implications at play. In the blink of an eye, the inspection team was now set to scrutinize the city's grain reserves, followed by tonight's sudden vehicle inspections. This string of events flowed seamlessly, each one intricately linked to critical junctures. The atmosphere felt ominous. Olgu, what are you doing? Li Chunmei, seated on the sofa watching television, observed Gu Chong chain-smoking, having nearly finished a pack in less than an hour. In the modestly sized living room, filled with smoke, I could not help but voice my concern. Be quiet. Gu Chong was in a state of turmoil, lacking the mental space to explain anything to Li Chunmei. Is something wrong? Li Chunmei inquired with curiosity. When it comes to men's affairs, women should refrain from meddling. The longer the hair, the shorter the insight. Gu Chong stood with his hands on his hips, lingering by the windowsill for a considerable time before finally grabbing his coat and striding out the door. Lao Gu, what time is it now? Where are you going? Seeing Gu Chong leaving without a word, Li Chunmei hastily pursued him. Are you annoying? I told you. This is a work-related matter, and you should keep your nose out of it. With that, Gu Chong hurried down the stairs without looking back and settled into his car. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chong hesitated for a moment before ultimately dialing Chun Dakong's number. At this late hour, Chun Dakong, feeling the weight of pressure and having just taken his medication, was still awake in bed when Gu Chong's call came through. With a sigh, he answered, Who is this? Secretary Dakong, it's me, Gu Chong. Gu Chong promptly relayed the situation as described by Wang Wukai. He concluded, Secretary Dakong, I can't shake the feeling that tonight's car impounding incident is a trap designed for me to fall into. This was his true concern. The supervisory and inspection teams had never stirred up such commotion. Yet tonight, Tang Long from the Tianhe District Bureau openly impounded vehicles under the guise of the criminal investigation team, which was quite irregular. Sigh. Chin Dakong exhaled heavily, saying, Comrade Gu Chong, always remember your original intentions and never forget your roots. What is our fundamental mission? To serve the people. Tang Long's arbitrary impounding of cars is severely disrupting the economic development of Jiangning City. As the executive deputy director, you have the duty to rectify his misconduct. Gu Chong raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before a sudden clarity struck him. Secretary Dakong, understand now. Chin Dakong nodded approvingly. Yes, Comrade Gu Chong. In times of difficulty, always remain calm and think deeply. Do you understand? Yes. Secretary Dakong, I comprehend. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. After hanging up, Gu Chong quickly dialed Wang Guotsai's number. It wasn't long before Wang Guokai answered urgently. Director Gu, what is the status? Have they released the vehicles? Gu Chong chuckled softly. Director Wang, I believe Tang Long's actions have severely hindered the normal trade activities of Jiangning City. What authority does a district's criminal investigation team leader have to impound vehicles privately? If this leads to negative social repercussions, who will bear the responsibility? Therefore, I think it is essential to report this matter to Mayor Liu to ascertain his stance before proceeding further. He added, however, on the other hand, it is possible that Tang Long has taken on some significant case, which might explain his overzealous actions, and that can be understood. Wang Guokai was momentarily taken aback by Gu Chong's words, pondering their implications. However, in the next moment, Wang Guokai suddenly comprehended Gu Chang's intentions to escalate the situation entirely, drawing Mayor Lu Mingxian into the fray, allowing him to take the lead and thoroughly muddle the waters, thereby disrupting the focus of the inspection and supervision teams. How astute! Reflecting on this, Wang Guokai chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "Director Gu makes a valid point. The young comrade is simply too impulsive and requires constructive criticism." With that, he terminated the call and promptly dialed Mayor Lu Mingxian. He recounted the incident of the vehicle seizure in detail before addressing Lu Mingxian. "Mayor Lu, since we commenced our investment attraction efforts in Jiangning, we have achieved considerable success. However, if everyone behaves as Tang Long does, arbitrarily seizing vehicles and inspecting goods, even scrutinizing suppliers' lists, who would dare invest in our region? Such matters are commercial secrets. If leaked, a previously profitable venture could swiftly turn into a loss. Isn't this irresponsible towards our entrepreneurs? The actions of the Tianhe District Sub-Bureau and Tang Long are exceedingly rash and disregard the greater context. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian erupted in fury. He had been diligently striving to boost Jiangning's economy, dedicating at least 14 hours a day to his work. The promising situation he had painstakingly cultivated could not be jeopardized by Tang Long. Immediately contact Fong Taichung and inquire how their municipal bureau is managing the team. Furthermore, who is in charge of the Tianhe District Sub-Bureau? I want Fong Taichung to personally take the principal responsible parties to the scene to resolve this issue. Additionally, reach out to Secretary Xiao and Secretary Dakong to report this matter. It must be addressed at tomorrow's municipal committee meeting, and strict measures must be taken. Never mind. I shall also go there shortly. I wish to see what grounds Tang Long has to unlawfully seize vehicles." With a resounding click, as Lu Mingxian angrily hung up the phone, a conspiratorial smile finally graced Wang Guotsai's face. This time, regardless of whether it was the inspection or supervision teams involved, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. Little did he know, the orchestrator behind the scenes was not the inspection or supervision teams, but rather Xia Feng, who was commanding the situation. Soon, Gu Wenhu's side also acted swiftly, uniting over 100 entrepreneurs from Jiangning, who rushed to the municipal government courtyard demanding an explanation. Otherwise, they threatened to withdraw their investments entirely. Even Xiao Guoqiang, still under review, could hear the uproar from the municipal committee's office. The members of the first inspection team, who had just settled down for the night at the municipal reception center, were also roused by the commotion. What is happening? Why are so many people at the government gate clamoring to see Secretary Xiao at this hour? What on earth is going on? Pondered Zhao Jiliang, a devoted admirer of Li Yuming, as he stood by the window peering outside. It could very well be the doing of that Xia Feng. If it truly is him, I suspect he will be expelled from the inspection team by the morning, Li Yuming remarked with a smirk, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This time, Xia Feng had indeed stirred a hornet's nest, should the matter escalate. It could even attract the attention of the provincial authorities. The inspection team has significantly impacted local investment attraction and the business environment, which is no trivial matter. If mishandled, it could lead to dismissal and investigation. This time, Xia Feng has not only implicated himself, but has also dragged Guo Wenbin down with him. And even Qin Yinshan will face repercussions, having to publicly reflect on his actions at the provincial party committee meeting. A man who just emerged from the supply and marketing cooperative, Xia Feng has, in a single night, offended numerous individuals and caused considerable upheaval, effectively halting his political career. Shortly thereafter, Mayor Lu Mingxian, Public Security Bureau Chief Fong Taichung, Tianhe District Bureau Chief Du Jibin, Municipal Party Office Director Wang Guokai, and Investment Promotion Bureau Director Jiang Chunying, among other leaders, hurried to the municipal government. "Mayor Lu, you must provide us with an explanation. Indeed, how can Jiangning City arbitrarily detain vehicles? This time it concerns Tianma Group's vehicle. Will our goods also require prior notification next time? When you originally invited us to set up our factory, that was not the agreement. Our company specializes in agricultural products, profiting from regional price differences and information gaps. With such transparency, how can we sustain our earnings? As soon as Lu Mingxian stepped out of the vehicle, he was encircled by dozens of entrepreneurs and company representatives. Chapter 47. You expect me to take over? Dream on. Observing the crowd's agitation, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Mingxuan's forehead. This was no minor issue. Once it spread through the business community, who would still dare to invest in Jiangning? Please remain calm. This evening, I will provide a satisfactory response and resolution. Those responsible will be thoroughly investigated and dealt with to ensure such incidents do not recur. The Jiangning municipal government is committed to offering you the most favorable policies and a conducive business environment, ensuring your interests remain protected. However, I must also accept my share of the responsibility as the mayor of Jiangning for tonight's unforeseen incident. Once this matter is resolved, I will publicly apologize to the organization and to all present. Lu Mingxuan's heartfelt speech finally quelled the crowd's fury and questions. Yet from within the throng, a voice interjected, Mayor Lu, words alone are insufficient. Are you merely placating us while continuing to detain vehicles, awaiting benefits from Tianma Group? Yes. I too suspect the vehicle detention is merely an excuse to exploit the situation. Perhaps Tianma Group's shipment did not include a bribe for you? Who is this performance meant to impress? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control once more, Lu Mingxian promptly responded, Very well. If you do not trust me, then come with me to the scene of the incident. I will not only ensure their immediate release, but will also address this matter with utmost seriousness in your presence. Those who doubt the Jiangning municipal government are welcome to accompany me to the site. Without further ado, Lu Mingxian entered his vehicle and instructed the driver, Drive to Wantong Inspection Station. All vehicles were detained at Wantong County S Inspection Station, undergoing scrutiny by Tang Long and his team. To resolve the issue and provide clarity to all the questioning entrepreneurs, it was essential to address the matter on-site and hold those accountable to restore Jiangning's credibility. All right, let us go and see for ourselves. Indeed, witness how they manage the situation. Unless that individual with the surname Tang is dismissed, we shall never acquiesce. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, they filed into their vehicles, following the municipal government's convoy in a grand procession towards the Wantong Inspection Station. Meanwhile, Xia Feng and Guo Wenbin, having dined until 10 o'clock at night, finally parted ways. For the sake of caution, Xia Feng specifically hailed a taxi, arriving at the entrance of his residential community. He did not hasten to alight, but rather instructed the driver to circle around, ensuring no one lay in ambush, before settling the fare and stepping out of the vehicle. Upon entering his abode, Xia Feng immediately spotted Ma Zhuo, clad only in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, seemingly fresh from a shower, with her feet perched upon the sofa, indulging in fruit while watching television. Upon hearing the door creak open, instead of withdrawing her feet, she provocatively adjusted the hem of her dress, revealing a hint of delicate lace. Her immaculate thighs were laid bare before Xia Feng without reservation. Was she attempting to entice him? Xia Feng scoffed inwardly. A woman so thoroughly trampled upon by countless others hardly warranted a second glance, even in her state of undress. Xia Feng, why are you home so late? What were you doing last night? I was terribly worried, Ma Zhuo said, shifting her approach to appeal to emotions upon realizing her initial seduction had failed. She sprang to her feet, shuffling over in her slippers, eager to assist him in shedding his garments. In an instant, a mingling scent of smoke and floral body spray assailed his senses. Xia Feng instinctively glanced towards the trash bin, discovering 2 half-smoked Chunghua cigarettes within. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Wang Yunhua. This shameless woman had indeed invited her lover into their home, displaying a flagrant disregard for decorum. Get away, do not touch me. Xia Feng forcefully pushed Ma Zhuo aside and briskly retreated to the bathroom, turning on the cold water to splash his face before heading towards his bedroom. Xia Feng, wait. As she spoke, Ma Zhuo hastily moved to block his path, asserting, Last night, I pondered throughout the night. It is not a solution for us to remain in limbo like this. After all, we have been together for so many years. We must arrive at a conclusion. Mustn't we? This afternoon, I discussed it with my parents, and they believe we should expedite our marriage. As for when you can be promoted to a deputy position, my parents have ceased their demands, As long as your family provides a bride price of 288,000, we can marry immediately. What? Xia Feng nearly erupted in laughter at her words. 288,000? I would sooner offer you $2.80. Matsiruo, do you truly think you are worth such a sum? Step aside. With that, he impatiently shoved Ma Zhuo aside and retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding thud. What do you mean, Xia Feng? What do you mean by questioning my worth? You have neither connections nor prospects. Surely, being with you offers some form of security? Furthermore, this money is intended for my parents' retirement. Do you lack even this modicum of filial piety? I must inform you, Xia Feng, that my parents have declared that you are granted a mere week to ponder over this matter. Should you fail to provide them with a satisfactory response, they will compel me to sever ties with you. Ma Zhuo is genuinely distressed this time. While Xia Feng may have the luxury of time, the child within her does not. Earlier today, she underwent a medical examination at the hospital, confirming that the child is already 2.5 months along. Once she crosses the 3-month threshold, her pregnancy will become apparent. At that juncture, even Xia Feng, no matter how oblivious, will realize that she is carrying an illegitimate child. The repercussions of having no one to support her are trivial compared to the predicament she faces as an unwed mother. How could she possibly explain her situation to her superiors at work? The identity of the child's father must be established, or else the mere scandal of her lifestyle choices could abruptly halt her career, and she might even find herself under investigation by the disciplinary committee. If the inappropriate relationship between her and Wang Yunhua were to be uncovered, along with the machinations that secured her position at the municipal office, it would spell disaster for her. Yet, why has Xia Feng suddenly changed? Was he not previously utterly devoted to her, often expressing his desire to marry her sooner rather than later? Why this sudden transformation? Regardless of Ma Zhuo's protests, Xia Feng remained unmoved. He retrieved a compact tape recorder from beneath the bed, a device he had purchased after first meeting Yu Shuqin, capable of looping recordings. Although its sound quality pales in comparison to the clarity of recordings made 2 decades later, it could still capture up to 8 hours of audio. Judging by the cigarette butts in the trash and the lingering scent of smoke on Ma Zhuo's freshly bathed skin, it was evident that Wang Yunhua had departed less than 2 hours prior. Xia Feng promptly pressed the stop button, donned his headphones, and reclined on the bed to play back the recording. After a prolonged period of static, the voices of Ma Zhuo and Wang Yunhua gradually emerged. Initially, their conversation was indistinct, but soon it became increasingly audible. It was likely that this couple had ventured into his room. Just as Xia Feng was about to rise and dispose of the sheets beneath him, a particular statement from Ma Zhuo rendered him momentarily speechless. Yunhua, what shall we do about the child in my womb? I underwent a pregnancy test this afternoon, and it has already been 2.5 months. If we delay any longer, my condition will become evident. What? Xia Feng inwardly cursed, appalled at Ma Zhuo's utter lack of shame. What was there to fear? If necessary, she could terminate the pregnancy. If not, let that foolish Xia Feng take responsibility. The mere thought of him raising her child only deepened her affection for Wang Yunhua. As soon as Wang Yunhua's shameless remarks faded, the creaking of the bed echoed through the room. Chapter 48. A Web of Schemes, Desiring Xia Feng's Demise. You expect me to take responsibility? How naive. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes, stowed the recorder away, and returned to his resting position. A pregnancy test. If Ma Zhuo had indeed undergone one, the hospital would maintain a record. It seems that come dawn, he must inquire with Li Bing and others regarding any connections they might have at the hospital. Upon locating the foundational documents regarding Ma Zhuo's prenatal examination and combining them with this audio recording, one could essentially conclude Wang Yunhua's political career. The next step would be to bring down Wang Guotai. Only thus could Wang Yunhua be rendered incapable of resurgence. Just as Xia Feng was contemplating his subsequent course of action, an urgent phone call suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He quickly refocused and glanced at the caller ID, noting it was a call from Tang Long. What could have happened at such a late hour? Had something been discovered regarding the grain transport vehicle? Upon answering the phone, a stranger's voice on the other end inquired, "Are you Comrade Xia Feng?" "Yes, who is this?" Xia Feng replied, furrowing his brows. "I am Lu Mingxian, Mayor Lu Mingxian." Xia Feng asked, slightly bewildered. What brings you to call me? Oomph. Lu Mingxian scoffed. You should be aware of your own actions. Must I elaborate? Regardless of whether you are affiliated with the provincial inspection team, I demand that you order Tang Long to release the convoy immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, I will pursue this matter to the provincial level without hesitation. Xia Feng was indeed taken aback. He had considered various possibilities, such as Wang Yunbua and his son leveraging their connections at the municipal bureau to plead on their behalf, or other figures from the Jiangning faction intervening to request the convoy's release. However, he had never anticipated that Lu Mingxian would personally confront him with accusations. From his recollection of past events, Lu Mingxian was not associated with the Jiangning faction. Furthermore, he was quite astute in economic matters, firmly establishing Jiangning as one of the top economic regions in the province, along with Jianyang, where he was poised to govern next. Due to his remarkable achievements, he eventually ascended to the provincial standing committee and served for a time as vice-governor, contributing significantly to the Jiangnan province before his untimely demise from overwork while still in office. It was clear that this individual was not adept at political strife, and he was fully aware of his limitations, thus dedicating himself solely to economic development while remaining indifferent to factional rivalries. Yet, what had compelled him to ally with the Jiangning faction today? After considerable reflection, Xia Feng responded, Mayor Lu, these trucks cannot be released. The implications of this matter are substantial. I assure you that I will provide you with a reasonable explanation within 2 days at the latest. I do not require your explanation, Lu Mingxian retorted, his anger palpable. I insist that you release the convoy immediately. Apologies, Mayor Lu, but the inspection team answers solely to the provincial government, and I cannot comply with your directive, Xia Feng replied calmly. At this proclamation, even Lu Mingxian was momentarily stunned. Was Xia Feng truly attempting to rebel? What did you say? You cannot comply? Lu Mingxian exclaimed, hands on hips, his face turning a shade of blue from anger. He had already faced setbacks with Tang Long, who had thwarted him using a special task force. Now, with Xia Feng leveraging the inspection team against him, did he truly believe he could act without consequence as the mayor? Moreover, he had publicly promised that the convoy would be released tonight and that he would hold the responsible parties accountable. Now, he found himself effectively trapped in a noose of his own making. Very well, if you cannot execute it, I shall contact your inspection team leader, Chen Yinshan. With that, Lu Mingxian furiously hung up the phone. Xia Feng pondered for a moment, then hastily seized his clothing, flung open the door, and stepped outside. Xia Feng, have you come to a decision? In the living room, Ma Zhao, sulking on the sofa, rushed towards him in her slippers upon seeing him emerge from the bedroom. Step aside. I have urgent matters to attend to. Xia Feng replied impatiently. I care not. You must provide me with an answer today. Will you marry me or not? Ma Zhao clutched Xia Feng's arm tightly, her persistence unwavering. Let go. Xia Feng was unwilling to utter another word to this insufferable woman. I shall not. After all these years, my reputation has been tarnished by you. You say you want Team Mary, and that's it? I warn you, Xia Feng. If you dare to abandon me, I will create a scene at your workplace. You will not be able to remain in the inspection team. With a swift motion, Xia Feng delivered a resounding slap to Ma Zhiruo's face, shouting, Get out. Stunned, Ma Zhiruo could hardly comprehend that Xia Feng had the audacity to strike her. Why you dare hit me? She stammered. Slap. Xia Feng delivered another slap. Are you certain now? Having said this, he turned and exited without looking back. It was only when the door slammed shut that Ma Zhiruo regained her senses. She opened the door, pointing at Xia Feng's retreating figure, and began to curse vehemently. Yet, Xia Feng had no time to heed her words. He mounted his old Honda motorcycle and sped towards the Wantong checkpoint. As Xia Feng's motorcycle raced out of the community in a nearby small truck, He Feng pointed at Xia Feng's silhouette and declared, That's him. Find a deserted stretch of road and run him down. With that, He Feng jumped from the truck, lit a cigarette, and instructed the driver, when the time comes. Do not flee. Call the police yourself. When the officers arrived, just say it was dark, you've been driving for 2 days and didn't see the road clearly. Naturally, someone will come to your aid, understand? Rest assured, I know what to do. The truck driver responded with a firm nod before starting the vehicle and pursuing the direction in which Xia Feng had departed. Feng watched the truck disappear into the distance before pulling out his phone to call Gu Wenhu. Before long, Gu Wenhu's voice came through. Is everything arranged? Everything is set. He shouldn't make it to Wantong. An accident will befall him, Feng replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and squinting his eyes. Understood. Gu Wenhu responded before hanging up. Tonight's scheme was not just about utilizing Lu Mingxian as a pawn. It was a twofold plan to eliminate Xia Feng as well. After all, such a significant incident had occurred, and Lu Mingxian had personally called Xia Feng. How could he not come to the scene? However, as long as Xia Feng moved, he would never reach Wantong County. With this thought, Gu Wenhu, seated in the back of the car, wore a smug smile, leaning back against the seat and closing his eyes to rest. On the other side, Lu Mingxuan's call had already reached Chen Yinshan. Oh, such a grievous incident has occurred. Very well, I shall ascertain the details and personally rush over shortly. After Chen Yinshan concluded the call, he turned his gaze towards Qian Guoxing, who sat opposite him at the table. Chapter 49, Direct Superior, National Supervisory Commission, seeing Chen Yinshan's penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Qian Guoxing promptly rose to his feet and rendered a precise military salute. Political Commissar, I have faith in Comrade Xia Feng. Chen Yinshan studied Qian Guoxing in silence for a protracted moment. The air in the room seemed to crystallize at that instant. Alas, he sighed after a considerable pause. Gesturing with his hand, I am no longer your political commissar. In professional settings, you may address me by my title, but in private, simply call me Old Chen. Please, sit. Qian Guoxing stood at attention for a moment before taking his seat opposite Chen Yinshan. I am aware that the events you have endured over the years have fostered a sense of grievance within you, to the extent that during your 3 years in Jiangning, you remained oblivious to everything around you. Comrade Xia Feng, with his youthful audacity, resonates with you, yet we must not conflate personal sentiments with our professional responsibilities. While the issues at hand warrant thorough investigation and stringent measures, we must also prioritize economic development. It would be folly to amputate an entire arm merely due to a festering sore. Chen Yinshan's words were imbued with earnest gravity. A full half-minute passed before Qian Guoxing suddenly lifted his head and addressed Chen Yinshan, Old Political Commissar. Do you recall the words spoken by the soldiers when I led the assault team to the front lines 20 years ago, as you sent us off? At this remark, Chen Yinshan furrowed his brow, his expression solemn as he nodded. Indeed, I remember. After we finish this cup of wine, we shall meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Those youthful faces, barely 18 or 19, I shall never forget. Qian Guoxing, upon hearing this, stood once more and saluted, declaring, Political Commissar, I have been fortunate to live 20 years longer than they. I do not live for myself, but for all the brothers who could not witness this day. I concede that I have harbored resentment and anger, yet my ire is directed at the corrupt individuals who facilitate malevolent forces. I detest those who engage in favoritism and injustice. However, I have never doubted the organization, nor have I felt animosity. For 3 years, I have endured and awaited an opportunity, and now I believe that moment has arrived. If we fail to eradicate these malignant tumors this time, how shall I face my comrades resting in the cemetery, or my wife and daughter in the afterlife? Should Comrade Xia Feng find himself besieged by local slander and defamation for addressing these corrupt elements, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Yet, please, Old Political Commissar, trust in my loyalty to the nation and its people. As these words fell, Chen Yinshan's resolute eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a flicker of emotion graced his steadfast visage. Rising to his feet, his brow furrowed in contemplation, he paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back and said, Now, tell me your reasons for believing in him. I firmly believe that those who are willing to dye the flag of justice with their own blood are the ones who are resolute in their convictions and dare to undertake what others would not. Qian Guoxing, with a slight furrow in his brow, remarked, Furthermore, this individual possesses both audacity and meticulousness. I have been observing him since he implicated Wang Li. Some of his decisions, indeed, defy convention, Yet it is precisely for this reason that the inspection team achieved such significant results within a mere 2 days. I once aspired to uproot the Jiangning gang entirely, but my impatience led me astray in the direction of the investigation, resulting in harm to Meiju and Pampan. However, I am confident that, following Xia Feng's investigative path, we will soon unearth the true mastermind and malignant force, capturing them all. Therefore, under no circumstances should we allow those supply trucks to pass. Should they find any gaps, it would be nearly impossible to seize such an opportunity again. Old political commissar, please have faith in us and support our efforts. Chun Yinshan's breathing grew increasingly labored, and with hands clasped behind his back, he paced for a full minute before slowly raising his gaze. I cannot suppress this alone. The roots of Lu Mingxian and those he mentioned lie within the province. This matter cannot escalate further or expand its influence, or else the inspection team may be prematurely recalled to the province, leading to a complete failure. Do you grasp my meaning? Qian Guoxing narrowed his eyes and nodded emphatically. Political commissar, I will now call my direct superior, no, the leaders of the National Supervision Commission. If my actions disrupt local economic development, I shall resign. But tonight, no one shall manage to drive a single supply truck out of Wantong County. With that, Qian Guoxing swiftly approached the wardrobe, retrieved his phone, and dialed without hesitation. A few minutes later, he hung up and nodded slightly at Chun Yinshan. Very well. Let us proceed to the scene. Chun Yinshan concluded, and with hands clasped behind his back, he and Qian Guoxing stepped out of the latter's home. Meanwhile, Xia Feng was in a state of frantic urgency, nearly ready to plunge his foot into the fuel tank. However, this aging Honda was ultimately past its prime. The engine had significantly deteriorated, and the maximum speed it could attain was only 70 miles per hour. Just after leaving the urban area of Jiangning, the route to Wantong County became increasingly treacherous. After traversing a stretch of national road, they faced a considerable expanse of village roads and dirt paths ahead. The surface was littered with gravel, forcing Xia Feng to slow down and navigate cautiously. At that moment, a sudden beam of high-beam headlights illuminated the dirt road before him. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from behind Xia Feng. Before he could react, a small truck barreled towards him. Alarmed, Xia Feng instinctively abandoned his motorcycle and leaped off to the roadside. Yet in the next heartbeat, a wave of dread washed over him. It was over. Below him lay a steep dirt embankment, plunging more than 10 meters down. Although the incline formed a 60-degree angle with the roadway, the summer season had rendered the embankment shrubs and hidden stones perilous for Xia Feng as he tumbled downwards. As the summer breeze swirled, the small truck collided forcefully with Xia Feng's motorcycle, sending it tumbling over the cliff's edge, where it precariously came to a halt. At that moment, Xia Feng had already rolled down the dirt slope, and just as he was about to reach the pavement of the next road, his head struck a protruding rock with a resounding impact. Boom! Xia Feng felt a deafening noise echo in his ears, and then everything went dark. He fell into unconsciousness. The truck driver opened the door and leaped out, flashlight in hand, surveying the scene. He first examined the shattered remnants of the motorcycle, and after a thorough search, discovered Xia Feng lying unconscious in the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, the driver noted a trace of blood on the left side of Xia Feng's temple, indicating a likely injury from the rock. After contemplating the situation, the truck driver pulled out his phone and called Yifeng. "What are you calling me for at this time?" Came Yifeng's furious voice from the other end. "Boss, there has been a bit of an accident. I hit that guy. However, he jumped out of the way, so he should be alive, but he is out cold down the slope on the road. I see he is bleeding from his head. Should I call the police now, or wait an hour before doing so? His bleeding is none of your concern. All right, delete our call records, and do not contact me again anytime soon." With that, Yifeng hung up the phone. Chapter 50. Reporting to the Provincial Party Committee at this moment, the inspection station in Wantong County was bustling with high-ranking officials. From the station chief to the clerks, none had ever encountered such a gathering of distinguished leaders. The mayor of Jiangning City, Lu Mingxian, the public security chief, Feng Tiqing, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Jiang Chunying, along with the heads of various county departments, were all present. The station chief was so intimidated that he was unsure how to greet them. There are only 4 or 5 rickety chairs and 2 old, peeling desks, he thought. Mayor Liu, Chief Feng, County Chief, please make yourselves comfortable inside. Station Chief Li Biao, in a flurry, wiped down the furniture and hurried over, bowing and nodding. He intended to make a good impression on the leaders, but his efforts seemed to backfire. Lu Mingxian frowned and chastised Li Biao. Did you not see all the citizens standing? How do you conduct your party meetings? Do you not understand that the people come first? I see significant issues with your mindset as station chief. Li Biao stood there, utterly stunned. He had noticed the numerous leaders standing and realized that it was unacceptable, prompting him to tidy up the room. His intention to provide a place for the leaders to sit, relax, and have a drink resulted in a reprimand instead. At a loss for words, he stood frozen in place. The county chief, Cheng Yongbua, furrowed his brow and waved to Li Biao, signaling him to return to his duties. Mayor Liu, could we possibly allow the vehicles to pass so the entrepreneurs from our city can have some peace of mind? Once they leave, we can address other issues. Cheng Yongbua glanced around at the numerous factory owners, his expression fraught with difficulty. What on earth were they doing gathering in Wantong County? This affair was not orchestrated by them, yet it seemed that the blame would inevitably fall upon Wantong County. Such a thankless task was best resolved swiftly. Yet, how could that be? Lu Mingxian was the sort of person who preferred ignorance over confrontation. If matters did not conclude to his satisfaction, he would never relent. Today, he was determined to demand an explanation from both the inspection and oversight teams. No specialized task force should disrupt the business climate he had diligently cultivated. In his eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of invigorating the economy of Jiangning and enhancing the livelihoods of its citizens. As he observed the neighboring province, with its streets teeming with automobiles across the Pearl River, he couldn't help but lament Jiangning's streets, still dominated by motorcycles and bicycles. The sight of luxury cars, often worth hundreds of thousands, was a rare occurrence. His frustration was palpable. Yet, the inspection team seemed indifferent to his plight, refusing to lend assistance. After years of toil spent on constructing roads and bridges to establish foundational infrastructure, he had finally attracted investors to Jiangning. Just as he began to see progress, the inspection team orchestrated this elaborate spectacle. Were they intent on reverting Jiangning to the days when unemployment was rampant and the populace struggled for survival? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, and today he was determined to pursue this matter relentlessly. At that moment, as Lu Mingxian simmered with unexpressed anger, a sleek black sedan came to a slow halt by the roadside. The door swung open, and Chen Yunshan along with Qian Guoxing emerged. Lu Mingxian raised an eyebrow, shooting a fierce glare at Qian Guoxing. Suppressing his ire, he forced a smile and approached Chen Yunshan, extending his hand. Secretary Chen, I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. However, look at this situation. Dozens of large trucks are being held up, laden with goods. The weather forecast predicts the likelihood of heavy rainfall in the coming days. If all these goods are exposed to the rain, the losses would be catastrophic. The investments of entrepreneurs are not simply conjured from thin air. As public officials, we must strive to benefit the people. If our negligence leads to significant losses for entrepreneurs, who would dare invest in Jiangning? Without investment, without factories, what becomes of the 200,000 unemployed workers in Jiangning? Behind each individual is a family. While we may not starve, the common folk cannot afford such a fate. His words effectively silenced the elaborate discourse Chen Yunshan had prepared for the journey. Though Lu Mingxuan's approach was often extreme, his intentions and dedication were undeniably commendable. Mingxian, we understand your predicament, Chen Yunshan replied. It is truly reassuring to hear that from you, esteemed leader. Look here, this individual named Tang Long, under the pretense of special task force, has detained vehicles. I have brought along their branch director merely to ensure the immediate release of these trucks, along with an apology. As a result, he was quite well off, merely mentioning the special task force, obedient solely to the arrangements of the inspection team, leaving us all in the lurch. Numerous entrepreneurs were present, awaiting a statement from Jiangning. Lu Mingxian, not waiting for Chen Yunshan to finish, insisted on his point. pulling Chun Yinshan along as they strode into the inspection station. He pointed at Tang Long and the dozen or so criminal investigation officers behind him, proclaiming loudly, "Comrade Mingxian, please do not be so agitated. Allow me to finish my words." Chun Yinshan furrowed his brow, pushing aside Lu Mingxuan's grip, and stated, "While the economy is undoubtedly important, the law of the land is also a fundamental principle. Anyone who undermines national interests for personal gain shall not be tolerated by the law. We welcome entrepreneurs from across the nation to invest in Jiangnan province and establish factories in Jiangning. But adherence to the law is a bottom line that every individual must uphold. Would you not agree?" Chun Yinshan turned to the surrounding business owners, who fell silent at the inquiry. Observing their silence, he turned back to Lu Mingxian and remarked, "Comrade Mingxian, we must assist entrepreneurs in resolving their issues. Yet we should also trust our own comrades. Why are so many vehicles not being inspected, but these particular ones are? This indicates there is likely a significant issue at hand." Hearing this, Lu Mingxian retorted, "Old leader, it's not that I haven't inquired, but they refuse to divulge anything. We must provide an explanation for their troubles, for everyone's sake." Tang Long, upon hearing this, could only helplessly step aside. Given his rank, he felt unqualified to engage Lu Mingxian, and thus turned his gaze to Qian Guoxing. Qian Guoxing chuckled awkwardly and approached Lu Mingxian, saying, "Mayor Lu, you have likely focused primarily on economic work and are not well versed in procedural matters. During the investigation, strict confidentiality is required. Non-directly involved parties must not disclose details of the case, as explicitly stated in the confidentiality regulations. Allowing Xiao Long to discuss case specifics in front of so many people would be tantamount to encouraging him to err." Hearing this, Lu Mingxian was instantly enraged. He respected Chun Yinshan too much to direct his ire at him, but he would not spare Qian Guoxing either. "Qian Guoxing." Lu Mingxian even omitted the term comrade, pointing directly at him, "I do not care about others. Today, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, I will pursue legal action to the provincial and departmental levels, and I will not let this go." Qian Guoxing raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "Lu Mingxian, I must also warn you that this case has already been reported to the National Supervisory Commission. No one may impede the investigation, including you, Lu Mingxian." Lu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. What magnitude of a case could directly attract the attention of the National Supervisory Commission? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Chun Yinshan slowly interjected, "Let us all speak less. We are here to accomplish practical matters, albeit with slightly differing perspectives. There is no need for quarrels. Moreover, I have reported this matter to the provincial committee. If the vehicle seizure was unjust and adversely affects legitimate business operations, infringing upon the rightful interests of lawful merchants, I shall publicly reflect on my actions at the provincial committee meeting and tender my resignation from all my positions to the organization department of the provincial committee." "What?" Lu Mingxian was utterly taken aback. Chapter 51. Summer Wind's Grave Injury, Jiangning Earthquake. Those entrepreneurs and factory owners, misled by Gu Wenhu, have now realized the gravity of the situation. On one hand, the National Supervisory Commission has been alerted. On the other, Chun Yinshan has wagered his political life on this matter. This indicates that the incident surrounding the vehicle seizure is far from simple. They merely sought to pursue profit in Jiangning, unaware that they would be ensnared in such a quagmire. As the crowd fell into a profound silence, Chun Yinshan stepped forward and declared, "I reiterate, our Jiangnan province and Jiangning city warmly welcome investments and the establishment of factories. As long as operations are lawful, the interests and rights of all individuals will be protected and respected. However, should anyone dare to take risks and violate national law, they would be trampling upon the final red line of being a businessman. Regardless of who it may be, all are equal before the law. No enterprise, no matter how grand, surpasses the people or the nation. Today, both I and the Jiangning municipal government will provide a satisfactory response to all of you. Upon the resolution of this case, an announcement will be made to clarify why the vehicle was seized and the rationale behind our actions, allowing everyone to conduct their business with peace of mind. If there are no further matters, it would be prudent for everyone to return and rest, for it is already late. After speaking, Chen Yinshan glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30 at night. Good, good, good. We trust Secretary Chen. Indeed, it is late. Let's return. We must go. There are a myriad of matters awaiting us tomorrow. Seeing that Chen Yinshan had personally intervened, the crowd, understanding the situation, promptly boarded their vehicles to depart. However, Gu Wenhu, who remained seated in his car, was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that even Lu Wenxuan's personal intervention would not yield the desired outcome. What should he do? Time waits for no one. He must swiftly devise an alternative plan. After much contemplation, Gu Wenhu had no choice but to seek assistance from his elder brother. The moment the call connected, Gu Wenhu recounted the entire sequence of events truthfully. Upon hearing Gu Wenhu's account, Gu Wenlong could not help but roar in anger. Wenhu, how many times must I remind you to temper your foul temper? We are no longer in an era of violence. I have told you repeatedly. Donning a suit and leather shoes necessitates learning to resolve issues through civilized means. Why do you persist in ignoring this? How dare you attempt to assassinate the deputy leader of the second inspection team? Who granted you such audacity? Do you not realize that if that fellow named Xia Feng were to truly perish, this case would not rest until every detail was uncovered? Gu Wenhu, somewhat defiant, retorted, Brother, the situation is already unfolded. What good does it do to blame me? Furthermore, that individual surnamed Qian has lost his wife and child. Does he not have to obediently comply? Gu Wenlong was on the verge of cursing through the phone, his voice booming as he interrupted Gu Wenhui's words. Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter are ordinary people, but Xia Feng is not. He is not only a member of the organization department, but also someone highly regarded by the inspection team and has connections with the supervisory group. Do you really think you can simply kill such a person? If tonight's accident is determined to be murder, you are provoking national authorities. How many brains do you have to dare to challenge the state? Furthermore, your handling of the grain issue has been utterly foolish. How many times have I told you to use your brain in times of trouble? Think. Stop always resorting to violence. Why are they publicly investigating the city's grain reserves? Isn't it precisely waiting for you to act? You're making such a show of it, as if you're afraid no one knows you're transporting grain to the granary. If they don't seize your vehicle, whose vehicle will they seize? Oh, how did your parents end up with such a fool like you? Forget about those vehicles. They can't be released at all. Listen to me. Use small trucks or electric tricycles for minimal transportation, but must be swift. However, the road in Guqing County is off limits. Here's what we'll do. I'll reach out to my contacts in Xinjiang and arrange for grain to be transported overnight from there. You prepare your personnel to start the operation immediately. Transport as much as possible before 8 o'clock, and if necessary, use sand. What? Gu Wenhui was taken aback by Gu Wenlong's suggestion of disguising sand as grain. This was indeed a clever ploy. Place the sand at the bottom of the warehouse and cover it with grain, but remember, the outer layer must be entirely grain from top to bottom. Otherwise, if they inspect the grain, you'll be in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenhui nodded repeatedly. Elder brother, I understand. With this plan, we could transport 1,000 tons at most, which will cover the deficit comfortably within 8 hours. Remember, do not complicate matters further, and do not entertain thoughts of eliminating Xia Feng. Otherwise, not even the heavens can save you. After delivering this ultimatum, Gu Wenlong hung up the phone. Gu Wenhui put away his phone, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. Would Xia Feng survive the night? It was merely an accident. If someone wanted to investigate, what could they possibly uncover? With this thought, Gu Wenhui made several calls to his managers to finalize meticulous arrangements before instructing his driver to take him to the Biu Bay Leisure Center under the Tianma Group for some rest. After the group of entrepreneurs led by Gu Wenhui had departed, Chen Yinshan surveyed everyone with a furrowed brow. Why hasn't Xia come? Was he not informed? Tang Long hurriedly stepped forward. Secretary Chen, about 2 hours ago, Mayor Liu called Comrade Xia Feng. Given the time, he should have arrived by now. Tang Long had been keeping an eye on the clock. After all, Xia Feng was the principal figure in this matter and could not possibly avoid attending after receiving a call from Lu Mingxian. Over 2 hours? Chen Yinshan furrowed his brow further and said to Tang Long, Call him again. Yes. Tang Long quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Xia Feng's number. It rang for an extended period, but no one answered. He tried again twice more, yet still there was no response. What on earth is happening? Tang Long instinctively recalled the incident from the previous night involving Xia Feng, and thus addressed Chen Yunshan. Secretary Chen, I fear that Comrade Xia Feng may have encountered an unfortunate event. Last night, someone attempted to assassinate him, and I personally drove him from the police station to the municipal reception center. Given the gravity of today's situation, could it be? Chen Yunshan's brows furrowed sharply, and with a cold voice he replied, Comrade Xia Feng serves as the deputy leader of the second group of our provincial inspection team. How dare anyone attempt to take his life? As he spoke, Chen Yunshan's piercing gaze fixated intently on Feng Taiching. What? When did this occur? Feng Taiching's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Who would be so audacious as to pursue members of the inspection team? The thought raced through his mind, and in a heartbeat, he began to piece together the likelihood of the perpetrator. In Jiangning, who possessed such audacity, if not Gu Wenhu? You are the police chief. Who are you inquiring about? Chen Yunshan narrowed his eyes, his displeasure evident. My former leader, nothing like this has ever transpired before, Feng Taiching stammered. Chen Yunshan, arms crossed behind his back, scrutinized Feng Taiching coldly. Is that so? If something were to happen to Comrade Xia Feng, your police uniform would offer you no protection. The severity of this incident is tantamount to openly defying the law. Anyone who dares to abuse or murder public officials is challenging authority. And I trust you comprehend the gravity of this matter. Feng Taiching, trembling at Chen Yunshan's words, felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a call interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from the traffic police brigade. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to answer. Yet, the phone rang again almost immediately. Answer it, Chen Yunshan commanded, his brows knitted in concern. All right. Feng Taiching forced a smile, quickly answering, What is it? Speak quickly. Director Feng, we have a situation. Around 11 o'clock tonight, a traffic accident occurred on a mountain road leading to Wanton County. Comrade Xia Feng from the inspection team has sustained serious injuries and is currently hospitalized. What? Feng Taiching nearly fainted upon hearing the news. His worst fears had materialized. Quickly, how is Comrade Xia Feng now? His hands trembled uncontrollably. If anything were to happen to Xia Feng, his position would surely be in jeopardy. If it were merely an accident, that would be one thing. But should it be a case of murder, he could not bear to imagine the consequences. We are still uncertain. He remains in a coma. The traffic police chief's words sent Feng Taiching's heart racing. Which hospital is he in? What room number? At the Medical University Affiliated Hospital, room 301. Understood. Feng Taiching hastily ended the call, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to Chen Yunshan, exclaiming, Old leader, Comrade Xia Feng has been in a car accident and is now in critical condition at the affiliated hospital. What? All eyes were fixed intently on Feng Taiching. Half an hour prior, a report had been made regarding a vehicular accident on the road leading to Wanton County, in which Comrade Xia Feng had sustained injuries. Before Chen Yunshan could inquire further, Feng Taiching proactively recounted the events that had transpired. At that moment, Chen Yunshan's visage was clouded with an ominous gloom, nearly palpable in its intensity. Was this mere coincidence? In this world, how could there be so many coincidences? Qian Guoxing turned to Tang Long and instructed Tang Long. You must take 2 individuals immediately to the scene of the incident, establish a cordon, and ensure that no one approaches. Additionally, instruct the responding traffic police to cooperate fully with the investigation. As he spoke, Qian Guoxing shifted his gaze back to Feng Taiching. I shall contact the municipal bureau at once to dispatch personnel to... No need, Qian Guoxing interrupted decisively. Have a responding traffic police report directly to the municipal party committee's duty office. I will send someone to escort them. Their cooperation is all that is required. Feng Taiching felt an acute sense of embarrassment as he looked up at Qian Guoxing, sensing an unmistakable distrust towards the municipal bureau, as if the insinuation of an insider threat lingered unspoken. Let us proceed as Xiao Qian suggests. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, Chen Yunshan coldly commanded. Before turning to Lu Mingxian and inquiring, Comrade Mingxian, Do you still believe this is merely a case of a legitimate entrepreneur's vehicle being targeted? At that moment, Lu Mingxian began to grasp the complexity of the situation. He had heard of Xia Feng's commendable deeds, even before his arrival at the inspection team. Xia had boldly proclaimed intentions to imprison the Wang family and call for their execution. Only someone as audacious as Xia Feng would dare to openly challenge the Jiangning gang. If this incident were indeed linked to the Jiangning gang, or worse, a calculated murder, would he not then be but a pawn in their game? Damn it! That scoundrel Wang Guokai has manipulated this situation to his advantage. Though Lu Mingxian refrained from voicing his thoughts, a tempest of indignation brewed within him. At the next standing committee meeting, Xia Feng's case must be brought to the forefront. It is time to hold some individuals accountable. Let not the tiger's silence be mistaken for weakness. I am not to be trifled with, Lu Mingxian declared through gritted teeth. Tang Long, have a report detailing the attack on Comrade Xia Feng prepared and delivered to my office by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood, Tang Long replied, swiftly joining two criminal investigation officers as they boarded a blue jeep and sped towards the scene of the accident. We shall also pay a visit to Comrade Xia. By the way, ensure that his family is notified, Chun Yinshan remarked somberly, clearly harboring concerns for Xia Feng's condition. Rest assured, the Municipal Bureau will promptly inform Comrade Xia Feng's family. Fang Taiching thought to himself, nearly on the verge of tears, realizing that even the old leader seemed to doubt Xia Feng's chances of recovery. Curse you, Guanhu, you wretched scoundrel! As he silently cursed, Fang Taiching fervently prayed for Xia Feng's safety. The government convoy raced to the hospital with great urgency. Upon arrival, the hospital's president, vice president, and attending physician awaited them at the entrance. Secretary Chun, Mayor Liu, Director Fong, Director Jiang, Team Leader Qian. The dean took the lead, first shaking hands with several leaders before guiding everyone upstairs while introducing the condition of Comrade Xia Feng. I was disinterested in such details. My only concern was the current state of Comrade Xia Feng. Is he awake? Qin Yinshan inquired with an urgent tone. Comrade Xia Feng remains in a state of coma, came the response. However, his injuries are not severe, merely what? Speak plainly, Qin Yinshan impatiently urged. According to the reports, Comrade Xia Feng sustained a head injury during his fall, which should not have resulted in excessive blood loss. Yet, upon his arrival at our hospital, he exhibited severe signs of hemorrhage. According to Director Su's experience, Comrade Xia Feng had lost blood for at least an hour. What? The revelation stunned those present, led by Qian Guoxing and Lu Mingxian. An hour of blood loss? Chun Yinshan coldly turned his gaze, narrowing his eyes at Fang Taichung, a low growl escaping his nostrils. The meaning was clear and foreboding. Fang Taichung felt the ground shift beneath him. This case would undoubtedly head towards a murder investigation. Take us to the ward. Chun Yinshan briskly proceeded to room 301. Inside, two young nurses were monitoring the blood pressure and heart rate monitors. Upon seeing the dean and the leaders enter, they quickly straightened up. Comrade Xia Feng's condition remains stable thus far, Dr. Su Min remarked, glancing at the instruments and exhaling in relief. Chun Yinshan looked at Xia Feng, who lay in bed with bandages on his head and a pallid complexion, but otherwise appeared unscathed. Very well, I entrust Comrade Xia Feng to your care. You must do everything possible to preserve his life. Chun Yinshan insisted with several admonitions. Lu Mingxian then called the dean closer for a few more words of caution before they all departed. The following morning, Ma Jiruo arrived early at the pre-booked room in the Chunjiang Hotel. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that Wang Yunbo finally made his appearance. Noticing his grim expression, Ma Jiruo, while shedding her clothes, curiously asked, Yunbo, what's the matter? You look so serious this early in the day. Who upset you? Wang Yunbo sighed. Who else could it be? That damn Xia Feng is truly fortunate. He didn't die from the accident. As he spoke, he quickly undressed and slipped under the covers. From the previous night until now, the entire municipal government and the municipal committee had been abuzz with discussions surrounding Xia Feng's car accident. Even Wang Guokai had received a severe reprimand from Lu Mingxian. This morning, during the very first standing committee meeting after Xiao Guoqiang's return to work, Lu Mingxian raised the matter of Xia Feng's assault from 2 days prior for public discussion. Is this something that should be discussed in a standing committee? Yet Lu Mingxian insisted, even pounding the table to emphasize that some individuals have become utterly lawless. It was evident he was referring to Chen Dakong and Wang Wukai, leaders of the Jiangning faction. The fact that even Lu Mingxian had shifted his allegiance towards Xiao Guoqiang boded ill. All of this is due to the summer breeze. Fueled by a tempest of rage, Wang Yunbo took a half-day leave and summoned Ma Zhao to a hotel. Unable to confront Xia Feng directly, he sought vengeance through his beloved. He desired to exact a brutal retribution upon Xia Feng, inflicting every blow upon the flesh of Xia Feng's girlfriend. He longed to strike fiercely, relentlessly. Chapter 53. Xia Feng's career soars. His girlfriend's regret deepens in a bid to punish Xia Feng. Wang Yunbo purposely procured a pill from the pharmacy at the entrance before enacting his revenge. As Ma Zhiruo's anguish cries echoed, Wang Yunbo finally experienced a fleeting sense of satisfaction. It was not until 3 minutes later, exhausted and breathless, that he reclined on the bed, pulling out a cigarette to smoke while addressing Ma Zhou. "Did you persuade that brat Xia Feng to cease his inquiries?" "What did he say?" Taken aback, Ma Zhiruo stammered. "After my encounter with Xia Feng last night, my mind was solely focused on resolving the child's issue, and I completely forgot the matter you entrusted to me." Upon his return, he erupted in anger, and before I could inquire, he stormed out. Wang Yunbo gritted his teeth, initially intending to retaliate against Xia Feng once more. However, the effects of the pill waned, leaving him to extinguish the half-burnt cigarette in frustration. "By the way, Secretary Xiao has resumed work today. Does that mean Xia Feng's transfer to the organization department is now set in stone?" Ma Zhiruo instinctively questioned, recalling her sighting of Xiao Guoqiang at the municipal office building that morning. "Not necessarily. If someone wants to bring him down, opportunities abound. What of the organization department? With the commotion he has caused, there are countless individuals eager to see him falter." Wang Yunbo scoffed, his indignation now fueled solely by impotent fury. Hearing this, Ma Zhiruo's heart sank. Could it be that Xia Feng was truly unscathed? Was it possible that even the Wang father-son duo could not touch him? Though her intellect may not be sharp, the clarity of the situation was unmistakable. Clearly, this round had decisively tilted in Xia Feng's favor. Was her choice to embrace Wang Yunbo truly right or wrong? What if Xia Feng ascended to prominence? Would she then have missed her chance? Yet, upon further reflection, she realized Xia Feng's current stability was merely a product of the inspection team's presence, which would last but 2 months. After that, he would face an even harsher reality, perhaps even struggling to maintain his position as a lowly clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. With this thought, Ma Zhiruo found herself feeling considerably more at ease. Before she could voice her thoughts, her phone rang. Pulling out her small communicator, she glanced at the caller ID and said to Wang Yunbo, "It's my dad calling. Please remain silent." Wrapping herself in the bedsheet, she answered the call. "Dad, what do you need?" "Zhiruo, where are you?" Came the urgent tone of Ma Guofu, Deputy Section Chief of the Finance Bureau, from the other end of the line. Ma Zhiruo hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Dad, I'm not feeling well today and went to the hospital for an examination." "What's the matter?" "Once I finish the checkup, I'll come back right away. Your mother and I will take you to see Xia Feng." Ma Guofu exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, he had overheard a colleague from the Finance Bureau mention that a multitude of municipal leaders, including Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Xiao Guoqiang, Mayor Lu Mingxian, Deputy Secretary Chen Dakong, Executive Vice Mayor Zhang Hua, and Public Security Director Fang Taicheng, had all visited his future son-in-law Xia Feng in the hospital. This was an unprecedented event. Regardless of Xia Feng's current position, the attention from such high-ranking officials signified a promising future ahead. Even their department head envied Ma Guofu for securing such a remarkable son-in-law. Ma Zhiruo cast a glance at the visibly displeased Wang Yunbo and replied with difficulty, "Dad, why would we go to the hospital to see him? I was just arguing with him. Didn't TU and Mom say yesterday that we should ask his family for a bride price of 288,000 yuan? He outright refused, claiming he couldn't even afford that. Is he really worth a visit from you and Mom? Besides, we just had a huge fight last night. Going to see him now would only make me seem desperate." "What?" "Zhiruo, as long as you can marry Xia Feng, who cares about the bride price?" "You don't understand. This morning, even Secretary Xiao and Mayor Lu personally visited him in the hospital. Do you realize what that means? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhuo was utterly taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Dad, what are you talking about? Secretary Xiao and Mayor Lu would go see him? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Ma Guofu, however, was so energized he seemed to be on a high, excitedly responding, "Zhuo, why would I lie to you? Just now, our department head specifically came to share the good news, saying I found a wonderful son-in-law. He personally witnessed our director walking into the hospital alongside the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Jiang Chunying. This is undoubtedly true. How could this be?" Ma Zhuo felt momentarily dazed, suddenly struck by a sense of having misjudged her fortune. Ma Guofu, believing his daughter was simply overwhelmed by the astonishing news, continued, "Zhuo, as long as you marry Xia Feng, I assure you that you will never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life. Perhaps I might even benefit and get promoted to a department head before retiring." At this, Ma Zhuo felt as if a heavy blow had struck her chest, leaving her breathless. After a considerable pause, she finally told Ma Guofu, "Dad, wait for me at the office. I'll come find you right away." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone and turned to the extremely displeased Wang Yunbua. "Yunbua, my dad wants me to go over. Are you coming?" Wang Yunbua glared fiercely at Ma Zhuo, waving his hand impatiently. "Get lost. Just get out of here." Initially, he had intended to vent his frustration on Ma Zhuo, but Ma Guofu's phone call had only intensified his anger. Seeing his reaction, Ma Zhuo hurriedly dressed, regretting her earlier confrontation with Xia Feng. Just as she reached the door, her phone rang once more. When Ma Guofeng called, Ma Zhuo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the phone. "Zhuo, I'm going to buy some gifts now. Your mother and I will wait for you at the hospital entrance," came Ma Guofeng's impatient voice from the other end. Ma Ziruo, feeding Somevat troubled, replied, "Dad, but I had a huge argument with Xia Feng last night. Do you think he can forgive me?" Ma Guofeng chuckled heartily and said, "Zhuo, every couple has their quarrels. It's just a part of love. If you apologize to Xia Feng, I'm sure he will forgive you." Hearing her father's patient counsel, Ma Zhuo's restless heart gradually found peace. Indeed, Xia Feng had been so devoted to her for 3 years. The arguments had stemmed from her own unreasonable behavior. A little kindness on her part should suffice to mend things. Just then, Ma Zhuo's mother snatched the phone and said to her, "Zhuo, trust your father. Men are easy to placate. A few sweet words will soothe him. Once you make Xia Feng happy, he will surely listen to you. After you marry him and have a child, all the unpleasantness will vanish." That made sense. Ma Zhuo's eyes brightened as she touched her slightly rounded abdomen. A child? Wasn't that a perfect solution? "Dad, Mom, I will change my clothes and touch on my makeup before we head to the hospital." With that, she hurriedly hung up, her previous regret dissipating. She believed that if she lowered her pride and treated Xia Feng nicely, everything would return to tranquility. In the hospital room, Xia Feng had awakened before dawn, aside from a slight headache. The wound on his leg was throbbing painfully. After asking a nearby nurse how long he had been unconscious, he felt somewhat relieved upon learning it had only been one night. Despite the bandage wrapped around his head, he had to lead the team to Wantong County and Yunlai Town today. The stakes were high, and Xia Feng could not afford to miss this opportunity to bring down the Wang Guotai and Tianma group. As he insisted on being discharged, Xiao Guoqiang entered the room carrying a basket of fruit. "Secretary Xiao?" Xia Feng was startled at the sight of him and hurriedly put down the half-worn uniform. "What are you doing?" Xiao Guoqiang frowned, scrutinizing Xia Feng. "I am leaving the hospital. The case is urgent, and I can't afford to waste time here." Xia Feng replied gravely. "Nonsense." Xiao Guoqiang glared at him fiercely. "Your condition is unstable. How can you be discharged? Health is the foundation of work. Besides, there are others from the inspection team who can handle the case. You needn't involve yourself personally. Sit down." As he spoke, Xiao Guoqiang snatched the uniform from Xia Feng's hands and firmly pressed him back onto the hospital bed. "Secretary." Before Xia Feng could respond, the door opened again, and Mayor Lu Mingxian entered with another fruit basket. Chapter 54. Luo Yuyan's first encounter with Xia Feng's parents. Is there a story? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lu Mingxian suddenly grasped the situation. "Xia, Must you push yourself so hard? Although your injuries are not severe, the impact has affected your brain, and the doctor insists you remain hospitalized for observation, he said, placing the fruit basket down and grasping Xia Feng's hand. Yet, his gaze remained firmly fixed on Xia Feng. If only he had a soldier like him, the restructuring of state-owned enterprises would not require his direct involvement. What does it mean to have a sense of responsibility? Someone like Xia Feng, who persists despite minor injuries, truly embodies that spirit. Thank you, Mayor Liu, for your concern, but I cannot afford the time for observation. My vehicle is being held up over there, and time waits for no one. Besides, I merely sustained a bump. It's nothing serious. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine now, Xia Feng insisted, rising to pace around the hospital room, even jumping twice. However, in the next instant, he felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying precariously as he nearly fell. Lu Mingxian promptly stood to support him. Look at you. How can you work effectively in this condition? You must heed the doctor's advice and take a few days to rest. What? Rest for a few days? Xia Feng scoffed. He wished to remain in this place for even a minute less. A few days could bring about monumental changes in the unfolding events. Just then, Qian Guoxing entered. Addressing Xia Feng, look who has come. As Qian slightly turned aside, a middle-aged couple in their 50s entered the room, escorted by 2 police officers. Father, mother, what brings you here? Xia Feng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at his parents. Upon seeing their son clad in a hospital gown, with a bandage wrapped around his head, tears streamed down their faces. They were simple, hard-working farmers who had toiled their entire lives, with their only hope being the health of their family. However, when police officers approached them early that morning, they initially feared their son had committed some wrongdoing. It was only after hearing from the officers from the municipal bureau that they learned he had been injured at work. They hurried to the hospital with the officers, their hearts bubbling with anxiety, desperate to know how severe their son's injuries might be, longing for the moment they could see him. Yet, upon finally seeing their son, although they breathed a sigh of relief, the sight of the bandage on his head and the blood on his leg filled them with profound sorrow. Xia Feng, how badly are you hurt? Wang Shulan quickly approached her son, inspecting him with worried eyes. Mother, I'm fine. I just took a tumble. I'm currently discussing my discharge with the hospital, Xia Feng replied with a smile. Who dares to approve your discharge? I will have them dismissed. Lu Mingxian interjected, frowning. It was then that Xiao Jian and Wang Shulan noticed Xiao Guoqiang and Lu Mingxian beside them. Ah, you must be Xiao Feng's superiors. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble, Xiao Jian remarked, unsure of the ranks of the 2 men before him, but judging by their official attire. They were certainly of a higher status than the village head. This is our city secretary of Jiangning, Secretary Xiao Guoqiang, and this is Mayor Lu Mingxian. Qian Guoxing provided a brief introduction. My goodness! Upon hearing that the 2 eminent figures before him were the secretary and the mayor, Xia Jianjun trembled in fright. In his lifetime, the highest-ranking official he had ever encountered was the township head, and that was merely from a distance during an inspection. He had never even had the chance to approach. He could hardly fathom the dream of being in such close proximity to the city's secretary and the mayor. Ah, you have raised a fine son, Secretary Xiao Guoqiang said, slowly rising to shake Xia Jianjun's hand, his smile warm and amiable. Oh dear, Secretary Xiao, Xia Jianjun stammered, unable to utter a single coherent word in his nervousness. Beside him, Wang Shulan was equally flustered. You 2 have arrived at the perfect moment. Please, persuade young Xia not to rush his discharge. He must take the time to recuperate, for health is the foundation of all endeavors. Mayor Lu Mingxian also stepped forward to grasp both of their hands, his tone gentle and reassuring. I will certainly advise him well. Rest assured, leaders. Xia Jianjun nodded vigorously. Very well, you all should catch up with each other. We shall not intrude further. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the nurses. The municipal government will do its utmost to fulfill your needs. After speaking, Lu Mingxian signaled to a young nurse, instructing her, please have the hospital's cafeteria prepare 2 breakfasts for young Xia's parents immediately. Secretary Xiao Guoqiang raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Lu Mingxian, sensing an ulterior motive. Old Xiao, let us go. There are numerous matters awaiting our attention in the city. We must unite and delve into them thoroughly. Without giving Secretary Xiao Guoqiang a chance to respond, Lu Mingxian took hold of him and Qian Guoxing, leading them out of the hospital room. The young nurse watched as the leaders departed. Just as she was about to head to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast for Xia Feng's parents, the door to the ward swung open once more. A poised and lovely young woman with a sweet countenance entered. "Xia Feng, are your injuries serious?" Upon entering, the young woman immediately inquired with great concern. As she walked past the threshold, she noticed an elderly couple standing by the bedside, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly said, "Xia Feng, these two are..." The newcomer was none other than Luo Yinyao. Upon learning of Xia Feng's injury and hospitalization, she had rushed over from Zhaokai village, bringing along Xia Feng's favorite delicacies, steamed dumplings and braised pork ribs. Seeing Luo Yinyao, Xia Feng broke into a smile and replied, "Yinyao, it's just a minor fall. Nothing serious. By the way, let me introduce you to my parents." He gestured towards his parents. "Say, Mom, Dad, this is my classmate, the beautiful village head of Zhaokai village, Luo Yinyao." At this revelation, the expressions of Xia Jianjun and Wang Shulan instantly soured. Their son surely would not be so opportunistic as to pursue the beautiful village head and abandon their intended daughter-in-law, Ma Zhuo. The Xia family did not entertain such values. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I won't to impose on you any longer. I came simply to check on Xia Feng. As long as he is well, I will be at ease." Luo Yunyan was perplexed by the sudden stern expressions of Xia Jianjun and Wang Shulan, thinking perhaps she had intruded upon a family reunion. She placed down the two lunchboxes and turned to leave. "Yunyan, why are you leaving so soon?" Xia Feng hurriedly stood up and grasped Luo Yunyan's arm. Witnessing this scene, Xia Jianjun's countenance darkened further. He cleared his throat and stated, "Xia Feng, you are in a relationship. How can you be so familiar with another young lady?" Chapter 55. Sending them to the gallows. "Dad." Xia Feng slowly turned to face his parents, whose faces were shrouded in displeasure. He understood that people of his parent generation were quite traditional. To them, Xia Feng had been with Ma Zhiruo for 3 years, and she had long been regarded as a prospective daughter-in-law. Furthermore, if Xia Feng were to engage with another woman romantically or too closely, it would be seen as infidelity, a betrayal of marriage and love. 20 years ago, such actions could have been deemed criminal. They were merely concerned about Xia Feng straying down a wrong path, fearing that he could not resist the temptations of the big city. Their innocence and kindness were commendable, yet misdirected. In the case of a woman like Ma Zhiruo, whose heart was as venomous as a snake's, their kindness would only be exploited, turning into a pawn in her game. After much hesitation, Xia Feng retrieved a small recording device from his pocket and said to Xia Jiangwo, "I am uncertain how to explain this to you, but once you listen to this recording, everything will become clear." With that, he pressed the play button. Soon, Ma Zhiruo's voice filled the air. "Yunbo, what shall we do about the child in my womb? I had a pregnancy test this afternoon. It's already been 2.5 months. And if we delay any longer, it will become obvious." The next moment, Wang Yunbo's voice followed. "What is there to fear? If it comes to that, just terminate it. If you don't wish to, let that fool Xia Feng take responsibility. The very thought of him raising my child only makes me love you more. Be gentle. Don't harm the baby," Ma Zhiruo gasped, her voice trembling. "You've never heard that a filial son is raised under the rod? I'm merely educating him in advance." Silence. The hospital room was enveloped in an extraordinary stillness. Xia Jianjun and Wang Shulan could hardly believe the reality before them. How could Ma Zhiruo commit such a shameless act, carrying another man's child and expecting their son to take responsibility? What was happening? Could it possibly be a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Xia Jianjun's expression darkened to an extreme as he sank to the floor, clutching his head. They were simple but not foolish, especially as they had lived through similar experiences. The implications of that recording were all too clear. It was unfathomable that they had been secretly sending money to Ma Zhou each month to support her, only to have her betray their son so callously. Had their conscience been devoured by dogs? Just a few weeks prior, Xia Jianjun personally deposited 1,000 yuan into Ma Zhiruo's bank account. Every day before dawn, Wang Shulan would carry a basket to the mountains to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms, painstakingly saving for over a month to sell at the market. On one occasion, she was bitten by a venomous snake, but fortunately, the village's barefoot doctor arrived in time to save her life. The elderly couple poured their hearts and souls into caring for Ma Zhao, yet she was involved with another man and even became pregnant, tarnishing the reputation of the Xia family. The misfortune weighed heavily on Xia Jianjun, filling him with both anger and helplessness. Father, mother, if Ma Zhao had merely strayed, I would have parted ways with her long ago. Xia Feng helped his parents sit by the hospital bed and recounted the previous night as harrowing experience of being pursued. He concluded, "Do you know who is chasing me?" "Who?" the elderly couple asked, their eyes wide with a mix of concern and resentment. "It was that Wang Yunbua who sent them." As he spoke, a cold glint appeared in Xia Feng's eyes. "Every time I managed to hide from those pursuing me, Ma Zhiruo's call would come through, revealing my location. In other words, she wants me dead and is aiding that scoundrel in doing so." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shulan was incensed, tears streaming down her face as she pounded her chest, exclaiming, "How could she, as a member of the Ma family, commit such inhumane acts? Your father and I have secretly sent her no less than 40,000 yuan over these 3 years. Last month, I nearly lost my life to a snake while trying to save up for her summer clothes, and yet she uses my money to conspire against my son. Ma Zhiruo, may you face divine retribution." Xia Jianjun trembled with fury. Gritting his teeth, she looks down on our family and feels entitled to harm my son. This is utterly unacceptable. I will fight her, if it comes to it. One life for another. The villagers were simple, honest, and kind-hearted, but that did not mean they would tolerate being bullied. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. The Xia family had only one son, and Xia Jianjun would risk everything to protect him. "Uncle and aunt, please do not let this wretched person anger you to the point of illness. What they have done will be met with justice under the law. So do not act foolishly." Although Luo Yunyan shared the same indignation upon hearing Xia Feng's account and the heartfelt sacrifices the elderly couple made for Ma Zhao, it was crucial to calm their anger. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. "Oh, Xia Feng, how could you speak of such matters to your uncle and aunt? Hurry and comfort them." Seeing the couple trembling with rage, Luo Yunyan quickly pulled Xia Feng closer to the bed. Xia Feng grasped his parents' hands and said, "Father, mother, do not send any more money to Ma Zhao. Every penny she has taken from you will be reclaimed. Please refrain from any foolish actions on my behalf. Within a month, I shall ensure that she and Wang Yunbua face the firing squad." "What?" Wang Shulan gazed incredulously at her son, exclaiming, "Xia Feng, have you truly acquired such power?" Xia Jianjun hurriedly interjected, "Xia Feng, even if you possess authority, it must not be misused. Such power is bestowed by the people, and reckless actions could lead to grave consequences." Upon hearing this, Xia Feng chuckled, "What power do I possess? It is simply that they have transgressed the law of the state, committing capital offenses. I am currently gathering evidence of their crimes. Hence, I have not yet evicted Ma Zhiruo from my residence in the city. Once the case is resolved, both Ma Zhiruo and Wang Yunbua will meet their fate on the execution grounds. Therefore, there is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf, nor should you allow that opportunistic woman to distress your health. It is simply not worth it." "Oh." Xia Jianjun and Wang Shulan nodded in understanding, their anger dissipating by half. People of that era were straightforward, prone to fierce loyalty when their children were harmed. However, since Xia Feng had a plan to deal with the venomous Ma Zhiruo, the couple's spirits were considerably lifted. It was only then that Wang Shulan cast a furtive glance at Luo Yunyuan and leaned closer to Xia Feng, whispering, "This must be your new girlfriend, am I correct? Do share with your mother how far your relationship has progressed." Although her voice was barely above a whisper, the stillness of the hospital room allowed Luo Yunyuan to catch every word, causing her heart to race. Eagerly, she listened for Xia Feng's response, curious about her standing in his heart, given that he had already seen her in her most vulnerable state during that stormy night. She felt there were no remaining secrets between them, save for the final step. Her emotions were indeed complex, a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and a tinge of apprehension. "Mom, Just as Xia Feng was about to speak, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 56. Not a fraction less before Xia Feng could respond, the door swung open, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Among the visitors were the organization Minister Feng Haoming, the investment director Jiang Chunying, the finance director Du Wenshui, the public security chief Feng Taichung, and several other leaders, each bearing gifts as they entered. Xia, I heard you were in a car accident last night. How severe are your injuries? Feng Haoming set down his offering and approached Xia Feng, shaking his hand and assessing him closely. Once assured of Xia Feng's well-being, he nodded in relief. Subsequently, Jiang Chunying, Du Wenshui, and the others also came forward to express their concern. Feng Taichung, in particular, repeatedly apologized to Xia Feng's parents and assured him that the matter would be dealt with severely. Just as the atmosphere of camaraderie flourished, another series of footsteps echoed from the corridor. As the door opened once more, Ma Zhuo appeared, carrying gifts and accompanied by her parents. Upon spotting the young and attractive woman in the room, Ma Zhuo's expression soured, and she pointed an accusing finger at Luo Yunyuan, coldly demanding, Xia Feng, who is she? At this moment, the relationship between her and Xia Feng was in a delicate phase. The sudden appearance of a woman whose looks and figure rivaled that of Ma Zhuo made her emotions instantly tense. Who are you to meddle? You're not welcome here. So leave. Xia Feng stood coldly beside Luo Yuan, his words falling like a bucket of cold water upon Ma Zhuo, awakening her to the reality of the situation. She had come seeking Xia Feng's forgiveness today. How could she confront him in front of so many people? Zhuo, this could be one of Xia Feng's colleagues come to visit him. What's the harm in that? Ma Guofu said with keen insight, especially as he noticed the finance bureau chief, Du Wenshui, casting glances at Ma Zhuo, silently urging her to temper her tone. Displaying her usual arrogance in front of such esteemed leaders would only lead to her own embarrassment. I see. I apologize, Xia Feng. I misunderstood earlier. Ma Zhuo quickly shifted her stance, offering her apologies. However, upon seeing Ma Zhuo, Xia Feng's parents were instantly filled with ire, turning their heads away and refusing to acknowledge her presence. Xia Feng, with a disdainful scoff, remarked, cut the act. By the way, didn't my parents send you 1,000 yuan this month? Ma Zhuo, taken aback by his query, hesitated before nodding. Yes, and he said I should buy some clothes. Xia Feng scoffed again. Zhuo, how dare you say that? Do you think it's easy for my parents to save money? Over the years, they have sent you nearly 40,000 yuan. Haven't they? Ma Zhuo was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the significance of Xia Feng's words. Ma Guofu furrowed his brows, a foreboding feeling creeping in. As a younger generation, not only had she failed to honor her elders, but she had also secretly accepted such a substantial sum from his parents without even a word of thanks. Xia Feng continued coldly. My relationship with you is our own affair. What gives you the right to drain my parents' resources? I expect you to return that money to them post-haste. The memory of Wang Shulan nearly losing her life foraging for wild vegetables ignited a fierce anger within him. Though he could not yet openly sever ties with Ma Zhuo, he was resolute that his parents' hard-earned money must be returned in full. Xia, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Ma Guofu, noticing Du Wenshui's frown directed at him, hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. He had intended to strengthen his ties with Xia Feng today, hoping to establish a presence among the leaders. Yet, while he had made his presence known, he had left an exceedingly poor impression. There is no misunderstanding. Each remittance is recorded in my parents' accounts. I will not take a single cent more from your family, but I will not accept even a cent less. Xia Feng's stance was unwavering. Summer breeze. Is this really necessary? Is it merely a matter of a few coins? I have already given myself to you, and yet you still quibble over several tens of thousands? Ma Zhuo is truly at her wit's end. How can she repay now? What does she have to offer? That money has already been squandered, and with her salary, it would take a decade to repay. I genuinely doubt how you could utter such words. Such a paltry sum? Are you not aware of how much you earn a month? Is it so easy for my parents to save a little money? Did you not feel the weight of their hard-earned cash when you spent it? Xia Feng scoffed coldly and remarked, furthermore, do not refer to yourself as mine. We have always slept in separate rooms. You even claim to have a cleanliness obsession, unable to share a bed with me. Have you forgotten? Before Ma Zhiruo could respond, Xia Feng turned to Ma Guofu and stated, Uncle Ma, I have never laid a finger on your daughter. As for the matter of marrying her, let's put that on hold. At the very least, I must see your family's sincerity. If you do not return my parents' hard-earned money, then this marriage shall not proceed. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhuo, who had been contemplating how to placate Xia Feng, was suddenly alarmed. If Xia Feng refused to take responsibility, or would she find another to take his place? Xia Feng, what do you mean by that? Clarify your words. What do you mean by saying it might as well not happen? Everyone knows I have been with you for 3 years. If you do not marry me, how will I ever find another? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, not from sorrow, but from fear. However, as Ma Zhiruo's words lingered in the air, Du Wenshui's expression darkened further. Before Xia Feng and the others could speak, Du Wenshui stood up, clasping his hand behind his back, and said, Comrade Ma Guofu, I have always regarded you as an honest and reliable individual. Yet, how could you encourage your daughter to take her parents' hard-earned money? It seems the organization's assessment of you is not thorough enough. With these words, Ma Guofu nearly crumbled. He understood all too well what Du Wenshui's final remark implied. If this matter did not reach a satisfactory conclusion, it was likely that he would never be able to rectify his position. He would toil until retirement, at best achieving the status of a deputy section chief, and only if he made no mistakes. Otherwise, a single misstep could jeopardize even his current position. Directeur du, please listen to me. I truly had no knowledge of this. I will thoroughly investigate the matter upon my return and endeavor to repay the full amount within 2 days. After speaking, Ma Guofu seized Ma Zhiruo's arm and, without hesitation, dragged her out of the hospital room. They could not linger here for even a moment longer. If all the leaders formed a poor impression of him, the consequences would be dire. Oh, Dad, you're hurting me. As soon as they exited the hospital, Ma Zhiruo wrenched her arm from Ma Guofu's grip and cried out like a slaughtered pig. With a swift motion, Ma Guofu delivered a resounding slap across Ma Zhiruo's face, pointing an accusatory finger at her and grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, You are more trouble than you are worth. How much have you taken from your parents? Ma Zhiruo's mother hurriedly approached Ma Guofu, exclaiming, Oh dear, old Ma, why are you striking our daughter? Setting aside the matter of Zhiruo earning money from them. What about that Xia Feng? What was that attitude he displayed earlier? Moreover, in today's world, which young man does not spend money on his partner? Haven't you heard? Those who spend on you may not necessarily love you, but those who do not spend certainly do not love you. Ma Guofu, infuriated, felt his blood pressure soar, trembling as he pointed at Ma Zhiruo and her mother, saying, You truly are naive. What do you know of love? Have you ever witnessed a junior officer hospitalized with injuries, while so many high-ranking officials come to express their concern? Let me tell you, Xia Feng, when he chooses to act, he will undoubtedly make a significant impact. If he holds a grudge against our family because of this incident, I assure you, not only will my hopes of promotion be dashed, but I might even lose my current position. Do you understand? What? Ma Zhiruo gazed in disbelief, her eyes wide. Dad, is he really that formidable? Chapter 57. In the name of the inspection team, immediate arrest. Upon hearing this, Ma Guofu forced a bitter smile, sighing in resignation. Did you not hear the director of the Finance Bureau defending their family? His final remark about the organization's evaluation and understanding of me was quite revealing. Moreover, simply by virtue of his role as the deputy leader of the second inspection team, even the top officials of the city must show him great respect. Do you comprehend? The inspection team is merely the beginning of his political journey. Zhiruo, do you still fail to grasp what you have missed? Ma Guofu was at a loss for words. Although Xia Feng did not explicitly state a desire to break up with his daughter, he had already drawn a line with the Ma family. His heart ached, feeling as though it were bleeding. The opportunity for remarkable success lay before them. Yet Ma Zhiruo had let it slip away. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle his own daughter. Ma Zhiruo remained bewildered. Until that moment, she could not fathom why Ma Guofu held Xia Feng in such high regard. However, it would not be long before she understood the profound truth that justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. After bidding farewell to Ma Zhiruo's family, Feng Taicheng and the others soon took their leave as well. Luo Yunyan quickly retrieved a lunchbox from her bag, offering it to Summer Janjun and Wang Shulan, saying, "Uncle and Auntie, you must be famished after such a busy morning, right? This is breakfast I bought for Xia Feng. While it's still warm, please have some to tide you over. Later, I will treat you to lunch at the restaurant across the street." "Oh no, there's no need for that. We'll just have a bite," Wang Shulan insisted, quickly breaking apart chopsticks to hand to Luo Yunyan. "No, Uncle and Auntie, I already had breakfast this morning. Please enjoy it while it's hot," Luo Yunyan replied, though she indeed had not had the time to eat. Watching the Xia family devour the food ravenously, she could not help but swallow hard, suppressing her hunger. She truly desired to partake, but there was simply not enough for 4 people. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open once more, and Su Mei entered briskly. "Oh, Xia leader, you haven't had breakfast yet?" Upon hearing Su Mei's voice, Xia Feng hastily set down his chopsticks and exclaimed, "Sister Mei, please sit down. Have you managed to acquire the item I requested?" "Yes, I have. Take a look." "Is this what you wanted?" Su Mei replied, producing a pen from her belongings and handing it to Xia Feng. He unscrewed the cap, revealing a pen on one end and a recording device on the other. Although its design fell short of the many recording devices of the future, it stood as the finest surveillance equipment of this era. "Indeed, thank you, Sister Mei." Xia Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Don't mention it. By the way, this recording device needs to be charged every 2 days. If it runs out of power, all the data will be lost. So please remember to charge it." Su Mei cautioned before departing. "Rest assured, Sister Mei, I won't forget." Xia Feng expressed his gratitude. This recording device was specifically requested from Su Mei, who had connections in the Criminal Investigation Department, intended to be placed in Ma Zhiruo's bag for constant surveillance of her activities. Xia Feng believed that during her clandestine meetings with Wang Yunbo, their conversations would not be limited to personal matters. With the necessary evidence in hand, he could end this entanglement with Ma Zhiruo openly and, moreover, follow the trail to imprison both Wang Yunbo and his son. Just as he secured the recording device, Tang Long hurriedly approached. "Leader Xia, we have conducted a thorough investigation of the accident scene, and all signs indicate that this was an assassination attempt on you," Tang Long stated, handing over the documents while elaborating. "Leader Xia, look at this." He pointed to a bloodied rock in the photographs. "This is likely the stone that knocked you unconscious. According to the forensic team, the coagulation of the blood suggests that there was at least an hour and a half from the moment you were struck until the traffic police arrived. The journey from Jiangning City to the location of your injury takes roughly half an hour. This implies that the driver of the small truck waited an entire hour before calling for help. I suspect he intended to delay, causing you to bleed excessively, but he underestimated the severity of your wounds. Although you did lose a considerable amount of blood, the coagulation process halted the bleeding, thwarting his objective. Before he could continue, Tang Long's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned momentarily before explaining to Xia Feng, "It's Xiao Zhang. I sent him to the traffic police station to apprehend a suspect. This individual must be brought to our Special Task Force's temporary isolation point for a private interrogation." With that, Tang Long answered the call. "Have you delivered the suspect? What did you say? The traffic police refused to let him go and want to release him? Who gave them the audacity? What? They've closed the case? What reasoning do they provide? Nonsense. Detain him. I will be there shortly." Tang Long hung up angrily and turned to Xia Feng. "Leader Xia, the traffic police are currently refusing to hand over the suspect. The team leader insists this is merely a routine traffic accident, claiming the small truck driver has insurance and has already initiated the claims process. They insist on releasing him, and I must rush over immediately. I cannot allow them to exploit any loopholes. It's utterly outrageous that the criminal investigation team is seeking someone, yet the traffic police refuse to comply. There must be something significant at play here." Xia Feng raised his hand to stop Tang Long, saying, "Wait. Once you get there, securing the person is one aspect, but also retrieve the call records of the driver of that small truck from the past 2 days, and likewise, obtain the call records of the team leader. Then, we shall compare them. We should uncover some discrepancies." Tang Long blinked and nodded. "All right. I will take care of it immediately after retrieving the person." Xia Feng nodded, adding, "If we uncover any issues with the team leader, we will follow the usual protocol. First, take him to a temporary office and inform his family that he is on a business trip. Also, have we gleaned anything from the manager of the municipal reception center we previously detained? Upon hearing this, Tang Long nodded emphatically. Su Jiming confessed everything as soon as he entered. That night, he personally escorted Xia Feng to the room where Qian's wife and daughter were staying. Moreover, he witnessed Xia Feng forcibly taking Qian's wife and daughter out of the municipal reception center. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng squinted and said, "Good. You may go about your business." After Tang Long left, Xia Feng promptly took out his phone and called Lin Yi. As soon as the call connected, Xia Feng coldly stated, "This is Xia Feng. I am now requesting, in my capacity as the deputy leader of the second inspection team, that you immediately arrest Xia Feng." Chapter 58. Just a step away from torture, looking at Xia Feng, who stood straight by the window with a serious expression, holding the phone. Xia Jianjun and Wang Shulan were momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe that the handsome and upright man before them was once their submissive son. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Wang Shulan felt a surge of emotion, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. A trace of a relieved smile finally appeared on the weathered face of Xia Jianjun. Their son had grown up. He had become accomplished. The couple had spent their lives toiling away, and when their son was accepted into college, they felt an immense pride, as if their backs had straightened while walking through the village. Now, they were filled only with contentment. Luo Yunyun looked at the tall figure before her with admiration, feeling gratified by her initial decision. Xia Feng had indeed not disappointed her. "Dad, Mom, Yunyun, why are you all looking at me like that?" Xia Feng set down the phone and noticed the peculiar gazes from the three in the room. Especially the fervent look from Luo Yunyun made him feel somewhat bashful. Realizing that her intense gaze was inappropriate, Luo Yunyun's face flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head. "It's nothing. I just feel happy," Wang Shulan said. Wiping away her tears of excitement, her voice choked with emotion. After a long silence, Xia Jianjun patted Xia Feng's shoulder and said, "Xia Feng, seeing you succeed brings us true joy from the bottom of our hearts. My father is a man of simple means, lacking in formal education. Yet he imparts a profound lesson. One must conduct oneself with integrity and serve with a clear conscience. The moment one accepts ill-gotten gains or indulges in unmerited luxuries, one compromises their principles and loses their fortitude." Indeed, Summer Feng nodded gravely, assuring, "Father, rest assured, regardless of the position I may hold in the future, I shall never take even a thread from the common people." "Good." Summer, Jianjun exclaimed, giving his son's shoulder an affirming pat. He then turned to Luo Yunyun, stating earnestly, "Do not worry, your mother and I have secured the contract for that bare mountain in the village. Once we transform it into an orchard, in no time, we shall have saved enough for your bride price." Upon hearing of the orchard and the prospect of a bride price, Summer Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. In his previous life, his parents toiled from dawn till dusk, managing an extensive orchard while struggling to make ends meet. They saved every penny, refraining from indulgence, only to meet a tragic fate because of him at the hands of the treacherous Ma Zhuo and Wang Yunbo. In this life, he vowed never to let his parents endure such hardship again. "Father, Mother, you need not worry about me. I am capable of earning my own living and marrying. All I ask is that you take care of yourselves and maintain your health." As he spoke, he wiped away his tears, suppressing the sorrow and guilt accumulated over 2 lifetimes. He donned his uniform and added, "Father, Mother, I have urgent matters to attend to. I will have Yunyin take you out for a meal and arrange a room at the City Party Committee's guest house for your temporary stay. Once I finish my tasks, I will take you around Jiangning." With that, Summer Feng knelt before his parents, offering 3 deep bows. He then donned his uniform and turned to Luo Yunyun, saying, "Yunyun, I entrust this to you. I shall express my gratitude properly another day." Luo Yunyun nodded solemnly. "Yes, you go ahead. I will handle everything here." Xia Feng. As Summer Feng opened the hospital room door, Wang Shulan hurried forward, grasping his arm. "My son, please take care and stay safe. Do not worry. I have the support of the criminal investigation team. Such incidents will not recur." Summer Feng reassured her before swiftly exiting the room. just as he reached the stairwell corner. A doctor on rounds recognized him and rushed over, seizing his arm. Team Leader Summer, where do you think you're going? Mayor Liu has stated that you are not permitted to leave until your condition stabilizes. Two nurses promptly blocked his path at the staircase. They were well aware of the consequences. Lu Mingxian had publicly declared that anyone allowing Summer Feng to leave would face dismissal. They certainly did not wish to lose their jobs. What are you doing? Let me go. If you continue to obstruct me, I will report you for interfering with official duties. Summer Feng forcefully shook off the doctor's grip, frowning. Rest assured, I will speak to Mayor Liu, but right now, I must leave. No, you will wait for the director. The female doctor insisted, refusing to let him pass. Before long, the hospital director and the vice director rushed in, causing several patients to emerge from their rooms, curious about the commotion at the end of the corridor. Alas, Chief Xia, you cannot leave the hospital. Otherwise, how shall we account to Mayor Liu? I implore you. Both the president and vice president are on the verge of tears. Who have they offended to be entangled in such a troublesome matter? One insists on leaving, while the other adamantly forbids it. The dilemma lies in the fact that neither of these esteemed individuals can afford to offend the other. President, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. I must leave immediately. If there is a delay, the consequences will be dire for all involved. I hope you can comprehend the gravity of the situation. As Xia Feng spoke, he donned his hat and fastened the buttons of his collar with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, Mayor Liu will not truly pursue any consequences against you. Return to your duties without worry. Seeing Xia Feng's resolute intent to depart, the two presidents dared not obstruct him. After watching him walk away, the president promptly called the municipal office, reporting the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing that Xia Feng had left the hospital with bandages wrapped around his head, Lu Mingxian couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This soldier is commendable. What a pity that he is wasted on Shao Guoqiang. He should be engaged in economic development instead. Meanwhile, as Xia Feng exited the hospital, he hailed a taxi and hurriedly made his way to the temporary office. On duty that day were Zhao Wei and Li Bing, who were quietly conversing. Upon spotting Xia Feng, they quickly stood at attention, exclaiming, "Leader Xia." Xia Feng nodded and gestured towards the entrance. When is Tang Long expected back? Perhaps an hour ago. Li Bing replied, glancing at the clock. Since his return, he has been conducting interrogations. It seems quite challenging. Zhao Wei also peered into the third interrogation room. It appears Tang is on the verge of resorting to coercive measures. Xia Feng furrowed his brow and motioned for them to remain calm, swiftly making his way to the third interrogation room. I tell you, resisting is futile. We possess ample evidence proving your involvement in the murder. As he approached the door, Xia Feng could hear Tang Long's furious shouts. Officer, I have stated before, I was utterly exhausted and did not see the road clearly, which led to the accident. You cannot unjustly accuse me. I am merely a humble driver, striving to earn a meager living for my family. How could I dare to commit murder? The small truck driver wore an expression of utter injustice. Before Tang Long could speak again, Xia Feng gently knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Tang Long, panting heavily, opened the door with one hand on his hip. Ah, Leader Xia, how did you leave the hospital? Tang Long looked at Xia Feng in astonishment. Tang Long, you need not continue the interrogation. Let Team Qian handle it shortly. Additionally, there's another case that requires Team Qian's cooperation. After saying this, Xia Feng directly signed an order for cooperation in the investigation, stamped it with the inspection team's red seal, and handed it to Tang Long. Go to the municipal committee immediately and summon Team Qian. What? Tang Long was completely taken aback. Was Xia Feng intending to apprehend Team Qian as well? Not only he, but Li Bing and Zhao Wei also gathered around, scrutinizing Xia Feng. Why are we apprehending Team Qian? What has he done? Chapter 59. The Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. Arrest. Xia Feng frowned and replied, What nonsense are you speaking? I merely require him to assist with the investigation. Who said anything about an arrest? Hurry. As he spoke, Xia Feng glanced at his watch. According to the time calculation, it would be no more than an hour before He Feng arrived at the station. Regardless of whether he ate or slept, today he must obtain the testimonies from He Feng and the driver of the small truck. Indeed, I shall proceed immediately, Tang Long declared, turning to cast a cold glance at the small truck driver and adding, "Take your time to recollect. I shall return to question you shortly." With that, he hurriedly exited with 2 criminal investigation team members. Meanwhile, Lenny hung up the phone and directly seized the walkie-talkie, announcing loudly, "Attention all units. We must apprehend Xia Feng immediately. Team 1, secure the main entrance. Team 2, seal off the rear exit. Team 3, remain on standby. Should the suspect attempt to flee, provide immediate support. Team 4, accompany me inside." After relaying these instructions, Lin Yi set down the walkie-talkie and rose from a tea stall opposite the Bu Bay Leisure Center, removing his sunglasses. At that moment, 2 young men in short sleeves emerged from a nearby snack shop, exchanged glances with Lin Yi, and hastened towards the Bu Bay Leisure Center. "Excuse me, gentlemen, please register at the front desk. Are you here to find someone or for consumption?" Upon entering, a young woman in her 20s, clad in a black blazer, swiftly approached and obstructed Lin Yi and his companions. "Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, step aside," Lin Yi asserted, displaying his identification and pushing past the barista as he ascended the staircase. In room 305, one of the detectives following Lin Yi whispered as they climbed the stairs. Lin Yi nodded and, reaching into his bag, drew out his firearm, chambering a bullet. "Be extra cautious when apprehending Xia Feng. He was once a member of the provincial martial arts team and possesses exceptional skills. If an emergency arises, you may fire, but we must capture him alive." He instructed the 2 officers trailing behind him. "Understood," the 2 detectives affirmed as they checked their handguns. Meanwhile, the young woman at the entrance observed as the trio swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, seemingly discussing Xia Feng's room number. Not daring to delay, she quickly dialed the phone in Gu Wenhu's room. At that moment, Gu Wenhu, having just hung up the phone in anger, heard the phone ring again and impatiently instructed one of his subordinates, "Answer it." "Yes." The subordinate approached the bedside table, answered the phone, and inquired, "What is it?" The next moment, as the front desk's young woman conveyed her message, the subordinate's expression shifted drastically, and he hurriedly covered the mouthpiece, exclaiming, "Master Hu, the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team has arrived," seemingly targeting Master Feng. "What?" Gu Wenhu gasped, his cigar tumbling to the floor in shock. He had never anticipated that the police would arrive so swiftly. Just a minute ago, the traffic police had called to inform him that Tang Long had taken the small truck driver away, urging him to prepare. Yet, before he could react, they were already closing in on Xia Feng. "Quick, call Xia Feng," Gu Wenhu urged urgently. "Yes." The subordinate promptly hung up and dialed the landline in Xia Feng's room. "Master Hu, we are connected." Gu Wenhui hurriedly answered the phone, urgently informing Xia Feng on the other end. "The police have arrived. They might be looking for you. Leave quickly. Remember, if you cannot escape, do not resist." This time, it is the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. After saying this, Gu Wenhui abruptly hung up the call. Pacing back and forth in the room, he slapped his own face, murmuring to himself, "Calm down. Calm down. How could this happen?" After much contemplation, Gu Wenhui picked up the phone again and dialed his elder brother, Gu Wenlong. "What is it now?" came Gu Wenlong's voice amidst the din on the other end. "Brother, where are you? Is it convenient to talk?" Gu Wenhui asked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. "I am in the city attending a meeting. Call back in half an hour. We will be done by then," Gu Wenlong replied in a low tone. "There is no time. Brother, something has happened." Upon hearing this, Gu Wenhui's voice changed, causing Gu Wenlong's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that the matter of substituting sand for grain during inspections had been discovered? "Hang up now. I will call you back shortly," Gu Wenlong said before disconnecting the call. Setting the phone down, Gu Wenhui was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously in the room. "Hurry, hurry," he muttered, rubbing his hands together while keeping an eye on the wall clock. The ticking of the second hand echoed like a countdown of his life, with each tick tightening the knot in his stomach. This time, he was genuinely frightened. The sudden arrival of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team to apprehend Xia Feng could only signal ill intentions. He was not afraid of other matters. Under his guidance, Xia Feng had committed numerous heinous acts, even taking several lives. If Xia Feng were to speak out, the consequences were unimaginable. "Quick! Have Secretary Feng bring me my passport." Book a flight immediately. Anywhere will do, just be swift. After considering various options, Gu Wenhui resolved to evade the storm by fleeing abroad for a while. He and Gu Wenlong had long been prepared, having arranged all necessary documentation in advance to avoid being caught off guard when this day arrived. However, he never anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Gu Wenhui, who jumped in alarm. He quickly grabbed the receiver and exclaimed, "Brother, what has happened? Is it about the grain issue being exposed?" Gu Wenlong lowered his voice and asked, "Is it?" "No." Gu Wenhui hurriedly recounted the situation regarding the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team's raid at the leisure center. "Oh," Gu Wenlong sighed in relief, "do not panic. The Provincial Criminal Investigation Team cannot arbitrarily arrest people in Jiangning. I will call Director Gu immediately. You must not react impulsively, do you understand?" Gu Wenhui nodded. "Brother, I feel this is unsafe. Perhaps I should leave the country for a few days and return once the dust settles. Yifeng knows far too much about me. If he confesses, even if I had 10 lives, it would not be enough." Murder was merely a small part of Gu Wenhui's misdeeds. He had also committed acts of rape against female students and threatened their parents on numerous occasions. As for his leisure center, it is a veritable den of iniquity, where he exploits female students, coerced into accompanying his affluent guests for the night. The list of his transgressions is so extensive that he himself cannot keep track. Any single infraction could prove fatal. Indeed, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise for you to leave the country immediately. However, you must ensure that your anxiety remains undetected. Step outside shortly, and should you encounter members of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, remain calm. First, steady them, and then make your swift exit. Upon hearing Gu Wenlong's instructions, Gu Wenhu nodded repeatedly, saying, "Brother, I will heed your advice." Just then, the corridor was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a knock on the door of room 305. "They have arrived. It is indeed a search for Yifeng." Clatter. Gu Wenhu's phone accidentally fell from his grasp onto the table. "Do not panic." Hearing his brother's commanding voice through the phone, Gu Wenhu took a deep breath, rubbed his face with his hands, and picked up the phone, declaring, "Rest assured, brother. I know what to do." He then hung up, adjusted the collar of his robe, and called out to his aide, "Cigar?" The aide promptly stepped forward, handing him a cigar, and then produced a lighter to ignite it. With a deep inhalation of the cigar, Gu Wenhu strode confidently to open the door. Chapter 60. The Arrest Warrant. Yifeng captured. The curtain rises. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin rapped 3 more times. Noticing the silence from within, he exchanged a glance with a nearby investigator and signaled, "Prepare to breach the door." At that moment, a languid voice from room 305 inquired, "Who is it?" "We are from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team and wish to ask you a few questions. Please open the door," Lin replied, extending his right hand at his bag, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Click! A crisp sound resonated, and the door swung open to reveal Yifeng, clad in a loose-fitting robe. Yawning as he stepped out, he did not refrain from fleeing out of choice. Rather, upon opening the rear window, he was confronted with the sight of at least 6 or 7 plainclothes officers on the street below. Even if he were to leap from the 3rd floor, escape would be impossible. Thus, in a state of resignation, he removed his outer garments, donned a robe, and feigned calmness as he opened the door. In truth, he was so anxious that his heart felt as if it was lodged in his throat. "Are you Yifeng?" Although Yifeng showed no signs of resistance, Lin remained vigilant, gripping his firearm tightly as he coldly inquired. "Yes, who are you?" Yifeng asked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin, and the others. Feigning ignorance. "Yifeng, we are currently investigating a case that requires your cooperation. Here is my identification." Lin produced his credentials and waved them before Yifeng, then gestured toward a nearby investigator. Clank. The investigator unclipped handcuffs from his belt and approached Yifeng. "Wait." At that moment, in room 308, just 2 doors away from 305, the door swung open. Gu Wenhu, cigar in mouth and hands clasped behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at Lin, and the others, inquiring, "What are you doing? How dare you arrest someone at will?" "Yifeng is the manager of our leisure center security team. You cannot simply apprehend him. You'd better have your chief come personally." The two detectives were almost amused by Gu Wenhu's arrogance. Who does he think he is, demanding to see the chief? Lin Yi replied calmly. We are from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, and we wish to inquire about a case involving Xia Feng. Inquire? Do you have an arrest warrant? Arbitrarily capturing someone is against the law. Gu Wenhu narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. This is the arrest warrant. You may review it, Lin Yi said, handing over the warrant he had prepared the previous day. Upon seeing the red stamp that bore the words inspection team, Gu Wenhu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was bad. It appeared he would have to flee the country, regrettably, as he had yet to transfer a significant amount of money to his overseas accounts. Taking a deep breath, Gu Wenhu patted Xia Feng's shoulder, saying, Fengzi, don't worry. Go with them. I'll give you a word of introduction, and in a few days, you'll be released. All right, I trust you, Tiger. Xia Feng swallowed hard. Uncertain whether Gu Wenhu was genuinely unaware of the situation or merely putting on an act. The Provincial Criminal Investigation Team coming to capture him undoubtedly indicated a serious issue, and they must possess ample evidence. Otherwise, they would not have set such a trap. However, in front of Lin Yi and the others, Xia Feng could not afford to show any sign of distress. He had to pretend to remain composed, cooperating with Gu Wenhu's performance. Rest assured, I will take good care of your mother, Gu Wenhu emphasized with a heavier tone, giving Xia Feng's shoulder another firm pat. Xia Feng suddenly looked up, astonished at Gu Wenhu's words. He understood all too well what that meant. He had never contemplated betraying Gu Wenhu, yet he was being threatened with the safety of his own mother. Go ahead, Fengzi, say what needs to be said. No one can force you to say what should not be said. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, I, Gu Wenhu, will ensure justice is served, even if it means taking the matter to the capital. Having spoken, Gu Wenhu turned and retreated into his room. As soon as he closed the door, he was drenched in cold sweat. Hearing the footsteps in the corridor recede, one of his subordinates approached, saying, Tiger, are you really letting them take Feng away? Shouldn't I and a few brothers block the door? Perhaps Chief Gu will arrive shortly. Slap! Gu Wenhu struck the subordinate across the face. His features contorted with rage as he pointed a finger menacingly at him. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see those men are armed? You think you could just block them? Get lost. The subordinate, who had intended to flatter Gu Wenhu, trembled in fear at his furious outburst and quickly retreated to a safe distance. After a vigorous outburst, Gu Wenhu stepped to the window, parting the curtains slightly to observe Xia Feng being escorted into a police car by Lin Yi and others. He could not help but slowly close his eyes. It was over. However, he lingered by the window for no more than 5 seconds before tossing aside his robe, deftly dressing himself, and instructing a subordinate, quick, have a driver take the car to the back door and return me to the company immediately. Just a few steps later, Gu Wenhu abruptly halted. Turning to his 2 aides, you wait for me downstairs. With that, he swiftly retraced his steps to his room, securing the door and ensuring no one was outside before seizing the phone to contact his trusted confidant, Tan Kajuan, the vice president of Tianma Group. Brother Hu. Soon, Tan's voice resonated through the phone. Junzi, burn all the ledgers immediately and destroy all company correspondence after taking proper photographs. I may be away for a while, so please keep a close eye on things at the company. Upon concluding this urgent conversation, Gu Wenhu hung up. At that moment, returning to Tianma Group was absolutely out of the question. Who could guarantee that there were no spies within the company? After much contemplation, Gu Wenhu directly dialed his driver. Not long after, once the call connected, Gu Wenhu commanded coldly, drive my car to the provincial capital at once. Once you arrive, spend the day wandering around. In the evening, feel free to go wherever you wish. The company will cover your expenses. For the next 3 days, you are to remain in the provincial capital, understood? Yes. The driver, visibly perplexed, nodded in response. After ending the call, Gu Wenhu instructed the manager of the leisure center to bring him a janitor's uniform. Sir, what do you need this for? It's rather unlucky. The manager, with a sycophantic smile, placed the uniform on the table, puzzled. Gu Wenhu shot a glare at the manager. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have slapped him. However, the situation was different now. He needed to maintain composure among everyone. With this thought, Gu Wenhu burst into laughter. Tomorrow night, I plan to host a masquerade ball. I hadn't decided on my costume until the maid came in to clean, and suddenly an idea struck me. Manager Zhang, don't leave just yet. I'll try this outfit on, and you can help me see if anyone would recognize me. At this, Manager Zhang was taken aback. Wealthy individuals certainly knew how to have fun. All right, since you have faith in me, I'll help you. Gu Wenhu ignored the manageress comments and quickly changed into the uniform. After some clever disguising in front of the mirror, he turned to Manager Zhang, inquiring, "How do I look?" Manager Zhang scrutinized him for a while, then hurried over to adjust Gu Wenhu's attire before smiling ingratiatingly. "Sir, if you're to exit through the front door now, no one would recognize you." Pleased, Gu Wenhu nodded. "Excellent. I'll follow your advice and leave through the front. If no one recognizes me, I'll add an extra 10,000 to your bonus this month." "Oh, thank you, sir." Manager Zhang performed several bows, following Gu Wenhu as he exited the room. Chapter 61. Special Interrogation Disguised as a Different Persona. Gu Wenhu made his way from the third floor of the leisure center to the first floor. Strangely, none of the employees he encountered greeted him. In fact, 2 waiters even asked him to assist in collecting trash along the way. Maintaining his composure, Gu Wenhu completed the task and swiftly exited the leisure center. Carrying the trash bag, he leisurely strolled along the roadside until he was far enough away to ensure he was not being observed, at which point he hailed a taxi. He fled towards the vicinity of the train station before pulling out his phone to contact his secretary. "Secretary Chun, please deliver my passport and the booked flight ticket to the storage locker at Walmart. Then send me the locker number and password. Hurry." After conveying his message, Gu Wenhu abruptly hung up. His singular focus was on escape. No matter what, he needed to leave Jiangning first. Where he would go next was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Lin Yi quickly escorted Xia Feng to the temporary office of the Special Investigation Team. At that moment, Xia Feng realized that disaster was imminent. Peering through the small window of the interrogation room doors, he spotted the small truck driver and the traffic squad leader, Ma Mingkai, intensifying his ominous premonitions. "Go in." Lin Yi directed Xia Feng into the 5th interrogation room, where he was made to sit on a chair and had his hands cuffed to the armrest before Lin Yi exited the room to knock on Xia Feng's office door. "Come." Xia Feng was engrossed in reviewing Zhao Haifeng's testimony while contemplating something. "Team leader Xia Feng has been successfully apprehended." Lin Yi stood at attention and handed over the key to the 5th interrogation room to Xia Feng. "Good, let's go see him together." With that, Xia Feng took the key and, accompanied by Lin Yi and Li Bing, entered the 5th interrogation room. Upon seeing Xia Feng again, Xia Feng displayed a faint smile. "It's nice to see you again." After saying this, Xia Feng pulled up a chair and sat down. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." "I do not recall ever having met you," Xia Feng replied, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, adopting an attitude of indifference. In his mind, he believed that his previous attempt to eliminate Xia Feng had been exposed, and that Xia Feng had uncovered his true identity. He thought that as long as he remained obstinate in his denial, Xia Feng would be powerless to act against him. After all, without solid evidence, even if Xia Feng identified him, it would be futile. "Very well, let us discuss something pertinent to you." On the evening of July 8th, 1996, between 10 p.m. and midnight, where were you? At this, Xia Feng's eyes flew open, a mix of fear and astonishment etched across his face. The events of that night were indelibly etched in his memory. But how could this case, which had been closed 2 years prior, be brought up by Xia Feng? "I do not recall. That night, I was likely at a karaoke bar singing or drinking with friends. It was so long ago, I simply cannot remember." It must be said, Xia Feng possessed an extraordinary psychological resilience. Despite an inner tumult of terror, he maintained an outward demeanor of calm, betraying not a hint of emotion, as though recounting the events of an utterly mundane day. "Is that so?" Xia Feng smiled faintly, extracting Su Jiming's testimony from the dossier and gesturing towards Li Bing beside her. Li Bing took the statement and presented it to Xia Feng. Only then did Xia Feng speak. However, Su Jiming recounts a different narrative. He stated that on that fateful night, around 9:30, you called him, inquiring specifically about the whereabouts of Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter at the municipal reception center. After confirming their presence, you instructed him to await your arrival at the entrance and accompanied him to their quarters. Approximately at 10 minutes to 10, you arrived at the municipal reception center, where he personally greeted you and escorted you to the rooms of Qian Guoxing's wife, Li Meizhu, and daughter, Qian Panpan, even going so far as to open the door for you himself. Subsequently, you commanded your subordinates to escort the mother and daughter from the municipal reception center. At this juncture, Xia Feng paused, raising her gaze to He Feng, lighting a cigarette before continuing. At 11:45 that night, you returned this mother and daughter to the municipal reception center and took them to the rooftop, where Su Jiming witnessed Qian Panpan's tragic fall. Upon hearing this, even He Feng, with his robust composure, began to falter. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a relentless rain. How did Xia Feng manage to locate Su Jiming? He could scarcely recall who this individual was, let alone that he had been transferred from the municipal reception center long ago. How did Xia Feng manage to unearth him? Silence enveloped the interrogation room, an eerie stillness as Xia Feng, smoking, scrutinized He Feng's shifting expressions. Only when his cold sweat flowed freely did she rise slowly, placing a hand on his shoulder, stating, "I am keen to know where you were and what you were doing between 10 and 11:45. He Feng's hand trembled slightly, his voice low. "I do not comprehend what you are saying, nor do I know anyone named Su Jiming. You are making false accusations. I know nothing." He Feng. Lin Yi suddenly slammed his hand upon the table, coldly reprimanding. "The evidence is irrefutable. Do you dare to remain obstinate?" As he spoke, Lin Yi stood, rolling up his sleeves as if to take action. "You are coercing me into a confession." He Feng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, then closed them defiantly, appearing ready to endure Lin Yi's assault. Witnessing this, Xia Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, he was a formidable character. Prying open his mouth would prove a formidable challenge. Advancing to Li Bing, Xia Feng reached for the evidence bag beside her, smiling as she addressed He Feng. "You may deny the allegations, but regrettably," with a swift motion, she poured out a pocket watch from the evidence bag. The night was shrouded in darkness, and you would never have anticipated leaving this behind at the scene. "What?" He Feng's eyes flew open, fixating on the pocket watch in Xia Feng's hand, his brows knitting together in confusion. He had never seen that watch before. Moreover, at that time, he repeatedly instructed his subordinates to erase any traces, lest they leave any evidence for the police. No, it could not possibly be related to the case of Li Meizhu. Xia Feng must be deceiving him. Contemplating this, He Feng disdainfully snorted and declared, "I have never seen this watch before. Do not presume that a mere watch can substantiate anything. There are countless pocket watches for sale on the streets. If I were to hold one and accuse you of murder, would you truly be guilty?" Upon hearing this, Xia Feng chuckled and pointed to a line of small English text on the pocket watch, declaring, "This watch is different. It bears a name, and soon, the parties involved, or rather, the family of the victim, will arrive. This pocket watch is irrefutable evidence of your heinous crime. Beyond this case, there are several major cases that also implicate you, or rather, in which you played a direct role. I am not merely seeking to understand the case. I am offering you an opportunity." With that, Xia Feng returned the pocket watch to the evidence bag. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Director Xia, Team Leader Qian has arrived," came the breathless voice of Tang Long from beyond the door. Xia Feng replied coolly, "Please come in." As the door opened, Qian Guoxing walked in, a look of confusion adorning his face. He first cast a surprised glance at He Feng, then his gaze fell upon the pocket watch. In an instant, Qian Guoxing's eyes reddened, and a layer of mist appeared in his resolute gaze. Trembling, he grasped the evidence bag and, with a choked voice, asked, "This is Meizhu's personal effects, Comrade Xia Feng. Where did you find it?" Chapter 62. Special approval from the chief. Witness and material evidence aligned. Xia Feng licked his lips and patted Qian Guoxing's shoulder, saying, "Old Qian, please control your emotions. Now, kindly take a seat across from us to assist with our investigation." "Huh?" Qian Guoxing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xia Feng in bewilderment. After a pause, he comprehended Xia Feng's intent and nodded gratefully. "All right." As he spoke, Qian Guoxing stepped over to He Feng's side and pulled up a chair. "Qian Guoxing, you claim that this watch is the personal effect of the victims, Li Meizhu and Qian Panpan. from the night of July 8th, 1996. Do you have any evidence to support this? Xia Feng inquired with an air of calmness. Indeed, this watch was seized from an enemy officer during the war in '79. The inscription should read Colonel Bernier. At that time, I did not submit this pocket watch, but instead kept it for myself. After returning to my homeland, I gifted it to my beloved Li Meizhu. It was this incident that compelled me to retire from active service. Xia Feng nodded slightly. Oh, seized from an enemy officer? Yes, it must have been previously confiscated from an officer of the American forces. Regardless, I found this watch exquisite and wished to present it as a gift to my beloved. It was because of this act that I made an error. My former political commissar can attest to this, as can my original unit, which still retains records. They can verify this at any time. Having spoken, Qian Guoxing wrote down the names of Chen Yinshan and the titles of the original troops. Li Bing, verify this immediately, said Xia Feng, handing the written phone number to Li Bing. At that moment, He Feng, who sat beside Qian Guoxing, trembled uncontrollably. Although his mental fortitude was stronger than that of the average person, it did not imply that he was devoid of fear. Deep down, he understood that Li Meizhu and Qian Panpan were Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter, which only served to underscore the uniqueness of the pocket watch. He was almost certain that he was doomed to die. Xia Feng slowly turned his head to He Feng and said, He Feng, you have approximately 10 minutes before Li Bing returns. I know many of your actions are not of your own volition. There are unseen forces guiding you. In truth, you're also a victim of circumstance. At the tender age of 10, your father, a forestry worker, met his tragic end while lifting timber. Your mother raised you with great difficulty, yet not only were your relatives indifferent towards you both, but they also often bullied your mother. When you were 15, your mother was tormented by the local bully, and you yearned to avenge her. Unfortunately, you were too young and ended up severely injured. Spending a month in the county hospital, as he spoke, Xia Feng retrieved a hospital admission record and a document from the local police station from a nearby file and handed them to He Feng. He Feng was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he were transparent before Xia Feng. From that point onward, you trained in combat with a retired soldier from your village, and due to your exceptional performance, you were later selected for a provincial martial arts school. Years later, the very bully who tormented your mother met an unexpected demise in a shallow river at the village entrance, and from that day forth, He Jinlei ceased to exist in Shangha village. Yet, Jiangning bore witness to the rise of a formidable figure named He Feng, who became a key member of Gu Wenhu's gang. Am I correct in my assertions? Xia Feng inquired. He Feng took a deep breath and turned his head, deliberately avoiding Xia Feng's gaze. Xia Feng continued. Initially, your intention was merely to punish the wicked, yet you fell victim to the curse of the dragon-slaying youth becoming a dragon himself. Have you ever considered how similar Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter are to your mother? What distinguishes you from the bully who tormented her? The heinous crimes you have committed cannot be forgiven, nor can they be mitigated. However, do you not yearn for even a shred of solace for your conscience? Over the years, have you been able to sleep peacefully? If your mother were to learn that the money you provided her was obtained in such a manner, how would she react? With a sudden intensity, He Feng lifted his gaze towards Xia Feng and declared, each person must bear the consequences of their own actions. You can execute me, but do not involve my mother. This time, He Feng was genuinely moved. Until now, his elderly mother remained unaware that the most notorious figure in Jiangning was her son, He Jinlei. Should she discover the truth about her son's nature, she would likely be too ashamed to continue living. This was He Feng's greatest fear. Therefore, each time he returned to visit his mother, he did so alone, daring not to bring even a single subordinate with him. He clearly understood that his mother was a simple, honest, and somewhat timid rural woman. From a young age, her teachings instilled in him the importance of being grounded and dutiful. Yet, the harsh realities of life twisted his psyche from an early age. When the village bully humiliated his mother without facing any repercussions, it ignited a flame within him. However, after confronting the bully and being assaulted by him and the brother-in-law of the local police chief, he lost all faith in justice. Studying martial arts became merely a means for him to seek vengeance. Initially, he only intended to teach the bully and the police chief a lesson. But Gu Qinghu and his thugs ended up taking their lives. From that day forth, Xia Feng found himself with no escape. It was at that moment that he plunged into an abyss of irreversible despair. Over the years spent alongside Gu Wenhui, engaging in violence and causing harm became routine, with the lies he had taken numbering more than 10. At this juncture, he fully comprehended that his own life was nearing its end. Yet, he was determined to shield his elderly mother from the truth, that the feared and cursed villain, Xia Feng, was in fact her son, He Jinglei. He had even overheard her curse Xia Feng countless times during meals. How could he remain oblivious? If she were to learn the truth, what devastating blow would it be for her? As the summer breeze reignited his cigarette, he inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke before speaking slowly. Xia Feng, I hope you can grasp our sincere intentions. Your mother is your only family in this world. The news of your arrest will soon spread. Consider how those you have sacrificed for will treat her. If those individuals are not brought to justice, it spells doom for both you and your mother. A woman who lost her husband, raising you alone from the age of 10. How much hardship has she endured? She only wishes to see you settle down and continue the family legacy. Alas, her wishes may never come to fruition, and the dutiful, kind-hearted son she knew has transformed into a despised villain. Xia Feng's sigh resonated like a heavy hammer, striking Xia Feng's heart. Report. At that moment, Li Bing hurried back, presenting a fax to Xia Feng. This document was specially approved by the military chief for us. It contains enough evidence to support Qian Guoxing's claims. Good. Bring me Zhao Haifeng's statement for review, Xia Feng instructed with a nod. At that moment, Xia Feng's mental defenses were teetering on the brink of collapse. Xia Feng's objective was to make Xia Feng believe that every case he had been involved in had already been thoroughly documented by the investigative team. Only then could he pry open Xia Feng's lips. Yes, Li Bing responded, retrieving Zhao Haifeng's statement and presenting it to Xia Feng. Take a look. He found that pocket watch. Chapter 63, Breakthrough. With a piercing focus on the Jiangning gang, Xia Feng found himself engulfed in despair after perusing Zhao Haifeng's testimony. He could scarcely fathom that a mere thief had stumbled upon the most crucial piece of evidence. Moreover, the fortuitous capture of that thief by Xia Feng had unveiled the entire narrative. The evidence stood as an unassailable fortress, forming an unbroken chain. In light of this revelation, Xia Feng felt utterly at a loss for words, as if fate itself had conspired against him. You murdered Mei Zhu. At that moment, Qian Guoxing abruptly rose, seizing Xia Feng by the collar and delivering a ferocious blow to his face. The impact was resounding, leaving Xia Feng bloodied and with half of his visage swelling instantaneously. Qian, do not act impulsively. Xia Feng hurriedly interjected, restraining Qian Guoxing and urging him to take a seat, casting several meaningful glances in the process. Yet, Qian Guoxing's pent-up fury was beyond containment. Lin Yi, Tang Long, escort Qian out to cool down, observing that Qian Guoxing was wholly uncontrollable. Xia Feng quickly instructed Lin Yi and Tang Long to take him out of the office. Once the door was securely closed, Xia Feng retrieved a tissue, offering it to Xia Feng. Wipe yourself off. Xia Feng fixed his gaze on Xia Feng for an extended moment before suddenly breaking into uproarious laughter. After a prolonged spell, he abruptly covered his face and wept uncontrollably. It was only after Xia Feng's emotions had settled that Xia Feng calmly remarked, Now, shall we discuss what you have been up to all these years? After a protracted silence, Xia Feng finally spoke. I have a request. If you agree, I will divulge everything. Speak. Xia Feng nodded. Ensure the safety of my mother, but do not bring her here. Is that feasible? Xia Feng looked intently at Xia Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Feng called out, Tang Long. Yes, Leader Xia. Tang Long entered the interrogation room with a salute. Xia Feng instructed, immediately send someone to Wanan Street, the Qinqing Garden Community, Building 4, Unit 3, second floor left, and bring Xia Feng's mother out. Inform her that. Xia Feng paused, gazing at Xia Feng for a considerable time before continuing. Her son is assisting us in solving a case, and to ensure her and her son's safety, she should temporarily relocate. Additionally, Xia Feng retrieved 200 yuan bills from his pocket, handing them to Tang Long. Rent a nearby room and assign a female officer to provide round-the-clock protection for the elderly lady. Tang Long frowned and said, Leader Xia, This money cannot be reimbursed. Is it truly necessary for you to spend out of pocket for this scoundrel? Xia Feng shook his head. It is not for him, but for his devoted mother. And moreover, for the hearts of all mothers in the world. Now go. Understood. Tang Long shot a fierce glare at Xia Feng before hurriedly taking the half-month's salary and departing. Li Bing, have Sister Mei come in to record. You will be responsible for documentation. Upon hearing this, Li Bing blinked and replied, Leader Xia, Sister Mei went to Wantong County today. I can record just the same. With that, Li Bing rose swiftly, rushed to Su Mei's office to fetch the recorder, and returned to the interrogation room. From 10 in the morning until 7 in the evening, Xia Feng and Li Bing finally emerged from the interrogation room. Wow, is this stack of documents solely comprised of materials? Li Bing exclaimed, taken aback. Xia Feng's testimony was filled with an overwhelming amount of information and involved numerous individuals. However, it was regrettable that it was merely Xia Feng's account, which could not serve as sufficient grounds for convicting anyone. Evidence. The essence lies in evidence. Nonetheless, Xia Feng felt a sense of satisfaction in successfully extracting information from Xia Feng. Nodding in approval, Xia Feng remarked, We shall compile this overnight and present it to Secretary Chen tomorrow. Following that, we will require his robust support. These individuals are not easily apprehended. All right, I will stay up tonight to organize it, regardless of the lack of sleep. Li Bing responded emphatically. Good, you and Tang Long should head back early. The workday has long since concluded, Xia Feng concluded, waving goodbye to Li Bing as he strode into Qian Guoxing's office. At this moment, 3 empty cigarette packs lay before Qian Guoxing, and the office was shrouded in smoke. Old Qian, Xia Feng entered, producing a set of keys from his pocket and placing them in Qian Guoxing's palm. I'm heading out with Zhang Kai and Zhao Wei for a bite. I've been starving all day. By the way, I lost my keys. Could you help me look for them later? With a pat on Qian Guoxing's shoulder, Xia Feng turned to leave. Wait. Qian Guoxing grasped Xia Feng's arm, saying, Xia Feng, I trust you to exercise discretion. Xia Feng smiled at Qian Guoxing. Human hearts are made of flesh. The same situation, even if one were to witness someone being led to the gallows, would still evoke a sense of disquiet. While rules must be adhered to, they should also be enforced with humanity. I'll report to the inspection team myself. With that, Xia Feng hastily exited. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out to Zhao Wei and Zhang Kai, who were quietly discussing matters in the reception area. Let us go eat. Leader Xia, should we invite Team Leader Qian? Zhao Wei inquired, glancing towards Qian Guoxing's office. No need. We'll bring him something back after we finish. Hurry up. Let us not waste time, Xia Feng instructed, leading the two out of the temporary office. Meanwhile, the news of Xia Feng's arrest had already reached Chun Dakong and his associates. A wave of panic swept through them, causing widespread anxiety. At the forefront was Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Gu Chong. He had assisted Xia Feng with numerous cases, and should matters escalate, he would be the first to face isolation and scrutiny. What do we do now? Xia Feng has been captured, and we have no idea where he is, putting us all in jeopardy. Gu Chong was genuinely unsettled. The unfolding events surpassed his worst fears. Wang Guokai wore a troubled expression, thoroughly bewildered by Xia Feng's tactical maneuvering. Just yesterday, they had discussed investigating grain supplies. How had it suddenly escalated to Xia Feng's arrest? Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the grain depot in Wantong County, Xia Feng executed a masterstroke by detaining Xia Feng, a move that even Chun Dakong had not anticipated. Please be quiet. When will Gu Wenlong arrive? Chun Dakong maintained his composure and inquired in a low voice to the others in the room. It should be soon. He mentioned he needed to handle some aftermath to avoid any exposure, but Gu Wenhu has already fled Jiangning, Gu Chong remarked seriously. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chun Dakong's eyes brightened. As long as Gu Wenhu remained at large, all crimes could be attributed to him. Moreover, with no evidence available to Xia Feng, relying solely on Xia Feng's testimony to convict them would be nearly impossible. Gu Wenhu was indeed prudent. As long as he stayed safe, there was no need for panic. Without evidence, the inspection team could not arbitrarily assign blame. Chun Dakong finally opened his thermos and sipped his comforting tea. Chapter 64. No matter how great the tigers strike. At this moment, Gu Wenlong had arrived at the lobby of the hotel. After much hesitation, He turned and sat down on a sofa in the lounge area. As he smoked a cigarette, Gu Wenlong furrowed his brow in deep thought. Although Gu Wenhu had escaped to Guangxing, the entire process had been too smooth. Moreover, as Gu Wenhu had stated, since his flight began, both at the train station and during transit, everything had been calm, with no identity checks encountered along the way. It seemed as if someone had cast a vast net, but had failed to catch Gu Wenhu. How could this be possible? As a representative of the people, he was well aware of the police's investigative procedures. Having apprehended Xia Feng, they could not possibly neglect to monitor Gu Wenhu. The absence of any pursuit or inquiry from the police was perplexing. Could the target be him, Gu Wenlong? The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down his spine. He quickly retrieved his phone and called his secretary. The acquisition of Jiangning's second department store should be temporarily shelved. Notify all department managers, especially those responsible for asset evaluation, to halt all ongoing work immediately. After speaking, Gu Wenlong slightly closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa as he fell into contemplation. Initially, the acquisition of Jiangning's second department store was nearing completion. Once the bank's appraiser signed the asset evaluation report, he could acquire the store, valued at $25 million, for a mere $1. However, now he hesitated. In this tumultuous time, he could only exercise patience and strive not to leave any incriminating evidence for the inspection team. After pondering for over 10 minutes and ensuring there were no oversights, he wiped his face, picked up his briefcase, and swiftly ascended the staircase. Meanwhile, Xia Feng and his companions had arrived at a small eatery adjacent to their temporary office, ordering 3 home-style dishes and 3 bowls of rice, chatting as they ate. This place was already close to the outskirts and typically saw little foot traffic. Now, as it approached 8 in the evening, the small establishment was nearly closing. With hardly anyone inside, Xia Feng inadvertently noticed that the proprietor limped on one foot and casually asked, "Boss, what happened to your leg? Did the factory file a work injury claim for you?" The shopkeeper had yet to utter a word when his wife sighed and remarked, "What injury report?" The father of the child was beaten, alas. Zhao Wei swallowed his food, furrowing his brow. Then why not report it to the police? To be beaten to such an extent could warrant a disability evaluation. He should be held accountable for compensation. Indeed, according to Jiangning standards, he could be compensated around 30 to 40,000. With that, they could relocate to a better storefront, and business would surely flourish far beyond this current situation. Zhang Kai added, in 1998, Jiangning was just beginning to develop. Even in the city center, the annual rent for a shop was merely 30 to 40,000. Yet the business prospects were exponentially better than in this suburban area. Compensation? The shopkeeper's wife wiped away her tears, shaking her head in resignation as she retreated to the kitchen to tidy up. "Boss, what exactly happened? Could you share with me?" Xia Feng inquired, setting down his utensils. Curiosity etched on his face. What good would it do to speak of it? "Just eat. It's almost 8 o'clock, and I must close up. Tomorrow morning, I have to rise at 2 or 3 to procure vegetables for the market," the boss replied, unwilling to revisit the past. Seeing the boss's reluctance, Xia Feng frowned and asked, "Was it Xia Feng who did this?" Upon hearing the name, the boss paused, then disdainfully shook his head. "What Xia Feng? My leg was treatable. However, just the second day after my hospitalization, the chief of the Sana Road police station personally warned me at the hospital that if I did not discharge myself that day, he would break my other leg as well. Xia Feng? Will he dare?" With that, the boss turned his back to Xia Feng and entered the kitchen. The 3 exchanged glances, instantly losing their appetite. "Boss, I've left the money on the table. We're leaving now," Xia Feng said, placing his utensils down, his mood heavy as he stepped outside. It seemed that Jiangning needed to not only tackle the big fish, but also swat the flies. Public safety is paramount to a city's development. The police chief bears the significant responsibility of maintaining order in his jurisdiction. If he dares to act with such impunity, without strict enforcement and punishment, the malfeasance will only escalate. As Xia Feng walked, he spoke with a grave tone. "Leader Xia, how about I head to the municipal bureau right now and bring the Sana Road chief here?" Zhao Wei exclaimed, infuriated. Xia Feng waved his hand, glanced at his watch, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Let us not act hastily and alert the snake. Zhao Wei, when you return, Compile a list of all law enforcement personnel who have assisted Xia Feng based on his testimony recordings. As for the incident at the Sanha Road police station, document that separately. I will have great use for it tomorrow. Understood. Zhao Wei nodded emphatically. Leader Xia, if we apprehend Xia Feng, should we not also set our sights on Gu Wenhu? With hundreds of cases, I believe Xia Feng's testimony could suffice for his arrest. Zhang Kai suddenly proposed. Recalling Gu Wenhu, Xia Feng placed a hand on Zhang Kai's shoulder and said, if I am not mistaken, he is likely on the verge of fleeing abroad. Where we find him? What? Both Zhang Kai and Zhao Wei were taken aback, gazing at Xia Feng in disbelief. Leader Xia, just 2 days ago, you spoke with such conviction, assuring us that Gu Wenhu could not escape. In the blink of an eye, knowing full well that Gu Wenhu would escape. How could there be no preemptive measures in place? Is it possible that Xia Feng, like those individuals, deliberately sidesteps anyone with connections? If so, what purpose does their investigation serve? Allowing the bullets to fly for a while? If he does not flee, more individuals will take the opportunity to escape. Letting one slip away is merely a strategy to prevent others from following suit, Xia Feng remarked with profound significance. In his previous life, although he had never personally encountered Gu Wenhu, he had gleaned a general understanding of the man from news reports. Gu Wenhu was not only ferociously cruel, but also exceedingly cunning. Otherwise, he would not have received a mere 10-year sentence in his past life, only to be released early due to a reduction in sentence. Having witnessed Xia Feng's capture with his own eyes, how could he possibly refrain from fleeing? Yet, the law of the heavens is vast and unyielding. His ultimate refuge would likely be the residence he established abroad after his release in his previous life. A man of his nature would not simply settle anywhere. He must have laid the groundwork long ago. Once the timing is right, capturing him would merely be a matter of making a phone call. Rest assured, it is merely a matter of allowing him a few days of leisure. Now, let us return and see how matters are progressing with the money group. With that, Xia Feng strode into the temporary office building. Behind him, Zhang Kai and Zhao Wei exchanged skeptical glances, grappling with Xia Feng's rationale for letting the principal culprit escape. Let us go back as well and follow his instructions. If we fail to apprehend Gu Wenhu, we shall investigate him too, Zhao Wei remarked, his brow furrowed as he observed Xia Feng's retreating figure. Xia Feng first arrived at the number 5 interrogation room, peering through the window to find Xia Feng resting on the bed, eyes closed without a scratch on him, which eased his mind as he proceeded into Qian Guoxing's office. At that moment, Qian Guoxing was seated at his desk, a half-eaten bag of roasted peanuts before him and a half-full bottle of Hengshui Laobai gone beside it. Upon hearing footsteps, Qian Guoxing glanced up at Xia Feng and slapped a set of keys from his pocket onto the desk, saying, Here, your key back. Didn't he hit him? Xia Feng made no attempt to take the keys. Instead, he took a swig from the bottle of Hengshui Laobai gone and settled into a chair opposite Qian Guoxing. If it were me, I would have kept him bedridden in for at least 3 days. Oh, I had already formulated how to write the report. You have truly squandered my good intentions, Qian Guoxing replied, contemplating Xia Feng for a long moment before suddenly chuckling. He peeled a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, saying, You've certainly mastered the art of understanding human nature. I am a man who has erred. Otherwise, I would not have shed that military uniform. Is giving me the key yet another test? Chapter 65. Calling me over at night to indulge in your cherries? Ha ha ha. Xia Feng's hearty laughter echoed throughout the corridor. Old Qian, you flatter me. With this, Xia Feng too took a peanut, slowly peeling it, rolling the skin in his fingers as he thoughtfully remarked. Personal feelings are indeed the most formidable barriers we must overcome. You are not alone in this. I am too. Alone. I find myself unable to dismantle the entire Jiangning gang. Moreover, I have a premonition that uprooting them entirely this time will prove exceedingly difficult. After all, those who occupy significant positions are far from foolish and will not simply sit idly, awaiting our capture. Individuals like you and me, though we are fond of wealth, do not accept bribes. The remaining vulnerabilities lie in personal sentiments. I have perused the case files concerning my sister-in-law, and it is evident that any person would struggle to contain their emotions. Revenge is a fundamental emotion for any normal individual, not born from pettiness. but rather from the unqualified inability to forgive and reconcile on behalf of others. However, Xia Feng, tossing the shelled peanuts into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully and remarked, "If my comrades and I cannot even control our own emotions, how could we possibly contend with the Jiangning gang? A person devoid of desires may appear resolute. Yet how can one truly exist without desires? It merely involves concealing one's feelings deep within." Qian Guoxing stared intently at Xia Feng, the harsh glare of the fluorescent light accentuating the contours of the young man's face, rendering him even more imposing. "Are you truly 26? After a prolonged silence, Qian Guoxing queried in disbelief. This individual exuded an unsettling calmness. Controlling one's emotions may sound simple, yet only those who have genuinely experienced it understand its profound difficulty. It is not merely a matter of someone on the street slapping you. It involves suppressing the deep-seated hatred, anger, and yearning for money nestled within one's heart. "I possess an identification card as well," Xia Feng declared, revealing his work ID and playfully patting Qian Guoxing on the shoulder, prompting both to erupt in hearty laughter. At that moment, Xia Feng's mobile phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was Yi Shuqin once again. "Are you heading home tonight?" Xia Feng dismissed the call and turned to Qian Guoxing. "I'll cover your shift. You should go home and spend quality time with your parents. They've traveled a long way to see you. You ought to exchange some heartfelt words." Qian Guoxing tossed the car keys to Xia Feng. "Let Zhang Kai drive you." "Thank you," Xia Feng responded, displaying a grateful smile. "I should be the one expressing gratitude. Nevertheless, I shall forever remember your kindness." With that, Qian Guoxing waved goodbye. Summoning Zhang Kai, they swiftly made their way to the entrance, settling into the passenger seat of the newly assigned Jetta for the inspection team. Xia Feng motioned for Zhang Kai to keep quiet before retrieving his phone to call Yi Shuqin. "What do you need?" he asked directly once the call connected. "Can we speak in person? Where are you?" "I'll come to fetch you." Yi Shuqin's alluring voice echoed through the line. Her seemingly aloof demeanor coupled with a captivating tone creates an irresistible allure, yet simultaneously establishes an impenetrable distance. If she were in a future era, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier socialite. Many naively assume that socialites are solely enamored with wealth, which is a profound disrespect to the profession itself. The true elite socialite seeks power, the influence of formidable men, rather than mere monetary gain. "There's no need for me to pick you up. As for the time and place, let us avoid hotels or motels, as it would give the impression that we are engaged in an affair." The summer breeze furrowed its brow and spoke. "Huh." On the other end of the line, Yi Shuqin could not help but let out a laugh. Her tone laced with a hint of flirtation as she replied, "You seem quite experienced. You must have spent plenty of time in the grain cooperative, Haven TU? The mosquitoes in the grain fields are unbearable. I doubt you would enjoy that." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the line for about 5 seconds, followed by a soft hum. Yi Shuqin's voice turned somewhat frosty as she instructed, "At Jiuqian Huafu, call me when you arrive." With that, she abruptly hung up. "Wow, summer leader, I didn't see that coming," Zhang Kai remarked, gazing at Xia Feng with envy. "A woman residing in Jiuqian Huafu must be extraordinary." Jiuqian Huafu is undoubtedly the finest residential community in Jiangning. It is said that there are security guards stationed at the entrance. Although many communities have since become similar, in 1998, properties with management were exceedingly rare. At a class reunion a year ago, one affluent classmate resided in this very community. When Xia Feng and a few other classmates visited his home, that classmate casually picked up the phone and asked the management to bring in a few bags of chips. This simple act made him the envy of all, as it signified a level of aristocratic indulgence that was almost unimaginable for the average person at that time. Xia Feng was astonished to discover that Yi Shuqin and Wang Yunbo lived in such an upscale community. How could the astute Wang Guokai possibly approve of such an extravagant marital abode for Wang Yunbo? With these questions swirling in his mind, Xia Feng glanced at Zhang Kai and said, "Drive your car. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you." Zhang Kai chuckled and started the vehicle, heading towards the city center. Half an hour later, the car came to a gradual stop at the entrance of Jiuqian Huafu. Xia Feng exited the vehicle and instructed Zhang Kai, "You can head back tomorrow. Give Li Bing a heads up and have her come to the municipal office while you cover her shift for the morning. All right, Zhang Kai replied and drove away. Standing at the entrance of the community, Xia Feng took out his phone and called Yi Shuqin. Please give the phone to the security guard. Yi Shuqin's tone sounded somewhat frigid over the line. Xia Feng complied, handing the phone to the guard at the entrance. Before long, the guard hung up and said to Xia Feng, Mr. Xia, please follow me. He then handed Xia Feng a small phone and led him to the entrance of the most splendid unit in Wangjiang, assisting him in opening the door and stating, 21st floor. Xia Feng nodded and stepped into the building. True to its reputation as a landmark community in Jiangning, even the lobby at the entrance was resplendently adorned. No wonder they dared to use 5-star home as their advertising slogan. He boarded the elevator, which ascended directly to the 21st floor. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a spacious area of several dozen square meters, furnished with a few sofas and tea tables, with residences on either side. Casting a glance at the open door on the left, Xia Feng strode over. Come in, came the invitation from within. The voice of Yi Shuqin resonated from the living room behind the entrance. Summer wind treaded upon the thick Persian carpet, stepping into the opulent space that resembled a royal palace. Upon touching the luxurious leather sofa, which was beyond her means to purchase, she turned to the industrious Yi Shuqin and inquired, Does Wang Yunbo know that you live in such a splendid house? By the way, are you not worried that he might find out I have visited? Yi Shuqin placed a platter of fruits on the table, her brow furrowed as she replied, Why would you assume this is the marital home of Wang Yunbo and myself? He is unworthy of residing here. Do taste this. I had someone bring it over from Guangxing, a rare variety we do not have here. As she spoke, Yi Shuqin offered a large cherry to Summer Wind. You summoned me here not merely for your cherries, I presume? Summer Wind glanced at her, noticing she was dressed solely in a silk nightgown, her alluring figure partially concealed. Yi Shuqin felt as though Summer Wind was maneuvering through an intricate game, albeit at a rapid pace, yet lacked tangible evidence to confirm her suspicions. With a slight furrow of her brows and pursed lips, she said, Please sit for a moment. Someone wishes to have a serious discussion with you. Chapter 66. The negotiation falls through without hesitation. Summer Wind popped the cherry in her mouth, savoring it while playfully asking, So, what role are you playing this time? A mediator or a negotiator? Her intuition told her that Yi Shuqin's background was far from ordinary, and marrying Wang Yunbo seemed a step down for her. Throughout their interactions, Summer Wind had contemplated probing further, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. Neither, you'll understand in due time. Yi Shuqin responded just as her phone rang again. She elegantly reclined against the sofa, answering with an air of indifference, Please hand the phone to the security. She reiterated her request, instructing them to bring the caller to her residence. Before long, the sound of the elevator doors opening was heard, followed by the distinct sound of high-end shoes striking the floor. Summer Wind glanced toward the entrance. A middle-aged man in his 40s, donned in a crisp suit and black-rimmed glasses, entered with a briefcase in hand. Miss Yi, I apologize for troubling you again, he said politely as he approached Yi Shuqin and shook her hand. Summer Wind scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting that he never dared to gaze at the collarbone that Yi Shuqin revealed. It exuded a sense of respect. Yes, it was indeed a feeling of reverence. As this thought crossed her mind, Summer Wind furrowed her brow slightly. Summer Wind, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Gu Wenlong, our representative from Binjiang. Gu Wenlong. Summer Wind was momentarily taken aback. She had seen Gu Wenhu on television. His fierce countenance remained vividly etched in her memory. Yet, this was her first encounter with a man who operated behind the scenes of Tianma Group, perhaps due to the black-rimmed glasses. It was difficult to associate him with Gu Wenhu, coupled with his refined demeanor. It was even harder to reconcile him with a figure who had dominated the gray areas of Jiangning for 2 decades. Hello. As the summer breeze rose, Xia Feng stood up and shook hands with Gu Wenlong. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Shuqin made her way to the door and closed it securely. Please, take a seat, she commanded with the poise of a true hostess, gently gesturing to the 2 men before settling into a chair by the window. As she admired the nightscape of Jiangning, she slowly began, Xia Feng, Gu Wenlong, let us be succinct. Feng, he has fallen into the net. no one can rescue him. However, we must prevent further escalation of the situation, which involves tremendous ramifications, even impacting over half of the state-owned enterprise reforms in Jiangning. The higher-ups do not wish for significant turmoil at this juncture, nor do they need substantial personnel changes in Jiangning that could disrupt the reform process. Therefore, let us consolidate your perspectives. Yi Shuqin elegantly lifted a glass of juice, taking a small sip, her lips glistening with the liquid as she turned her gaze to Xia Feng and Gu Wenlong. Xia Feng chuckled softly. What do you mean? Surely this isn't about Jiangning assisting Xia Feng. The situation is not as you perceive. The urgency of state-owned enterprise reform cannot be overstated. More than half of the factories in Jiangning have not disbursed salaries for nearly a year. If we do not resolve this swiftly, no one will be able to withstand such immense pressure. I merely convey that while you hold a grievance against Wang Yunbo and his son, personal vendettas must not jeopardize the larger picture. Otherwise, it is not only Wang Yunbo and his son who will face ruin, but you may also find yourself entangled in the fallout. Some matters are beyond your current understanding, but if you aspire to advancement and recognition, you must learn to gauge the situation and cooperate. Your cooperation should extend beyond just a few individuals in your office. Do you understand? Oh, Xia Feng furrowed his brow at this. Who exactly did Yi Shuqin represent? It was clear enough that she was one of the main inspectors of Jiangning, a representative of the inspection team. Gu Wenlong, undoubtedly, stood as the representative of the Jiangning gang. After all, neither Wang Gukai nor Wang Yunbo, nor anyone from the Jiangning gang, was suited to appear in this parlor. Only through such informal meetings, where each party could express their demands and reach a mutually satisfactory resolution, could harmony be achieved. Yet, the question remained, who was orchestrating the entire situation from behind the scenes? The capabilities of this individual were indeed profound. The ability to secure such cooperation from the Jiangning gang and command such respect from its representatives indicated a formidable figure. Xia Feng scoured his memory for notable individuals from the province, but none bore the surname Yi. What is your stance, Gu Wenlong? Yi Shuqin, seeing Xia Feng's silence, directly turned her attention to Gu Wenlong. The case of Yi Feng may be handled at your discretion, but it is best to conclude matters here. It would be prudent for the situation in Wantong County to remain at the county level without further probing. In the spirit of goodwill, I, representing Hanxing Group and Tima Group, am willing to contribute 10 million as a means to support local development, which will be funneled through the Ministry of Urban Construction. Wang Yunbo will find a way to facilitate this. As for the case itself, someone must step up to take responsibility, a county grain bureau chief, a town supply and marketing cooperative director, a Jiangning sub-bureau chief, along with several related departments should suffice, and the higher-ups will likely raise no further objections. Mr. Xia, may I inquire about your perception of my sincerity? Gu Wenlong adjusted his glasses and spoke. Little did he expect that while he was in discussion with Chun Dakong and others to devise strategies, a mysterious phone call would reach Chun Dakong's side. Among those present, only Gu Wenlong's identity was most suitable. Thus, merely half an hour ago, he transformed into the representative sent by the Jiangning gang for negotiations. In the realm of adulthood, only the exchange of interests prevails, devoid of personal grievances. If one wishes for Xia Feng to cease his actions, it is imperative to present him with enticing incentives. Observing Xia Feng's silence accompanied by a smile, Gu Wenlong retrieved paper and pen from his briefcase, swiftly jotting down a few words before handing the note to Xia Feng. Xia Feng, I surmise you might possess some recording device. However, my previous remarks would yield no consequence if recorded. I am merely a representative of the people, without any official position. My words can be mere jest or morph into reality. Please peruse this. I believe it will please you. Xia Feng raised an eyebrow as he accepted Gu Wenlong's note, which bore only two names, Wang Yunbo and Wang Gukai. The implication was unmistakable. Father and son had become the olive branch extended by the Jiangning gang to Xia Feng personally. Was this a strategy to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king? Xia Feng regarded the names on the note, discreetly glancing at Yi Shuqin. After all, Wang Yunbo was ostensibly her husband. She displayed no sign of distress, appearing entirely unconcerned. Xia Feng, one must not be overly greedy. Once the individuals behind these two retaliate with full force, Your days of ease will be over. The inspection team has only just arrived in Jiangning, yet they have already achieved remarkable results. The door to promotion is indeed ajar for you. Yi Shuqin set down her cup, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Xia Feng produced a cigarette, igniting it with a lighter, before carelessly setting fire to the note in his hand and discarding it into the ashtray. I am tempted to acquiesce to your alluring terms. However, the people I represent will never consent. I, Xia Feng, lack the authority to pardon those scoundrels on behalf of the countless martyrs resting in the cemetery. Regardless of whom you represent or how your associates intend to retaliate, I, Xia Feng, am prepared to confront it. Chapter 67. Thorough Investigation of the Jiangning Public Security System. As Xia Feng's resolute words resonated throughout the living room, a palpable silence enveloped the space. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Both Yi Shuqin and Gu Wenlong wore grim expressions. Xia Feng, is it truly worth such fervor for a mere 400 to 500 a month? Gu Wenlong scoffed with a sarcastic tone. This Xia Feng is akin to a stubborn stone in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. He dares to reject 1,000,000. It seems that the issue transcends mere money. It is imperative that Xia Feng be dealt with swiftly, lest he becomes a source of endless trouble. Some individuals live their lives solely for monetary gain, while others strive for ideals. My ideal is to restore clarity and peace to the citizens of Jiangning. Xia Feng, neither servile nor arrogant, retorted Gu Wenlong's derision. With a cold smile, Gu Wenlong rose and addressed Yi Shuqin. Miss Yi, it appears that Mr. Xia Feng and I have little in common. Since our perspectives diverge, there is no need for further discussion. I take my leave. After bowing politely to Yi Shuqin, he swiftly exited the room. At the moment he turned, the smile on his face abruptly froze, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Xia Feng, if you wish to persist in this struggle, I shall ensure you have no resting place. With a soft huff, Gu Wenlong strode into the elevator. Observing Gu Wenlong's indignant departure, a bitter smile crossed Yi Shuqin's delicate features. Xia Feng, the world is not merely black and white. Your ideals will only lead to your own ruin. Xia Feng gazed at Yi Shuqin, and after a brief pause, he slowly inquired, Are you with them? Ye Shujing Gantishuk Hadhit Sipink Hadyuje. I reiterate, the world is not simply black and white, a black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. It's getting late. You should return home to rest. I cannot accommodate overnight guests. As Xia Feng stood and extinguished his half-burnt cigarette, he approached the door and suddenly asked, Has Wang Yunbua never spent the night here? Yi Shuqin paused, then rose and walked back to her bedroom without answering. Silence, at times, serves as an answer in itself. It seemed the relationship between Wang Yunbua and Yi Shuqin was quite intricate. Just as Xia Feng was about to step out of the room, Yi Shuqin's voice resonated once more. When you have time, pay closer attention to the Jiangdi in Jiangning. Xia Feng felt a sinking sensation at her words. He recalled the catastrophic economic losses caused by the breach of the Jiangdi in the northern district of Jiangning. Was there a problem with the dam? The northern district? Xia Feng mentally noted this and turned to Yi Shuqin, saying, Thank you. Upon exiting Jiuqianhuafu, Xia Feng hailed a taxi and returned to his own home. The room was quiet. Ma Zhuo had already retired for the night. He refrained from turning on the lights, quietly approaching the sofa. Glancing at Ma Zhuo's handbag, he retrieved a voice recorder, powered it on, and discreetly placed it within the bag's compartment. After zipping it up, Xia Feng listened intently to Ma Zhuo's room, ensuring there was no sound before stealthily returning to his own room. Lying in bed, Xia Feng found sleep elusive, tossing and turning restlessly. He sent a message to Luo Yunyan. Yunyan, are you asleep? After a considerable wait, Luo Yunyan replied, Not yet. I was just chatting with my uncle and aunt. They're leaving tomorrow and are worried about delaying your work. I'm taking them to the department store to buy some clothes before heading to the station, and I will return directly to Zhaokai village. Take care of yourself and rest early. Don't stay up too late. Reading Luo Yunyan's message, Xia Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In his previous life, he had neglected his parents immensely, and now he found it difficult to carve out time to be with them. A sudden pang of heartache surged within him. one cannot help but recall the poignant song Father from later generations. Time, oh time, slow your passage, and do not let them grow old any further. In this moment, he finally grasped the essence of those lyrics, allowing a bitter smile to escape his lips as he reached for his phone to send a message to Luo. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Glancing at Luo Yunyan's response, Xia Feng, having just settled down, felt a surge of inspiration and quickly retrieved his notebook, making alterations to the lyrics of Father. He then composed a melody, tore out that page, and enclosed it in an envelope. After inscribing the mailing address, he finally lay down in bed. If this song were to achieve widespread acclaim, it would surely yield a substantial income, sufficient for him to purchase a grand residence for his parents in Jiangning City. His mind oscillated between dreams of a splendid future and concerns about his present predicament, leading Xia Feng into a state of complex emotions as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xia Feng rose early, scarcely pausing for breakfast before seizing the envelope and hastily departing. Upon reaching the mailbox downstairs, he deposited the envelope before hailing a taxi towards the Municipal Party Committee building. Comrade Xia Feng. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the building, a melodious voice called from behind. Turning to see Jiang Min, he smiled and nodded. Good morning, comrade. Jiang Min, good morning. Jiang Min, with her long ponytail swaying as she walked, exuded a lively and somewhat adorable aura. How has your time with the inspection team been these past few days? She inquired curiously as they made their way inside. Ah, the same old routine. As a newcomer, I know little. I simply do as instructed by the leadership and aim to avoid mistakes, Xia Feng replied as they walked. Is that so? However, I have heard that quite a number of individuals have been apprehended recently, and the commotion has been quite significant. Jiang Min leaned closer to Xia Feng, whispering. Xia Feng chuckled lightly. Oh, that's just hearsay. Don't pay it any mind. Yet, despite his words, Xia Feng pondered deeply. Indeed, there had been numerous arrests lately, but they had primarily involved seemingly inconsequential figures. The only one of any significance was Feng. How did this news reach Jiang Min? If even she, a mere girl, was aware, it must be common knowledge throughout the entire committee. Could there be a mole within the inspection or supervisory teams? Furrowing his brow, Xia Feng quickened his pace, bidding farewell to Jiang Min as he ascended to the third floor and swiftly entered the office of the supervisory group. Li Bing had already prepared the necessary materials. The moment Xia Feng stepped inside, Li Bing handed him the organized documents, stating, Leader Xia, everything is here, and I have also compiled a summary list. As she spoke, Li Bing flipped to the last page of the materials and pointed to it with her finger. Xia Feng glanced over, satisfied, and remarked, Excellent. I will return shortly. Let us head to the office together. Very well, replied Li Bing, returning to her seat. With the materials in hand, Xia Feng briskly approached the door of Chen Yinshan's office. He knocked, knock, knock, knock. With a gentle knock on the door, a resonant voice from within promptly called out, Come in. Xia Feng straightened his collar and pushed the door open, stepping into the office. He stood at attention before Chen Yinshan, extending his hands to present the documents. Secretary Chen, I implore you and the leaders of the inspection team to authorize a thorough investigation into the Jiangning public security system. Here is the relevant information for your review. Chapter 68. Confronting the Executive Vice Mayor O. Chen Yinshan raised an eyebrow as he accepted the documents from Xia Feng. The comprehensive summary spanned a staggering 25 pages, detailing the situation in its entirety. As he read, Chen Yinshan's expression grew increasingly grim. From Xia Feng's testimony alone, the number of law enforcement officials who had concealed crimes and evaded legal consequences was no fewer than 20 to 30. Among them, 17 held positions above that of station chief. The implications were alarming. The document even implicated mid to senior level officials, including the office director of the municipal bureau. No wonder Xia Feng had been able to act with impunity in Jiangning for 6 long years. Secretary Chen, there's also a list of individuals recommended for arrest for your consideration, Xia Feng continued. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yinshan took the compiled list from Xia Feng and glanced at the 15 names inscribed upon it. Even he found himself in a quandary. The protracted timeline of the case meant that some individuals had ascended to the roles of district bureau chief or disciplinary committee secretary. If all 15 were arrested, It would effectively dismantle half of the Jiangning Municipal Bureau, while the inspection team possessed the authority to investigate and rectify. Such a significant personnel upheaval would undoubtedly trigger a major earthquake within the Jiangning Bureau. Moreover, with Jiangning serving as the first reform pilot city in Jiangnan province, Qin Yinshan could not act unilaterally. "Let us do this," he proposed. "I will contact Secretary Xiao and the principal local leaders shortly, and we shall convene a meeting to deliberate thoroughly. You will accompany me to the meeting. Please take a seat for now." "Yes," Xia Feng replied, settling into the chair opposite Qin Yinshan's desk. Qin Yinshan picked up the phone and called Xiao Guoqiang, summarizing the content of the materials provided by Xia Feng. "Such a significant matter warrants consultation with our local colleagues," he stated. "Please inform the principal leaders in the city so we may hold a meeting to discuss the details." On the other end, Xiao Guoqiang had long harbored contempt for this group of malefactors and readily agreed. "Let us proceed to the small conference room." Half an hour later, with a solemn expression, Qin Yinshan gathered several copies of the materials and stepped out of the office. Xia Feng followed closely behind as they entered the small conference room. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Guoqiang, Mayor Lu Mingxian, Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Chen Dakong, Executive Vice Mayor Zhang Hua, and Police Chief Fang Taitian were already seated. Qin Yinshan's demeanor was stern as he surveyed the assembly. He then cast the materials onto the table and spoke in a grave tone. "Take a look. The situation is truly alarming." As he concluded, his gaze fixed intently upon Fang Taitian. The latter felt the piercing gaze of Qin Yinshan, akin to a blade, sending a shiver down his spine. Anxiously, he picked up a document, and after merely perusing a few pages, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. This individual, originally named He Jinlei, had inexplicably transformed into He Feng in November 1992. Qin Yinshan coldly directed his gaze toward Director Fang Taicheng and inquired, "Director Fang, could you elucidate how his household registration and identity information abruptly shifted from Shanghe Village to Chuanjiang Road?" Fang Taicheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, left speechless. What more could he possibly say? Sighing deeply, Qin Yinshan addressed the solemn assembly surrounding him. "Let us share our perspectives. Xia suggests the immediate arrest of the 15 individuals on the list. However, considering that many among them hold significant positions, it is prudent to first consult with our local comrades." With a decisive clap, Qin Yinshan lit a cigarette, casting a dark glance over the attendees. The meeting room fell into an extraordinary silence, with furrowed brows etched on every face. Particularly, Chen Dakong's expression was exceedingly grim. Each name on the list bore some connection to Gu Chong, and pursuing this matter further would inevitably lead to him. With the initial phase of the shantytown renovation about to commence, and Hanqing Group as the contractor, there would undoubtedly be complications during the demolition process. The ability to contain the situation hinged critically on Gu Chong. He was absolutely indispensable. It was imperative to safeguard Gu Chong. Contemplating this, Chen Dakong raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hua. The latter understood immediately and stood up first, stating, "Since no one else wishes to voice an opinion, allow me to share a few thoughts." As Zhang Hua began, Xiao Guoqiang and Lu Mingxian placed their documents aside, turning their attention to him. "In truth, I perceive these issues as minor. After all, no one is infallible. Errors are inevitable in our work. Nonetheless, while problems must be rigorously investigated and addressed, is it not somewhat untimely to initiate arrests at this juncture? With the Shantytown renovation project in Jiangning West District about to commence, this is precisely when we require robust cooperation from the public security sector. A sudden upheaval of this magnitude could destabilize morale. If it adversely affects economic development and reform, would that not be counterproductive? I believe that while it is essential to address these matters seriously, could we not postpone actions until after the renovation is complete, allowing the Discipline Inspection Commission to conduct their inquiries later?" His remarks deftly redirected the discussion towards the more sensitive issues of state-owned enterprise reform and shantytown renovation, evidently attempting to align Lu Mingxian with his and Chen Dakong's stance. This was a well-rehearsed tactic. Whenever economic matters were at stake, Lu Mingxian invariably positioned himself as a stabilizing force, for in his view, nothing surpassed the importance of economic growth and attracting investment. Chen Yinshan cast a frigid glance at Zhang Hua, clearly displeased with his comments. However, as the discourse was meant to be open, he refrained from critiquing Zhang Hua's input. Are there any differing opinions? With this inquiry, Xia Feng was the first to rise, boldly proclaiming, Secretary Chen, esteemed leaders, I too have a few words to share. Well, go ahead. Without allowing anyone else to speak, Chen Yinshan nodded in affirmation. With Chen Yinshan's approval, Xia Feng resolutely declared, I must express my dissent regarding Vice Mayor Zhang's earlier remarks. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Xia Feng, a collective surprise evident in their expressions. No one anticipated that Xia Feng would directly confront the executive vice mayor, Zhang Hua, from the outset. Even Zhang Hua's demeanor darkened considerably. Were it not for the Oversight Committee's presence, Xia Feng wouldn't even have the standing to engage with him. How dare he confront him so boldly? Please share your perspective. Lu Mingxian squinted thoughtfully. Given the pressing nature of the housing reform and state-owned enterprise restructuring, it is imperative that we turn our scrutiny inward and rectify our ranks. Xia Feng asserted with conviction. I believe all leaders have reviewed the materials. A mere villager from Shangha village has committed such heinous acts within a mere 6 years. I ask you, is it truly the case that he possesses some supernatural ability to evade the law each time? I think not. Take, for instance, the atrocious rape and murder case that occurred on the night of July 8, 1996, without the presence of corrupt elements within the police force. How could this be misclassified as suicide? The forensic expert who first examined the scene provided testimony clearly stating that bodily fluids from 4 individuals were found within Xianpampan. Why was this forensic report overturned and redone within a day? In such a significant case, how is it that the victim's body was cremated within 3 days? What ulterior motives lie behind this? If we cannot guarantee the safety of our citizens, what purpose does our reform and development serve? In a place where thugs roam freely, and the most fundamental social order cannot be ensured, who would dare to invest? Silence. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chen Dakong clenched his back teeth, his cold gaze fixated on Xia Feng, and for the first time, a murderous intent stirred within him. Comrade Xia Feng, is it not a bit excessive to generalize from a singular instance? Vice Mayor Zhang Hua retorted, his expression darkening. Xia Feng replied with a cold smirk. I have another particular case for your consideration. With that, he retrieved the case description of the young couple from his briefcase and handed it to those present. Vice Mayor Zhang, this couple merely represents a microcosm of the 4 million citizens of Jiangning. After the owner of this small shop was hospitalized due to an assault, the police chief personally threatened the victim in the hospital. Is this not a case of generalizing from an isolated incident? Bam! Chen Yinshan, having finished reading the material, slammed his fist onto the table, his brows furrowing in anger, pointing at the documents with fervor. Who gave him the audacity? This individual must be arrested immediately, and I will personally oversee his interrogation. I wish to see just how formidable he really is. Once again, the conference room descended into a profound silence. Zhang Hua's face flushed crimson, his lips twitching incessantly, while his fierce gaze fixated on Xia Feng. Beneath the table, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of audible cracks. Esteemed leaders, while I lack the authority to comment on economic development, it is undeniable that public welfare projects, such as the renovation of shanty towns, will inevitably give rise to disputes. If, and I emphasize if, the contracting unit colludes with someone akin to the head of the Sana Road police station, engaging in corrupt practices and coercively demolishing the homes of ordinary citizens, the originally beneficial project may instead bring untold suffering to the populace. How many more situations like that of this young couple will arise? I firmly believe that our reforms and economic advancements are intended to enhance the quality of life for the common people, rather than enable certain individuals to profit from them. Upon hearing these words, Chen Dakong could no longer maintain his composure, as every statement from Xia Feng struck at his vulnerabilities. According to regulations, every household affected by the demolition is entitled not only to housing, but also to compensation. However, in his and Gu Wanlong's scheming. They planned to disperse not a single penny. If necessary, they would deploy a demolition team comprised of hundreds of thugs from their organization. Before their plans could unfold, Xia Feng publicly exposed them. If Lu Mingxian were to personally oversee the situation, complications would surely ensue. Xia, your tenure is still short, and matters of economics need not concern you. Chen Dakong forced a smile and gestured for Xia Feng to sit down. Young comrades eager to accomplish tangible results must temper their impatience. There will be ample opportunities for you to shine in the future. Wait, Lu Mingxian interjected suddenly. Xia, the issue you raised is indeed plausible. If you were in that position, how would you prevent it? A chill ran through Chen Dakong upon hearing this. Lu Mingxian was not aligning with his stance this time. The momentum appeared to be shifting unfavorably. Seeing Xia Feng still hesitating, Xiao Guoqiang spoke up with a smile. Xia, don't feel burdened. Just express your thoughts freely. Furrowing his brow, Xia Feng reflected on the developments of later years, then thoughtfully remarked, I believe that such large-scale projects should not be solely undertaken by private enterprises. They must be conducted under the supervision of relevant departments to prevent severe public safety incidents. Chen Dakong's fingers tightened around his cup, turning pale at this statement. He shot a glance at Zhang Hua, realizing it was inappropriate for him to speak on this matter, as his focus was on the political and legal system, which was not directly related to economic development and thus outside his purview. Zhang Hua, in contrast, as the executive vice mayor, held significant influence in the realm of economic development. You may not be fully acquainted with the new forms of economic development, Xia. The city is currently encouraging private enterprises to participate in the construction of Jiangning City, and private companies tend to be more efficient, faster, and better aligned with our developmental needs. Before Zhang Hua could finish, Xia Feng interrupted decisively. I disagree with Vice Mayor Zhang's assertion. I believe that public-private partnerships represent the most rational model for development. Immediately thereafter, Xia Feng spoke eloquently, reflecting on developments of the future. Nearly half an hour had elapsed before he returned to his original seat. It seemed that not only was Xia proficient in the realm of disciplinary inspection, but his vision for economic development was also remarkably advanced. Lu Mingxian, having listened attentively, remarked with great admiration. Many concepts from the future that he had never even heard of were articulated, accompanied by exceedingly clever solutions. Unfortunately, time was too brief. Xia Feng had only provided a general overview, leaving Lu Mingxian with a lingering sense of incompleteness. Chen Yinshan cast an appreciative glance at Xia Feng before glancing at his watch and surveying the attendees. Time is limited, since everyone holds differing opinions. Let us proceed to a show of hands. Those in favor of approving the arrest and conducting a thorough investigation, please raise your hands. Upon finishing, Chen Yinshan raised his right hand decisively. I agree. Xiao Guoqiang followed suit. I too am in agreement. Lu Mingxian, under the astonished gazes of Chen Dakong and Zhang Hua, slowly lifted his right hand. I also agree. Fang Tiqing trembled as he raised his hand. Throughout the meeting, Chen Yinshan had not afforded him the opportunity to speak or consider his opinions, making the implications abundantly clear. Following the conclusion of this case, it would be Fang Tiqing's turn. As the head of the Jiangning Public Security Bureau, witnessing figures like Gu Wenhu and He Feng emerge in Jiangning, his career was essentially an end. At this moment, he had no choice but to unconditionally side with Chen Yinshan. The voting result was evident. 4-2. Xia Feng achieved a resounding victory. Xia, proceed with the arrest immediately, but remember, the methods and approaches must be sound. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. Chen Yinshan advised earnestly. Xia Feng understood Chen Yinshan's intent. If action were to be taken, it must be an impregnable case to avoid any backlash. Yes. Xia Feng promptly stood at attention and stated, Secretary Chen, esteemed leaders, I have one more matter I wish to seek your approval on. Chen Dakong's lips twitched slightly as he fixed his gaze on Xia Feng. What else do you have? Ordinarily, with Chen Yinshan and Xiao Guoqiang present, it would not be his place to inquire, yet he could no longer contain his mounting ire. This Xia Feng was utterly detestable. A single report had decimated a considerable portion of the Jiangning faction's grassroots power within the public security system. Was he not yet satisfied, seeking to gain even more? I propose a temporary confiscation of all public officials' passports. The room fell silent in astonishment. Confiscating passports? Xiao, what is the reason for this? Xiao Guoqiang furrowed his brow in confusion. Because after the arrest of Xia Feng, we were initially set to approve the arrest of Gu Wenhu. However, to my knowledge, Gu Wenhu has already fled abroad. To prevent similar incidents from recurring, I hope for your esteemed leader's approval. With that, Xia Feng opened his briefcase and presented a detailed list. At the top was the name of Wang Wukai, alongside his son Wang Yunhua, both of whom held foreign passports. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the room. Chun Dakong suddenly cast a glance at Xia Feng, his heart profoundly shaken. No wonder Gu Wenhui managed to escape smoothly. By releasing Gu Wenhui, he transformed everyone else in a mere fish in a barrel. How ruthless, how cunning, how astute. What a clever ruse of openly mending the bridge while secretly crossing the river. Chapter 70. Request for cooperation from the Provincial Armed Police Corps. I have approved this matter. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, all public officials in the city must submit their passports, Xiao Guoqiang decisively announced. As the secretary of the Jiangning Municipal Committee, he deemed such matters unnecessary for deliberation and meetings. No sooner had his words fallen than Zhang Hua pointed to a name on the list, one Zhang Taijun, and exclaimed, "Wait, Secretary Xiao, Zhang Taijun is my son. He is not a public official. Why must his household registration be submitted as well? Does this list include children?" It was only then that Xiao Guoqiang noticed that some names on the list were underscored. Zhang Taijun's name bore such a line. Deputy Mayor Zhang. This is to prevent certain corrupt individuals from transferring illicit funds abroad for their children to squander. Every penny they embezzle is the hard-earned money of the people. Hence, we must eradicate the atrocious phenomenon of fathers greedily accumulating wealth while their children frivolously spend it in Jiangning. Once Xia Feng articulated this perspective, he immediately garnered Chun Yunshan's endorsement. Xia is correct. The children of officials should possess awareness. Submitting their passports is also a means of cooperation. With this remark, Chun Yunshan effectively silenced Zhang Hua and Chun Dakong from further comment. All right, if there is nothing else, let us adjourn. Everyone has their respective duties to attend to, Chun Yunshan stated as he slowly rose. Secretary Chun, may I request the cooperation of the Provincial Armed Police Corps in our endeavors? Upon hearing Xia Feng's suggestion, Fang Tiqing nearly suffered a heart attack. Having just stood halfway, he plopped back down into his chair. The presence of the Provincial Armed Police Corps in Jiangning Municipal Bureau would surely make him notorious throughout Jiangnan Province and even within the entire system. Was Xia Feng intent on driving him to his demise? Comrade Xia Feng, I believe there is no need to mobilize the comrades from the Provincial Armed Police Corps. Is there? Creating too much upheaval within the system would hinder local efforts. Chen Dakong's expression darkened further. To enlist the Provincial Armed Police Corps for apprehensions was a slap in his face. Was there truly no trustworthy individual within the entire Jiangning legal system? Even Xiao Guoqiang and Lu Mingxian seemed to hear the resounding slap echoing around the room. Secretary Chun, you have misunderstood my intentions. This is merely the first batch of arrest warrants. I am confident that more individuals will be apprehended subsequently. For reasons of safety and confidentiality, the assistance of the Armed Police Corps is required. While some comrades have erred, they're still our comrades. We must prevent any occurrences of suicides or hangings during detention. The Special Task Force is limited in personnel and cannot attend to every detail. Thus, I kindly request your approval, Secretary Chen. This marked the third time Chun Dakong had been publicly challenged during the meeting, and each instance was more direct and unrelenting than the last. At that moment, his gaze toward Xia Feng seemed to conceal two daggers, wishing fervently to pierce Xia Feng to death. Chun Yunshan hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded slightly, saying, "Very well. However, I can only dispatch one team to you." As he spoke, Chun Yunshan glanced at his watch and remarked, "It takes approximately 2 hours to drive from the province to Jiangning. Will you be able to reach the Municipal Party Committee by 1 o'clock this afternoon?" "Yes, I will make it." Thank you, Secretary Chun, Xia Feng replied, his face adorned with a radiant smile. All right, then let us adjourn, Chun Yinshan concluded, being the first to rise and leave. Xiao Guiqiang also stood up shortly after. Addressing Xia Feng, Xiao Xia, you have done remarkably well. Achieving such significant results in such a short span of time suggests that placing you in the organization department may be an underutilization of your talents. Secretary Xiao, you flatter me. It is the collective wisdom of the inspection and supervision teams that has led to such substantial achievements. My contribution has been minimal, Xia Feng humbly responded. Xiao Guiqiang admired Xia Feng's self-effacing manner, recognizing that while accolades cannot be easily taken or contested, the ability to willingly share credit is a rare quality. Especially noteworthy given that Xia Feng was only 26 and possessed such an awareness. Xiao Xia, does the inspection team still have matters to attend to? Lu Mingxian, the third to rise, inquired while tidying the documents on the table, his gaze fixed on Xia Feng. Not at the moment, Xia Feng replied with a smile. He was merely awaiting the arrival of the provincial armed police headquarters to commence apprehending individuals and sealing the granary. Come, accompany me to my office. I have a few questions I wish to discuss with you, Lu Mingxian said, leading Xia Feng out of the conference room. Bang! The sound of the door closing resonated like a resounding slap upon Chen Dakong's face. According to protocol, Xia Feng should have been the last to exit the conference room. Instead, Lu Mingxian had taken him along, walking ahead of him. This seemingly innocuous gesture bore considerable implications. Even if Lu Mingxian had pressing questions for Xia Feng, he could have waited until the meeting concluded and asked his secretary to find Xia Feng. There was no necessity to leave together. Lu Mingxuan's action was a subtle public affront directed at him. Secretary Chen Zhonghua cast a glance at the receding figures of Xia Feng and Lu Mingxian, his expression equally grim. Let us return and hold a brief meeting to reflect on ourselves, Chen Dakong said, grasping his water cup, his demeanor dark as he exited the conference room. Mayor Zhang, I shall return to the bureau. I will not be attending today as small meeting, Feng Taiching remarked, donning his hat with a heavy heart as he departed. Zhang Hua took a deep breath, being the last to rise, a shadow of gloom enveloping his heart. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Lu Mingxian warmly invited Xia Feng to sit and instructed his secretary to pour a glass of water for him. Xiao Xia, I found your argument regarding public-private partnerships during the meeting to be exceptionally cogent, Lu Mingxian said, his eyes eagerly fixed on Xia Feng. Could you elaborate on your thoughts? And in your opinion, what shortcomings exist within the current reform proposals? Fear not to speak boldly. Even if you err, it matters not. In a moment's pause, Xia Feng found himself in a quandary. What he had articulated earlier was merely a broad framework, and he had yet to contemplate the specifics of execution and operation. The systematic suggestions he had offered were largely influenced by his past experiences, where he had spent countless hours absorbing the news. Through this immersion, impressions had taken root in his mind. However, whether these insights, which encapsulated over 20 years of development, were applicable to the present circumstances left him feeling uncertain. Noticing Xia Feng's reluctance to speak, Lu Ming let out a sigh and remarked, Xia, do not burden yourself with anxiety. To speak candidly, none of us have traversed the current situation before. Reform is akin to navigating a river by feeling the stones beneath. No one holds absolute correctness, nor is anyone utterly mistaken. The crux lies in feasibility and sustainability, whether it can benefit the community, as long as the intentions are noble. Minor flaws along the way are inconsequential. Moreover, we are merely engaging in exploratory discussion, expressing our diverse perspectives. Do you smoke? As he spoke, Lu Ming retrieved a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, and tossed the pack onto the table. Xia Feng cast a complex gaze toward this individual, who had perished in his previous life while serving as vice-governor, his heart awash with mixed emotions. It was rare indeed to encounter someone in his current position who remained so approachable and unashamed to seek insights from others. After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Feng exhaled and said, Since Mayor Lu holds me in such regard, I shall voice a few thoughts, and I hope you will pardon any inaccuracies. Go ahead, Lu Ming responded, pulling out a notebook, extinguishing his cigarette, and regarding Xia Feng with utmost seriousness. Mayor Liu, I have consistently worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, thus I am not well versed in the specifics of Jiangning. However, I have heard whispers that Jiangning's second department store is to be sold to Hanxing Group for the nominal price of 1 yuan after an asset evaluation. Is there any truth to this? This thought had emerged from Xia Feng's recollections of his previous life. That acquisition would later be revealed to have significant issues, marking it as one of the most egregious asset misappropriation cases in Jiangning's history. Although Hanxing Group ultimately compensated 35 million, which included the principal and 20 years of interest, the difference between the 2,500,000 in 1998 and 35 million 2 decades later was a stark contrast. Furthermore, Jiangning's second department store subsequently evolved into the city's most prosperous commercial hub. Thus, Hanxing Group had reaped substantial profits from that single acquisition. In this lifetime, Xia Feng would not allow a similar occurrence to transpire. Indeed, there is such an issue. The second department store of Jiangning has been burdened with excessive debt and has not issued salaries for 6 months. Prolonging the situation serves no purpose. Hanxing is willing to assume all debts, Lu Ming replied, his expression one of resignation. The number of similar enterprises and factories is far too great. Relying solely on government relief cannot revive them. Mayor Liu, I believe it is unnecessary to sell the Jiangning second department store. I propose that the city consolidate all the debts of the second department store, which could be managed by the municipality, facilitating a public-private partnership reform. The city would hold a 15% stake, while the remaining shares would be distributed among the employees. We could transform the Jiangning second department store into the first comprehensive large-scale supermarket under a public-private partnership in Jiangning. Subsequently, Xia Feng presented the Fat Dongline model in its entirety. At first, Lu Mingxian frowned at the notion, but as he listened further, he began to appreciate its merits. Wait a moment, Xia, please repeat that. I need to jot it down. Xia Feng reiterated his earlier points. This time, Lu Mingxian diligently took notes, filling several pages, and then had Xia review them, anxious to avoid any omissions. Only after Xia confirmed the accuracy did Lu Mingxian express his concerns. Xia, your suggestion is excellent and forward-thinking. However, Jiangning already has Walmart and Carrefour. Our city's stake in the supermarket may lack competitiveness. In truth, Lu Mingxian envisioned that several of the city's struggling department stores could undergo similar reforms as proposed by Xia Feng. However, his greatest worry was that if the pilot reform failed, Xia's proposals would have to be shelved indefinitely. Competing with international brands posed significant pressure and challenges, coupled with considerable risk. Mayor, I have confidence in our comrades. Xia Feng replied with a smile. Our city boasts not only a robust agricultural sector, but also an industrial base and numerous higher education institutions. These are exceptional advantages. The vegetables, fruits, and agricultural products for the supermarket could be sourced through the supply and marketing cooperatives, which would then select quality goods at reasonable prices, ensuring the residents of Jiangning can shop with peace of mind while simultaneously addressing local employment issues. For instance, we could establish supply agreements with local meat processing plants and prioritize local enterprises in the home appliance sector, providing them with more exhibition opportunities. Clothing, footwear, and other items could also be sourced from provincial companies. Any products that are both affordable and of high quality could be included in our partnerships. The supermarket alone could create over 2,000 jobs, and with the surrounding industries, we could potentially generate tens of thousands of positions. Moreover, under this shareholding system, not only would there be annual dividends, but we would also publish monthly profit data, allowing everyone to keep track of how much they could earn by year-end. Economic benefits serve as the primary driving force. When employees see tangible gains, their motivation and diligence will increase, ensuring that we remain competitive against so-called international brands. Who knows? In a decade or so, our Jiangning municipal supermarket might even become an international brand itself. Furthermore, the profits from the city's shareholding could be utilized to enhance the quality of public facilities and to fund collaborative research projects with local universities, allowing for results to be rewarded based on merit. This approach would resolve government funding issues while benefiting the people of Jiangning. Lu Mingxian, hands on his hips, paced back and forth in his office. After a long period of contemplation, he slammed his hand on the desk and declared, "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan." Secretary Shi, with a commanding shout from Lu Mingxian, the office door swung open moments later, revealing a shrewd and capable man in his 30s who strode in briskly. "Mayor Lu, please relay the message to halt the bankruptcy restructuring of Jiangning Second Department Store immediately. This afternoon at 1:30 p.m. We shall convene an expanded meeting of the Reform Group in Municipal Government Auditorium to reassess the restructuring proposals for the 6 department stores in Jiangning. All leaders from the relevant units must attend without excuse or tardiness. Now go." "Understood, Mayor Lu." Secretary Bai responded promptly and exited the office with haste. Lu Mingxian stepped away from his desk and grasped Xia Feng's hand, saying, "Comrade Xia Feng, it will be a disservice to keep you in the inspection team in the organization department. Not only does Jiangning need talents like you, but the entire province and even the nation require your expertise. I propose that after you complete your duties with the inspection team, you consider joining our city's reform and development group. It is not just me who needs you. The 4 million citizens of Jiangning need you as well." At this point, Lu Mingxian sighed softly. "However, my term lasts another year and a half. If we factor in your future development, my proposal would be irresponsible towards you. Therefore, I wish to seek your opinion. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon." Lu Mingxian did not mask the fact that his term was nearing its conclusion. In a year and a half, he would be reassigned from Jiangning. If Xia Feng were to part ways with Xiao Guoqiang after his departure, he would indeed become an unmoored drifter. Would Xiao Guoqiang still embrace Xia Feng then? Unlikely. Moreover, Lu Mingxian could not take Xia Feng along to his next position, placing Xia Feng's standing in a precarious situation. "No need for deliberation. I shall abide by the organization's arrangements," Xia Feng stated earnestly. He understood Lu Mingxian's intent. Yet joining the Reform and Development Group was an opportunity he could scarcely desire more. Aspiring for advancement required more than mere connections, particularly for someone like him who eschewed favoritism. A remarkable arsum was essential to validate his capabilities. In the forthcoming period, the nation would prioritize economic development. Thus, only those officials who could present impressive results would have the opportunity to realize their ambitions. Consequently, Xia Feng was indifferent to Lu Mingxian's remaining time in Jiangning. After all, he was a future vice-governor. Establishing a favorable relationship with him would, in effect, broaden his own path. Of course, he needed to communicate this matter with Xiao Guoqiang, as one should never forget those who have helped them. He firmly believed that Xiao Guoqiang, given his character, would understand and support him. That is splendid. Once the work with the inspection team concludes, I will issue the transfer order to the organization department," Lu Mingxian exclaimed, shaking Xia Feng's hand vigorously while glancing at his watch. "Oh dear, it's already noon. Let us have lunch at the municipal cafeteria. It's on me. You go ahead, and I'll join you shortly." "All right, Mayor Lu," Xia Feng replied, then left Lu Mingxian's office, making his way toward the municipal cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, I was immediately confronted by Wang Yunbo, who had just finished his meal and was preparing to leave. Noticing Xia Feng searching for the utensil area, Wang Yunbo mockingly sneered, "Xia Feng, did you just emerge from the supply cooperative? Have you never dined in a municipal cafeteria? Surely you recognize a sterilizer?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of others dining within, who turned to cast derisive glances at Xia Feng. "Who is this person?" murmured one. "Isn't he the one who had a spat with Director Wang a few days ago? I believe his name is Xia Feng, right? ISNT, he from the organization department? Did he mistakenly enter the wrong cafeteria? ISNT, the municipal office cafeteria located in the front courtyard?" Another chimed in, "Who knows? It's as if Lu Lao wandered into the Grand View Garden. Getting lost is only natural." The hushed whispers and jeers from the onlookers reached both Wang Yunbo and Xia Feng's ears. With the crowd's remarks, Wang Yunbo felt a surge of satisfaction. Recently, he had faced considerable criticism due to Xia Feng, particularly after being unjustly berated by Wang Guokai over the phone. Now, unexpectedly encountering the very person responsible for his frustrations in the cafeteria was an opportunity he could not let slip away. With a forced chuckle, Wang Yunbo, His legs broader than Xia Feng's waist, extended his pudgy hand, resembling a pig's trotter, and patted Xia Feng's shoulder. He announced loudly to the gathering, "Allow me to introduce this individual. This is Comrade Xia Feng, who has recently transferred from the Yunlai Town Supply Cooperative to the Organization Department. Perhaps unfamiliar with the municipal offices, it is understandable that he wandered into the wrong cafeteria today. Come, who will kindly fetch a bowl for Comrade Xia Feng." A well-meaning bystander indeed retrieved a bowl from the sterilizer and presented it to Xia Feng. "Oh dear, my apologies, this bowl has a chip. Let me get you another one." Before the individual could turn away, Wang Yunbo intercepted him, grinning widely. "No need to change it. I believe this bowl perfectly suits Comrade Xia Feng's character." At this declaration, laughter erupted throughout the cafeteria. Xia Feng brushed Wang Yunbo's hand aside, then patted the shoulder that had just been touched, retorting coldly, "If anyone is a rare visitor to the cafeteria, it is Director Wang. A meal costing 10 or 8 yuan hardly aligns with his stature." With that, Xia Feng deliberately stepped forward, creating distance between himself and Wang Yunbo, crossing his arms as he scrutinized Wang's suit. "This suit by Janny must be worth at least 30,000, right? And those leather shoes must exceed 20,000, he exclaimed, feigning astonishment. At that moment, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Even the chef serving meals paused at the door, wiping his hands while sizing up Wang Yunbo. Was his attire truly worth such an exorbitant amount? Had Xia Feng not revealed it, none present would have believed it. "Xia Feng, you're talking nonsense." Wang Yunbo's heart sank, an ominous sensation creeping over him. His suit, while appearing quite ordinary, was not easily recognizable to the untrained eye. Thus, he never anticipated that Xia Feng not only recognized him, but also articulated the price with such precision. A suit priced at 30,000, coupled with shoes costing 20,000. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Yunbo's forehead. 50,000, nearly equivalent to 7 or 8 years of his father Wang Guotai's salary. Should this be substantiated, before Xia Feng could approach him, the disciplinary committee would be at his door. "Director Wang, spare us the modesty. We've already spent the money. So what is the harm in putting on a FAAD? I refuse to believe that in this entire cafeteria, there exists another individual who can afford such an extravagant suit. Not to mention, this belt, crafted from stingray leather." Xia Feng lifted the hem of Wang Yunbo's suit, pointing at the belt around his waist, and earnestly proclaimed, "Even if they possess wealth, can they purchase this? This is exclusively sold at a boutique in Hong Kong Island, costing 8,000, and that S in US dollars. It's not that I look down upon them. Have they ever encountered US dollars? Right, Director Wang?" Boom! The hall of the municipal cafeteria reverberated as if struck by a thunderclap. Everyone gaped in disbelief at Wang Yunbo, this minor director from the Urban Construction Bureau, adorned in such costly attire, especially that belt, which could only be procured with US dollars. "Xia Feng, cease your nonsensical prattle." If previously Wang Yunbo was merely anxious about being scrutinized, he was now utterly flustered. In an era where currency exchange was not casually permitted, from where could Wang Yunbo procure US dollars? Just this singular question was sufficient to warrant a year's worth of explanations. "I merely possess a standard belt. Please do not heed his absurd claims." Wang Yunbo was genuinely alarmed, forcefully pushing Xia Feng aside, intent on departing. "Stop!" Xia Feng's countenance suddenly shifted, coldly commanding. "What do you want?" Wang Yunbo spun around, his face devoid of color, glaring at Xia Feng. "Before 1 o'clock this afternoon, please do not leave the municipal building. At that time, personnel from the inspection team will personally seek you out for a discussion." Upon hearing this, the individual who had just handed Xia Feng a bowl nearly toppled from his chair. It turned out he was from the inspection team. What a revelation! Regret surged within him as he slapped himself. His loose tongue had led him to meddle when others were merely observing the spectacle. Wang Yunbo was now drenched in cold sweat, imploring Xia Feng, "I still have to inspect the river embankment this afternoon. If I miss it, can you bear the responsibility? I must inform you, the flood season is approaching rapidly." Xia Feng chuckled coldly. "Your presence is unnecessary, if I am not mistaken. The Jiangning North District embankment falls under your purview, does it not?" I shall call the comrades from the inspection team to assist you. So please return to your office immediately and await your interview. Wang Yunbua's mouth opened and closed several times, yet he could not utter a single word. This was disastrous. Why had he provoked Xia Feng today? Most critically, he was dressed to the nines, intending to dine with the vice president of Hanshin Group that evening. Little did he anticipate being caught by Xia Feng in the cafeteria. Yunbua, why are you standing there? Quickly step aside. At that moment, a voice behind Wang Yunbua interrupted him. It was Wang Wukai. Dad. Wang Yunbua turned around eagerly, as if he had seen a savior. However, upon facing the scene before him, the flicker of hope that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. Wang Wukai was leading a group of officials towards the cafeteria with the inspection team leader, Chen Yinshan, at the forefront. Flanking him with the city party secretary, Xiao Guoqiang, and the mayor, Lu Mingxian, accompanied by several other city government leaders. What a stroke of bad luck. What are you standing there for? Step aside. Wang Wukai glared fiercely at Wang Yunbua. Xia, have you found a good spot yet? Lu Mingxian, noticing Xia Feng, smiled and spoke. I just shared your suggestions with Secretary Chen and Secretary Xiao, and everyone thinks your ideas are excellent. So we came over for a meal to discuss further. Please articulate your thoughts in detail. He was paving the way for Xia Feng's potential appointment to the Reform and Development Group, demonstrating that he had no personal ties with Xia Feng, while also ensuring Xia Feng wouldn't face difficulties with Xiao Guoqiang. Lu Mingxuan's consideration was commendable. Mayor Lu, my apologies, but I haven't found a spot yet. I just arrived at the cafeteria and ran into Director Wang. Xia Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, just as he was about to inquire about the expensive suit, shoes, and belt that Wang Wukai wore. The moment his words left his lips, the eyes of Chen Yinshan, Xiao Guoqiang, and Lu Mingxian all turned sharply towards Wang Yunbua. Wang Wukai stumbled, nearly falling over, and turned to Xia Feng, exclaiming, Xia Feng, how dare you spread such rumors? Xia Feng replied with a light chuckle. Director Wang, whether my words hold truth will be revealed when the inspection team conducts their investigation. Is it not premature to accuse me of slander? Chapter 73. The action begins. Mayor Lu, Secretary Xiao, Yunbua, Xiao Guoqiang interjected coldly before Wang Wukai could respond. Comrade Wukai, the best way to prove Yunbua's innocence is to have the inspection team verify the facts. I trust that the members of the inspection team will not falsely accuse any good comrade. With that, Xiao Guoqiang glanced at his watch and remarked, there are still 40 minutes until work begins. Wang Yunbua, you should go to the inspection team yourself. Admitting an error voluntarily is not the same as being found guilty through investigation. It was over. Wang Wukai swayed, tears streaming down his face. Wang Yunbua, appearing utterly defeated, lumbered towards the door. Secretary Chen, let us sit over there. Lu Mingxian, uninterested in the father-son duo, stepped past Wang Wukai, leading Chen Yinshan and Xiao Guoqiang to a window side table. Xia, come sit here. Lu Mingxian beckoned to Xia Feng, while calling out to the cafeteria staff, Chef Zhang, prepare a few dishes and 4 bowls of rice. The cafeteria chef, momentarily taken aback for a second, soon regained composure and exclaimed, right away, under the astonished, envious, and jealous gazes of the onlookers, Xia Feng swiftly approached and seated himself beside Chen Yinshan, Xiao Guoqiang, and other dignitaries. Secretary Chen, Secretary Xiao, Mayor Lu. Xia Feng greeted the three with a warm smile. By the way, please relay to Secretary Chen and Secretary Xiao what you just shared with me in the office. Lu Mingxian added. He then turned to Chen Yinshan and Xiao Guoqiang, stating, I believe Xia is exceptionally suited for economic development. It would be a waste of talent to keep him in the organization department or the judicial and disciplinary inspection sectors. After speaking, he nodded slightly at Xia Feng. Xia Feng then reiterated Lu Mingxuan's point succinctly. Indeed, this is an excellent strategy. It not only revitalizes enterprises, but also bolsters stable and reliable fiscal revenues for the locality. However, how can we ensure that incidents of embezzlement, akin to previous occurrences, do not repeat themselves? Xiao Guoqiang articulated succinctly. The significant cause of state-owned enterprise losses stems from top-down corruption. For instance, in state-run stores, employees selling peanuts would pocket a handful each day, allowing their entire families, even neighbors, to enjoy an abundance of peanuts. Meat sellers would slice off 2 tails daily, and such instances are countless. This is merely the behavior of frontline sales personnel. The management often facilitates nepotism, favoring relatives with positions. The most severe case, the second department store of Binjiang, has virtually become a family business, with all managerial roles filled by relatives, transforming leadership meetings into family gatherings. This is at the heart of the issue, employing professional managers and implementing performance evaluations. With a system of elimination for the least effective from top to bottom, is a governance strategy that Xia Feng could effortlessly adopt, facing no pressure at all. This approach is commendable. Instituting a system of elimination from the top down, while linking departmental employees' income directly to performance from the bottom up, is truly excellent. Chen Yinshan nodded frequently, recognizing that Xia Feng's proposal perfectly addresses the long-standing issue of familialism and nepotism in state-owned enterprises. Xiao Guoqiang also nodded in agreement, his gaze toward Xia Feng now infused with a more complex emotion. Not only did Lu Mingxian find himself lacking talented individuals, particularly those capable of executing practical tasks effectively, but Xiao Guoqiang was equally eager for skilled personnel. Lu Mingxian chuckled while serving Xiao Guoqiang some dishes, then placed his chopsticks down, saying, "Old Xiao, I'm not trying to poach anyone from you. In a year and a half, my term will conclude. However, Jiangning still faces numerous unresolved issues, and the pace of reform remains stagnant. I am reluctant to depart from this land without having made a significant impact." Xiao Guoqiang looked at Xia Feng and inquired, "Xia, what are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Xia Feng promptly set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "I am but a brick. Wherever I am needed, I shall move," fully adhering to Secretary Xiao's arrangements. This response was cleverly articulated, neither offending Lu Mingxian nor failing to express his allegiance, signifying that no matter where he goes, he remains devoted to Xiao Guoqiang. This is both a show of allegiance and a refusal to take sides, effectively entrusting one's future to Xiao Guoqiang. Xiao Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well. Once the inspection team's work concludes, you will be temporarily assigned to the Reform and Development Group. It is imperative that you fully cooperate with Mayor Lu's endeavors." "Understood," Xia Feng replied succinctly. However, those surrounding them were taken aback by what seemed to be an innocuous conversation at their table. Assigned to the Reform and Development Group, this newly established department in 1998 was primarily responsible for urban redevelopment, infrastructure, and state-owned enterprise reform. While it may appear to be a mere bureaucratic office, it is, in reality, a position of considerable power. During that particular era, its authority even surpassed that of the National Development and Reform Commission. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Xia Feng's youth. At merely 26 years of age, his entry into the Reform and Development Group heralded an immeasurable future. "All right, it's about time. Luo Gang has already arrived. Xia, let us proceed," Chen Yinshan remarked, glancing at his watch and setting down his utensils. "Of course," Xia Feng responded, rising to his feet, wiping the sauce from his mouth, and following Chen Yinshan out of the dining hall. At that moment, aside from Su Mei, who was still auditing grain accounts in Wantong County, and Chen Ping and Zhang Kai, who were on duty at the temporary office, the rest of the inspection team awaited them at the municipal party committee's entrance. Outside the municipal gate, a squad of armed police stood in perfect formation, at the forefront of which was a tall, middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall, with a single stripe and 3 stars on his shoulder. His features as sharp as if chiseled from stone. Reporting to the commander, "I am Luo Gang, captain of the 2nd Squad of the Jiangnan Armed Police Corps. Here to report for duty. Please instruct me." Luo Gang stepped forward and saluted Chen Yinshan with a precise military gesture. Chen Yinshan nodded slightly, saying at ease, "From this moment forth, your 2nd Squad will assist Comrade Xia Feng of the inspection team in handling cases. All actions shall comply with Comrade Xia Feng's directives. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished." Luo Gang snapped to attention and saluted Xia Feng. "Very well. The subsequent tasks shall be conveyed by Comrade Xia Feng." With that, Chen Yinshan turned to Xia Feng, stating, "I have provided you with the personnel you requested, but what I seek is to unearth all the malefactors in Jiangning. Rest assured, Secretary Chen, I shall not betray the trust placed in me by the nation and the people. Xia Feng swiftly completed the handover with Chen Yinshan. Captain Luo, let us return to the office together. Xia Feng gestured invitingly. Certainly. As Luo Gang accompanied Xia Feng and Qian Guoxing back to the office, Tang Long and all members of the first group, except for Yu Qiu, were already waiting inside. Xia Feng entered the office and first extended his hand to shake with Guo Wenbin. Group leader Guo, have the formalities been completed? We've been waiting for you. Guo Wenbin replied cheerfully, producing a stack of arrest documents and handing them to Xia Feng. Upon receiving the documents, Xia Feng turned to Tang Long, Lin, Yi, Luo Gang, and the rest of the inspection team, who all stood up in unison, their posture straight, directing their gazes towards Xia Feng. Luo, immediately arrest Shui Ming. The director of the Huai Mountain District Bureau, Zhao Wei, immediately apprehend Du Jibin, the head of the Tianhe District Bureau. After dispatching his subordinates, Xia Feng straightened his collar and, with a grave expression, declared, all suspects must be taken back to the temporary office for immediate interrogation based on Xia Feng's testimony. Everything shall be grounded in fact, guided by the law. No individual shall be sheltered, nor shall personal interests sway justice. There shall be no conjecture, speculation, inducement, or torture. Everything must adhere to legality and compliance. Depart. Chapter 74. The Jiangning Earthquake, the Tempest, yes. The entire inspection team and oversight group sprang into action. Xia Feng, Guo Wenbin, and Luo Gang hastily entered the police vehicle. As the sirens blared, countless pairs of eyes within the municipal party and government offices turned towards the speeding police cars at the entrance. The inspection group had only just arrived a few days ago, yet they were mobilizing such a formidable force. Who were they after? Even the armed police brigade had been deployed. Earlier at noon in the cafeteria, Wang Yunbo had been taken away. Could it be that Wang Guokai and his associates had encountered trouble? Some watched with glee, while others were filled with trepidation, yet the majority held a morbid curiosity. Gossiping in hushed tones, Chen Dakong stood by the window of his office, watching the police cars rush by, his expression as dark as stormy waters. Secretary Dakong, Yunbo has also been taken by the inspection team. The situation appears to be spiraling out of control. Zhang Hua anxiously remarked. At this moment, even the air was thick with tension. Wang Li and others had been secretly detained without drawing Zhang Hua's attention. However, just one day after Xia Feng's arrest, the entire Jiangning seemed to be in turmoil. He had a foreboding sense that events were rapidly unfolding in a direction most undesirable for him and Chen Dakong. How many times had he warned them to remain vigilant and uphold integrity, yet they refused to listen. Moreover, had Wang Yunbo truly forgotten his senses? With these thoughts, Chen Dakong clenched his jaw and slowly turned. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently on Wang Guokai. Clothing may be worn, but it must be appropriate to the occasion. Do you comprehend the detrimental impact of what transpired at noon? This has put many comrades in a difficult position. Wang Guokai appeared as if his soul had departed, slumped in his chair, incessantly shaking his head and sighing. He had long ceased to heed Chen Dakong's words. After all these years, he had committed numerous violations, even illegal acts, but was his ultimate aim not to secure a good life for his son? Yet now, with Wang Yunbo ensnared in a quagmire, what hope remained for him? What use was wealth if it could not save his son's life? Comrade Guokai, I empathize with your feelings, but until the final moment, we must hold our ground and not abandon the struggle. We must seek development through conflict and peace through perseverance. Chen Dakong firmly pressed his hand on Wang Guotsai's shoulder. Wang Guokai jolted as he looked up at Chen Dakong. Peace through struggle, for as long as peace endures. Peace through compromise, and peace perishes. Chen Dakong's intense gaze bore into Wang Guotsai's eyes. After a considerable time, a glimmer of spirit finally returned to Wang Guotsai's eyes, as if he had made a momentous decision. Narrowing his eyes, he declared, yes, the struggle. It is for Yunbo, and I shall confront the one surnamed Xia. Chen Dakong furrowed his brow and replied, Comrade Guokai, one must set aside personal feelings to calmly analyze the current situation and make the most advantageous judgment. You are an experienced comrade, and I trust that this minor setback will not defeat you. Please return to your work. Wang Gokai nodded, rising to say, "Thank you for your reminder, Secretary.com. I shall take my leave." With that, he stood and swiftly exited the office. Only after the door closed did Zhang Hua raise an eyebrow and remark, "The Guokai father and son are finished." Secretary.com. What is the meaning of letting him struggle like a cornered beast? It will be better to let him. Chun Dakong shook his head repeatedly. Does he believe he will? His son is still in the inspection team. How can he leave with peace of mind? Rather than this, it is better to let him fight for a chance. If he truly manages to bring Xia Feng down, wouldn't the dark clouds disperse? Slowly, Chun Dakong turned his gaze toward a large mass of clouds on the horizon and mused, since the storm has already been set in motion. Let it come with even greater ferocity. I refuse to believe that a mere Xia Feng can alter the course of fate. Meanwhile, Qian Guoxing, accompanied by 2 law enforcement officers from the inspection team, briskly entered the Jiangning City Huashan District Public Security Bureau. "Where is your bureau chief?" Upon entering, Qian Guoxing immediately inquired of the 2 officers at the entrance. "The chief is currently holding a rectification meeting. May I ask what the inspection team requires?" "Unrelated personnel should withdraw." Qian Guoxing brandished the arrest warrant before the officer and ascended the stairs with haste. Bang! The door to the meeting room was suddenly thrust open by Qian Guoxing's forceful entrance, drawing myriad gazes toward the entrance. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man, roughly in his mid-40s, who frowned and stared at Qian Guoxing. With a confident posture, Qian Guoxing approached the man. "Is this you, Cui Ming?" he declared, dramatically unfurling the arrest warrant. The middle-aged man blinked at the document in astonishment, swallowing hard before responding, I represent the Nanjing Provincial Inspection Team and the Jiangning City Inspection Team. Upon verification, you are formally arrested for the crimes of abuse of power and harboring criminals. Please surrender your service weapon and credentials." The thunderous voice of Qian Guoxing reverberated throughout the meeting room. Just moments before, Cui Ming had been animatedly speaking. Now, he slumped weakly into his chair. Qian Guoxing's gaze turned icy as he commanded the officers behind him, "Take him away." A similar scene unfolded almost simultaneously at various branches in Jiangning. Meanwhile, Xia Feng and his entourage's convoy came to a gradual stop before the Jiangning City Bureau. Exiting the vehicle, Xia Feng slowly raised his gaze to the national flag and the solemn police emblem adorning the building. "Team Leader Guo, please take the lead." Xia Feng smiled at Guo Wenbin. However, Guo Wenbin politely shook his head. That would be inappropriate. "Firstly, I did not solve this case, and secondly, Secretary Chen has instructed me to support your efforts. Please do not decline." It was not humility on his part, but rather the sheer number of individuals involved in this arrest. Guo Wenbin, having navigated the corridors of power for many years, acutely understood that he could not shoulder such a considerable burden, unless one were a dragon, capable of maneuvering effortlessly through challenges. The mere aftermath of this situation could rend him asunder. He recognized that he was not a dragon and dared not take on such a perilous risk. Seeing Guo Wenbin persistently decline, Xia Feng adjusted his attire and addressed Luo Gang. "Prepare a military vehicle. We shall depart." With that, Xia Feng gently brushed off the dust from the national emblem on his chest, standing tall as he ascended the steps. "First squad, follow me." With a wave of his hand, Luo Gang led over 20 armed police officers, marching in a precise formation behind Xia Feng and Luo Gang as they ascended the steps. In an instant, everyone on the first floor of the municipal bureau was left in a state of shock. "This comrade, may I inquire about the inspection team?" Xia Feng's expression was solemn as he produced a list. "Please escort me to the individuals on this list. I appreciate your cooperation." The officer, glancing at the list, could not suppress the cold sweat that streamed down his forehead. "Very well, please follow me." Reluctantly, he steeled himself and guided Xia Feng to the office of Director Jiang Wuqiang. With a forceful push, Xia Feng swung open the office door and strode inside. Within the office, a middle-aged man, plump and bespectacled, furrowed his brow in displeasure and demanded, "What are you doing? Get out." However, upon seeing the armed police entering right behind Xia Feng, his expression froze instantly. "Are you Jiang Wuqiang?" Xia Feng brandished the arrest warrant, his demeanor grave as he interrogated. "I am, but you are." I represent the inspection team of Nanjing Province and the supervisory team of Jiangning City. We are here to formally arrest you on charges of abuse of power, shielding criminal activities, corruption, accepting bribes, persecution, and the heinous crime of child rape. You are to be taken away. Before Jiang Wuqiang could fully comprehend the situation, two armed police officers swiftly removed the badge from his shoulder, twisting his arm as they escorted him out of the office. Within mere minutes, more than a dozen individuals were ushered into military vehicles outside the municipal bureau. Witnessing this unfolding drama from his office, Gu Chong, akin to a startled bird, hurriedly locked the office door, trembling as he picked up the telephone to dial Chen Dakong's number. Chapter 75. The military vehicle's advance seal. As soon as the call connected, Gu Chong's voice trembled. Secretary Dakong, it is dire. Chui Ming, Du Jibin, Jiang Wuqiang. They've all been taken away. What shall we do? At that moment, Gu Chong had lost all semblance of his former authority, his panic akin to that of a frightened bird, his voice laced with desperation. He was genuinely terrified. The offenses of those individuals paled in comparison to his own. He had meddled in the cases involving Qian Guoxing's wife and daughter, as well as those concerning Su Jian and others. It would not take long for the investigation to lead back to him. With over 20 years of experience in the police force, he realized that losing his position was trivial. It was his very life that was at stake. Why the panic? Chen Dakong's voice was deep and steady, exuding an air of calm amidst the chaos. Gu Chong gritted his teeth. That cunning old fox. It was only now that he realized there was no evidence implicating Chen Dakong in these affairs. Not even in his possession. Among everyone, Chen Dakong was the one who had conducted everything with impeccable discretion. Damn it. Of course, he had no fear. Even if everyone else was taken down, evidence could still be found against you. But I, alas, am not afforded such luxury. Though Gu Chong was tempted to vent his frustration, this was not the moment to confront Chen Dakong. He could only muster the patience to say, Secretary Dakong, we must devise a strategy. We cannot allow Xia Feng to continue his reckless antics. So many bureau chiefs and department heads have been taken away by him. What will become of the public safety in Jiangning? Upon hearing Gu Chong's words, Chen Dakong nodded in satisfaction and replied, Comrade Xia Feng is also motivated by the pursuit of judicial fairness. However, I have heard whispers that someone intends to report significant issues regarding his personal conduct. You should prepare yourself mentally when the time comes. Cooperate well with the comrades from the Disciplinary Inspection Department and ensure that the case is thoroughly investigated to restore Comrade Xia Feng's reputation. After hearing this, Gu Chong felt as though he had received a surge of encouragement. Although he did not comprehend how Chen Dakong had seized leverage over Xia Feng, he was determined to seize the opportunity and ensure that Xia Feng would never rise again. Rest assured, Secretary Dakong, I will not wrongfully accuse any comrades. I will collaborate closely with the Disciplinary Inspection Department to resolve this case. Gu Chong hung up the phone, unfastened two buttons at his collar, and stood by the window, fixating on Xia Feng, who had just exited the municipal building, emitting a cold snort from his nostrils. Your days of ease are drawing to a close. Having said that, Gu Chong picked up the phone and called his trusted confidant. As Xia Feng approached the entrance, he addressed Guo Wenbin. Team Leader Guo, please take a squad of armed police and escort these individuals back to the temporary office. Comrade Luo Gang and I still need to head to Wantong County. Guo Wenbin shook Xia Feng's hand and said, Rest assured, be cautious on your journey. Upon arriving in Wantong County, pay attention to your methods and approaches. It is best to avoid conflicts with the local comrades. If the troubles in Wantong County are exposed, the investigation in Jiangning could escalate dramatically, even reaching the highest echelons. Xia Feng was not merely confronting the minor bureaucrats of the Wantong County Grain Bureau. He was, in fact, facing the county party secretary, Liu Tianming. Despite Liu Tianming being merely a county secretary, he was a provincial cadre with his own connections in the province. Therefore, the direction the situation would take was unpredictable, even for Guo Wenbin. Rest assured, Team Leader Guo, I will exercise the utmost caution. After saying this, Xia Feng promptly opened the car door and took his seat. Let us depart. At Xia Feng's command, the The black sedan, accompanied by a convoy of military vehicles, sped toward Wantong County. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Wantong County Grain Bureau, Su Mei and Yu Qiu, who had been there for 2 days, were sifting through a mountain of ledgers, manipulating the abacus beads. Heavens, the Wantong County Grain Bureau is clearly just stalling for time. Yu Qiu tossed aside a ledger from a decade ago, her face pale with frustration, yet she found herself at a loss for words. 10 years ago, the ledger was still a ledger, yet due to negligence in management, the accounts had become jumbled together. Who possesses the means to rectify this? Su Mei yawned and remarked, "There's no solution. However, doesn't this only further indicate that there are issues in Wantong County? Our visit hasn't been in vain." Yu Qiu, with an expression of despondency, replied, "But with hundreds of ledgers, categorizing them alone would take an entire afternoon. Time waits for no one. I heard that the city has begun its operations this afternoon." "Really?" Su Mei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. "Yes, Su Yin just sent me a message this afternoon. She is leading the team to apprehend individuals. Everyone from the inspection and supervision teams has mobilized." Yu Qiu, with a serious demeanor, continued, "I heard that many people have been arrested this time. Could it be that a resolution is imminent? Being stuck here is truly exasperating." Her words prompted Su Mei to worry as well. If they remained in Wantong County indefinitely, the opportunity for achievement would elude her. Just then, a black sedan with provincial plates pulled up at the entrance, followed by several military vehicles. Hearing the commotion, Su Mei and Yu Qiu hurried to the window to glimpse the scene at the courtyard entrance. It was Xia Feng. Su Mei immediately recognized Xia Feng stepping out of the car, igniting a flicker of hope within her. At that moment, led by Zheng Wenhong, several officials from the Grain Bureau hurried to the courtyard entrance. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Zheng Wenhong inquired with utmost humility, fully aware that anyone capable of bringing a considerable number of armed police was not someone he could afford to provoke. He simultaneously instructed someone to notify the county party secretary, Liu Tianming, while ushering a few department heads to greet Xia Feng. Before Liu Tianming arrived, detaining Xia Feng was his primary objective. "Inspection team, Xia Feng," Xia Feng declared, presenting his credentials. "Comrade Xia Feng, please come inside for a drink of water." Zheng Wenhong warmly grasped Xia Feng's hand. They first enjoyed refreshments, engaged in trivial conversation, and then proceeded to dine at a local establishment, with a good portion of the afternoon slipping away. This was precisely how he had dealt with Su Mei and Yu Qiu previously, resulting in them accomplishing nothing the entire day. This is the essence of not striking a smiling face. Not to mention, he was not uncooperative, but rather exceedingly accommodating, leaving no room for criticism. "No need for refreshments. Your county's grain storage should be located in Yunlai Town, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenhong's heart sank. Xia Feng's demeanor was far more formidable than that of Su Mei and Yu Qiu. Indeed, since Yunlai Town has drying warehouses, the County Grain Bureau has also established storage there for the convenience of drying and storing the new rice. After all, transportation incurs costs. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward the county committee courtyard, anxiously wondering, where was Liu Tianming? It had already been 5 minutes. While managing the conversation with Xia Feng, he desperately hoped that Liu Tianming would arrive soon. Otherwise, as a mere County Grain Bureau chief, he would be utterly incapable of detaining Xia Feng. "Very well, then please guide us." This afternoon, both Wantong County and Yunlai Town must seal the warehouses and conduct grain inspections before the rainy season arrives. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenhong nearly fainted on the spot. Within the granary, there now exists merely over 1,000 tons of stored grain, while the remaining 6,000 tons consist solely of sand. Should this be discovered, he would undoubtedly face execution, just as Zheng Wenhong stammered, uncertain of how to respond. A large group of individuals, surrounding a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket and sporting black-framed glasses, approximately in his early 40s, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Grain Bureau. "Surely, they are members of the provincial inspection team? Welcome, welcome." The middle-aged man at the forefront approached with brisk steps, warmly grasping Xia Feng's hand. Upon seeing this man, Zheng Wenhong finally exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly interjected, Secretary L. This is Comrade Xia Feng. Comrade Xia Feng. This is Secretary L. After this introduction, Zheng Wenhong turned to L. Tianming, saying, Secretary L. Comrade Xia Feng just mentioned that he intends to seal the granary and inspect the grain this afternoon. What do you think? Chapter 76. The encounter of cunning foxes. What? Sealing the granary for inspection? Absolutely unacceptable. Before L. Tianming could utter a word, a middle-aged man in a white shirt, holding a briefcase, standing to L. Tianming's left, interjected loudly. Director Zhou, please do not rush, L. Tianming replied in a gentle tone, maintaining his smile. The comrades from the provincial inspection team are executing orders from higher authorities, and cooperating with their supervision and inspection is part of our responsibilities. Secretary L. It is not that I am unwilling to cooperate, but the situation is dire. Over 20 villages in the county have been affected, and thousands of citizens are left without shelter, relying entirely on disaster relief grain for sustenance. Is it sensible to seal the granary at such a time? If we run out of food, countless people will go hungry. How shall we explain this to them? It will fall upon us, the local officials. L. Tianming smiled and gestured for calm, saying, Director Zhou, let us not harbor such grievances. We must trust the comrades from the inspection team, as well as our higher authorities. Turning to Xia Feng with a cheerful demeanor, he continued, Comrade Xia Feng, do not take it to heart. Director Zhou is simply straightforward. However, the recent heavy rains have caused severe disasters in many areas of the county. Could we perhaps consider the plight of the affected citizens and seal only half of the granary, allowing for both disaster relief and grain inspection to proceed simultaneously? Would that be agreeable? With a smile, Xia Feng shook L. Tianming's hand and replied, Secretary L. at all times. Ensuring the safety of the populace's lives and property is paramount. While grain must be inspected, disaster relief is equally essential. As for the timing of the grain inspection, I believe we can postpone it by a day or two for further consideration, as the county officials also face challenges. Upon uttering these words, L. Tianming and Xia Feng exchanged a profound glance, both seemingly friendly, yet having completed the first round of their encounter. From the outset, Director Zhou had taken the initiative, while L. Tianming and Zhou Jiwei played their respective roles, ultimately ensnaring Xia Feng. Should Xia Feng consent to L. Tianming's proposal to seal half of the granary, while leaving the other half open, all resultant losses would rest upon him. After all, the granary is right there, and with such a substantial deployment of armed police under Xia Feng's watchful eye, any disappearance of grain would undoubtedly implicate him. How could he possibly deny responsibility? If it were someone else, Xia Feng could have easily retorted. However, that is not the case for L.V. Tianming. His position is exceptionally unique. As the county party secretary, he is a provincial cadre directly overseen by the provincial committee. Yet, the county's finances are allocated by the city, which typically fosters a harmonious relationship between the county and the city. Xia Feng does not enjoy this advantage, for he is a member of the provincial inspection team. As L.V. Tianming stated, he possesses supervisory authority but lacks the power to impose constraints. L.V. Tianming can choose to cooperate or not, and neither the Jiangning Municipal Committee nor the Jiangning Inspection Team has the authority to take any measures against him. Nonetheless, should Xia Feng escalate the report to the provincial level, the value of County Head Zhou would be evident. His priority is to aid disaster victims, for calamity is akin to conflict, always taking precedence. Therefore, if this matter were to reach the provincial government, all pressure would swiftly be directed towards the inspection team and Xia himself. The prospect of sealing the granary and inspecting the grain would become nearly impossible. Yet, Xia Feng vividly recalls that after this period, a series of torrential rains will ensue, leading to catastrophic flooding, which will inevitably affect Yinlai town, transforming the granary into a vast expanse of water. This, too, is why in his previous life, the Tianma group managed to evade severe mishaps. When the granaries were submerged, the grain within was naturally rendered non-existent. Even if the warehouses were empty, no one would pursue the matter further. Thus, whether Xia Feng insisted on inspecting the grain or acquiesced to L.V. Tianming's suggestion, both paths would lead to a dead end. From L.V. Tianming's perspective, Xia Feng, being so young, would surely fall into the trap he had set, Yet he did not anticipate that Xia Feng would employ an elegant strategy to sidestep the issue entirely. After the initial exchange, both Xia Feng and LV Tianming felt as though they were matched opponents. They exchanged glances for 5 seconds before LV Tianming suddenly burst into hearty laughter, grasping Xia Feng's hand with a radiant smile and saying, "I told you. One should trust the higher authorities and the comrades of the inspection team. Comrade Xia Feng, you must have yet to eat, right? Work is important, but health is equally paramount. Let us head to the county guest house for a simple meal and perhaps discuss the situation in our county, as well as relay urgent matters to the higher authorities." Xia Feng patted the back of LV Tianming's hand, smiling as he replied, "That would be a burden on the county comrades. How about this? Our inspection team and 2 other colleagues are currently auditing the grain bureau. We might as well invite them along. After all, there is no rush with the grain inspection. We must not show favoritism. Withdraw the personnel." Xia Feng made a decisive choice. Given the current circumstances, pursuing a solution without a feasible plan would render the audit utterly pointless. Xia Feng was now certain that there were significant issues within the grain storage. If he could successfully seal the granary and inspect the grain, everything would fall into place. The challenge, however, lay in sealing this particular granary. Instead of aimlessly continuing the investigation, it would be more prudent to have Su Mei and Yu Qiu join him, allowing for a collaborative approach. "Very well. Shall we proceed together?" LV Tianming said, retracting his hand from Xia Feng's. "I will take the lead, and I shall send someone to summon them. We will follow shortly." The summer breeze, of course, could not accompany L. Tianming, as he had over 100 armed police soldiers to manage, with numerous arrangements to oversee. L. Tianming, that old fox, he feigned ignorance on the surface, appearing as a benign figure, yet he was constantly setting traps for Xia Feng in the shadows. If Xia Feng were to follow him, any incident that occurred could be substantiated by Luo Gang's testimony, proving that Xia Feng had accepted bribes immediately upon arriving in Wanton County, leaving an entire squad of armed police neglected. This would primarily result in accusations of laziness and dereliction of duty against Xia Feng. Fortunately, Xia Feng's experiences in prison in his previous life instilled in him a habit of utmost caution. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could lead him straight into L. Tianming's snare, from which he could never extricate himself. "Very well, we shall meet in the county guest house's dining room shortly. Wen Hong, ensure that the reception is handled well," L. Tianming said, smiling as he waved goodbye to Xia Feng. However, the moment he turned away, his expression darkened abruptly. "Secretary L, your brilliance is undeniable. With just a few words, you have made Xia Feng comply," remarked County Head Zhou Zhiwei, a look of ingratiation on his face as they walked a distance. "Comrade Zhiwei, you underestimate Comrade Xia Feng. You should truly take the time to learn Tai Chi from him," Zhou Zhiwei continued, acknowledging that Xia Feng had deftly evaded his traps 3 times within just a few minutes. He had to concede that Xia-style Tai Chi was a harmonious blend of softness and strength. "Learn Tai Chi?" Zhou Zhiwei raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. He summoned his secretary and whispered to him. "Yes." The secretary quickly departed. "What are you doing? There must be no mistakes in dealing with Xia Feng," L. Tianming warned, his brow furrowing at Zhou Zhiwei's plans. "Secretary L, I believe it is essential for the newly arrived deputy county head, Li, to have a thorough exchange with Comrade Xia Feng," Zhou Zhiwei suggested. At this, L. Tianming's mind conjured an alluring figure. After a moment's contemplation, he could not help but chuckle, scrutinizing Zhou Zhiwei. "Comrade Zhiwei, is it appropriate to test our comrades in such a manner?" Zhou Zhiwei smiled back. "Secretary L, I have faith that Comrade Xia Feng will undoubtedly withstand the test." The two burst into laughter almost simultaneously. Chapter 77. A subtle undermining after L. Tianming and Zhou Zhiwei departed. Xia Feng and Luo Gang were escorted to the meeting room of the Grain Bureau. Upon seeing Xia Feng, Su Mei and Yu Qiu stood in unison, greeting him. "Leader Xia, Group Leader Xia." Xia Feng gestured for them to sit, signaling them to continue their discussion. He then turned to Zheng Wenhong, saying, "Director Zheng, I have a few words for them. Please wait for me at the door for a moment." "Certainly," Zheng Wenhong replied, and promptly exited the meeting room. "Group Leader Xia, they are merely stalling for time. mixing the account books from over a decade ago with those from the last 2 years. Thus far, I have only managed to review one. Yuchio pouted, angrily slamming an account book onto the table. Before arriving, she had thought it would merely be a matter of reviewing accounts, something easily accomplished. However, upon reaching Wanhong County, she realized just how naive she had been. From the very first day, the gatherings commenced with alternating banquets. After the Grain Bureau treated them to lunch, before they could even leave the table, the supply and marketing company invited them again. Before they could finish their meal, another envoy arrived from the granary. Even now, the remnants of yesterday's feast linger within her. Undigested, she had never anticipated that upon arriving at Wantong, without even reviewing the accounts, she had already gained 3 pounds. Upon beholding the 10 large boxes of ledgers, Yuchio felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. Even a pig, if tasked with managing the accounts, would not jumble together decades' worth of records in such disarray. And this was merely a fraction of the challenges at hand. Some ledgers were damp, rendering the inscriptions somewhat illegible, necessitating the presence of the accountant from the Grain Bureau for reconciliation. Completing the review of a single ledger in one morning was a feat achieved solely due to her exceptional expertise. For anyone else, even half would be a daunting task. Sume raised the ledger she held, its pages rustling, and sighed softly with a wry smile. I've only managed to review half of this one. After all, Sume was a woman in her 30s, one who had guided children with their homework. Her resilience and psychological fortitude were clearly beyond what Yuchio could muster. The fact that she could still smile under such circumstances indicated a remarkable capacity for stress. Let us put the account review on hold for now. Xia Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, turning to Luo Gang beside him. Captain Luo, you should join us. Luo nodded and sat upright in a nearby chair. Xia, are we not continuing the account review? Yuchio exclaimed in surprise, having only delved halfway into the task, and now it seemed her efforts were in vain. It's not that we want to continue, but rather that we cannot do so at this moment. Xia Feng tossed the ledger slightly towards the center of the table, frowning as he spoke. The situation is far more complex than we initially envisioned. The recent torrential rains have caused severe devastation in numerous villages and towns within Wanhong County. Many homes have been swept away by mudslides, and our priority must now shift from auditing grain to addressing the immediate needs of the affected populace. The disaster takes precedence above all else. Even if we report this to the provincial authorities, the outcome remains unchanged. Disaster relief must come first, and other matters must take a back seat. Therefore, we're not battling against Wanhong County, but rather against nature's wrath. Our mission entails ensuring not only the flawless execution of our tasks, but also that the victims of this calamity receive adequate nourishment. Thus, your current focus should be on devising ways to achieve both objectives harmoniously. Luo Gang furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Leader Xia, should I take a squad to assist with the disaster relief efforts? Xia Feng shook his head slightly. Despite the damage in Wanhong County, it primarily involves mudslides rather than flooding. The county has already organized rescue teams, so immediate assistance is not necessary. However, it remains a viable contingency plan. An idea sparked in Sume's mind. What if we borrow grain? There's still 2 nearby grain-producing counties, are there not? We could request a temporary supply and return it later. Xia Feng nodded with a smile. That notion is quite astute. Zheng Wenhong could seize this opportunity to mend the gaps, ensuring that you uncover nothing. Sume could not help but burst into laughter. You scoundrel! Just because I propose a solution you deem unworkable does not mean you should deride me as if I were concocting strategies for them. Xia Feng cast a glance at Sume, took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to pace back and forth in the conference room, smoking thoughtfully. Summer group, Yuchio pondered aloud. Could we not simultaneously distribute grain while inspecting it? Perhaps we could enlist the assistance of the armed police to monitor the entrance and scrutinize the vehicles passing through. Surely, we would have an accurate account of their comings and goings, would we not? Xia Feng exhaled a plume of smoke, responding, if I were to transport half a truck of grain and half a truck of sand, would you be able to discern the difference? Do you intend to inspect each vehicle? Firstly, time is of the essence. Secondly, should a traffic jam occur, the subsequent chain reactions would be incalculable. Political risks are merely one facet. They could adversely affect the livelihoods of the populace and even impede disaster relief efforts. Who would bear the responsibility for such consequences? Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Yu Qiu's expressions darkened. What appeared to be a straightforward issue, upon closer examination, unraveled into a myriad of complications. Delays in disaster relief could easily incite public unrest. Should the situation escalate, the inspection team would be unable to withstand such immense pressure. Enshin Yanshan might be compelled to withdraw Xia Feng and his associates, halting the grain inspection. In such a scenario, those engaged in unlawful activities would truly evade justice indefinitely. Borrowing grain. After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze intensifying as he spoke slowly. Leader Xia, did you not say we cannot borrow grain? Su Mei inquired, perplexed. No, we can borrow, but not in the manner you suggested. Xia Feng retorted, turning to Luo Gang. Immediately dispatch a squad to requisition all trucks and grain currently held at the Wantong inspection station. Yu Qiu, here. Yu Qiu promptly rose, standing at attention. I entrust you with a task. Lead a squad of armed police to thoroughly account for all the grain in the confiscated vehicles before nightfall. You must meticulously document the quantity, type, and year of the grain. Xia Feng commanded decisively. Understood. Yu Qiu snapped to attention with a crisp salute. After 2 long days, she finally felt that she could shine and no longer be buried under a mountain of ledgers. Su Mei, return to the city immediately. Report the situation in Wantong County to Secretary Xiao and collaborate with the relevant municipal departments to ascertain the source of this grain. Before nightfall, we must reach an agreement with the true owner of this grain for the government to temporarily requisition it, and, subsequently, we will need to continue grain collection based on the needs of the disaster situation. In a week, the government will return it in full. At that time, we will invite them to the Wantong County granary to collect their grain. Su Mei also stood at attention, responding yes. However, if we have requisitioned their grain, why must we continue to collect from a municipal grain company? Is it truly necessary? Xia Feng suddenly laughed heartily, lighting another cigarette as he said, if sealing the granary proves to be so challenging, do you think Secretary L might present us with further obstacles that would render our inspections impossible? Furthermore, time is pressing. I have consulted with the Meteorological Bureau, and they have indicated that heavy rains will commence in 10 days. How will we conduct inspections then? Resolving these issues one by one may lead to our own undoing in Wantong County. Rather than addressing the issues ourselves, let us allow the enterprises in Wantong County to confront the food requisitioners. If they dare to refuse or delay, the inspection team will have just cause to intervene and report directly to the Supervisory Commission, bypassing the provincial authorities. ISN TL Tianming adept at maneuvering? I shall undermine him at the very foundation. Chapter 78. The Banquet at Hongmen, the Beauty Scheme, the Socialite Leader Xia. This is a lethal move. Su Mei blinked, swiftly grasping Xia Feng's intention. L. Tianming exploits the disaster situation, using public sentiment and collective incidents to pressure Xia Feng. However, with a deft maneuver, Xia Feng turns L. Tianming into a target besieged by grain merchants. There is no longer a need to investigate the grain reserves of Wantong County. It suffices to seal the warehouses. When a multitude of merchants arrives to collect grain for resale, they will assist Xia Feng in inspecting the supplies. If everything proceeds smoothly, all is well, but should any issues arise, these merchants will promptly present the contracts and documents issued by the Jiangning municipal government to the city or even the province. L. Tianming will then find himself under immense pressure. A slight misstep could lead him to an irretrievable downfall. Not just the grain reserve case in Wantong County, but it could swiftly ascend to the front pages of major newspapers or even attract the attention of the party's official media. Confronted with the dual pressures of politics and public opinion, no matter how capable L. Tianming may be, he would find it impossible to recover. It dawned on her that this seemingly minor leader possesses a meticulous mind and wields a truly ruthless hand. Unless one intends to avoid conflict when one engages, it must be with unrelenting resolve. Xia Feng chuckled softly. Have you ever perused the art of weaving nets? to contend with these nefarious elements. Mercy will lead to a dire end. If one must strike, the blow should at least end his political career, ensuring he can never rise again to harm the populace. For we do not represent merely ourselves. We embody the organization, the state, the trust of the public. Indeed, Su Mei stood at attention, then followed Xia Feng and the others out of the office. Captain Luo, apart from the squad, accompanying comrade Yu Qiu to the inspection station. All personnel are to remain on standby. As soon as comrade Su Mei has any news, immediately seal the grain depot. It is imperative that not a single grain escapes. Furthermore, dispatch 2 armed police officers to return their ledger. The cat-and-mouse game may now come to an end. As Xia Feng conversed with the group while exiting, he relayed instructions to Luo Gang. Understood. Luo Gang responded without hesitation. Xia Feng turned to Su Mei and instructed, as for the matters I have assigned, once executed, there is no need to contact me. Simply call Captain Luo. Understood. Su Mei affirmed with a firm nod. At last, upon witnessing Xia Feng and the others emerge from the conference room, Zheng Wenhong approached with a beaming smile. Comrade Xia Feng, let's depart swiftly. Secretary L has been awaiting us for quite some time. Xia Feng, equally cheerful, shook hands with Zheng Wenhong, expressing, the comrades from Wantong County are truly warm-hearted. I am immensely grateful to Secretary L and the comrades from Wantong. Comrade Xia Feng, you are too kind. Zheng Wenhong began but suddenly fell silent. Do we not agree to dine together? Why has Yu Qiu departed with over 20 armed police? Moreover, Su Mei has also departed directly in the inspection team's vehicle. Luo Gang, in the company of a squad of armed police, has taken to consuming field rations. What is the meaning of this? Why the sudden departure? As Xia Feng observed Zheng Wenhong standing bewildered at the doorway, he approached with a smile and gently patted Zheng Wenhong on the back. I am not. Comrade Xia Feng, did you not say that we would all go together? The 2 female comrades and this one. Xia Feng laughed heartily, saying, no account checks, no food audits. Let them return for now. The local finances are quite strained, and every additional mouth to feed incurs further expenses. Our nation still has a considerable journey ahead before achieving universal prosperity. As leaders, we must embody thrift and frugality. Do you not agree? Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenhong felt a twinge of disbelief. The happiness arrived so swiftly and unexpectedly. No checks on food supplies? Although he sensed something was amiss. The fact remained that Xia Feng's team had departed, and the ledgers had been returned, all seemingly genuine. How could checks be abandoned? In truth, we too desire the oversight and guidance of our higher authorities in our work. Zheng Wenhong remarked with a semblance of reluctant compliance. Xia Feng, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, what guidance? The grassroots work presents its own challenges. Furthermore, the torrential rains of recent days have caused landslides in many areas of Wantong County. The people are mired in distress, suffering from the aftermath of the disaster. How can we ignore the plight of the populace for the sake of routine inspections? Disaster relief must always be our foremost priority. Oh, Zheng Wenhong's mind raced, a smirk forming within. Despite Xia Feng's exuberance in Jiangning, it was evident that in Wantong County, the dragon lay coiled and the tiger rested. With just a few words, Secretary L had compelled Xia Feng to withdraw the inspection. This Xia Feng was nothing extraordinary. It appeared that the individuals from the Jiangning Bureau lacked the necessary experience in confrontation. With this realization, Zheng Wenhong felt entirely reassured. Then let these armed police soldiers forego their field rations and dine at our food bureau's cafeteria. Zheng Wenhong, in high spirits, approached the doorway, even expressing concern for Luo Gang and the squad of armed police regarding their meals. No need. Enduring hardship has always been a commendable tradition of our military. I must first pay a visit to Secretary L. I suspect he is awaiting my news. Xia Feng inwardly chuckled, knowing that Luo Gang and the armed police could not dine at the food bureau's cafeteria. They needed to remain on standby, as he intended to catch L. Tianming off guard. As for Zheng Wenhong, who had always been disingenuous, upon noticing Xia Feng's refusal, he no longer felt the need for pleasantries. He led Xia Feng directly to the county committee's guest house. At that moment, in a large private dining room of the guest house, Tianming and Zhou Jiwei occupied the main seats designated for Xia Feng, surrounded by the heads and deputies of the county's Public Security Bureau and Procuratorate. Beside Zhou Jiwei sat a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in a designer suit. He was the newly appointed deputy county head, Li Bin. Seated in the lower left corner was a young woman, the true star of today's banquet. She introduced herself as a high school classmate of Li Bin, having proactively come to Wantong County to seek investment opportunities shortly after his appointment. However, the discerning could easily perceive that this woman was far from ordinary. Within just half a month of her arrival, she navigated the county committee compound with remarkable ease, flitting between various leaders' offices and dining tables during leisure hours. This ability to orchestrate and connect is not something an ordinary business person possesses. Man, when team leader Xia arrives, you must pour him a few more drinks on our behalf, Lu Tianming remarked, taking a sip of tea while gazing at the exquisitely featured, graceful figure of Qiao Yimin, who sported cascading waves in her hair and a neckline that revealed a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Rest assured, Secretary Lu, your trust in assigning me such an important task is greatly appreciated. I shall do my utmost to entertain team leader Xia, Qiao Yimin replied, her lips parting to reveal a row of pearly white teeth, her voice laced with charm. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of Zheng Wenhong, accompanied by Xia Feng. Comrade Xia Feng, we've been waiting for you. Please, come and take a seat. Lu Tianming stood up, offering the main seat to Xia Feng, who, in turn, strode confidently to the head of the table and assumed his position. Allow me to introduce everyone briefly, began Zhou Jiwei, rising from his seat, prompting the others to set down their teacups and stand as well. He first introduced the county committee members before finally gesturing toward Qiao Yimin, saying, Team leader Xia, this is Qiao Yimin, the new investor in our county. I heard you were coming to inspect our county, and it is my pleasure to extend the hospitality of this meal, which has been entirely arranged by Qiao Yimin. Xia Feng remained composed, lifting his gaze to meet Qiao Yimin's eyes. In that moment of mutual recognition, his heart stirred. It was indeed her. Chapter 79, The First Shot Fired. Who among us cannot speak harshly? This woman, Qiao Yimin, would later become a prominent figure in the social circles of Jiangnan province. Many significant projects in the province bore her influence. According to Xia Feng's assessment of women who seek connections, Qiao Yimin was undoubtedly among the elite, standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, for she sought not just wealth but powerful men. In the future, her escapades would lead to her return to the country after absconding with funds, triggering the downfall and investigation of several high-ranking officials. Behind her actions lay a complex web of power, money, and desire. Moreover, her intuition was remarkably keen. After her capture, she was once humorously dubbed a cadre screening tool, for she had a unique trait, never directly attaching herself to influential figures, but rather mingling among the mid-level ranks. Those she chose to befriend would, 2 decades later, emerge as figures of real authority, showcasing her sharp insight. Team leader Xia, you are truly young and accomplished. Well, I heard about your achievements yesterday. I assumed you were at least in your 40s, a vigorous middle-aged official. I never expected such dynamism and responsibility from someone so young. I must raise a toast to team leader Xia shortly. Qiao Yimin's lips parted slightly, a captivating smile gracing her face. Her bright eyes seemed almost to converse, flickering with long lashes as if beckoning the gentle breeze. That gaze appeared to say, come play with me, handsome. Even Xia Feng felt a jolt from her enchanting look. Rest assured, Ms. Qiao, there will be ample opportunities for you to toast team leader Xia. Come, everyone, please take your seats, Zhou Jiwei urged, calming the crowd as they settled down. Throughout the proceedings, Tianming wore a warm smile, only turning to the public security director Cheng Jianya after everyone was seated, exchanging a knowing glance. Waiter, are the steamed buns not ready yet? Cheng Jianya called to the entrance. Before long, 2 waiters brought in a large steamer, placing it at the center of the round table. As the door closed once more, Cheng Jianya, with a courteous smile, lifted the lid. Steam billowed forth, revealing a collection of sizable juvenile crabs. Where were the steamed buns? Xia Feng furrowed his brow. These crabs were a cold water species from the confluence of the three northern provinces. Renowned for their delectable meat and rich roe, they were called juvenile crabs. While common in the north, they were considered a rarity in Jiangning. Even in the future, with advanced commerce and logistics, they would fetch 50 yuan per pound at the Jiangning seafood market. Yet here we are in 1998, and Xia Feng's 3-year salary would hardly cover this pot of crabs. Team leader Xia, this is a specialty delicacy from our region. Do give it a try, Chang Jianya said, selecting the largest crab with tongs and placing it on Xia Feng's plate. Oh, we produce this in Wantong County? Xia Feng replied, smiling as he examined the crab, which was significantly larger than his own hand. Turning to Director Jiang of the Agriculture Bureau, he inquired, Director Jiang, do you know the yield per acre for these juvenile crabs? If I plant 1 pound in spring, could I harvest 10 pounds in autumn? If that's the case, I would have my parents cultivate 2 acres next year. Puffed. Xiao Yimin could not contain herself, spitting out the tea she had just sipped. She laughed. Yet the director of the Grain Bureau appeared thoroughly embarrassed by Xia Feng's question. Cultivating 2 acres of crabs? What on earth are you talking about? Not only did he appear flustered, but Cheng Jianya's face also flushed red from the inquiry. Zhou Jiwei frowned, setting down his chopsticks to glare at Cheng Jianya. If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet and focus on your work. Why claim this as a specialty? Are you out of your mind? Team leader Xia is just joking. This delicacy was specially procured by Ms. Xiao from elsewhere. Upon hearing Team leader Xia was coming, she wanted you to have a taste. Right, Ms. Xiao? Zhou Jiwei turned to Xiao Yimin. Indeed, these crabs are cold water varieties, so they don't grow large. Team leader Xia, please try it. The meat is quite exquisite. As she spoke, Xiao Yimin personally peeled one and placed on a clean plate, offering it to Xia Feng. However, he merely glanced at it and replied with a smile, Thank you for your kind gesture, Ms. Xiao, but I must apologize. I am allergic to seafood. Upon finishing his words, Xia Feng pushed the plate aside and took a bite of the cold dish nearby. This dish is delightful, quite refreshing and to my taste. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere at the dining table underwent a sudden transformation. Originally, Lu Tianming was savoring his meal, but upon hearing this, his expression abruptly turned cold. Zhou Jiwei subtly furrowed his brow, slowly placing his chopsticks down and taking a sip of water. Bang! His cup was set down on the table with a sound, neither too loud nor too soft. Sensing the shift, Cheng Jianya also laid down his chopsticks, wiping the crab roe from the corner of his mouth, and launched the first verbal assault at Xia Feng. Leader Xia, I am rather blunt and straightforward. There are a few things I have long wished to express. If I happen to say anything inappropriate, I hope you will not take offense. Xia Feng secretly scoffed, realizing that the soft approach had failed and a tirade was imminent. Very well, although I may not possess the eloquence of Zhuge Liang, I refuse to be bested by you. Have those decades of my past life been in vain? Director Cheng, what do you mean? We are all comrades in revolution, contributing to the cause of modernization. There is no need for offense. Speaking your mind is essential. Bottling it up can lead to illness. With a radiant smile, Xia Feng spoke gently. With your assurance, I shall proceed. Cheng Jianya suddenly shifted his tone. Alas, Leader Xia, it is not my intention to offend. But consider how hard you work, coming all this way to inspect the granary, while those individuals lounge in their offices, growing ever more rotund. He continued, they neglect their duties, endlessly scrutinizing, causing unrest among the populace, meddling in matters that do not concern them, treating us like mere playthings. Is this not excessive? I am baffled. Do the upper echelons truly lack sight and hearing, unaware that our county has recently suffered a disaster? Even a fool should not propose such a misguided idea of sealing the granary and inspecting the grain at this time. Ahem. Zhou Jiwei cleared his throat, signaling Cheng Jianya to rein it in. Allowing him to speak out of turn was one thing, but straying off topic and pointing fingers at Xia Feng was entirely another. Had he known, he would not have let Cheng fire the first shot. Director Cheng, one must be mindful of the occasion and exercise discretion. Lu Tianming placed his chopsticks down, ostensibly reprimanding Cheng Jianya, yet the real target of his ire was Xia Feng. Xia Feng beamed brightly and replied to Lu Tianming. Secretary Lu, I actually find much merit in Director Cheng's words. Some of our comrades merely occupy their positions, living off the people's resources, contributing nothing of substance. Not only Director Chung, but I too can no longer tolerate this. To speak of our own Wantong County, thousands of elderly have suffered, struggling to meet their basic needs, while these scoundrels feast on delicacies. Secretary Liu, do you not think they deserve a reckoning? His words resonated throughout the table, aside from Li Bin and Xiao Yimin. Nearly everyone put down their utensils, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Zheng Wenhong even spat out half-eaten crab legs onto the table. Cheng Jianya, with his limited education, began to curse loudly at the table. Is it true that you, Xia Feng, lack culture? After all, you topped the civil service examination. His words effectively berated everyone present. How could one possibly enjoy their meal under such circumstances? Lu Tianming chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Group Leader Xia certainly possesses some profound insights. Xia Feng, with a faint smile, replied, Secretary Liu, I tend to speak candidly. My nature is rather straightforward. I trust that you, Secretary Liu, have a magnanimity to overlook this. Lu Tianming fixed a penetrating gaze on Xia Feng, his eyes almost ablaze, yet his smile remained intact. He raised his glass and said, Group Leader Xia, let us toast. We shall not dwell on the past. I hope. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt, drenched in sweat, rushed in, breathless. Secretary Liu, Director Zheng, the armed police have sealed off our granary. The impact of the man's words was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the room. Lu Qianming's hand, poised with the wine glass, trembled slightly, spilling some of its contents. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Jiwei frowned and coldly interjected. Group Leader Xia has already stated that there will be no sealing of granaries or inspections. How can the armed police possibly seal the granary? Yet, despite his words, Zhou Jiwei's expression darkened as he glanced at Xia Feng. Lu Tianming slowly lowered his glass, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a shadow of foreboding. Group Leader Xia, as County Head Zhou has just detailed, the situation in Wantong County is dire. A disaster is akin to an enemy threat. At this critical juncture, if you seal the granaries and conduct inspections, it could incite public unrest. The responsibility, his insinuation was unmistakable. He was covertly warning Xia Feng that failure to act promptly could lead to turmoil in Wantong County. In such a scenario, not only would Xia Feng be unable to shoulder the consequences, but even Qin Yinshan would be powerless to protect him. Xia Feng, unperturbed, took a bite of his dish and sipped some water. Secretary Liu, I forgot to mention that I have temporarily requisitioned the grain held at the checkpoint. While we might not be able to enjoy the large steamed buns and local specialties at this table, we can certainly ensure that the people's basic needs are met. Having finished speaking, Xia Feng wiped his mouth, discarded the napkin, and continued, from this moment until the disaster abates, I will seal the granaries without conducting inspections, ensuring that local officials do not bear any additional burdens. Both Lu Tianming and Zhou Jiwei's lips twitched in response. Xia Feng's cunning maneuver struck at their vulnerabilities, leaving them without any grounds for reporting against him. After all, with Xia Feng's grain supply, no one would be left hungry, and thus there would be no cause for unrest. The meal that was initially meant to foster camaraderie now revealed Xia Feng's intentions, akin to a FA masking a hidden agenda. Comrade Xia Feng considers matters quite comprehensively, as long as we can ensure stability. Both County Head Zhou and I can rest easy, Lu Tianming thought, stifling a few hollow laughs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he rose to leave, stating, I have a meeting this afternoon. Please ensure that everyone takes good care of Comrade Xia Feng in my absence. Xia Feng hastily set down his utensils, standing up with great enthusiasm to grasp Lu Tianming's hand, saying, Secretary Liu, you are incredibly busy with your affairs. I am immensely grateful for this lunch today. Comrade Xia Feng is too polite, replied Lu Tianming, as he gestured for the others to be quiet, before solemnly exiting the private room with a thermos cup in hand, his expression grim. With Lu Qianming's departure, Zhou Jiwei, Cheng Jianya, and others followed suit, leaving the room empty in a mere 5 minutes. Save for Xia Feng and Xiao Yimin. ISNT President Xiao busy? Xia Feng inquired with a smile while continuing to eat his rice, holding a glass of red wine. Xiao Yimin smiled back and said, "If I leave, who will settle the bill?" Taken aback, Xia Feng exchanged a glance with Xiao Yimin and chuckled. "It seems this meal is on you, President Xiao. It must have cost quite a sum, right?" he asked, still laughing. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yimin replied, "There's no other way. It's only a little over 2,000 yuan. Getting to know Team Leader Xia makes it worth every penny." Is Team Leader Xia really going to investigate the grain? Suddenly changing the subject, Xiao Yimin seemed to inquire nonchalantly. "Not at all. I'm a person of my word." Xia Feng began, but abruptly halted. Beneath the table, something seemed to be crawling up his pant leg. Instinctively, he glanced down. There against his leg was a delicate foot adorned with red nail polish, drawing circles on his thigh. Xia Feng instinctively shifted his chair back, yet his face betrayed him, flushing red, not from embarrassment, but from the undeniable allure of Xiao Yimin's teasing. The subtlety of her actions was perfectly calibrated, igniting a yearning while feigning accidental contact. Leaving Xia Feng in a state of discomfort, he found himself unable to clarify the situation, nor could he indulge in it. He had no desire to entangle himself with a woman like Xiao Yimin. "Team Leader Xia, do have a crab. It's on me," she said, seamlessly taking a crab from the steamer and sitting beside him. As she delicately cracked the shell, she smiled. "Team Leader Xia, this kind of crab meat is truly exquisite, especially the legs, though it can be a bit tricky to eat. You have to peel it first and then dig in." With that, she gently pried open the crab shell and placed a piece of crab leg meat onto Xia Feng's plate. Cough. The enticing aroma wafted towards him, and Xia Feng coughed lightly, smiling as he said, "President Xiao, I truly have a seafood allergy. I am not joking." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yimin laughed charmingly, covering her face. "Really? I thought you were jesting with them." Before Xia Feng could respond, she seemed to discover something new, gazing at his hand and exclaiming, "Oh my, Team Leader Xia, your fingers are quite long." As she spoke, Xiao Yimin placed her hand over his, comparing them. "What is the significance of that?" Xia Feng inquired, frowning slightly. "Of course, there is meaning to it. Does Team Leader Xia not know what it signifies when a man has a long middle finger?" she replied, her proximity to him diminishing from several centimeters to their shoulders brushing against one another. Even the summer breeze can feel the sweltering heat approaching. This summer breeze was truly taken aback. It wasn't he that he lacked awareness, but rather, was it truly appropriate to broach such a topic upon their first meeting? Furthermore, the woman's assertiveness was undoubtedly not for the sake of L. Tianming. As for befriending the summer breeze, given his current position, he hardly warranted such grand overtures from his cadre. The more elusive Xiao Yimin appeared, the deeper the intrigue grew within the summer breeze. Every utterance and gesture of this top-tier socialite was deliberate and calculated. What was her ultimate intention? Men's middle fingers are quite long, making them suitable for playing the piano. "I believe you possess considerable musical talent." The summer breeze stole a glance at Xiao Yimin and chuckled lightly. "General Manager Xiao, after all this unnutritious chatter, shouldn't we delve into the main topic?" Since clarity eluded him, he decided to be forthright. Xiao Yimin paused momentarily, hesitating before she spoke. "Team Leader Xia, I believe we may share common interests. Hence, I wish to engage in a more profound discussion with you." "Common interests?" The summer breeze shook his head. "I'm afraid I must decline. There are explicit regulations against public officials engaging in business ventures." "Team Leader Xia, you've misunderstood me. At your age, what you truly need is a commendable resume." Xiao Yimin took a small sip of red wine, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowing. "I know you are investigating Wang Yunbo, but you won't uncover much. If you were to shift your perspective and examine Xingxin Construction Company, you might stumble upon unexpected revelations. Moreover, if you have the time, I could arrange for our company's engineers to accompany you to inspect the North District embankment and the ring road." The summer breeze looked at Xiao Yimin in surprise. "What do you mean?" "Team Leader Xia, constructing roads and embankments requires great precision. If I were to narrow the road slightly, wouldn't vehicles have to slam on their brakes when they cross paths? In the summer, frequent abrupt stops would cause significant wear on that road." Xiao Yimin bit her lip, smiling at the summer breeze. "Oh." The summer breeze raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Xiao Yimin's implication. Scrutinizing her closely, Do you have a conflict of interest with Wang Yinbo? Indeed, Qiao Yimin did not shy away, stating plainly, I didn't come here for the national guest. I was specifically waiting for you. However, it appears we are indeed fated, as Director Zhou is facilitating our connections. But do not assume you have already triumphed. Their methods are utterly unscrupulous. Here's my number. Remember to call me when you return to Jiangning. With that, Qiao Yimin handed the Summer Breeze a slip of paper, then slung her bag over her shoulder, flashing him an enchanting smile. Make sure to call Yunyan often. Otherwise, if your house gets burgled, don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 81. Devious Methods and False Accusations. What? Just as the Summer Breeze rose, intent on seeking clarity from Qiao Yimin, she offered him no opportunity, briskly striding out of the private room. Watching her retreating figure, the Summer Breeze felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to call Luo Yunyan. After a moment's pause, the voice of Luo Yunyan finally came through the phone. Xia Feng, what brings you to call me? Are you no longer busy? Yunyan, I have a question for you. Do you know someone named Qiao Yimin? Xia Feng asked directly. Of course I know her. How do you know Qiao Yimin? Luo Yunyan's tone became noticeably urgent. Xia Feng did not hide anything and recounted the events that had just transpired. Keep your distance from that woman. As soon as Xia Feng finished speaking, Luo Yunyan eagerly replied. However, upon reflection, she felt her words might have been somewhat inappropriate. So she added, we grew up together in the same courtyard. She went abroad in her teens and only returned in the last couple of years. But she seems to have changed completely, and since her return, her reputation has been quite poor. Don't let her lure you in. Xia Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Had it not been for some knowledge of this woman from a past life, he might have genuinely fallen for her charms. She just asked me to look into Jiangdi and the Huanjiang Highway. I can't shake the feeling that her intentions are not pure, he pondered aloud. Well, that's to be expected. After returning, she started a construction company in Jiangning, but she failed to win several major bids. Those projects are all managed by Wang Yinbo. It's only natural she would have her sights set on him. However, while you can handle matters within reason, do not stray beyond the principles. Getting too close to her could have repercussions for you, Luo Yunyan advised thoughtfully. Only now did she grasp why Qiao Yimin had suddenly called her 2 days ago to catch up. It seemed she had caught wind of something. After all, the entire courtyard was aware of how Xia Feng had rescued Luo Yunyan from the landslide, followed swiftly by Xia Feng's rapid transfer to the inspection team. Given Qiao Yimin's cunning, it was not surprising she could deduce such information. Yet, Luo Yunyan felt a pang of regret for having divulged too much about Xia Feng to Qiao Yimin. However, she found herself unable to restrain her tongue. It seemed she could never tire of speaking about Xia Feng. Now I understand. Xia Feng quickly clarified his thoughts. As for Qiao Yimin's claim that she came to Wantong County to wait for me, that is pure fabrication. She is here to secure contracts. It is likely that she faced severe exclusion in Jiangning, prompting her to adopt a strategy of rural encirclement of the city. She is quite shrewd, so be cautious when dealing with her, all right? Don't let her ensnare you. Luo Yunyan reiterated, still feeling uneasy. Rest assured, I know where to draw the line. Xia Feng paused momentarily before continuing in a low voice. The current struggle is becoming increasingly intense. We must unite all possible forces, cultivate numerous friendships, and diminish our enemies. Huh. Luo Yunyan couldn't help but giggle. Have you been watching too much of the tunnel warfare? Never mind. I shall not engage with you further. There are numerous matters to attend to in the village. I will send you a message tonight. With that, Luo Yunyan abruptly ended the call. Tucking the small phone back into his pocket, Xia Feng returned to his chair with a grave expression. It appeared that Qiao Yimin possessed extensive insider knowledge. Yet, dealing with this woman necessitated constant vigilance. At that moment, King Guoxing's call came through unexpectedly. Old Qian, what is it? Xia Feng inquired directly upon answering. We've encountered a minor issue. Nearly all those arrested have consistently shifted the blame onto Gu Wenhu. King Guoxing sighed. Especially Cui Ming, Du Jibin, and Jiang Wuqiang, who are exhibiting severe resistance. Being seasoned detectives, they remain tight-lipped, awaiting us to present evidence. Furthermore, the provincial department is pressing us to expedite our findings. If we cannot produce solid evidence soon, we will have to release them. The current situation is quite precarious. Indeed, everything transpired as Xia Feng had anticipated. Even with intensive interrogation, it remained exceedingly difficult to breach the psychological defenses of those in high-ranking positions like Cui Ming, Du Jibin, and Jiang Wuxiang. Let us do this. Tonight, I need the statistical data from Qiui. I will return to Jiangning first thing in the morning, Xia Feng decided after some contemplation. All right, I will send Xiao Long and his team to conduct further interrogations. Perhaps there will be some breakthroughs, Qiang Guoxing replied before ending the call. Meanwhile, upon returning to the office, L. Tianming's expression was ominously dark. Secretary L., they have continued to seal off the warehouse. We find ourselves in a most disadvantageous position. There are only a little over 1,000 tons of grain inside. What if? L. Tianming abruptly interrupted with a cold tone, directing his gaze at Cheng Jianya. I suspect that tonight, Team Leader Xia will likely stay at the guest house. Ensure that Comrade Xia Feng's safety is guaranteed. Understood? Cheng Jianya paused, then gasped in realization. Secretary L., can we really do that? L. Tianming frowned. Director Cheng, do you comprehend what you are saying? I am instructing you to ensure Comrade Xia Feng is not disturbed, particularly by any dubious individuals. Team Leader Xia requires proper rest. Do you understand? Cheng Jianya blinked rapidly, hastily nodding. Secretary L., I understand. I will arrange for personnel to ensure Comrade Xia Feng can rest well. With that, he swiftly exited the office. Once he departed, Zhou Jiwei pondered aloud. Secretary L., must we resort to that method? L. Tianming slowly closed his eyes, his tone heavy. We have been negligent. If I am not mistaken, Xia Feng's intention in sealing the grain warehouse is to await the grain owners from the inspection station to collect their supplies. However, nearly 2,000 tons are being withheld, while the warehouse only contains 1,000 tons. How do we reconcile this discrepancy? Gu Wenhu has already fled, and numerous individuals connected to him have been arrested, yet the grain is inextricably linked to him as well. Should the truth come to light, we would be in a far worse predicament than Jiang Wuxiang. Since we cannot resolve the issue, we shall eliminate those who pose the problem. I refuse to believe he can evade consequences. As he spoke, Lu Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, two piercing gazes slicing through the air like swords, directed at the direction of the guest house. That evening, Yu Qiu submitted the statistical report to Xia Feng before retreating to her room to rest. Just as Xia Feng lay down, preparing to scrutinize the report, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Team Leader Xia. I am a service staff member from the guest house, delivering mineral water. Come in. Upon Xia Feng's invitation, a service attendant in her 30s pushed a food cart into the room. She first collected the empty bottles Xia Feng had consumed into a black plastic bag, then retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water, placing them on the bedside before turning to leave. Xia Feng twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a small sip, and began to peruse Yu Qiu's statistical report. However, scarcely 5 minutes had passed before a wave of dizziness washed over him. What is happening? Why am I suddenly so fatigued? Before he could regain his composure, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Bang, bang, bang. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xia Feng was jolted awake by a series of pounding knocks. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly stunned. In the room, there was a woman, unclothed save for a sheet wrapped around her, crouching on the floor, weeping profusely. Before Xia Feng could comprehend the situation, the door was forcefully burst open by several police officers. Help! He assaulted me last night. As soon as the officers entered, the woman dashed towards Cheng Jianya, who stood at the door with his hands clasped behind his back. Do not worry, comrade. We shall ensure justice is served, Cheng Jianya declared with a grim smile, stepping into the room and surveying the surroundings. He then bent down to pick up a small black garment from the floor. Comrade, did you say Team Leader Xia assaulted you? You must be prepared to stand by your words. The young woman pointed at Xia Feng, explaining, just before dawn, I was asleep in the duty room when he suddenly called the front desk, requesting 2 bottles of water. Normally, we do not enter rooms at that hour, but I felt intimidated as he seemed to be a high-ranking official, so I brought the water and knocked on his door. At this point, the young woman covered her face, weeping for a while before continuing, but I never expected he would pull me into his room, touch me, and kiss me. I was terrified. By the time I realized what was happening, he was on top of me, completely undressed. Cheng Jianya feigned astonishment, glancing at Xia Feng. Team leader Xia. During lunch yesterday, I believed you to be a principled and dedicated official. How could you engage in such despicable actions? It truly pains me. Someone, assist team leader Xia in dressing and take both him and this young lady back to the bureau. Before Cheng Jianya could finish, Xia Feng interrupted coldly. Cheng Jianya, I warn you, you have no authority to take me away. After a brief moment of confusion, Xia Feng's mind swiftly cleared, connecting the events of last night. When he suddenly lost consciousness, he began to piece together the situation. It must be said that their framing tactics were indeed sophisticated. Had it been anyone else, they would have found it impossible to clear their name. However, unfortunate for them, they had encountered Xia Feng. After 2 decades in prison, Xia Feng had seen all manner of people and heard all sorts of stories. When it came to methods, Xia Feng was leagues ahead of Cheng Jianya. Leader Xia, the evidence is irrefutable. What defense do you have left? Cheng Jianya sneered. You possess experience in discipline inspection and criminal investigation. You should understand that in the face of unassailable facts, all rebuttals are but feeble attempts. In just a few sentences, Cheng Jianya had nearly exhausted the vocabulary he had accumulated over a lifetime. This was not due to overconfidence. Rather, he had dealt with similar situations more than once. The chain of evidence and medical examinations had long been familiar to him. Not even a divine being could escape the necessity of admitting guilt when faced with such realities. Xia Feng chuckled, nonchalantly dressing while retorting, Cheng Jianya, do you believe this time you are guaranteed victory? I offer you one last opportunity. Conspiring to frame the leader of the inspection department will lead to criminal liability. Cheng Jianya grinned. Leader Xia, your threats are futile. As you would say, we must serve the people. Just then, Yu Qiu rushed in, glancing at the police blocking the doorway, and frowned. What are you doing? Comrade Xia Feng is the leader of the second inspection group. You have no right to restrict Leader Xia's personal freedom. Cheng Jianya chuckled, pointing at the young woman sobbing nearby. Comrade Yu Qiu, Leader Xia's desires were too fervent. He failed to manage his own conduct, and after failing to entice her, resorted to coercion with a female colleague at the guest house. We are merely bringing Leader Xia back for questioning, which is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Yu Qiu was taken aback, looking at Xia Feng in disbelief. Leader Xia, don't listen to his nonsense. Xia Feng finished dressing and turned to Yu Qiu. Comrade Yu Qiu, I now request that you report this matter to Group Leader Guo Wenbin in your capacity as a member of the second inspection group. Furthermore, I demand that a forensic expert be dispatched from the municipal bureau to conduct a blood test on site. Until that occurs, I shall not leave this room, and I require the names and identification of all present today to be included in the report, including that of Director Cheng. Yu Qiu's eyes darted around. Then she nodded determinedly. All right. She quickly took out paper and pen, turning to the young woman. What is your name? Where do you work, and what is your position? The young woman was startled by the question, instantly halting her cries and tears, looking timidly at Cheng Jianya. You need not look at him. If this is a false accusation, he will not be able to protect you, Xia Feng stated, causing the young woman to visibly shudder. It was her first time in such a predicament, leaving her feeling quite uncertain. Do not fear. The Bureau will certainly ensure justice is served. Cheng Jianya narrowed his eyes. As long as this woman complied with his instructions, Xia Feng could summon a forensic expert or even invite deities. Yet he would remain unable to evade the charge of rape. My name is Li Qiuying, and I am a server at the guest house, the young woman said, her voice trembling slightly. After Yu Qiu meticulously recorded the details, he noted the names of Cheng Jianya and all present officers, then turned to Xia Feng, saying, Captain Xia, I shall report to Captain Guo immediately. Please wait here. With a final glance at Cheng Jianya, Yu Qiu swiftly exited the room. Xia Feng observed Yu Qiu's retreating figure, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and leisurely lit it, inhaling deeply before gazing out the window. Time passed slowly, and an unusual silence enveloped the room. An hour later, a police vehicle from the municipal bureau screeched to a halt outside the guest house. Tang Long entered briskly, accompanied by a forensic expert clad in a white coat. Captain Xia, The forensic expert is here. He is from our bureau and trustworthy, Tang Long announced, waving at the expert. Hello, Captain Xia. I will now conduct the forensic examination and hope for your cooperation, the forensic expert stated, laying out the blood extraction tools on the bedside table. Very well, Xia Feng replied, rolling up his sleeves as he continued to smoke, turning to Tang Long and inquiring, how did the interrogation go? Aside from a few district bureau heads and the municipal bureau office director, Jiang Guoqiang, everyone else had confessed. If we could apply some pressure. Xia Feng frowned. What kind of pressure? Even if they erred, they're subject to party discipline and legal consequences. We cannot force false confessions. Yes. Tang Long reluctantly stepped aside. At that moment, the forensic expert furrowed his brow and retrieved a reagent from his kit, dripping it into Xia Feng's blood sample and shaking the test tube. As the tube changed color, the expert gasped, "This is gamma-hydroxybutyric acid." Tang Long frowned. What acid? The forensic expert cleared his throat and explained. Gamma-hydroxybutyric acid is a substance that induces weakness, unconsciousness, and memory loss. It is a psychotropic drug strictly controlled by the state. Has Captain Xia been drugged? Upon hearing this, Xia Feng chuckled softly. That would be a question for Li Qiuying and Director Cheng. At these words, Cheng Jianye remained impassive. But Li Qiuying's face turned as pale as a sheet, nearly letting the blanket she was wrapped in slip away. Li Qiuying, it is not too late to reveal who is behind you. If I uncover the truth, you will be one of the main culprits. Think carefully, Xia Feng said coldly as he took the forensic report. I didn't, Li Qiuying stammered, her fear evident. Cheng Jianye furrowed his brow and reassured her, do not be afraid. Authority does not equate to justice. I demand a forensic examination for Li Qiuying as well. As he spoke, Cheng Jianye picked up a small black garment, asserting, the stains on this will not lie. Chapter 83. You have the right to be shot. Please proceed. Xia Feng calmly gestured for them to continue. The forensic expert glanced at Li Qiuying and said, please follow me to the next room. Li Qiuying instinctively glanced at Cheng Jianye before anxiously departing the room alongside the forensic expert. Tang Long, instruct Captain Luo to dispatch a squad of armed police to secure the guest house. No one is permitted to enter or exit freely, particularly near the trash bins. No one is allowed to approach them. Summer Feng remarked, casting a glance at the two unopened bottles of mineral water on his bedside. Understood, Tang Long acknowledged, promptly dialing Luo Gang. Before long, over 20 armed police officers had effectively sealed off every entrance and exit of the guest house, ensuring vigilance, especially around the vicinity of the garbage bins. It was at this moment that Cheng Jianye's expression subtly shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. How could someone as youthful as Summer Feng possess such profound experience? Little did he know, Summer Feng had a former prison mate who had been incarcerated for selling illicit substances. Thus, he was rather well acquainted with compounds such as obedient water and various narcotics. That former inmate had even shared the production techniques and processes with Summer Feng. However, Summer Feng had shown little interest in such unlawful affairs. Yet today, this knowledge proved to be immensely useful. Noticing beads of sweat forming on Cheng Jianye's forehead, Summer Feng patted his shoulder, smiling as he spoke, Director Cheng. Do take some time to read more. Do not be preoccupied solely with the local specialties in the steamer. The primary component of hallucinogenic substances is gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, which requires 48 hours to be completely expelled from the body. If I were entirely ignorant and merely attempted to defend myself, you would have your way. Yet surprisingly, I possess some knowledge of chemistry, do I not? Cheng Jianye swallowed hard, his palms drenched in perspiration as he clenched his fists. Moreover, this substance is strictly prohibited by the state. From whom did a mere waitress like Li Qiuying acquire it? If this individual is a public servant, how many years do you think they should be sentenced to? Summer Feng gazed at Cheng Jianye with a playful smile. Feigning calmness, Cheng Jianye replied, whatever the sentence may be, it has no bearing on me. It is best that it remains unrelated to you, otherwise. Summer Feng's demeanor abruptly turned icy as he warned, I will ensure that you regret this for the rest of your life. At that moment, the forensic expert returned with Li Qiuying, carrying a medical report. Captain Tang, Team Leader Summer, I have examined Ms. Li. Firstly, There were indeed traces of semen found on her. However, her hymen remains intact, which leads me to suspect it was a result of external manipulation. This is my forensic assessment. I present it for your review, and should there be any doubts, we can request a re-examination by another forensic expert. After delivering his findings, the forensic expert handed the report to Xia Feng. Xia Feng took the report, casting a teasing look at Chang Jianya as he pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to him. Wipe the sweat from your brow. This case has nothing to do with you, so why are you so anxious? With a swift motion, Chang Jianya slapped Xia Feng's hand away, his expression visibly strained. I am not anxious at all. It's just that this room is too warm. I need to step outside for some air. As he turned to leave, Xia Feng's voice rang out sharply. Stop. Feel free to leave, but first answer me this. When did you receive the emergency call? And who was the operator? Before Chang Jianya could respond, Tang Long stepped forward, blocking the doorway. What are you trying to do? Step aside. Chang Jianya was immediately agitated upon realizing the exit was obstructed. No one had anticipated such a drastic turn of events. He needed to contact LV Tanming urgently, without delay. Yet, within the confines of the room, he found himself unable to make the call. In a moment of desperation, he reached for his waistband. If you dare draw your weapon, I am entitled to execute you on the spot. Before Chang Jianya could grasp his firearm, Tang Long had already aimed his gun at him. Don't move. Don't move. The commotion in the room caught Luo Gang's attention. Before Chang Jianya could react, 4 armed police officers raised their assault rifles, directing their weapons at the group of officers led by Chang Jianya. With a cold smirk, Xia Feng patted Chang Jianya on the shoulder and demanded, "Answer me." Chang Jianya found himself at a loss for words. To make the scene more convincing, he had specifically instructed Li Qiuying not to leave Xia Feng's room. However, as a mere service attendant at a guest house, how could she afford such a high-end device as a pager? Without a phone, she had no opportunity to call for help. Moreover, Chang Jianya had followed the agreed-upon time to storm the guest house. Upon discovering that Li Qiuying was not in the duty room, he charged directly into Xia Feng's room. In his mind, he envisioned taking Xia Feng to the county police station for a thorough interrogation. He believed that within half a day, Xia Feng would confess. He had never considered the potential for such a significant upheaval. It was only when Xia Feng demanded to know the time of the emergency call and the operator's identity that Chang Jianya realized he was in serious trouble. Everyone, surrender your sidearms and police identification. Xia Feng spoke calmly. The officers present complied, retrieving their firearms and badges and placing them on the table. Glancing at the 6 handguns laid out before him, Xia Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Director Chung, you truly have a high regard for me. 6 individuals armed? Unlike you, I do not possess a simplistic mind nor excel in physical pursuits. In fact, I was not particularly adept in sports during my school days. You need not go to such great lengths. Xia Feng, I am the director of the county police department. Until a case is established, you have no authority over me. Chang Jianya shouted defiantly. Xia Feng merely smiled, patting Chang Jianya's shoulder and replied, My dear brother, how much counterfeit liquor have you consumed? Whoever said anything about taking action against you? I am formally inviting you to return to the inspection team and cooperate with the investigation. What if she is the mastermind? As he spoke, Xia Feng pointed towards Li Qiuying, who, overwhelmed with fear, burst into tears. Through her sobs, she pointed at Chang Jianya, exclaiming, It's not me. Director Chung forced me to do this. My brother was arrested by the county police for stealing cables. He threatened me, saying if I didn't listen to him, he would have someone beat my brother to death in the interrogation room. I had no choice but to comply. As the summer breeze gently caressed his face, Xia Feng squinted at Chang Jianya and remarked, Ah, Director Chung, how imposing you are. Do human lives mean no more to you than mere weeds? Before Chang Jianya could respond, Xia Feng turned to Li Qiuying and inquired, What is your brother's name? My brother is Li Ku, and he was imprisoned 2 days ago. Li Qiuying Sumbat. Tang Long interjected, There is no need for me to elaborate. Indeed, Tang Long affirmed. Gesturing to 2 armed police officers, You follow me. Before long, Tang Long ushered in a young man, battered and bruised, appearing to be in his early 20s. Group Leader Xia, this is Li Ku. His ribs have been broken in 4 places. He is gravely injured. As he spoke, Tang Long glanced at Chang Jianya. First, take him to the county hospital. The law will deal with the offenders, but his wounds must be treated. As for the individuals involved in the torture, they should be handed over to the county's discipline inspection committee for investigation and handling. Now, bring these 7 individuals, along with Li Qiuying, back to the temporary office. Upon finishing his instructions, Xia Feng playfully patted Chang Jianya's face and smiled. Director Cheng, let us move to another venue for a more leisurely discussion. Take him away. Seeing that he was to be escorted back to the inspection team, Chang Jianya's demeanor shifted to panic. Just as he contemplated fleeing, an armed officer struck his back with the butt of his rifle. With a thud, Chang Jianya collapsed to the ground, and before he could regain his composure, 2 armed officers seized him by the arms and ushered him out of the room. Chapter 84. This building can barely contain them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the guest house, Xia Feng addressed Yu Qiu. You remain here to diligently oversee the distribution of supplies. It is imperative that the disaster-stricken populace is well fed and satisfied. Yes, Yu Qiu responded, standing at attention. Let us proceed. Xia Feng gestured for Tang Long to follow. Oh dear, there isn't enough room in this vehicle. Tang Long glanced at the approaching Jetta, which could accommodate no more than 5 people, clearly exceeding its capacity. Team Leader Luo, I would appreciate your assistance, Xia Feng cheerfully requested. Not a problem. Luo Gang turned to the armed officers behind him and commanded, Squad 3, assist Group Leader Xia in transporting the suspects back to the city, then return promptly. Yes. Before long, Chang Jianya and the others were escorted onto a military vehicle. By the way, Tang Long, please retrieve the 2 bottles of mineral water from the trash bin. Be mindful of fingerprints. Xia Feng reminded once more before they boarded the vehicle. Understood. Since Xia Feng had only taken a sip from those 2 bottles of mineral water, they were easily located. Within a minute, Tang Long returned to the vehicle with the bottles securely placed in evidence bags. As the vehicle gradually began to move, Li Qiuying timidly asked, Leader, will I go to jail? With a resigned sigh, Xia Feng replied, Although you were coerced by Chang Jianya, you have also violated the law. However, as long as you demonstrate a good attitude of remorse, we can request leniency during the case transfer. In the future, should you find yourself in a similar situation, learn to protect yourself through lawful means. The Public Security Bureau has its own disciplinary department, and if they refuse to assist, you may report his actions to the discipline committee. Engaging in unlawful activities will neither save your brother nor spare you from harm. Xia Feng lacked a savior's heart, yet he recognized that Li Qiuying had acted irrationally under duress. Moreover, she, a young maiden, would not engage in such acts unless compelled by dire circumstances. After all, women of that era held their chastity in high regard, unlike some modern women who exhibit a complete disregard for moral boundaries. Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, Li Qiuying immediately covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Listening to her cries, Tang Long and the female forensic expert exchanged resigned sighs. Sympathy aside, the law is unyielding. Transgressions must be met with consequences. An hour later, the vehicle came to a gradual halt outside the office of the inspection team. Qian Guoxing, Su Mei, and others, already informed of the news, awaited at the entrance. Comrade Xia Feng returns triumphantly, Qian Guoxing remarked, casting a glance at Chang Jianya and others disembarking from the military vehicle, while patting Xia Feng on the shoulder. Old Qian, you shouldn't mock me like that. I nearly became a perpetrator myself, and you still find amusement in this? Xia Feng retorted, gesturing towards the police officers waiting at the door. Chang Jianya and the others were promptly adorned with silver handcuffs and escorted to a room on the 2nd floor for solitary detention. Noticing Xia Feng's expression of surprise, Qian Guoxing explained, the 1st floor is already at full capacity. There is simply no space left. Xia Feng chuckled wryly. I wonder if there will be enough room in this building when the case is concluded. No worries, my husband's unit has vacant accommodations. Su Mei interjected with a smile. Well, if your husband's unit can offer us another building, I suppose he won't need to work there anymore, Xia Feng replied. This elicited laughter from Qian Guoxing, Zhao Wei, Chen Ping, and the others. Why is that? Su Mei asked, frowning. Because there might be an insider in the unit. Who would dare to keep him around? Qian Guoxing chuckled. Huh. Su Mei laughed. as if there are any insiders left. Their unit is undergoing restructuring. Who has the capacity to care about him? Xia Feng, taken aback, inquired, Sister May, isn't your partner working in the First City construction? Surely. Their profitability must be substantial. Even 1998, construction firms were among the top tax contributors in state-owned enterprises. Significant losses shouldn't be expected. How would I know? I heard the company has incurred losses exceeding 100 million and is now unable to repay debts. Contemplating restructuring, Sumei replied lightly, leading Xia Feng and Qian Guoxing to the door of interrogation room 13. Team leader Xia, would you like to have some breakfast before interrogating Jiang Wuqiang? After a busy morning, Xia Feng realized he hadn't eaten. With Sumei's reminder, his stomach grumbled, yet glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock, with less than 4 hours remaining until the 24-hour mark. There's no time. Could someone grab a bread roll for me? I'll make do with a quick bite. Let us finalize the case first. Zhao Wei volunteered to procure breakfast. Xia Feng opened the door and entered the room with Qian Guoxing and Sumei. Ah, sleeping soundly, aren't we? Xia Feng observed Jiang Wuqiang, who lay in bed feigning sleep, as he removed his hat and took a seat in the center of the room. Jiang Wuqiang merely grunted in response, knowing that as long as he remained silent, Xia Feng and the others could not compel him to speak. Moreover, many matters are intricately linked to Gu Chong. He cannot fathom that Gu Chong would abandon him. Oh, Director Jiang, you have even resorted to the abuse of young girls? I did not perceive such a low moral threshold in you. Xia Feng leafed through Jiang Guoqiang's dossier, a cold smirk gracing his lips. That is slander. They were willing participants. I did not coerce them. Jiang Guoqiang shot up from his bed, his gaze fixated on Xia Feng with fierce intensity. Xia Feng chuckled heartily, gesturing towards Jiang Guoqiang, and said to Qian Guoxing, Director Jiang certainly has a sense of humor. After 2 decades in law enforcement, do you not understand that any involvement with a minor, regardless of the circumstances, constitutes rape? Jiang Guoqiang's face flushed with anger, rendered speechless by Xia Feng's words. I understand that you believe acknowledging this case is futile since the principal offender, Gu Wenhui, remains at large, thus leaving your case unresolved. Xia Feng picked up Jiang Guoqiang's personal information, approached him with a smile, and remarked, You have a 16-year-old daughter, do you not? How could you bear to commit such heinous acts? You claim it was consensual, yet why has the Tianhe District Police Station received numerous reports linked to you? The parents of those girls, after reporting to the police station, escalated their complaints to the district office. Is this what you refer to as voluntary? Jiang Guoqiang glared at Xia Feng and retorted, I do not know. It was all arranged by Gu Wenhui, and I was unaware that they were underage at the time. Clap, clap. Xia Feng lightly applauded, saying, Well said. Sumei, inform the Urban Evening News to conduct a special report on Jiang Wuqiang's case. The details of the incident and the confession process are of little importance. It is imperative that we prominently display the fact that Director Jiang is currently suspended, along with his home address and his daughter's school address in large print. Both Sumei and Qian Guoxing were taken aback. Jiang Wuqiang abruptly raised his head toward Xia Feng, exclaiming, You shameless. Xia Feng chuckled softly, flipping through the dossier, and shook his head in resignation. There is no alternative. Director Jiang is innocent. We can only rely on the public to provide us with leads. However, rest assured, Director Jiang, you must trust that your colleagues and subordinates will ensure the safety of your family. After all, you have set a personal example. With that, Xia Feng patted Jiang Guoqiang on the shoulder and said to Sumei, Sumei, why are you still standing there? Contact the Urban Evening News immediately. This interview must be published today. Yes. Sumei stood up promptly, acknowledging, and had just turned to leave when Jiang Guoqiang urgently shouted, No, I will tell you everything. Chapter 85. Even the heavenly deities cannot save you. Mark my words. Jiang Guoqiang's psychological defenses crumbled completely. He had envisioned countless outcomes, even the possibility of being interrogated. Yet he had never anticipated that Xia Feng would confront him in such a manner. How ruthless! It seems they have underestimated you greatly. With a deep sigh, Jiang Wuqiang fixed his gaze on Xia Feng, offering a wry smile. Where shall I begin? What do you wish to know? Xia Feng chuckled softly, patting Jiang Guoqiang's shoulder. Director Jiang, as long as you come to terms with it, that is all that matters. After concluding his remarks, Xia Feng beckoned to Su Mei, saying, since Director Jiang has come to a decision, let us set aside other matters for now and prepare to record. Do remember to ensure the audio is captured. Yes, Su Mei replied, activating the recording device and unfolding her manuscript, nodding in acknowledgement towards Xia Feng. Qian, please excuse yourself for what follows, Xia Feng instructed, glancing at Qian Guoxing. Understood, Qian Guoxing replied, rising and departing the interrogation room. Before long, Zhao Wei entered with milk and bread. Leader Xia, please have something to eat, he suggested. Xia Feng accepted the milk, took a sip, and opened He Feng's confession, inquiring, what was your position when Li Meizhu and Qian Panpan met their unfortunate fate? I was the deputy captain of the municipal criminal investigation team, came the response. You were directly involved in solving the case? Xia Feng asked, his tone measured. Yes, but it wasn't solely my doing. It was Gu Chang, he replied. Jiang Guoqiang suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Xia Feng, and stated earnestly, initially, the case was classified as a homicide. However, Gu Chang, the deputy director and head of the criminal investigation division at the time, instructed me to destroy all evidence and to reclassify it as a suicide. I couldn't withstand his pressure, so, just as he began to elaborate, Xia Feng interjected coldly, you succumbed to temptation, didn't you? Jiang Guoqiang shot Xia Feng a glance, managing a bitter smile as he confessed, it was a combination of factors. Since it involved Tianma Group, we had no choice but to downplay the matter and cease further investigation. This was never my intention. I was coerced into this predicament. At this point, Jiang Guoqiang broke down in tears. Jiang Guoqiang, please maintain your composure and disclose everything you know. Xia Feng gently tapped the table. All right, I will share everything. Jiang Guoqiang wiped his tears and recounted all the illegal activities he had engaged in over the years with unvarnished honesty. It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Xia Feng finally stood, stretching luxuriously, and declared good. Take his confession and have a thorough discussion with Cui Ming and Du Jibin. They likely will not resist any longer. The longer they delay, the greater their culpability. Xia Feng chuckled as he patted the file. Suddenly, Jiang Guoqiang looked up, meeting Xia Feng's gaze, and pleaded, is there any chance for leniency? No. Xia Feng shook his head decisively, stating, Jiang Guoqiang, the crimes you've committed extend beyond mere complicity in criminal acts. Moreover, He Feng has escaped your grasp on multiple occasions. As a former officer, you should be acutely aware of your fate. But I have disclosed everything. I have provided you with numerous leads. Jiang Guoqiang stammered. Before he could finish, Xia Feng inhaled deeply and interrupted coldly. That was your duty, motivated by your family. Did you think I was jesting? Should you choose not to cooperate, all I have stated will materialize, and you must comprehend the implications of that. If I were in your position, I would reflect during this final moment and consider if there are any individuals or matters you have overlooked. After all, if you shared in the corruption while alive, wouldn't it be preferable to have company on the road to the afterlife? At these words, Jiang Guoqiang sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Xia Feng, exclaiming, Xia Feng, you have no authority to condemn me to death. Oomph. With a cold snort, Xia Feng seized Jiang Guoqiang by the hair, pulling his face close and stating coldly, how many youthful lives have you ruined? Because of you, He Feng has roamed free for 6 years, and the countless lives lost at his hands. How can any of them be unrelated to you? A scoundrel like you deserves death to quell public outrage, to uphold the law, and to atone for the souls of Li Meizhu and Qian Panpan. Though I lack the authority to condemn you, I have the right to petition the prosecution for your immediate execution. Xia Feng's voice thundered, and with a forceful shove, he seated Jiang Guoqiang in a chair. Leader Xia, Su Mei and Zhao Wei were witnessing Xia Feng's ruthless demeanor for the first time. In that fleeting moment, the murderous aura emanating from Xia Feng not only subdued Jiang Guoqiang, but also left Su Mei and Zhao Wei in stunned silence. I'm fine. You two go ahead and eat. We will continue the interrogation of Cui Ming and Du Jibin in the afternoon. Xia Feng straightened his attire, huffed in anger. and briskly exited the interrogation room. As he reached the door, he collided with Qian Guoxing. Team Qian. Xia Feng glanced at Qian Guoxing and patted his shoulder. Comrade Xia Feng, Cheng Jianye has confessed. Though he claims he was instructed by LV Tianming, his testimony does not substantiate any intent from LV Tianming. Qian Guoxing steadied his emotions before handing the interrogation record to Xia Feng. Xia Feng took the record, glanced at it, and scoffed. No rush. We can set aside LV Tianming for now. There's something else that requires your significant assistance. Oh, what is it? Qian Guoxing asked, puzzled. Let us discuss in the office. Xia Feng pulled Qian Guoxing along to his office, poured him a glass of water, and then continued by this time. Gu Wenhu should have established himself abroad. It's time to invite him back for a chat, but we will need the cooperation of Interpol. I fear a leak. Can you devise a strategy? Upon hearing this, Qian Guoxing hastily set down his glass, looking at Xia Feng. That is quite a challenge. Firstly, he wants to escape under his real identity, and secondly, someone like Amunti just possess a single passport. Interpol can be managed, but we can't search the world for him, Qian Guoxing added. Xia Feng chuckled heartily. There is no need to search worldwide. He is right in Li Jiapa. Saying this, Xia Feng recalled details from his past life, writing down an address and handing it to Qian Guoxing. He is in this building. TMI Electronics is his overseas company. Regardless of the identity he uses, capturing the president is a certainty. Qian Guoxing was utterly bewildered, unable to believe it. Comrade Xia Feng, where did you get this information? Xia Feng licked his lips and replied, from a public tip-off. Qian Guoxing spat out the hot water he had just swallowed. A public tip-off? That is a poorly crafted lie. The source of the information is inconsequential. We must apprehend him to close the case, Xia Feng declared, rising once more. Let us split up and act. Capture Gu Chong? Qian Guoxing suddenly lifted his head and looked at Xia Feng, saying, however, once Gu Wenhu arrives at the granary, it should be nearly time. It will be quite lively then. To prevent us from becoming too occupied to attend to Gu Wenhu, we must expedite his extradition. After speaking, Xia Feng swiftly exited the office. Everyone, the meeting is about to commence. He called out towards the duty room as he stepped outside. Li Bing, Tang Long, Ling Yi, and others hurriedly followed Xia Feng to the conference room. Just as they took their seats, Su Mei and Zhao Wei rushed in, nibbling on bread. Where's Team Qian? Su Mei asked in surprise upon noticing Qian Guoxing's absence. Team Qian has another assignment, Xia Feng replied, his expression serious as he addressed everyone. Tang Long, present. Tang Long stood up promptly. This afternoon, take Yi Feng to the final identification site and ensure the bodies of Su Goen and others are located. Preparing for the conclusion of the major 708 extermination case. Understood. Tang Long saluted and resumed his seat. Xu Mei, Zhao Wei, Li Bing. You are responsible for the final interrogations of Cui Ming and Du Jibin. Yes. Su Jiang, present. Consolidate the files, integrate the evidence chain, and prepare